argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves brings dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline. And maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on the right. Maybe it's going to happen, garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So it continues, so we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changes. But where do we see this Yachid or Rabbi thing? Continues tomorrow. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the mechitza there? But wait, we had a Mishnah that is again there in Daf Chavites later on with that stuff. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 tefachim tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishus Yachid. His house is a Rishus Yachid. Why is the garbage dump a Rishus Yachid? Because it's 10 tefachim tall, and presumably the dalet tefachim wide, dalet by dalet tefachim. Even if it wasn't dalet by dalet tefachim, it would be fine because it would be a makom patur. And because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than dalet by dalet. Either way, you could throw from your Rishus Yachid to another Rishus Yachid or to a makom patur. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out their window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer Rishus Yachid because it's only Rishus Yachid because there's garbage piled up more than 10 tefachim. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window. He's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land in Rishus Rabbim and he'll have thrown from Rishus Yachid to Rishus Rabbim. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, that it must be, the reason that we're worried in Rebbe's case that the garbage is going to get taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and he's going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mavli is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So says the Gemara, Hakinami, Shani ben Rechava the Rabbin, Rechava the Yachid. So this is where we get this idea of Reb Misharshia. The Reb Misharshia says even the T is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the T and you'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your Mavi through your Rechava. Okay, so now we have the case of Rebbe, where Rebbe said we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the Gemara asked Rabbanan Mai? So that was Rebbe's concern. What did the rabbis ask and what did the Rabbanan say? So I'm Rabbi Yosef by Arbini. Rabbi Yosef by Arbini says, Kana learned the Chachamim Osrim. The Chachamim, even though Rebbe was not prepared to say that it's Asur or Mutter, it's Mutter because technically they're Mechitzos, but Asur because he might have said Asur because he's worried people are they're gonna get taken away and people will still carry. The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said Asur. Amr Nachman halacha to the Reb Chachamim. And Nachman says that's in fact halacha, that we're worried that it's going to get taken away, and therefore you cannot rely on this mavoi, on a mavoi that for one of its walls relies on either the sea or on a pile of garbage. Yikadarmi, there are others who say Amr Rabbi Yosef bar Avdimi, that Rabbi Yosef bar Avdimi said, "How do we learn from Chachamim Matirin that Chachamim said at the end of the day the Rebbe was doubtful, and they said no, it's okay because you have all three walls." To this, Amr Nachman ain't halacha to the Reb Chachamim. So Nachman's consistent regardless of which version. He's saying at the end of the day, Rabbi was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage pile that could get taken away or a sea that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay. Mereimar pasuk la surah bu'uzle. So this is kind of unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the slope of the water changing. So what happened? Then in Surah, they had one or more mavos where you had your Rosh Hashanah, and then the mavoi comes off, and the back of the mavoi was the sea. So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you have this. But what was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on the sea to be your back mechitza, your third mechitza, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes? And as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a mechitza. So then it's going to be a problem because you're carrying in this mavoi relying that your third wall is the sea, and really the sea has shifted and it's no longer mechitza. So Mereimar was actually worried about that. So therefore, he set up Pasukle, he separated the edge of the sea with Uzli, he put up nets. So a net is a valid mechitza, and he put up a mechitza in the back as a safety precaution. So you see that there was just a concern. That there is in fact this concern that maybe the incline of the sea is going to change and it will no longer be a mechitza. Okay, continue to tomorrow. We are 11 lines up, beginning of the line. The surah. So we just talked about surah, so now we're going to go back to our favorite topic of Mavoi Akum. So Mavoi Akum, as we talked about, is an L-shaped or a race-shaped, as you choose to call it. It was a machlokas, Rav and Shmuel. Rav said that it's treated like mafulosh. We look at these, we ignore the bend and look at it like any other mavoi that is open on two ends to the Rosh Hashanah. And Shmuel said no. And also Rav was the one who paskined like the Tanakama and said all you need is a tzuris HaPesach on one end and a lefi asar on the other end. And Shmuel was the one that said, wait, you need an actual delas, a doorway on one end, and a lefi asar on the other end. Okay, so all that's going to come into play here. So you had in Surah a certain mavoi akum, you had this L-shaped mavoi. So what did they do? Karaf Budia, Mosive Be Bakru Muse. So they rolled up a machatzelas, a mat, and they put it in the bend. I'll explain in a minute. There's some possible different girsa, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefi, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefi in the bend over there. So Amar Riftis, the Riftis said, I don't get it. So the way we understand this Gemara is that at the bottom of one entrance to Rosh Hashanah, they stuck a lefi, and then at the bend they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefi discussion. This has more to do with, this is not really what you need to fix this mavoi. It has more to do with what they use as a lefi, but we'll see in a second. Amar Riftis, the halok Rav lo Shmuel. What are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who says that this is a mafulosh, then tzuris HaPesach pai. Then you need on one end a tzuris HaPesach, and on the other end a lefi. And the way we've done that in the past was by putting a tzuris HaPesach at the bend and a lefi on either end of these mavos. But here they didn't put up a tzuris HaPesach. They put up a rolled up mat. So and so it's not like Rav. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel who says that you need that each of these mavos are considered like private mavos. So says the Gemara, Hani Mili Lefi Malya. So that makes sense. Shmuel says. So what did Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefi on either end. Now, according to we talked about it briefly, Rashi brought from his Rabbi that not only do you need a lefi on either end, you need a lefi in the bend. This is what I was saying before. So it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefi in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mavoi didn't choose to put a lefi at its end. Only the vertical mavoi wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefi here and they needed to put a lefi in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, who understood Shmuel, as you just put one lefi here and one lefi here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything here. So some have a girsa that they put a tzuris HaPesach with this mat. Others have a girsa that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rosh Hashanah. So not in the bend, but in the bottom. But whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lefi to roll up a mat. So we don't have to get into the details of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lechi on each end? Is if the lechi is a valid lechi. Abel high, even the Nashar Bezika, Shadi Lay, Lo Klimhu. But this, as you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it down. That's not a valid lechi. So I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like foolish, and even if it is, if so, and then you need a tzuras Pesach, and even if it's like Shmuel instead of the Sasam, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lechi here. It says the Gemara, but if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered, it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lechi, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lechi. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lechi, but what is the lechi. Okay, Gufa, we learned. So this is going to quote the psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the psak of Rav was really focused on the mavoi, the idea that the people in the mavoi cannot carry if it opens to a chutzner with which they don't have an eruv. And we talked about this yesterday because it's part of the law that if you have a space, the mavoi is open in its entirety because the full width of the mavoi was open to the chutzner. And the chutzner is a makom that's usher to it because you can't carry from the mavoi into the chutzner. So therefore, we said carrying in the mavoi was usher. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rav. Now we're going to focus on the other side of Rav's halacha, which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of the Gemara, which is the chutzner. So Rav said that the chutzner is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mavoi is usher. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in the chutzner, remember, this is a T shape. So the mavoi is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in the chutzner looking back toward the mavoi, what do I see? I see two walls, and then there's a break. Presumably that break is less than 10 amos, and we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a door, a Pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees, I look at the Rishus Harabim break, and what do I see? I see two walls, and I see a Rishus Harabim, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. So we said in the chutzner you could carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavoi, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavoi, and a mavoi does not preclude the people in the chutzner from carrying, because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner, we have our own eruv chetzeres, and we're not interested in carrying to the mavoi. So therefore, we said that carrying in the chutzner is mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that halacha. Says the Gemara, we learned Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba, Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba says the name of Rav. Mavoi shenifet from Malul chutzner. Our case from yesterday, your mavoi opens up it got broken in its entirety, the full width of the mavoi got open to a chutzner, v'nifet the chutzner connecto, and in fact, the chutzner also had the wall opposite that opened to Rishus Harabim. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off, you discussed yesterday, but you have this connection that people walk through. We said chutzner was kares and mavoi aser, that the chutzner is mutter and the mavoi is aser for the reasons I just described. Amarle Rabbi bar Ula Rabbi bar Abaya. So Rabbi bar Ula said to Rabbi bar Abaya, Rabbi lomash naseni hizu. They said, wait a second, why is Rav and Amora coming and telling us this? We already learned it in a Mishnah. Where did we learn it? Because we learned later on, actually we'll have it in Mishnah tomorrow, that if you have chutzner ketana shenifritzola gedolo, that if you have a small chutzner that got an opening made between it and a broader mechitza. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chutzner here, you have a small chutzner on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chutzner, right? So we're going to say, you have a chutzner ketana shenifritzola gedola. You have a small chutzner that opens up onto a bigger one. So we say gedola muteres. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an eruv with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a pesach, it's just a doorway. The katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? because it's like the entranceway of the Gedola, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There are no walls that separate you because the walls are only on the outside. But the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of luck. So the question is, why did you need it? Why did Rav need to tell me that? If you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner, in this case, would be the equivalent of the mavoi, is usher. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei, so he said back to him, Ime Hasam, if I only had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Ketana, I would say, Hava Mina Hanimi Hekador Kadarsi Barabim. I will Hekad the Kadarsi Barabim, name my Filu Chatzar Nami. So he said, I would think as follows, that if all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large Chatzar and a small Chatzar, but you're not using the small Chatzar as or the large Chatzar, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chatzeros that have to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to a chatzer that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a throughway. You could go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chatzer and the large chatzer. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me his halacha. So the Gemara says, wait a second. I didn't need you to tell me that either. But this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in our Masechta on Daf Kaf Beis, which says that if you have a chotzer that people travel by, they traverse it. The exact case of Rav that we say Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah the Shabbos. So let me explain what this is talking about. So as we've encountered many times, there's a notion Safek Tumah B'Reshus Harabim is mutter, and Safek Tumah B'Reshus Hayachid is aser. This idea comes from Sota. The pasuk says the Nister Avihi Nitma. So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, because we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a Sota, and yet we say as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the Sota waters, right? So you see that a Safek Tumah in Rosh Hashanah, if it's a private place, then it's Asr. But if it would be in a more public place, it's Mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of Sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a Chatzar that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rosh Hashanah that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Reshus HaYachid you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chater that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction that if you have a chatzar that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, we could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sosa purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sosa part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halacha in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says it's just a yachid the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav has to say the halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Daf Sabitet. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? You might say, if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's the Shabbos. I might have said that what is that case where they say even though we're not going to unpaid? What is that case where they said even though that people traverse between it? Maybe that's only when the openings in the chutzner aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avozek Keneged Zeh Imalo. But our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulosh, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavoi followed by a wider chutzner or a cover, you're okay. So the Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rav's finish, according to Rabbi. Says the Gemara, Rabbi also the Rabbi who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be usher. Other Rabbi, my mufi law. So then, what would he establish when Rav says in halacha? What's the case? It must be b'zeh shelo keneged zeh, that they're not the same. So we're back to our questions. Tarti lamali. Why do I need Rav to tell me in a halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos?
Welcome.
Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rav and Darsimba, that people go through it is mutter. I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said,
what happened?
Then I might have thought that what does it mean is there's just Yaakov the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is.
Yeah, I'm listening, but you're telling a shitty story. Tell it.
From the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, that it's a Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully enclosed mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not give their abundance and say, sorry, there's people walking through this bus and you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tabit's test that the Mobley is chutzner, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tabit's test plus tomorrow's Gemara that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is a yachid, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you can actually carry, and that's the thing that Rav was teaching. I'm telling you more quick line down. Itmar, Mobley and Nadal. So you had a mother that was made as a novel. Novel seems to be like a centipede.
No way. And your mom didn't know he was murdered?
So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tulsa
why do you think she didn't tell you?
Basically, the way Rashi understands is you have the following. You have a mother going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mothers coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavoi akum. So you
How
have
did
this,
he die?
You have this one Rosh Hashanah. You go here and then down the
Okay,
first
there's like 1,000
one,
different ways to murder
second,
someone.
third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavoi akum. That's the case we're dealing with.
That's terrible. Do you know anything more about it?
Mavoi akum. Amar Abaya osa tzur sapasach l'gadol. V'hana kulo mystery b'lashin l'kol. So says Abaya. Okay.
Who made the documentary?
Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah,
like, where's the documentary?
And then at the bottom of Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rabba. Rabba says back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that?
Did his neighbor kill him?
Because if, remember, Rav is the one that said
terrible.
when you have a mavoi, ultimate bent mavoi, we treat that like a mavoi mafulah. And you need a tzuras HaPesach and a lefty or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas. according to Hananya.
That's
But
wild.
if you treat it like a Mavi Mafulish, you need some kind of Tzuras HaPesach at the bend.
So you've been to the place, and did you watch the documentary?
And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's Mavoi Sasum, that each Mavoi is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put,
that's really
Shmuel,
sad.
you put a Lachi
All right, so did you hit up his daughter or whatever?
The others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, that's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuras HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuras HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavoi Hakum as Mavoi Mufulish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavoi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuras HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara. Not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavoi Yakum in Nardoi, and they ended up paskening like Rav, and they required. We talked about this. The Lassos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav Halacha the morning came. But the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's socks. So clearly,
are you going to talk,
the
or are you
halacha
just
should
going to
follow Rav at some level.
stop
so first of all,
mid-sentence?
what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuras HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says the Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather Oset Tzuras HaPesach l'kulo. You should put it that so you have the big Rosh Rav and they have the small ones. To each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mother, you should put a Tzuras HaPesach l'haidisa to this side, the idach isa mystery b'lechi b'kora. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or kora, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore what Abaya said, where you put one Tzuras HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good. And not much Rav Halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Said the name of Shmeder Kahana Bar.
I would feel sad that this person who my mother used to be in a relationship with died, and I feel sorry for his family. I would recognize there's not so much I can do about it, and I would move on with my life.
These last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts.
Does that answer your question, Big Dog?
What's the halacha that they say? Mavi shetidei asad arav, shetidei asad cutter. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you have a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah had narrowed. Okay. So it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen?
I don't think
if you were walking on in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavoi of Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over.
Okay.
At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavoi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavoi? When you're looking at this Mavoi, you have one wall of the Mavoi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the Mavoi was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavoi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavoi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't keep track.
Mavoi should see the asset. We have one wall is long, with the asset cutter, and one wall is short. In case
you're wondering why I'm not asking you to play
as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavoi. And so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavoi. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rishus Harabim because the Torah is going to define the area of the Mavli. If you have 4 walls, the longer wall, 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Korah.
His family wouldn't want that. It didn't happen that long ago.
Shorter wall and the longer wall.
In 2023.
You rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall.
Not that much time has gone by. I still think, I don't even know what happened to the people. Frankly, there's just an article about it in the Las Vegas News.
You cannot put
it would be a really interesting documentary, though. It would be really, really interesting. Like, there should be. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. The guy was a fascinating individual.
People who say you can't put up a slanted Korah. I'll tell you my reason that you can put a slanted Korah. Why? Because Korah time on my
and I think it's probably never going to happen. At least they won't get permission from his family. Because it would make him sound like a really bad person. Like, he had this beautiful family. He had 3 beautiful boys and a beautiful wife. And he goes to Las Vegas to cheat on her and do coke. And now they're like famous for being like the people with a shitty
presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% sure what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rishus Harabim, and then people are like,
not only that, I mean, he had like all kinds of connections. Like, he was like the head of the Armenian mafia, and he was in LA. Actually, his dad was.
It's not a good recognition that you're transitioning, so therefore it doesn't serve its purpose.
So I don't know if they really want to be involved.
I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah Mishamai, according to them, what's the function of a Korah? It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know
fascinating documentary, no doubt.
That the edge of it can come down.
Would I want there to be a documentary on it? Yeah, because he was just a really interesting individual.
Of course, you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall slope.
I think that people really enjoy it.
So therefore, now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you can have a mechitza on a slant, you can have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want, because you're looking at you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halach in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana, says, "Oh, Shmaitz the Kahana."
And you have to
all these Kahanas who are
like
saying,
not get in trouble for other stuff.
I'm going to tell you something else. Also, this that we said, when we said, according to some, you could put the Korah on a slant. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Eruvin, the entry to a Mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had,
what'd you say?
If the entry to the Mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says Rav Kahana is going to define the Mavli, you're going to end up with a Mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your Mavli was like 7 amas and you shift it a little bit, and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the what's the halacha? You put up a Korah. We're talking about a regular Rashi, a regular Mavli now. You have a Mavli, you have a Korah. Can you carry
get your DNA? You can get your DNA from a family member. We artificially we clone you and artificially age you.
But Shmuel and Shimon by Rabbi and Rothschild say you cannot carry underneath the Korah.
We clone you and don't artificially age you.
Let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mars of a Korah Mishum Hacker.
We can get the data from video or pictures that you're in.
The Mars is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the
even just Wi-Fi. People don't realize like Wi-Fi, the waves of Wi-Fi are like
and so as long as it gives you that recognition,
basically creating a map of your entire house. Like I can tell exactly where you are in your house using just Wi-Fi.
That maybe it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down, and if the inner lip of the Torah that comes down touches the Mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the Korah because that's already outside of the Mechitza that's creating the mother. So I said low. That's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe maybe everyone holds that the point of a Korah is that you have a distinction between the two areas. Then here's what they're arguing about. The Mars Saver Haker Machal, the Mars Saver Haker Lovar. So the question is, when you put up a Korah, who are you showing the Korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rishus Harabim? Or are you telling the people in Rishus Harabim, you see those people carrying that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi and you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi,
that's not true
though. It's the inner lip that reminds them because that's what they see.
That's
so then
not
we're
true,
going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Korah, so we're going to say you can only, that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge, because it's really for the outside people, so therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the Korah. Anyway, same alternatively, I tell you, everyone holds that the function of the Korah is to create a Mechitza.
Well, that's different. A better analogy would have been when we had over-the-air analog television. Signals were still being emitted, but in today's day, everything's digital, so it's just like through a cable or some kind of
outer edge that comes down, and if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the car.
Generally a direct connection. So let's take the radio analogy because that still goes on more. So like there's less over-the-air television as there once was. So right, you've got radio signals that are being emitted by a transmitter, and when you shut off a radio, the radio is no longer picking up those waves, but the waves are still being transmitted. But the analogy that you made was not that we are like a radio transmitter, that we are like a radio, which
what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the Korah on top. So what happened? The Korah is just outside the wall. It's adjoining the walls, but it's not on top of the wall.
Not really true.
That's the case. It's not a valid one.
We're more like the radio transmitter, but if you shut down the radio transmitter, no more waves are created.
According to the person who said that you can carry under, I'm sorry, that
what up,
the person
baby?
who said you can carry under the.
What do you think about black people going by
I think you'd be one of the biggest sluts in South Australia. You would be the South Australian Raw Comedy winner 2020.
That according to one who said you could carry under the Korah, why is that?
No doubt.
It's the outside edge of the
you would
Korah
be
so in this scenario,
a daily visitor to the glory hole of the adult theater.
It's a
no doubt.
Removed from the walls. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the Korah,
I think you'd probably be happier. I don't know that for sure, but
so in this case,
a lot of the issues that you have,
Korah is adjoining the walls. So if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down.
I mean, you might have different issues if you're a woman,
and the inner edge, because the inner edge
I think you would just
the walls of the mother. So now you have a valid.
Since you'd be like a whore,
if you held,
you'd have more. You'd find more dudes who would like want to fuck you. As opposed to being just a dude, and thus you'd be in like a relationship, or I don't know, but you probably would have some kids, no doubt about that. And
in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mother, and it's going to be good.
Don't think you'd be a good parent right now because you can't even take care of yourself, and thus if you had to take care of someone else, it would be a challenge for you. So you'd probably be like a woman with like 3 children. From 2 different fathers, maybe 3 different fathers, in another relationship with some random dude.
This would not be a valid Korah, you need to put a different one on top of the wall. Have a wonderful day.
That could be okay. I mean, you're not that old, so maybe not 3 children, but
Okay, good morning.
But there's the opposite of that. You could be really successful because
our sponsorships.
Just anything can happen.
So the
I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like I put you down. Like, oh, you'd be a shitty woman. No, I think you could be really successful as a woman.
Will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal base Hamikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira Miriam Grossman in the merit of her full shlema for all those in need. The day of learning is sponsored by David and Susan Klein in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be on for his neshama. And Daf Yomi Perek sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Venick and Stephen and Holly Venick in memory of their father, Herman Venick, Chani Yisrael Ben Ruven Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's daf is daf Ches in Zervin.
All right.
We're going to be picking up.
So if you were a woman,
7 lines down,
I think you'd probably be pretty slutty.
What we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavui that
I think you probably would have some children.
That's either a rechava or a chata that's wider than it. So
you're slutty now.
And then at the top of the T, there's a kirza that wall came down and opened onto.
Here's the thing, Zoo. If you really want me to be honest with you, which I know you probably do, if you had the same issues that you have today, it would be very difficult for you, I find, to be in a relationship, because you will say something very awkward, and nobody wants to be around you when you do that, and thus they're going to keep their distance. So even as a woman, you would still have many of the issues that you overcome. Like, nobody wants to just be walking down the street and then just be asked, "Are you gay?" Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's talking about that.
Apologize if okay, so I'll start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavui. The mavui opens up into either a chutter or a rechava. A chutter is an occupied.
I would say that like you're great.
Is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then
but inevitably you're going to say something that's really awkward.
We have the thought that Rob was concerned about.
And I know you can't control it.
At the bottom here,
I recognize.
You can walk straight through the mavui, through the chutter or rechava, and then get out in another reshut. And whether that would make it like foolish, ultimately we decided that
I think you'd be a primary concern. Or you think you'd be.
And that what was going on here was as follows: that Rob,
because you'd like
this could go even like Rob. It didn't have to be my focus. And the fact that Rav Paskin that you could not carry in the mavui was because there was no eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur. And we talked
if
about
I were a woman,
therefore you can't carry on the mavui. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, between the mavui and the chutzner, then in fact,
and I don't know, but
so this is an eruv
pretty
issue,
conservative.
not a
I've been
now, what about the
very
fact
conservative
that
for aspects of my life.
That was because the case of Yehuda was addressing was a rechava. And a rechava as an uninhabited area
all right, say what you want, baby.
That did not require an eruv. So again, it's the primary issue that we were dealing with. The case of rechava and chutzner look the same in terms of physical.
I don't disagree with you, big man.
Is it a used chutzner or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mafula. So therefore, that's why Rabbi said they did not need to make any adjustments. There does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which we said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis.
Oh, you're saying that.
And now we're gonna slightly change that.
That
so
the kids wouldn't have been gay if their parents didn't push them to be gay.
Picks up the Gemara, 7 lines down. Amar Rabba. So he's picking up on. We said yesterday that Rabbi Yosef explained that the reason we're not worried about Mephulish is why, because you have your mavui, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So
I did not know anyone gay growing up.
And then there's a broader area, which is the Qatar.
We called guys gay all the time. That was like an insult that was very common, but none of them were gay.
But Rabbi says,
And
not so fast. Oh,
no, definitely no. I was in religious school, so it wasn't. That wasn't a thing. You know, of the people, there were some kids who I would meet who I would be like, oh, that's what gay is. You could tell that these kids were going to be interior decorators at like age 8. They were like playing with Barbies, and they were really effeminate. They didn't like sports. And they were really about fashion. And I knew some kids like that. And I remember being like, that's not normal. And my parents were just like, that's you're going to grow up, and that's just how some people are. And you've got to respect people for who they are and not force them to live in your purview and your mindset. And that was okay. And then so I knew gay was a thing. But nobody came out in high school or anything like that.
But if it would be straight, it would be also. So now, what does it mean? So
I've never known anybody to come out. I might know like some chicks who were bisexual, but I think everybody's bisexual if they're bored enough. Like, if you have some chick and she's not able to get dick, then she might experiment with women, or if she's just a very loving person. And in the same way, I think, even heterosexual men, if you put them on a desert island for 100 years, and the only way to get off the desert island is to fuck another dude, they're gonna fuck another dude. They're gonna get bored enough, and they're gonna be like, this is a punishment, get me the fuck off this island. And is that gay? I mean, some people might consider, I don't really consider it gay though. I consider it like they were basically put in a tough situation where they had no alternatives. So it kind of depends on how bored you are. And so I really do think, and you and I have talked about this, and I think we're in agreement that everybody is bisexual. It's like, it's just how bored you are. If you're a really hot chick and you're able to get any guy that you want, there's not really a huge temptation to be bisexual. I mean, there could be. Maybe you are. I'm not saying that you can't be a really hot chick, bisexual chick. You absolutely can be. And I'm not saying you can't be a really good-looking bisexual dude. I'm saying that you can be. But if you have the whole world open to you, in terms of who you want to, with whom you want to mate, you just have a lot of options. For people who don't have a lot of options, they tend to go with who they can get. And so some people might say, I can't get anybody, so I'm willing to have sex with men or women just so I can have a human connection. And you know what? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. I get it, but like if you're bored enough, you'll have sex with anybody. And then you have Zoo, who only fucks chicks either in orgies and then gets uninvited via email, and then told that he may be case the ground zero of super gonorrhea. And yet he still doesn't get checked. And so he gives some chick on Valentine's Day oral gonorrhea and hand gonorrhea. And now she's spreading that shit everywhere. Zoo doesn't give a fuck.
And that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said. The problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way,
I don't believe in hell.
That's problematic. So Rabbi Shashia is saying we're concerned then maybe the guy's going to build his house there, and we're
It's called. It's not hell. It's called Gehenna, and it is basically when you die, whether you're a Jew or non-Jew. Generally, we believe that your soul goes through a period of cleansing. That's about 11 months or so. And if you're really wicked, it takes 12 months. And then you go to a place, and nobody knows. Let me just say that, but this is some traditions, because actually in the Bible, in Torah, it doesn't say. So this has just been what's developed in the 2,500 years since that time. You go to a place called Olam Haba, which is the world to come, and once your soul is purified. Now, for the super wicked people of the world, there are arguments to say that they get cut off, but it's not like eternal damnation. It's not eternal punishment. There are some Kabbalistic sources, Jewish mysticism, that say even they, after enough time, get to come to the world to come. And the world to come, it depends who you ask. I mean, you can go and literally read some rabbis who will say it's a garden of roses, and you sit at there are like different angels, but it's not like heaven, like in what some people consider to be heaven. It's different. Generally, you just sit at the right hand of God, whatever that is, figuratively, and or metaphorically, and then you just study with God all day. But the thing is, we don't know. But that's not. We believe as Jews that there is a place in the world to come for what we call the righteous. So, how do you become righteous in Judaism if you're a non-Jew? We have a practice called following the seven Noahidic laws, the 7 laws of Noah, which are don't steal, don't murder, don't blaspheme, don't idolatrize, don't have sexual impropriety, don't eat the blood of a living animal, and don't and to create a law system. So for the people who do that, there's a place in the world that comes to them. Like we consider them to be righteous. In other religions, they basically say, like, if you're not our religion, you don't have a place in our afterlife. You're eternally damned. There's eternal damnation for you. Judaism doesn't feel that way. There are places in our text literally cut out for non-Jews. Now, for people who were perhaps not living of that type of lifestyle, we still think that there's a possibility that they could live in that type of afterlife, just their soul has to be purified. And so there's a process, at least in Judaism, when someone dies who is deeply connected with you, it's called you sit Shiva, which is a mourning period, where you basically there's like a ceremonial tearing of clothes, and you generally like cover the mirrors in your house. There are several other things that you do. The bathing is limited, and then for 11 months you go to shul or go to synagogue and you pray generally 3 times daily. Now, does everybody do it? No. What do you do in a situation? I mean, you should be doing that anyway as a male. But as a female, there are alternatives. But someone from your household should be doing that. And if they don't, you can pay someone to do it for you at like a Jewish school. And so for like a donation, you like, let's say you're really busy and you just can't come to shul 3 times a day, no matter what it is. You're on a submarine somewhere. You can pay someone to do it.
And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam.
So basically, for like an act of charity, someone will pray for your loved one 3 times daily.
So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that
well, we think that there are different levels, perhaps, of Olam Haba, the world to come. So for like extremely righteous people, or like Jewish martyrs, they're like at some of the highest levels of Olam Haba, of the world to come. For Jewish babies that never had the opportunity, there's like a place for them. And then for righteous non-Jews, and there's certainly a place for them.
So continue. So we're looking for the source.
And then there's a place for converts as well.
So far, all we've seen is that
we feel that there's. Yeah, go ahead.
Continue the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have
you don't want to do that. And, I mean, you don't want to talk like that. Because chances are nothing happens to you. Okay, chances are nothing happens to you, and so you just end your life, and that's really sad.
That's right next to the garbage dump. They can throw it out. Why?
I mean,
because
I could talk about the world to come and all that good stuff, but if I'm being honest, which I absolutely am, and if any rabbi were talking to you to be honest, no one really knows. This is just the Mazor. This is just a tradition by which we live.
And because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than Dalet al Dalet, either way, you could throw from your Shus Yachid to another Shus Yachid or to a Makom Patur. So therefore, if someone
and keep in mind, people don't think of this, but imagine a future, like in the far future, where people can revivify other people, and they found out that you killed yourself on purpose. They could punish you for that. Meaning, like you end your life. Somebody in the future could revivify you, bring you back, and say, "Hey, you didn't value what was going on when you were here on Earth. So, and you wanted to escape it. So, in order to punish you, we're going to bring you back, and we're going to punish you using some kind of extreme torture."
And he'll have thrown from Rishis Yachid to Rabbi. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, I
know that sounds very dystopian. I mean, there's a chance too that somebody could be like, they wanted to die, let them die, let them stay dead. I mean, I don't know. I don't determine the future, obviously.
And now the wall of the Mavli is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So says the Gemara, Hachinami. So this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Misharshia. The Rabbi Misharshia says even the T is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual, because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the T and you'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your father. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi said we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the grass? What am I? So that way Rabbi is concerned.
I mean, that's a classic comedy line. If heaven or if the afterlife is so great, why don't you kill yourself?
Even though Rabbi was not prepared to say that it's usher and mutter. It's mutter because technically they're machitzos, but usher because he might have said usher because he's worried people are gonna take it away.
Yeah.
Weren't so worried. They said,
people ask me constantly what my favorite movie is, and it's really a documentary. It's called Religulous. It's by Bill Maher, who is a comedian. And while I don't agree with everything Bill Maher says, he made this documentary where he goes to all the religions of the world, whether it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam. He goes everywhere and then just points out all the inconsistencies. So no, he's still alive. He does a podcast called Cover Image. And I loved it. He's like maybe in his 60s. And when I saw this, I saw it in the theater, and I was really going through a period of like where I had a religious upbringing, and I'd never known anyone who was secular. And or maybe I did, but it wasn't talked about. And I was starting to learn, like, wait, not everybody's religious.
So what
No.
happened?
You mean there are people who don't believe in God at all? Yeah. And that was like a shock to me. I mean, I was very like, to some extent, just a lot of people around me were religious, and some of them were very religious to the point where they rejected it. Like all the school teaching that I ever had, no one ever talked about any type of agnosticism, any type of atheism. Everyone was religious, and so I heard about this movie, and it was called Religious, and it came from a word that President Bush used. One time he accidentally had a misnomer, or like he said something incorrectly, and he would constantly do this. And one of the things, instead of saying religious, he said religious, and so that became like a joke during the Bush administration that, you know, George W. Bush, who was an alcoholic for most of his life and lived off his father, who was the head of the CIA, and basically was like the black sheep of his family, eventually became the governor of Texas, and then became the president of the United States. And he was kind of seen in a lot of ways as a laughingstock at the time, and he would use these words, and he wasn't that great of a speaker, and one of the words that he used was religious. So Bill Maher went around the United States, and it's a fascinating documentary, and I absolutely love it, and if you ever want to watch it, let me know, and we'll watch it, where he goes all over the United States, and he goes to like the what in the fuck are you talking about?
And they put it in the bed.
Dude, what is Seattle?
But the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now the round mat, and they put it up as
okay. Well, pay attention when you're talking. So Bill Maher goes and travels with one of the producers from Seinfeld, and they go around the United States. They go to the Deep South, and they like talk to people about Christianity and these people who are like extreme Christians, and then he goes to and meets with like people who are like Muslim leaders, and then he meets with multiple types of Jews. And he talks about his own upbringing, where his mother was Jewish, but they went to church, and so that's not a typical Jewish upbringing, but it was just something that they did. His dad was Christian, his mom was Jewish, and so he interviews his family a little bit, and he just talks about that he's always had these questions about religion, and so he goes up to the people, and he'll be like, and he does this to several people, he says to them, heaven's a better place than earth, right? And all of them say yes. And then he says, okay, well, why don't you kill yourself? And they're just stunned. They don't know what to say with that.
So that makes sense.
And it's very funny. It's a paradox. If heaven is supposed to be better than earth, then why would we want to be there?
This is why I was saying before. So it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mobile.
All right, well, believe whatever you want to believe, man. You don't know.
The vertical mobile wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here. They needed to put a lefty in the middle, like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, when they took Shmuel, and you just put one lefty here and one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything. So some have a girsa that they put
way more than that.
That they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rosh Hashanah. So not in the bend, but in the bottom. Whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lesson to roll
Well,
up
we
a mat.
can't travel to any of them due to distance currently. I mean, we're still very primitive. Who created them? That's the big question. No one knows. Anybody who tells you that they know is lying to you. And
but this,
you shouldn't necessarily trust them very much because no one knows.
I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rob that you treat it like a foolish, and even if it is, and then you need a Tzur Pesach, and even if it's like Shmuel instead of a Sasso, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lefty here. It says the Gemara, we know if they sift off the but if you stuck like a stick in it. And meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered, it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lefty and it's strong enough and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lefty. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lefty, but what is the lefty. Okay, move forward. We learned, so this is going to quote the psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time
I tend to disagree with that to some extent. I think there are some questions that the human mind, under its current understanding, cannot understand. Maybe a more highly evolved being would be able to understand more things, but I think we're limited in just what we can understand as humans. Because the question arises, what started the universe, and then what happened 1 second before the universe was started.
So therefore, we said carrying in the mavoi was awesome. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rob. Now we're going to focus on the other side of Rob, which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of Gemara, which is the chutzner. So Rob said that the chutzner is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mavoi is awesome. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in a chutzner, remember, this is a cheese shape. So the mavoi is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in a chutzner toward the mavoi,
no one can really know. In reality, no one really knows anything.
Presumably that break is less than 10 amos, and we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a door, a Pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rosh Hashanah break, and what do I see? I see a wall, and I see a Rosh Hashanah, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. Instead, it's something you carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavoi, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavoi, and a mavoi does not preclude the people on the chutzner from carrying, because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner, we have our own Eruv, and we're not interested in carrying the mavoi. So therefore, we said that carrying in the chutzner is mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that.
Maybe not with the internet under its current configuration. I think aliens visit Earth every single day. There's evidence for it. If you look on Reddit, there are people every day who see anomalous things in the air, and there are people who have abduction discussions and abduction stories, and I think we're seated here. This is like a zoo for aliens. Just like we have a zoo where we'll take a bunch of animals and put them in cages and stuff. We were seated here on Earth to see what would happen. By the way, your boy, Jack, or Robert Irwin, he's going to do a new Dancing with, he's going to host a new Dancing with the Stars show. And I bet you he becomes a bachelor too. They are pumping that motherfucker up. Yes, you did. You're 100% right. And a broader space. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chutzner here, you have a small chutzner on top. I don't think Steve Irwin was that big, though. At least in the United States, Steve Irwin was never like a top 100 celebrity. He was like just a television star, maybe who had like one movie. But in Australia, he was giant, and I get that.
That they didn't do an Eruv with the people, the small ones, doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a Pesach, it's just a doorway. katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the gedola.
Like his press team is pushing really hard for him.
You just see fully into the big cutter.
I think there's a lot of money to make off of him as well.
Because the walls are only on the outside, but the opening is from the full width of the small cutter. So we say in the small cutter you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger cutter from your perspective. And if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger cutter, then you're out of luck. So the question is, why did Rav need to tell me that if you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner, in this case, would be the equivalent of the mavoi. Is usher. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei, they said back to him, Ime Hasam, if I only had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Ketana, I would say, Hava Mina Hanumile Hechadol Kadarsi Barabim. Avo Hechad Kadarsi Barabim, Nema Afilu Chatzanami. So he said, I would think as follows, that if all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large Chatzar and a small Chatzar, but you're not using the small Chatzar as or the large Chatzar, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chatzeros that happen to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to chatzer that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. So it's a throughway. You could go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chatzer and the large chatzer. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me in halacha. So the Gemara said, wait a second, I didn't need you to tell me that either. Well, Hanami Tinino, but this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in our Masechta on Daf Chav Beis, which says, that if you have a chotzer that people travel by, they traverse it, the exact case of Rav, that we say, Rosh Hashanah, Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbat. So let me explain what this is talking about. So as we've encountered many times, there's a notion Suffolk Tumah Rosh Hashanah is mutter, and Suffolk Tumah Rosh Hashanah is aser. This idea comes from Sota. The pasuk says the Nister of Tma. So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, because we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a Sota, and yet we say as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the sota water, right? So you see that a suffix tumah in Rosh Hashanah, if it's a private place, then it's usher. But if it would be in a more public place, it's mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rosh Hashanah that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple, because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Rosh Hashanah you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halach in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says it's Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, Oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say his halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that that you have the smaller place is usher to carry, and while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Daf Tzadites. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? So the Gemara says, if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's Shitiyach of the Shabbos, I might have said that what is that case where they say, even though, we're now going to on the base, what is that case where they said, even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the chutzner aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avozek Keneged Zeh, Emolo. But our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulosh, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavoi followed by a wider chutzner or a cover, you're okay. So the Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbah says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rav's finish, according to Rabbah. Says the Gemara, Rabbah Damar Zekanaged also, the Rabbah who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be Asr, Rabbah Ma'muki law. So then what would he establish when Rav says in halacha, what's the case? It must be B'zeh Shalom Keneged Zeh, that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Tarti Lamali, why do I need Rav to tell me in a halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos? The Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rav and Darsimba, that people go through it, is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, Hava mina hani milu lizrok. I will help imalo kamashmalan. Then I might have thought that what does it mean is Rosh Hashanah the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is midaraisa Rosh Hashanah. And if someone were to throw something from the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully enclosed mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not midrabanan say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tzadi Test that the Mavoi is Aser, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tzadi Test plus tomorrow that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is Rosh Hashanah, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you could actually carry, and that's the chiddush that Rav was teaching us. Says the Gemara, fifth line down. Itmar, mavoi ha'asa kenadol. So if you had a mavoi that was made like a nadol seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands it is you have the following. You have a mavoi going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mavos coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavoi akum. So you have this one Rosh Hashanah. So you can go here and then down the first one. You can go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavoi akum. That's the case we're dealing with. That's this nadol, the centipede. So says Abaya, okay, I'll give you the solution. Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah, put a Tzuras HaPesach, and then on the bottom Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rava. Rava said back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because remember, Rav is the one that says when you have a mavoi, also a bent mavoi, we treat that like a mavoi mafulish. And you need a tzuras HaPesach and a lechi or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas, according to Hananya. But if you treat it like a mavoi mafulish, you need some kind of tzuras HaPesach at the bend, and you need a lechi on either end, right? And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says in Shmavli Sasum that each Mavli is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put, according to Shmuel, you put a lechi on this one, and then a lechi on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Damer Tarasa Kasasum, that is like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuris HaPesach, so then why did Abaye say put a Tzuris HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavli Akum, as Mavli Rothschild, they're all just a bunch of Mavli Sasums, and Mavli Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavli Sasum, but for some reason, Abaye, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuris HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara. Not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavli Yakum in Nardoi, and they ended up passing like Rav, and they required. We talked about this. The Lussos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav the morning came. But the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's stock. So clearly, the halacha should follow Rav at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuris HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuris HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says in Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaye said, but rather also Tzuris HaPesach with low. You should put is that so you have the bigger Rav and you have the small ones. To each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavli, you should put a Tzuris HaPesach l'hai disa to this side, the ita disa mishpei b'lechi b'kora. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or kora, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore the Abaye said where you put one Tzuris HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuris HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good, and that matches Rab's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Bar Manume, who said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, who said in Shmei Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rab, in the name of Rav Kahana the Rebbe of Rab. But Amri La, some said Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, Hainu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rab. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of Kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts of people named Rav Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi should see the acid arab, see the acid cutter. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen? If you were walking in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavi of Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavi? When you're looking at this Mavi, you have one wall of the Mavi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah, because the Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the Mavi was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense. Mavi should see the acid araf. We have one wall is long with see the acid cutter and one wall is short. So it's saying as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavi. And so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavis. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Korah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rosh Hashanah because the Korah is going to define the area of the Mavi. Arba amas, but if you have a 4 wall, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the korah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rest it on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rava Amar Rava says, even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a korah at a slant here. So, and Rava says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason. I say you cannot put up a slanted korah, and I'm going to tell you the reasons of the people who say you can't put up a slanted korah. I'll tell you my reason that you could put a slanted korah. Why? Because korah time of my, what's the reason we have a korah mishum heker? Is to distinguish to people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave, we'll see that in a second, is different than the Rosh Hashanah. So the issue is, in the Mavli you're allowed to carry, in the Rosh Hashanah you're not. So we need to show people, even though the Mavli is pretty open to Rosh Hashanah, the reason people are able to carry there is because of the Mavli. It's not Rosh Hashanah. That's the function of a korah, according to Rabbi. So therefore, Balaksa Rabbi Heker, when you have a slanted korah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rosh Hashanah, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mavli and you see a Rosh Hashanah and there's a korah between them, but here you have this like slanted korah that seems to pick up part of the Rosh Hashanah, part of the Mavli. So he says if it's for a heker, it's not a good recognition that you're transitioning. So therefore, it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rabbi's point. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah mishomai. According to them, what's the function of a korah? Mishom mechitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something, we talked about this, pitik or yard misotzim, that the edge of it can come down, and it's as if the Mavli has a 4th wall. If the Mavli has a 4th wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall enclosed Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, Balaksa now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halach in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana says, "Ho shmaitzah the kahani he." Once there are all these kahanas who are saying things, aim of a milsa, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, this that we said, when we said, according to some, you could put the korah on a slant. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Eruvin, the entry to a Mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following. If you're going, let's say you had, if the entry to the Mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says Rav Kahana is going to define the Mavli, you're going to end up with a Mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ela keneged hakatzer. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your Mavli was like 7 amas and you shift it a little bit and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the Masechta. That's what's the halacha? You put up a korah. We're talking about a regular, Rashi says a regular Mavli now. You have a Mavli, you have a korah. Can you carry underneath the korah? Rav, Rabbi Yochanan, Rav and Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yochanan say yes, you can carry under the korah. Shmuel, Rabbi Shimon by Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon by Lakish, Amru Asar l'shamish the korah. But Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon by Rabbi and Reish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the korah. So says the Gemara, let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mars of a korah mishum heker, Mars of a korah mishum mechitza. So the Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the korah, why? Is because the point of the korah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a Mavli or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that korah is mishum mechitza, that maybe it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down. And if it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down because of the mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the korah because that's already outside of the mechitza that's creating the mother. The Gemara says, "Lo, that's not what they're arguing about because maybe the kuliyama korah mishum heker. Maybe everyone holds that the point of a korah is so that you should have a distinction between the two areas. That here's what they're arguing about: the mar savar hakerim of gal, umar savar hakerim of bar. So the question is, when you put up a korah, who are you showing the korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rishus Harabim? Or are you telling the people in Rishus Harabim, you see those people carrying in that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, so then it's going to be the inner lips that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the korah, so we're going to say you can only that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge because it's really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you the everyone holds that the function of a korah is to create a mechitza. This is why one said you can carry under and one said you can't. The one who said you cannot carry under the korah says that the inner lip of the korah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the korah is outside of the mavoi. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down. And if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the korah. So Amr Sister says that everyone agrees that across from a lechi you cannot carry. While under a korah, because a korah is at least a tefach wide, but a lechi could be minuscule. We'll learn that halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, it could be that you're going to cross that line. A thick tefach you can judge, but a thin lechi you can't. Rabbi Rachama asked Rav Chisda the following interesting question. So here's what happened. You have a mother, you have walls, and then you have the mother that opens. So instead of putting the korah on top of those walls, what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the korah on top. So what happened? The korah is just outside the walls. It's adjoining the walls, but it's not on top of the walls. That's the case. Is that a valid one? So Amarle, l'divrei hamater aser, l'divrei haoser muter. So we say as follows: that according to the person who said that you can carry under, the person who said you could carry under the. Sorry, 1 second. The divrei hamater. Okay, so we say, I'm sorry. So we're gonna say as follows: that according to one who said you can carry under the korah, why is that? Is because it's the outside edge of the korah that goes down. So in this scenario where you have the wall and then you have the korah in front of it, so the outside edge is where it's a tefach removed from the wall. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the korah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the korah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole korah is adjoining the walls, so if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down, there's no space between the end of the korah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the mavoi. So now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry under the korah, it's because the outer edge doesn't, and now that the korah is, instead of on top of the wall, adjoining the wall, so then the korah mechitza is a tefach removed from the walls. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mavoi, and it's going to be good. To which Rabbi says, I'm sorry, the Rabbi he says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this mechitza is flush against the walls, at the end of the day, the proper place for a korah is on top of the walls, not on the edge of the walls, not off the side of the walls, and therefore it would be usher. This would not be a valid korah. You need to put a different one on top of the walls. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, good morning. So I'll just announce our sponsorships. So the Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, Avram and Shandi Kelman, with the hope and prayer that this past Tisha B'Av or future Tisha B'Av will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis Hamikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira Miriam Grossman in the merit of a refuah shlema for all those in need. The day of learning is sponsored by David and Susan Clyde in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be in Aliyah for his neshama. And Daf Yomi Perek sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Venick and Stephen and Holly Venick in memory of their father, Herman Venick, Chani Yisrael Ben Ruven Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's daf is daf Ches in Subservant, and we are going to be picking up 7 lines down Amar Rabbah. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavui that opens up to an area that's either a rechava or a chatzar that's wider than it. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a pirza that wall came down and opened onto a different Rishus HaRabim. So initially we thought it was Machlokas Rab and Shmuel, and we said that Rab was concerned about Mefulish, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Machlokas between Rab and Shmuel, and that they're actually both in agreement. Or we actually don't know that Shmuel's involved at all. There was a concern when Rabbi Yehuda said something that we assumed it must have been in the name of Shmuel instead of his Rebbe Rav, because I apologize if the system was on mute. Okay, so I'll start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a chatzar or a rechava. A chatzar is an occupied area. A rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another Rishus HaRabim. And so we had the thought that Rav was concerned about Mefulish, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the mavoi and you can walk straight through the mavoi, through the chatzar or rechava, and then get out in another Rishus HaRabim. And whether that would make it like Mefulish, ultimately we decided that was not the primary concern here, and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be machlokas, and the fact that Rav Paskin that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chatzar, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chatzar, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry on the mavoi. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, if there had been an eruv between the mavoi and the chatzar, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an eruv issue, not a mefulish issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case Rabbi Yehuda was addressing was a rechava, and a rechava as an uninhabited area is something that did not require an eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of rechava and chatzar looked the same in terms of physical structure, the difference was is it a used chatzar or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, and the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mefulish, so therefore that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustment. But there does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rab, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an eruv issue, was not a mefulish issue. But that picks up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabbah, Hada Amr la'emsa rechava mutter. So he's picking up on. We said yesterday that Rav Yosef explains that the reason we're not worried about mefulish is why, because you have your mavoi, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So as you're looking at the mavoi, you see the mavoi ends, and then there's a broader area which is the chatzar or rechava. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to Rishus HaRabim. So we were not worried about mefulish. But Rabbah says, not so fast. This that we said, that as long as you have this T shape and you see that it's off to the side,
So that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Lo amran elazeh shelo keneged zeh. That nonetheless, we do have some concern about mafulosh. That if you're standing at the bottom here and you can see straight through from one Rosh Hashanah to another, even though it goes through a Rechava, even though that T area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rosh Hashanah. So Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your mavui leads into the recover of Chatzar, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rosh Hashanah. So you do not have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other, says Rabbi, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of mafulash. We talked about it being an Erev issue. Now we're adding back in the concept of it being mafulash. So it continues there. He says, but if it would be straight, it would be aser. So now, what does it mean? So when Rav said his halacha, he said mavi shenifres b'melua, that if you have a mavi that's fully open lechatzir to a chatzir, v'nifres a chatzir connecto, and it says opposite that the chatzir has a broken wall to the Rosh Hashanah. That seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says connecto, just means the wall that's opposite, but nonetheless you have to go like so. Okay. Now. So says the Gemara, Amar Rev Misharshia. So now we have put two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this T shape so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. But now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct openings between the Rosh it's mutter, but we have another qualification. Lo amran ela rekava the Rabbi. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with the Rekava, which we said we don't need an Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rekava that belongs to multiple people. Have a Rekava diyachid, but if that Rekava in the back, you have your Mavud and your Rekava is on top. If that Rekava belongs to a single individual, Zimnim Nimlach Allah Ubani Labatim Bahave Shemavi Shekala and see the Rekava V'Aser. So I'll read that again in a second once I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this T. You need to know that when you go in your Mavud, you see a space to the right and left. But let's say there was only space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your mavui, followed by the wall of the Rekava. Now the Rekava goes off to the right. So that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem because then you're seeing one straight wall, the left wall in the example I'm saying, it's a mavui wall followed by the Rekava wall, and then that leads to where the Rosh Hashanah is. So that's going to be a problem because this is what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line. And so you need a full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rav Mishashi is introducing is she's saying even if you have a T in this Rechava, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rechava belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what? I want to take advantage of real estate here. I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your mavui, and then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way, includes your mavui and your Rekava, that's problematic. So Rabbi Mishashi is saying, we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he builds it, even though we have a T, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rekava of the rabbis. How does that help? Because I guess even in the times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. But if one guy's there, he could choose to build his house. So Mishashi is telling us that it has to be owned by Yafet. So now let me read it with that explanation. This that we said you could carry when you have the T and you have the non-direct line between the Rishus HaRabim, we only said that when the Rechava belongs to multiple individuals. But if the Rechava, if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried that it might happen that he'll change his mind. He'll build houses. You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a mavoi that then ends in the side of Rechava. You have one straight line, and therefore it's going to be aser. So we're going to end up here as follows: that if you have your mavoi followed by if it's a Rechava, you don't need an eruv. If it's a chatzah, you do need an eruv, but you need three other qualifications. You need this T. You need to make sure that T cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rishus HaRabim have a turn so that it's not a direct straight line mafulush from one Rishus HaRabim to the other. Okay, so now ask the Gemara, the Shanilan, then Rechava the Rabim will cover the other. Where do we have this halachic concept that we're worried that an individual is going to change something, but the Rabbim aren't going to change something? Because we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, Rabbim aren't going to build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar, because we have later in the Masechta and Daf Chavitas, we say Rabbi bar Rav Ado, Rabbi bar Rav Ado, Rav Yitzchak, Rabbi bar Rav Abba said the name of Yitzchak. Ma'aser b'mavoi yachad, shetzida yachad kol ha'yam, shetzida yachad kol ha'ashpa. So here's the case: you have a Rishus HaRabim like any other mavoi, like any other case, and you have a mavoi. A mavoi needs three walls for a regular mavoi, but this mavoi is interesting. Its three walls were crafted in three different ways. So let's call it your left wall, when you're standing in Rishus HaRabim, your left wall was a garbage dump, and that garbage dump was more than 10 tefachim high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or a yam. That's actually machlokes in the posting whether rivers apply, we'll see in a minute, but you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is a mechitza, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, so the rule is eser b'sof arba. As long as the incline mislake eser b'sof arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4. So what does it mean? As long as if you're walking 4 amas, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 tefachim, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that it's considered a mechitza. Okay, so you have your Rishus HaRabim. Your left side is a garbage dump, at least 10 tefachim tall. Your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 tefachim tall. And in front of you are the chutzers that open up. So you have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine mavoi. That was the case they had. Well, what happened? Rabbi, and they came in front of Rabbi and said, was this an acceptable mavoi that you could just put up a lechi or korah and carry in it? Rabbi didn't want to say it's aser, and he didn't want to say it's mutter. Why? The whole kind of mechitzas. He didn't want to say it's aser because at the end of the day you have valid mechitzas here. Water is a mechitza, the embankment of water, garbage is a mechitza, houses are a mechitza. So he said at the end of the day you have 3 valid walls open for Rishus HaRabim that looks and smells like heter loyamar, but he also didn't want to say that they carry in it. Why? Because because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people are carrying because there was a piece of garbage and now it's not there anymore, but they're still going to carry, maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was the mechitza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. But what happens as is the nature, and this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislake eser b'sof arba, which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline. And maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So it continues. So we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changes. But where do we see this Yachid and Rabbi thing? Continues the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the mechitza there? But wait, we had a Mishnah that is again there in Daf Chavites in later in our Masechta. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 tefachim tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rosh Hashanah. His house is a Rosh Hashanah. Why is the garbage dump a Rosh Hashanah? Because it's 10 tefachim tall, and presumably the dollar tefachim wide, dollar by dollar tefachim. Even if it wasn't dollar by dollar tefachim, it'd be fine because it'll be a makom patur, and because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than dollar by dollar. Either way, you could throw from your Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah or to a makom patur. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out their window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer Rosh Hashanah because it's only Rosh Hashanah because there's garbage piled up more than 10 tefachim. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window, he's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land on Rosh Hashanah and he'll have thrown from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, that it must be the reason that we're worried in Rabbi's case that the garbage is going to get taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and it's going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mother is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So that's the Gemara. So this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Misharshia. Rabbi Misharshia says even the tea is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the tea and he'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your Rehoboth. Okay, so now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi says, we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the Gemara asked Rabbanan Mai? So that was Rabbi's concern. What is the Rabbi's question? What does the Rabbanan say? So Rabbi Yosef by Rabbi says, Hana learns the Chachamim also. The Chachamim, even though Rabbi was not prepared to say that it's usher or mutter. It's mutter because technically they're machitza. For usher, because he might have said usher because he's worried people are gonna get taken away. People will still carry that. The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said usher. Amr Nachman halacha to the Rebbe Chachamim. Nachman says that's in fact halacha that we're worried that it's going to get taken away, and therefore you cannot rely on this mavoi. On a mother that for one of its walls relies on either the sea or on a pile of garbage. There are others who say, Rabbi Yosef Bar Abdini says, kind of we learned from Chachamim hearing that the Chachamim said at the end of the day, Rabbi was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls. This, Rav Nachman, ain't halacha to the Rebbe Chachamim. Rav Nachman's consistent regardless of which version. He's saying at the end of the day, Rabbi was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage pile that could get taken away or a sea that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay. So this is kind of unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the slope of the water changing. So what happened? And in Surah, they had one or more mavoi where you have your Rosh Hashanah, and then the mavoi comes off, and the back of the mavoi was the sea. So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you have this. But what was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on the sea to be your back mechitza, your third mechitza, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes? And as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a Mechitza, so then it's going to be a problem because you're carrying in this mother, relying that your third wall is the sea, and really the sea has shifted and it's no longer a Mechitza. So Meremar was actually worried about that. So therefore he set up Pasukle, he separated the edge of the sea with Uzli, he put up nets. So a net is a valid Mechitza, he put up a Mechitza in the back as a safety precaution. So you see that there was this concern, that there is in fact this concern that maybe the incline of the sea is going to change and it will no longer be a Mechitza. Okay, continuing to tomorrow, we are 11 lines up, beginning of the line. So we just talked about surah, so now we're going to go back to our favorite topic of Mavli Akum. So Mavli Akum, as we talked about, is an L shape or a race shape, as we speak to call it. There's no focus. Rav and Shmuel. Rav said that it's treated like Mefula. If you look at these, we ignore the bend and look at it like any other Mavli that is open on two ends to the Rabbin. And Shmuel said no. And also Rav was the one who passed in like the Tanakama and said all you need is a Surah Pesach on one end and a Lefi on the other end. And Shmuel was the one that said, wait, you need an actual bella, a doorway on one end, and a lefty or on the other end. Okay, so all that's going to come into play here. So you had in Surah a certain mother, you had this L-shaped mother. So what did they do? Kara Udia was either they back when we say. So they wound up they rolled up a makatelek, a mat, and they put it in the bed. I'll explain in a minute. There's some possible different gear stuff, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefty in the bend over there. So Amr the Rafisa says, I don't get it. So the way we understand this Gemara is that at the bottom of one entrance to Shus HaRabim they stuck a lefty, and then at the bend they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefty discussion. This has more to do with, we'll talk about it. This is not really what you need to fix this mother. It has more to do with what they use as a lefty. But we'll see in a second. So hello to Rav, look to Shmuel. What are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? The Rav don't refer us to Mafulos. Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who says that this is a Mafulos, then Surah HaPesach Koi. Then you need on one end a Surah HaPesach, and on the other end a lefty. And the way we've done it in the past was by putting the Surah HaPesach at the bend and a lefty on either end of these numbers. But here they didn't put up a Surah HaPesach. They put up a put up a rolled up mat. So with the Pesach bite, the Shmuel, and so it's not like Rav. The Shmuel down the Parashat Kutasum. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel who says that you need that each of these models are considered like private models. So says the Gemara, so that makes sense. Shmuel says, so what did Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefty on either end. Now, according to we talked about it briefly, Rothschild brought from his Rabbi that not only do you need a lefty on either end, you need a lefty in the bend. This is why I was saying before, so it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mother didn't choose to put a lefty at its end. Only the vertical mother wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here and they needed to put a lefty in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, who understood Shmuel, and you just put one lefty here and one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything there. So some have a gear so that they put a Surah Pesach, which is mat. Others have a gear so that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rosh Hashanah.
What up, Wiz? How you living, big guy?
Whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lefty to roll up a mat. So we don't have to get into the details of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lefty on each end? If the lefty is a valid lefty, Abo high, even the Russian baby, so the Shabby lay low swim room. But this, you know, if you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it there.
What up, Wisdom?
I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like you're foolish. And even if it is, so, and then you need a Surah Pesach. And even if it's like Shmuel, and that's at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lefty here. It says the Gemara, But if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lefty, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lefty. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lefty, but what is the lefty. Okay, we learned. So this is going to quote the Psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the Psak of Rav, was really focused on the mother. The idea that the people in the mother cannot carry if
how are you, big dog?
to a cutler with which they don't have an area.
Living in a dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are you, big man? How can I help you? No, I'm online right now.
So therefore, we said carrying the mother is up. That's what we focused on yesterday.
Yes, I am. I'm online on 2 different streams on X, dog.
Which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus. So Rav said that the cluster is
I'm busy right now, but what's going on? Just talk to me here.
Why was that? Because
hold on. I didn't tell you to download any apps. I said you could make them in a browser, but go ahead.
So the mavli is narrower, and then the clutter becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in the clutter looking back toward the mavli,
I didn't say you had to download the apps. You can make them in a browser.
There's a break. Presumably that break is less than the break. And we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amas, we look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rabbi break, and what do I see? I see the wall, and I see a Rabbi, and the opening is less than 10 amas, and I see a wall and opening. So we said in the chutzner you can carry regardless.
What do you mean?
The chutzner is open to the mavli. I don't care because the chutzner does not have to form with the mavli, and the mavli does not preclude the people from.
Do you know how Linktree works?
Because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner. We have our own neighbor that takes care of it. And we're not interested in
all right, so just Google. How does here? I'll send you a thing.
We're going to focus a little bit on that. We learned over Yirmiyah by Rabbi. Yirmiyah by Rabbi says the name of Rab. Mavli is different from the Lul Chatzer. Our case from yesterday, your Mavli opens up to it got broken in its entirety. The full width of the Mavli got open to a Chatzer. The difference of Chatzer Connecto, and in fact, the Chatzer also had the wall opposite that opened to Rishus Harabim. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off, we discussed yesterday, but you have this connection that people walk through. He said Chatzer was Teres and Mavli Aser, that the Chatzer is Mutter and the Mavli is Aser for the reasons I just described. Amar Leg, Rabbi Barula, Rabbi Barabaya. So the Rabbi Barula said to Rabbi Barabaya, Rabbi Lomash Naseni Hizu. They said, wait a second. Why is Rav and Amora coming and telling us this? We already learned.
All right, big dog. Watch the video and it should make sense to you. If you have questions, come back to me. It's in your hands.
That if you have chaser ketana to nifratol gedolo, that if you have a small chaser that got an opening made between it and a broader machine. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chaser here, you have a small chaser on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chaser, right? So we're going to say, so you have a chaser gedolo, you have a small chaser that opens up onto a bigger one. So we say gedolo muteres. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an area with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a pesach, it's just a doorway. Katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the Gedolah, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There are no walls that separate you because the walls are only on the outside. but the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective, and if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of luck. So the question is, why did you need this? Why did Rav need to tell me that? If you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner in this case would be the equivalent to the mavoi. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei, Ime Hasam, if I had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Kana, I would say,
yes, watch the video I sent you on X.
I would think as follows. If all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with
yes, watch the video I sent you on X.
You're not using the small chutzner or the large chutzner, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chutzeros that have to be next to each other, like a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens the chutzner that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a throughway. You can go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chutzner and the large chutzner. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me the law. Gemara said, wait a second, I didn't need to tell me that either. Well, now we think because we also learned, because we have a Mishnah that's later in the section of that page, which said, what's there? Rabbi was talking of the Jews, the young of the Jews.
Okay, watch it. It should make sense. If you have questions, come back. What'd you say? No, I don't have any projects, but that'll help you.
We're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the social.
Excellent.
Right? And you see that a suffix tumah,
you're welcome, my friend.
If it's a private place, then it's usher. But if you get a more public place, it's mutter, because you learn from the paradigm of sota. That's the concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times even today. We have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it's a yasser that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halakhic mechitza. But as relates to Truma, it's not so simple, because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of a Shusha Yachid you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halach in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says it's a Rosh Hashanah to Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say his halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry, and while the bigger one is mutter, We see that from Tavi Test. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? So the Gemara says, "You may husam." If I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's just the Shabbos, that's what connected that. I might have said that what is that case where they say even though we're not going on the base? What is that case where they said even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the cutter are on top of each other. But our case of Rav was Avozek connected that Imalo, but our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are Mafulah, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the Mavli followed by a wider cutter or a cover, you're okay. So the Gemara said, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rab's finish according to Rabbi. And the Gemara, Rabbi Dalman Tekanagazal also, the one of the Rabbi who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be other Rabbi Ma'muti law. So then what would he establish when Rav says halacha? What's the case? It must be that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Karti Lamali, why do I need Rav to tell me in our halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos? The Gemara said, okay, I'll tell you what Rav teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rabbi Dorsen, but that people go through it is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, then I might have thought that what does it mean is there's just Yosef the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is the Araisa or just a Yosef, and if someone were to throw something from the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully imposed Mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not give the Rabbanan say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tadi Test that the Mavli is Aser, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tadi Test plus tomorrow that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is Rosh Hashanah, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you could actually carry, and that's the kiddush that Rav was teaching us. That's the Gemara, fifth line down. Itmar, Mavli ha'asa kenado. So if you had a Mavli that was made like a nado seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands it, you have the following. You have a Mavli going across, and then you have multiple legs that are Mavlis coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many Mavli Akum. So you have this one Rosh Hashanah. So you should go here and then down the first one. You can go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple Mavli Akum. That's the case we're dealing with. That's this Nadal, the centipede. So says Abaya, okay, I'll give you the solution. Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah, put a Suras HaPesach, and then at the bottom, on the bottom Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a Korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Suras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or Korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rabba. Rabba says back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because if, you remember, Ram is the one that says when you have a Mavli Akum, a bent Mavli, we treat that like a Mavli Mefulish. And you need a Tzuras HaPesach and a Lechir Korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a Delas, according to Chananya. But in order, if you treat it like a Mavli Mefulish, you need some kind of Tzuras HaPesach at the bend, and you need a Lechi on either end, right? And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's Mavli Sasum, that each Mavli is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter. You just put, according to Shmuel, you put a Lechi on this one, and then a Lechi on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Damer Tarasa Kasasum, then it's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuras HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuras HaPesach here? All you should need is a lefty at every entrance and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavoi Uppums as Mavoi Rufulish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lefty. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuras HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara, not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavi Yaakov in Nardoi, and they ended up paskening like Rav, and they required, we talked about this, the Lassos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav, Halacha, the Morin came, but the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's socks. So clearly, the halacha should follow Rav at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuras HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lefty at each end. So it says in Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi, Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather Oset Tzuras HaPesach L'Kulo. You should put it that so you have the bigger Shizrab and they have the small ones. So each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavoi, you should put a Tzuras HaPesach L'Hai Disa to this side, the Idach Disa Mystery Belech in the Korah. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a Lechi or Korah, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore what Abaya said, where you put one Tzuras HaPesach and then Lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a Lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good, and that matches Rav's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Bar Manume, who said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, who said in Shmei Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav, in the name of Rav Kahana the Rebbe of Rav. But Amri Law, some said Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, Hainu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts of people named Rav Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi shetzidei echad araf, shetzidei echad katzer. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen? If you were walking in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavoi of Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavoi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this mavoi? When you're looking at this mavoi, you have one wall of the mavoi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah. So the Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long, but the other wall of the mavoi was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your mavoi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is. So you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this mavoi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that made sense. Mavoi shetzidei echad araf. We have one wall is long with tzidei echad katzer and one wall is short. Hachad me'araf amas v'niach zakar ba'alakson. So it's saying, as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavoi, and so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavoi. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant. And then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rosh Hashanah because the Korah is going to define the area of the Mavoi. Arba amas, but if you have a 4 wall, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Korah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall you rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rava Amar Echaz Nevi Echaz Ena Menech is a Kar El Keneged HaKater. Rava says even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a korah at a slant here. So, and Rava says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason. You say you cannot put up a slanted korah, and I'm going to tell you the reasons of the people who say you can't put up a slanted korah. I'll tell you my reason that you could put a slanted korah. Why? Because korah time of my. What's the reason we have a korah mishum heker? Is to distinguish to people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave, we'll see that in a second, is different than Rosh Hashanah. So the issue is, in the Mava you're allowed to carry, in Rosh Hashanah you're not. So we need to show people, even though the Mava is pretty open to Rosh Hashanah, the reason people are able to carry there is because it's a Mava. It's not Rosh Hashanah. That's the function of a Korah, according to Rabbi. So therefore, Balaksa Rabbi Heker, when you have a slanted Korah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rosh Hashanah, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mavli and you see a Rosh Hashanah and there's a Korah between them, but here you have this like slanted Korah that seems to pick up part of the Rosh Hashanah, part of the Mavli. So he says if it's for a hecker, it's not a good recognition. It's not a good recognition that you're transitioning. So therefore, it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rabbi's point. The aim of time to do. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah mishamai. According to them, what's the function of a Korah? Mishum mechitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something. We talked about this, pitik or yored v'sotzim, that the edge of it can come down, and it's as if the mavli has a fourth wall. If the mavli has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall enclosed Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, balaksa now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you can have a mechitza on a slant, you can have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halakha in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana says, "Oh, Shmai says the Kahani. Once there are all these Kahanas who are saying things, Ema Milsa. I'm going to tell you something else. Also, Hada Amrit. This that we said, Maniach Hakam Balakson. When we said, according to some, you could put the Korah on a slant. Lo Amran Elashale in Balak Sono Yoser Me Eser. He says it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Erevin. The entry to a mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had if the entry to the mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says Rav Kahana is going to define the mavli. You're going to end up with a mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ela keneged hakatzer. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mavli was like 7 amas, and you shift it a little bit, and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the Masechta. That what's the halacha? You put up a korah. We're talking about a regular. Rashi said the regular mavli now. You have a mavli, you have a korah. Can you carry underneath the korah? Rav, the Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Yochanan, Rav and Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Yochanan say yes, you can carry under the korah. Shmuel, Rabbi Shimon, by Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon, by Lakish, Amru, Asur, L'Shamish, the korah. But Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon, by Rabbi and Reish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the korah. It says the Gemara, let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mar Savar Kor Mishum Heker, Umar Savar Kor Mishum Mechitza. So the Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the Korah, why? Is because the point of the Korah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a Mavli or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that Korah is Mishum Mechitza, that maybe it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down, and if it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down because it's a mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the korah because that's already outside of the mechitza that's creating the mavli. And where it says low. That's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe the Kuliyama Korishim Hacker, maybe everyone holds that the point of a Korah is so that you should have a distinction between the two areas. That here's what they're arguing about. The Mar Savar Hakerim of Gav, Umar Savar Hakerim of Var. So the question is, when you put up a Korah, who are you showing the Korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rosh Hashanah? Or are you telling the people in Rosh Hashanah, you see those people carrying that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, be the inner lip that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Korah. So we're going to say you can only that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge, because it's really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the Korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of a Korah is to create a mechitza. This is why one says you can carry under and one says you can't. The one who said you cannot carry under the Korah says that the inner lip of the Korah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the Korah is outside of the mavoi. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down. And if it's the outer edge, then you carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the Korah. So says that everyone agrees that across from a lefty, you cannot carry. While under a Korah, because a Korah is at least a tefa wide, but a lefty could be minuscule. We'll learn that halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, it could be that you're going to cross that line. A thick tefach you can judge, but a thin lefty you can't. Rami Rachama asked him the following interesting question. No, he says if you snake hopefully and here's what happened. You have a mother, you have walls, and then you have the mavoi that open. So instead of putting the Korah on top of those walls, what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the Korah on top. So what happened? The Korah was just outside the wall. It's adjoining the walls, but it's not on top of the wall. That's the case. It's not a valid one. So Amarle, l'divrei hamater aser, l'divrei ha'oser muter. So we say as follows, that according to the person who said that you can carry under, the person who said you can carry under the,
what website you're on, etc.
The divrei hamater
website you visit. You realize that?
Okay, so we say, I'm sorry, so we're going to say as follows, that according to one who said you can carry under the Korah, why is that? It's because it's the outside edge of the Korah that goes down. So in this scenario, where you have the wall, and then you have the Korah in front of it, so the outside edge is where? It's a tefach removed from the wall. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the Korah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the Korah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole Korah is adjoining the wall, so it's the inner edge that comes down. So the inner edge is coming down. There's no space between the end of the Korah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the mavoi. So now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry under the Korah, it's because the outer edge doesn't, and now that the Korah is instead of on top of the wall, adjoining the wall, so then the Korah mechitza is a tefach removed from the wall. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mavoi, and it's going to be good. Which Rabbi says, well, you ha'oser nami aser. I'm sorry, Rabbi ha'oser nami aser, but even Korah gabe mavoi bilakta. He says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this mechitza is flush against the walls, at the end of the day, the proper place for a Korah is on top of the walls, not on the edge of the walls, not off the side of the walls, and therefore it would be usher. This would not be a valid Korah. You need to put a different one on top of the wall. Have a wonderful day.
You could learn for the rest of your life. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to BABEL.com/Theo. That's BABEL.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. Babel, language for life. It's really interesting how it's almost like during that time that a lot of the wrestlers stole a lot of the game
response to Jeffrey and says,
energy almost.
how
It's like the
Father,
even no matter how much gain
father, grandfather, great grandfather, and long-time pillar of our hero now.
there was a guy, there was always characters that
Week of
pushed
learning
beyond
dedicated
the
by
that way,
Peter
like
Andrews
Gorgeous
and
George
his wife, Dr.
in the
Karen, and his academic
1950s
appointment as
was
a
the guy
lecturer
like
at Cleveland University. And by
Muhammad
Ira
Ali
wrote
credits
the
Gorgeous
narrative
George
of
a lot
the
for
film with
being the
all
talker.
those views.
He got a lot of he had curly blonde hair. And not to be confused with Macho Man's girlfriend.
Okay, so we're going to pick up today's Dr. We're going to, over 9, we're going to pick up at the bottom of second,
the wrestler, they go to lock up
the bottom line, special base. So we had just been introduced to this topic of if you have the walls of the Korah, you have the walls of the Mavli, and you put the Korah, as Gemara said, if you stick in 2 pegs in the wall, 2 stakes, and you put the Korah on top. So what happens is your Korah is just outside of the Mavli. So we talked about the fact it depends which lip goes down, the inner or outer. But then Rabbi said, Halacha said, no, it doesn't matter which lip goes down. At the end of the day, a Korah needs to be on top of the walls of the Mavli. It can't be on the outside of the Mavli, and therefore it doesn't work, regardless of your opinion about whether it's the inner or the outer edge of the Korah that functions as a Mechitza. So ask the Gemara, Eisei of Adabar Masna L'Rabba. If Adabar Masna asked the question on Rabbi, who said that the Korah has to be on top, he says, because we have a brayso as follows, Haisa Korasa, if the Korah was the top of Pesach and Aleph, Meshucha Otluya. Rashi says Meshucha seems to be a case of where it's forward of the wall. Otluya, Rashi explains, means that you have your Korah, which is too short to sit over the walls of the Mavli. So what do you do instead? Rashi said you have a
and then by the 80s he went into
you have like a little reed or a little stick, and you stick it in and you put the Korah on top of it. So basically it looks like a T. You have a little support and they have a Korah, but the Korah doesn't reach either wall of the Mavli. So it's just kind of hanging there. So that's the case with Sukkot Shluya. So we say as follows, if it's less than 3 tefachim, the gap, now whether presumably that gap is forward, or the gap is in the case of that T-shaped thing, there's a distance between the edge of the Korah and the wall. So we're going to say it depends. If it's less than 3 tefachim, then that's a valid Korah. You don't need to bring another one because the halacha of Lavud, we know Lavud is if something's less than 2 tefachim, less than 3 tefachim, it's considered as if it continues, as if it's connected.
Because it's a
Gimel, but if it is 3 tefachim, you need to bring another Korah because basically this Korah is too short. It doesn't reach the walls, and it doesn't even reach the walls using the element of Lavud. So this is a fundamental machlokas between Gamliel says publicly Daled ain't Tarf Lavud Karakar, Daled Tarf Lavud Karakar. He says no, it's only when if it's less than 4, you're good. Because Lavud works up to 4 tefachim. But if there's even more than 4 tefachim there, then Lavud doesn't work. So he agrees with the basic halacha of Meshucha and Shluya. But he's just saying Lavud works by 4 tefachim, not by 3 tefachim. So it says to tomorrow, my love doesn't mean Meshucha libachut, that Meshucha means drawn away, means that the Korah is outside of the Mavli, with Tuluya libachnim, and the Tuluya, the hanging one, is that T-shaped thing that's in the Korah, in the Mavli, but just not reaching either of the walls. So what's the issue? The issue is it seems to be saying Meshucha, that if you have your Korah, in fact, this is really a question even on the ones who said the Divrei Matir Oser and Oser Matir, because there also we were saying it's a problem if the outer lip goes down, outer edge goes down. The truth is, our brayso seems to be saying that Lavud works even on something that's removed from the walls of the Mavli. So therefore, this is a question at least on Rava and probably on the first version also. So therefore, we're going to say
So that's the question. How can you say that a Korah can only be on top? We have this language of Meshucha, and Meshucha means drawn away. Presumably that means forward of the muzzle. The Gemara says, no, that's not what Meshucha means. Both Meshucha and Tuluya are internal. Meshucha meruach achas, Tuluya mishnei ruchos. So Meshucha means it's drawn away means that it's only connected on one side and there's a gap on the other side, whereas Tuluya means that it's this T-shaped thing and it's missing width on both sides. So I might have thought, so what's the kiddush of telling me that Tuluya that it's from two sides? I'm reading in love with I might have thought, look, Loved would give you this dispensation. If you come up with a Torah that's a little bit short, we'll give you 3 spots. But here, you're taking it on both ends. You're taking Loved here, Loved there. Maybe it doesn't work like that. But it works. It does. That's why the Mishnah needs to tell us both cases. So lots of discussion about, well, why did it need to tell us both? Just tell us the case of 2, and then we'll know that obviously one works, different Shatim and Mefarshim. I think the simplest one is that Meshucha and Tuluya aren't clear what they mean. So if you give both, one is from Loved with just one side, and the other would be Loved from 2 sides. But if you would only say one, we would assume that it's a one-side Loved, and we would think that maybe you can't employ the device or the solution of Loved on both sides. That's a mark. Okay. Rashi says a different paragraph, that it's not that one is on one side, one from 2 sides, but rather it's all one case. Meshucha Tuluya. That we're talking about a case where it's drawn forward and it's hanging. So what's that? If you tell me what's this case, you go to know say those akumos I'll snake closely muffled. And if you have as follows, you have a Korah that's too short, and so what did you do? You put it on 2 pegs or 2 stakes you have that are awesome, that are bent on snake hooks and mubbly that are coming out of both walls. I'll show you in a second. In the Golden Gimel, that there isn't in their height 3, meaning it's less than 3 tefachim above the level of the top of the mubbly. They ain't back in Eastern Gimel, and there isn't in its bend, which presumably means in its width, meaning the distance from the wall. So as follows, we're going to say, well, what's the case? Different custom in Rishonim. So Rashi, at least in the picture, although I think many of the parts understand that that's not what Rashi's saying. In the picture they have in the Gemara, it looks like you had these 2 nails or stakes that come up at a slant. So that way you have your walls of your marble, you have the slanting stake, and then you rest the Korah on top. So the problem is that A, it's too short, it's not reaching the walls, and B, it's raised because you put them on top of these stakes that are above the thing. To which we would be saying, as long as the height is within Gimel Tefachim of the top of the bubbly, and as long as either side is within Gimel Tefachim of that the Korah reaches within Gimel Tefachim of the side, then we're going to say that that's okay. Others understand, the Tosfos and others understand that it's in the shape of a rake. So you have a bent stake. Some understand that it's bent like this, so it comes out of the wall and goes up. Others understand that it goes up and cuts over. But whatever the point is, the idea is that you have both a height mismatch, that you're above the walls of the mubbly, and you have a width mismatch in the sense that the Korah is not long enough. So therefore, you rest it on there. Now, the easy question is, wait a second, what do I care if it's a stake and then a Korah the board? At the end of the day, you have something running from one wall to the other wall. So Rashi and others explain that the issue is that this stake that you put in cannot be counted as part of the Korah. Why? Because we learned in the first Mishnah in Eruvin that a Korah has to be 1 tefach thick, and at the end of the day, if you have this nail or stake coming up, however it's coming up, it's not thick enough to be a Korah, so it can't count as your Korah. So the question is your Korah close enough in height and in width in order to be able to employ the device of love it, and we'll see in a second one, we also have to employ another device here. But in any event, the point is, it is both hanging, so it's above the level of the mavoi, and it's meshucha drawn in, or vice versa. But the point being that's the case of the Mishnah, meshucha of the vice of meshucha v'hitluya. So says the Gemara. So what's the finish here? What is the Brisa trying to tell us? Ma'udatay my might have thought. Oh, love it, Amrinan, oh, Chavat, Amrinan. Love of the Chavat, law, Amrinan, Kamash Mulan, that we do. So, Chavat is a concept of taking something and lowering it. This is generally used in connection with some kind of covering or all. The idea would be that if you have a covering and there's a hole in it, but there's a piece above the hole, so we're going to say Chavat, that you put it down. So it's basically lavud we generally think of as side to side. Kavos is kind of a vertical lavud. So the idea here would be that we're employing kavos because your stakes go up higher. You're above the walls of the mother. We're employing kavos to say we view it as if it was down on. As long as it's within 3 possible, we look at it as if it was down on top of the walls of the mavoi, and also it's too short, so we employ lavud to extend it to the side. So that's the Gemara. The chiddush of this Brisa would be similar, just like we said that we didn't know you could apply lavud on both sides. We didn't know that you could apply both lavud and chavod to the same case. And here we are, because chavod takes it down, lavud extends it to the side, and you have a valid Torah. So that's what we're saying was the case of Meshucha and Meshucha, but there is no proof that we would, Meshucha does not mean, in the answer to the Gemara, that it's removed from the mavoi, and therefore if you chunk your 2 stakes in and put the Torah on the outside, it wouldn't help because says Rabbi, says Rabbi, the Torah by its nature has to be on top of the walls of the mavoi, and Meshucha does not mean other. Okay, says the Gemara, Honey of Zakai, Kamedra, Yochanan. There's a Kai said in front of Rabbi Yochanan, Bein l'chayayin v'tachas hakora nidon k'karmelis. That between the lappy and under the Korah is treated like a carmelis. Now we know a carmelis is an area that's neither a Sissiyapa Deraisa nor a Sissiyam Deraisa, and the halacha is you cannot carry in a carmelis, you cannot carry from either a Sissiyapa or a Sissiyapa or a Sissiyam to a carmelis. But if you're saying the area under a Korah or the area that's alongside the lappy is a carmelis, essentially what you're saying is you cannot carry either under a Torah or along the width of a lefty. So he said this in front of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Put plenty of rods. Go teach this Brisa outside." Meaning, this is not a good Brisa. Don't communicate this Brisa in those measures because it's not acceptable. So okay. So now the question is, the Zakai was quoting a Brisa that said you cannot carry under Torah and you cannot carry next to a lefty. Now, if you remember, yesterday we learned the halacha of Rabbi, which was even though you could carry under the Torah, you cannot carry opposite from the lefty. So the question is, when Rabbi Yochanan was arguing and telling them this is not a good brisa, was he saying it's not a good brisa because you're allowed to carry both under Torah and next to a lefty, or was he just saying under Torah you can, but he would still agree with the system maybe that you would not be able to carry next to a lefty? Let's see, Amar Abaya says, it makes sense with Yochanan when he says, no, you're wrong, it's not a carmelis, you can carry there, then what he was talking about was the ability to carry beneath the Torah. I will bring Messiah also. But opposite the lefty would in fact be also, which would be consistent with what Rav Chisda said yesterday. So Rav Chisda, I explained yesterday, which is Tosfos' view, is that the reason you can carry under the Torah is a tepa. It's a meaningful size, and therefore you can judge when you're going to go past it. But a lefty could be kosher, could be very thin, so you might not be able to judge it correctly. So that's why we say no kayan or other Rishonim understand that maybe that Korah is used from hectare, so you have the hectare regardless. But if we say lefty is pizza, others understand that there's a difference between the Rothschild. I think there's a difference between a lefty and a Korah, whether it's the inner edge or the outer edge. But whatever the point is, he was saying it seemed they were trying to say that Rabbi Yochanan is of the opinion you can carry under a Torah, but you cannot carry opposite the lefty, which was like we said yesterday. But Rabbi said, when Rabbi Yochanan told him this is a bad right to take it out, he was arguing on both points. He said neither under a Torah nor opposite the lefty is a Carmelite, and therefore, according to Rabbi, you would be able to carry in a full mavli as well as opposite the lefty. Okay, so I'm a Rabbi. Rabbi says, I mean the law. Where do I know this idea, or what's the concept why you're able to carry opposite the lefty? Now again, if the lefty is a centimeter thick, this is not a big thing, but a lefty could be an amma, it could be big. So the question is, can you carry opposite? So Rabbi says you can. Where do I know it from? It's the other of Dini Amr of Yochanan, because when Dini came to Mary Yisrael, he said in the name of Yochanan, welcome to Imbal Dalad Al Dalad, Mutal of Neighbor Sister Rabbi, the name of Sister Yaakov, the Katip below. So we had this concept in Shabbos. We're going to have it further on in the Sefter number of times. That we know that there's four Rishuyos. There's a Sister Yaakov, there's a Sister Rabbi, there's a Carmelist, and there's a Makom Patur. We talked about a Makom Patur yesterday in the context of the dunk where you throw garbage out the window. It might be a Makom Patur. Makom Patur is basically an area that does not have mechitzas that go all the way up to 10 buckets. I'm sorry, even if it does, but it does not have the area of Dalad Al Dalad. It's not 4 buckets by 4 buckets. So it's considered a Makom Patur. And a Makom Patur you could carry from a Rosh Hashanah to a Makom Patur, or from a Rosh Hashanah to a Makom Patur, right? So what this case is that if you have a Makom came by Dalad Al Dalad, so it's a Makom Patur, someone from the Rosh Hashanah or from the Rosh Hashanah is able to put their load down on it. So this we're talking about something that's a little bit raised off the floor, some kind of stand. So you can put down your load. And even though if you're walking in Rosh Hashanah, or if you're in Rosh Hashanah that's along it, you can put down your load and pick it back up. It's not a problem to transfer to a Makom Patur or from a Makom Patur, either from Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah. It's like a free space. So it says the Brayta. Or the Memra, you cannot use this Makom Patur as a mechanism to carry from the Sister Rabbi to the Yaakov or vice versa. So what might I do? I might say, okay, I'm walking in Rosh Hashanah. I want to get my load into Rosh Hashanah. I'm not allowed to do that in the ordinary course. So maybe what I'll try to do is I'll unload my load from the Rosh Hashanah onto this Makom Patur, onto this little platform that's less than $1. Then I'll walk into the Rosh Hashanah and I'll pick it up because you're allowed to put something from Rosh Hashanah onto a Makom Patur, and you're allowed to take something from a Makom Patur into the Rosh Hashanah or vice versa. Says the Memra, no, you can't do that. You could put it, yes, you can carry from Rosh Hashanah to a Makom Patur or Rosh Hashanah to Makom Patur or vice versa, but you cannot use it as a means to get by the restriction on carrying from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah because the Rabbanan didn't want to lead to a scenario where people would actually carry from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. The right thing to probably do it. That's the Gemara.
So but I will always maintain fun with
so therefore, what's the issue? So Rabba's proof is he says when you have an area that's an independent area, but it's not Dalad Al Dalad, so then it's a Makom Patur. So he says the area across from a lefty is in a certain sense its own area, right? And so therefore, and the halacha would be like it's a Makom Patur. So therefore, you could carry from the Rishus, you could carry from the Mavli into the area opposite the lefty because it's a Makom Patur, right? Now, you cannot carry from the Sister Rabbi to this Makom Patur because it's not a true Makom Patur. It's only a Makom Patur in the sense that we're treating the lefty as a separate area. The Doraisa, presumably, it's actually a Rosh Hashanah. But whatever the point is, Rabbi is saying that I treat the area between across from the lefty as if it's a Makom Patur because it's its own area in some sense, and therefore there's no problem carrying from the Rosh Hashanah to the Makom Patur, which is another way of saying that you can carry in the Mavli and you can carry in the Makom Patur that abuts it, which is the area across from the left. So that Rabbi says, I learned from the concept of Makom Patur that you can carry across from the left. Abaya, so what would Abaya? Abaya is the one who says that even Rabbi Yochanan says you cannot carry between Lachayayim. He says, when Rabbi Yochanan told him, go teach your Bryce house, I was only arguing on under the Torah, but he agrees opposite the Lechi's author. So how would he understand? Why should the area across from the Lechi be any worse than a Makom Patur? What's wrong with Rabbi's theory? So Rabbi would tell you, Hasam the Gavol Gimel. When we were talking about that Makom Patur that you could put your load down on, we're talking about this little platform that you had that was in the area abutting the Yaakov and the Rabbi. So therefore, says Abaya, we don't mind telling you to put something down from Rosh Hashanah onto this Makom Patur or from Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because the Makom Patur is clearly a different area because you're walking in Rosh Hashanah, it's flat, and all of a sudden there's this platform that's 3, 4, 5 tefachim tall. You can put something down on it because it's clear that that's a Makom Patur. It's a small area and it's not at the same level as the ground. So that we let you do. But what you're trying to extend it to, Rabbi, you're trying to say that the area across from the Lechi, you should look at that as if it's a Makom Patur. The problem is there's nothing physical that demarcates it. It's the same level. And if we're going to let you carry from the Mavli into that Makom Patur, that is the area across from the Lechi, bad things are going to happen because there's not a clear understanding that the reason you're able to carry there is because it's a Makom Patur, and you might come to carry between two areas that you're actually not allowed to carry. Okay, so that was Rabba's version of why he said you can carry across the Lechi, because there's no worse than a Makom Patur. Abaya says, sorry, we only let you carry from the Yachid to Makom Patur if the height is different. Now Abaya says, I'm Abaya. Allah, where do I know my concept that you cannot carry Ben L'Chayayim? So Amar Rav Chaim Bar Guria Amar Rav. When Rav Chaim Bar Guria said in the name of Rav, Tocha Pesach, if we learned in the second Shabbos, we learned this, Tocha Pesach Sarf Lechi Aker La'Akiro. So if you have, the regular case of a mavli that we've been talking about is you have this mavli and it's open in its entirety to the Rosh Hashanah. But what happens? Sometimes you have a mavli that the parts of the mavli are covered by a wall, right? Meaning that the walls continue, such that when you walk into the mavli, you can turn to your right or to your left, right? So the idea would be that you now have walls of this mavli, and the mavli therefore has, instead of an entire width of the mavli being open, you have a doorway going in, right? So Rav Chaim Bar Guria said in the name of Rav that if you have this doorway, so then the issue is that doorway is enough to serve as a lechi, and therefore you can carry in the mavli. But the actual width of that doorway, the Tocha Pesach, the width of the walls that come in are in its own area, and therefore you cannot carry there unless you put up a lechi for that area that's the width, that's the thickness of the wall. So that's what he says. You need another lechi in order to make it mutter. So what's the finish here? So what he's saying is that obviously, if it's saying that the two walls serve as a lechi, so if you're able to carry opposite the lechi, so of course you can carry with the width of the wall. If it's telling you that in order to carry in the width of the wall, you need another lechi, which is going to be at the very front of the width of the wall, it's obvious that you need that lechi because otherwise carrying between the lechi is usher. Okay, again, if the walls coming in, which are serving as a lechi, if you can carry between if you can carry opposite a lechi, you wouldn't need anything else to fix this width of the wall area because it's a lechi, and you can carry opposite a lechi. So the fact that it makes you put another lechi up, so that is obviously there to permit you to carry in the area opposite the lechi. So let's just, I'm looking at some physical looks, so let's think of it like this. Let's say the width of these walls is an amma, right? So we're saying those amma thick walls serve as a lechi. They're no worse than any other lechi that come in, so therefore you can carry in the mavli. But the actual, that width of an amma, clearly he's saying, Rav Chaim Bar Guria is saying that you cannot carry in that area unless it has its own lechi. So what would you do? You would put a little board at the front of the amma, and then you can carry from beyond that little board for the remainder of that amma. So from Rav Chaim Bar Guria, you see clearly that you cannot carry between the lechi. So in order to permit this Amma thick thing, you'd have to put up another lefty. So that says the Baya is clear proof that you cannot carry between the Lachayim. The Kitema maybe will answer me that when is it that you need another lefty in order to permit the lefty to permit the width of the walls? This Beit Dalet al Dalet. Maybe that's only if the lefty itself was more than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. So that would make it that would make it where you cannot. So even Rabbi would agree that if a lefty is more than Dalet, that you need another lefty to be matter. So maybe that Rabbi Yochanan's case. I'm sorry. So we're going to say maybe Abaya, you're right that you cannot carry between leftyayim when it's Dalet tefachim, but you have no proof that you cannot carry between a regular lefty that's less than Dalet tefachim. Where I said maybe that's the answer. That only Rav Baguria only said is halacha when it's Dalet tefachim, and therefore Baya, you don't have a proof to a general case of lefty they can't carry across the ring. Where it says, sorry, no go. But Homer of Kanim by Rabbi Rav, Kanim by Rav says the name of Rav. Hocha Pesach, Alpha Pisa Ebo Dalet al Dalet, Sarach Lachim After Lachiro. That the thickness of the walls that Amman, the example I gave, even if the lefty is more than is less than 4 tefachim, nonetheless, I need another lefty to be matter. So this seems like a pretty good proof for a Baya that carrying opposite the lefty. And therefore, that width of an Amma wall, you cannot do it unless you have another lefty. Seems like a pretty good proof that you cannot carry between a lefty, and that's why you need another lefty to be matter. So what would Rabbi say? Rabbi said you can carry between the lefty. What would be his answer? But Rabbi Hassam the Patuach or Carmel. But the answer is you're right. In this case, he cannot carry between the lefties unless he fixes it with another lefty. But that's not the regular halacha. That's only if your mother opens up into a Carmelite. If your mother opens into a Carmelite, which is not a Rishus Harabim D'Oraisa, then the width of the lefty, the area opposite the lefty is in fact you cannot carry. It says the Gemara what? So if you're telling me that if he's carrying from the Mavli into the area, the thickness of the wall that serves as a lefty, if it opens to Rishus Harabim, that's okay, but if it opens to Carmel, it's not. Says the Gemara, that's dirty. Says the Gemara, is interesting expression. Yitziva ba'arav is Yerub Ishmael. You're telling me Yitziva, the one who's implanted, the citizen, is on the ground, and the ger, the stranger, is in the Shemayim. So it's saying like any place, the person in his place is the more important person. So if you think that, and versus a visitor would not be at a higher level. So the idea is a topsy-turvy world, is an upside-down world. Why? Because if you're telling me that I could carry from the Mavli into the area between the lefties, even when I'm abutting up against the Rishus Harabim, which is a big difference between the Shishyakim and Rishus Harabim, that there I can carry between the lefty opposite the lefty, and you're telling me, but if it opens on the Carmelis I can't, what kind of business is that? That makes no sense. It says in Gemara, actually it does make sense. Must have been a Dino Venio, that one variety finds a variety like it and it wakes up. So what's going on here? So the idea is, what we're going to say is that the Carmelit and a Makom Patur are actually very similar, because in a Torah you only have Rishus Yachid and Rishus Harabim, right? So vis-a-vis the Hitzer and carrying. So a Carmelit is just made up the Rabbanon concept. It's not a. We had that in Shabbos. We said it's like wheat that's not wet or dry. That's a Carmelit. It's nothing. So that's the idea of a Carmelit, is it's not a traditional Rabbi. What's a Makom Patur? A Makom Patur is basically the same thing, except that it's a smaller area. But it's pretty much like a Carmelit. They're both no man's land from a Torah perspective, but the Rabbanon made it into a rabbinic area. So therefore, we're going to say as follows. Generally speaking, if I have the normal case, I have my mother with the Rishus Yachid, and I have my Rishus Harabim outside, so my Makom Patur is going to be part of the Rishus Yachid, because it's similar to the Rishus Yachid. Okay, so I can carry in my mother, and I can carry between the lefty, which is my Makom Patur in the way Rav understands it. But what happens when I open up to a Carmelit? So now I have a Makom Patur, which is the area opposite the lefty, which is abutting to a Carmelit. A Carmelit and a Makom Patur are like better cousins. They're closer to each other. So therefore, they were going to say matzah min esmino. The makom patur finds something similar to which is the carmelis. Matzah min esmino over here, and it wakes up meaning it joins the carmelis. So it's this ironic thing that when there's a Rabbi out there, we're going to pass the makom patur to the Sifiyakis. But if there's a carmelis out there, the carmelis and makom patur are really similar to each other, and therefore the makom patur is going to become part of the carmelis. So therefore, we're saying, according to Rabbi, says you can carry between the lefty. That's only talking about a prototypical case where you have a mavli and you have a Rabbi outside. But if it's a carmelis outside, you lose your ability to carry in that makom patur. Okay, so unrelated Rav Huna Breder of Yeshua Rabbi. Rav Huna Breder, the son of Rabbi Yeshua, said to Rabbi, you're saying you don't think that it's outside to carry across the lefty. Well, let me ask you from the following thing. Rabbi Bar Rakhana says to Rabbi Yochanan, Mavli Sheritzku B'Lechiyayin, Pachit Pachit Yudalid, Bonu Machot Nereshim Gamliel Rabbanan. We're going to say as follows. You have a mavli, and you line your mavli, you line your mavli with lechis, each one less than dalit tefachim from each other. So what did you do? You had your mavli, you put a lechi at the front, 3.5 tefachim later, you put another lechi, 3.5 tefachim later, you put another lechi, and you went in. Rashi says you went 2 or 3 amos deep into the mavli like this. So Rabbi Bar Huna says that if you do that case, if that's what you do, so then you get into a question, the halakhic difference depends whether you rely on Rav Shimon Gamliel or Rabbanan. We learned at the top of the Yom, Rav Shimon Gamliel is the one who says love would work with dalit tefachim, and the Rabbanan said it works with only 3 tefachim. So now, we're going to say both. Rav Shimon Gamliel, Damar Amrin, and Lavud, according to Rav Shimon Gamliel, said that even though these weapons are 3.5 tefachim apart from each other, we're still going to employ lavud. So then what happened? Each of these lefties combine with the other because they're all within 4 tefachim of each other, and it becomes one big lefty. So therefore, then you have this that's comprised of 2 smaller lefties connected by lavud. So therefore, you can only carry in the mavli until you reach the most interior of the lefty, because that's where it starts your entire lefty. Because according to the wheel, it became one big lefty. The Rabbanan are in love it, but according to the Rabbanan, who say when you have 3.5 tefachim, it's too far. You can't say love it anymore. So then there's nothing connecting these multiple lefties, and therefore, what's your lefty? Your lefty that's operative for purposes of the mavli is only the front one. So it says the Gemara, that you can carry up to the inner lip of the most exterior lefty, right? So again, if you hold a lavud when it's 3.5 tefachim apart, it becomes one big lefty, and you can only carry till the inside, till the first lefty, the most interior lefty. Versus if you don't say lavud, the only operative lefty here is the outer one. So you can carry up to the outer lefty, and those other lefties are just random lefties sitting there, but they're not connected, so they're not within 3 tefachim, they're only within 4 tefachim. But says the Gemara, so this seems like a good case, because what's the point? If you hold that between the lefties is usher, so now it makes sense that why you come into Machokim of Shimon Gamliel and Rabbanan, because according to Shimon Gamliel, you can only carry up to the interior most lefty, and according to Rabbanan, you can carry up to the most exterior lefty. But if you hold that you can carry opposite the lefty, so who cares whether the lefty is 3 amas long or 1 inch wide? It doesn't matter, because since you can carry in the mavli and you can carry across from the lefty, so then there's no longer any relevance whether it's a big lefty like the Shimon Gamliel or it's a small lefty like the Rabbanan. It doesn't matter. So from the fact that he said you come into the Machlokas through Shimon Gamliel and the Rabbanan, it must be that everyone agrees you can carry opposite the lefty. And now we found a distinction. According to Shimon Gamliel, you have a long distance you can't carry, for the whole width of these multiple lefties that come together. And according to Rabbi, you only have a small distance because the lefties don't connect each other. Okay, seems like a good raya for a baya that you cannot carry opposite of lefties. So Rabbi, what would Rabbi say? So now we can still go conflict. So Rabbi would say, you're right. Generally speaking, you can carry between a lefty. But here, where we're saying that there's a difference between going on the Rabbanan, whether it's a big lefty or a small lefty, and if you look at Lovin with 3.5, the reason we're dealing with that is because we're dealing with a lefty, with a Lovin that opens to a Carmelist. And we just finished saying that if a lefty opens to a Lovin opens to a Carmelist, then the area across from the lefty, even according to Rava, was an area you cannot carry. Ask the Gemara again. So for what? I will listen to Rabbi Mai, but if you're telling me that I cannot carry across from the left because over the Carmelist or the Roman versus the Rabbi, sorry, you're saying it would be Mutter, you see the Ba'ar of it, you're the Shrei Maya, that's upside down. Because why should it be worse for a Carmelist than for the Rabbi? Because the Gemara in Matam and over here that the Matam Patur finds a Carmelist and wakes up, and therefore you cannot carry between the lefties even according to Rabbi. I'm a base. Says the Gemara. Rabbi says I'm going to give you a different answer that does not assume that it's usher to carry across on the lefty, and yet there's going to be a distinction between and the Rabbanan. What's that? Because when I gave you the case before, I told you, Rashi said you have these lefties, each is separated by, say, 3.5 tefachim, but net, when you add it all up, it might be 2 or 3 amos. But says the Gemara, Rashi, I want you to come to Rothschild, say, I am talking about the Arba, but Meshach Arba amos. So he said, now I'm going to tell you a different case. You lined up so many of these lefties along the wall that they're each 3.5 tefachim from each other, that if you're going to look at it like we're sitting on wheel and say they're all connected, what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with one lefty that's more than 4 amos long. And whereas according to the Rabbanan, since the lefties don't connect, you don't have a 4 amos long thing. So therefore, it says to Gemara, here's the case where when Rabbi Yochanan said to Rabbi Yochanan that you come to the machloket of the Chachamim and Gamliel was not because they're saying a question of trying to carry across from the lefty and where exactly is the lefty to know where you can carry. The question was more fundamental because according to more fundamental, and forget whether you can carry across from the lefty, if you have a lefty here, because according to everyone, we learned this on that pay. If you have a lefty that's more than 4 amos, everyone agrees that you need another lefty to be master that 4 amos area that is opposite the lefty. Everyone agrees with that. So if your whole lefty is and you connect all these lefties and add up to more than 4 amos, you need another lefty now. If it's like the Rabbanan, that there's really only one lefty, all those other lefties that come are not connected and so they're irrelevant, and you do not have a 4 amos lefty, and therefore you don't need lefty after Lahatiro, and according to Rava, you would be able to carry across from that little lefty as well. So that would be the answer. The Shimon Gamliel Damer Amin and Lava, the question Shimon Gamliel says that we say Lava even when it's more than 3 tefachim or less than 4 tefachim, how do they Lava so that this 4 amos lefty becomes its own Lava, the start lefty after Lahatiro, and even though the lefty is not there. Rabbanan, but according to Rabbanan, the Ami Lava and Lava, according to Rabbanan, we say that all these lefties you have lined up in a row along the wall of the Lava, you do not say Lava between that because they're more than 3 tefachim apart from each other, so therefore you don't have a 4 amos lefty, you have one regular lefty, so then Lava starts lefty after Lahatiro. So therefore you are not needing another lefty in order to master it. So we have found a scenario where Rabbi Yochanan, where he says that if you have Kafat Me'arba, Kafat Me'arba, Shimon Gamliel, and Rabbanan, I found you a scenario where there's a distinction between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbanan, even if we don't say that it's up to carry across from a lefty, and therefore Rava would be able to answer. That's the Gemara. We're Shimon Gamliel. So we're saying as follows. Shimon Gamliel just finished saying that if you have a 4 amos lefty, that you need lefty after Lahatiro. So ask the Gemara. Shimon Gamliel, they have a kinir brachot, the covering brachot. So this question relies on an assumption, or not the assumption. When people made a lefty, normally, if you were making a lefty, in a normal case, the way you would do it, you have your mother, it open, you would stick your lefty, and if you were doing it in the best way, you would stick it half in the mother and half out of the mother. Why? Because then, from inside the mother, you obviously see the lefty, and even from outside, as you're walking, you see this little thing sticks out as a lefty. So that's a good way to place the lefty because it is evident both inside and outside. So says the Gemara, I'm going to assume that when you wind up all these lefties, which instead of putting them assuming I'm going to need another lefty to be master and when it's 4 amas, presumably you give your first lefty a little bit outside of the mother. But if that's so, says the Gemara, why do I need another lefty to be master? And at the end of the day, from outside, I see a little bit that's coming out from the mother, and if we have a concept that you could see it from outside, that Mira Mibachot, the Shabbat Mibachim, meaning you don't see it from the inside, because from the inside it's a 4 amma long lefty that needs another lefty. But from the outside you can see it. Once from the outside you can see that there's a lefty, that should be master in the mubli, meaning this front mubli of 4 ammas. So ask the Gemara, wait a second, why does it need, according to the why would it need another mubli? We have it here, let's see like a lefty that's seen a little bit from the outside and then you can't see it from the inside. That should be enough of a lefty. Why do you need another lefty to be master this 4 amma lefty? Says the Gemara, wait a second, so this whole thing, we're trying to figure out this price and and we said a 4 amma needs another one because we're going to put your Yochanan. Hockey, off the Rabbi, and Rabbi Yochanan, here's what and you need to be some lefty. He said at the end of the day, everything we're trying to figure out here was a member of Rabbi Bar Rechana named Yochanan, and we said that according to the you would have a 4 amma lefty, and therefore needs another lefty to be master. The Gemara is asking, well, why not say since you can see the lefty from the outside, even though you can't see from the inside, that should be enough? Because the Gemara, that's irrelevant because we're talking about Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan was quoted by Rabbi as saying that if it's seen only from the outside and not from the inside, you do not treat it like a lefty. Okay, says the Gemara, it's everyone agrees that if you can see the lefty from the inside, so you can't see it from the outside, that's still a valid lefty. So what is that? So let's say you have your marbling walls, and you stick up a lefty that is flush with the wall of the Rosh Hashanah. So from the Rosh Hashanah, it looks like a continuation of the Rosh Hashanah wall. But from the inside, you see that there's this lefty that's set up that's impinging on the width of the marbling. So that's obviously a good lefty. However, here's the Rothschild telling you about him, but if you can see it from outside and you can't see it from inside, so that might be there's lots of cases of this. So let's just imagine a case where you stuck up a lefty outside in Rosh Hashanah where it was flush with the inside wall of the marbling, but when you're outside, you see that it's the lefty sticking off the wall. Or you have your wall of Rosh Hashanah, you have your lefty, and the lefty lines up with the marbling. From inside, you can't see it. But from the outside, you see that there's a pole standing there. So then this comes into machloket. So we say, so Rabbi or Shimon Rabbi, one of them says that he's a good lefty, one says not a good lefty. Says the Gemara, let's figure out who said which opinion. This time the Rabbi who don't need them to lefty. Let's conclude that it's Rabbi who says that we treat this thing that's seen from the outside but not seen from the inside as a valid lefty. He's coming because Rabbi taught us a brayta as follows. Also, what happens if you have a wall? You have a wall of a mobile, and let's say it's an amma set, imagine, right? And what happens? That as it gets to the end of the mobile, the wall switches to being a half amma set. So if your wall is going like this, and now the wall continues alongside flush with the wall of the mobile, right? So what's going to happen? From inside, you just have one straight wall. But from outside, you're looking at it, you're going to see that there's an indentation because the wall went from being an amma thick to being a half amma thick, and therefore there's an open area on the outside. So you can see it from outside. Or alternatively, it's the other way around, where the wall went from being amma thick to a half amma. So from outside, you don't see that there's a difference, but then there's a gap on the inside. So that's the scenario again. A case of where you could see it from inside or out. That's discussed in Gemara. Closest to see it out the Chavero, if the wall, one part of the wall is brought in, meaning that there's a gap. Whether you can see it from the outside but not the inside. Or you can see it from the inside but not see it from the outside. He's done with some left. It's judged as a left. So the Gemara is saying, you're right. So we have a clear giving us a brisa that says whether you see it from the outside, not the inside, you see it from the inside, not the outside, it's considered a lefty. So what we said is a machlokas between Rabbi and Rabbi about whether if it's near machlokas, it's something whether it's a valid lefty. Clearly, Rabbi holds it is. So says the Gemara, wait a second. How do you know that Rabbi actually holds of this brisa that he brought? Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yochanan Mila Shmila. Mila Shmila Yehad. Didn't Rabbi Yochanan hear this brisa? And yet, clearly, when he paskined, then here in Machas is telling us is not about lefty. He didn't hold like this brisa. So maybe Rabbi didn't hold it either. So you're proving that Rabbi holds here is a valid lefty because he brought a brisa that said so, but maybe he doesn't agree with that brisa, just like Rabbi Yochanan clearly didn't agree with the brisa. So says the Gemara, what kind of sense does this make? This one Rabbi Yochanan lost Savalei and said Hafi Lo Tanilei. We could say Rabbi Yochanan didn't hold of it, that's why he didn't teach it. But Ela Rabbi Chia, he eats the Lo Savalei, Lavalei L'Mishnah. But according to Rabbi Chia, if he's bringing a brisa that's saying a halacha, obviously he agrees with it. So therefore, I can tell you that Rabbi Chia agrees with it, even though clearly Rabbi Yochanan doesn't agree with it. How do I know? Because Rabbi Chia actually took the time and taught this brisa. Okay, Rabbi Ravuna says as follows. Here in the Achot, we're telling you so Rabbi Ravuna passed it like a Chia, that if you can see from the outside, like the brisa routine, you can see from the outside, but not from the inside, you still treat that as a left. So Rabbi so now I can ask you a question. I referenced this is the Mishnah. I'm sorry, when we spoke about this yesterday, it's the Mishnah later. I referenced it today, but we're going to talk about it today, which is so we had a follow. We talked about this. We had a bigger cluster, and then we had a smaller cluster that opened for it in its entirety. Right? We talked about this case a couple times already. So we say the Gola was Harzim Kana Asura. The people in the large cluster, if they do it in Kateus, they can carry it. But the people in the small one can't. Why? Because from the big one, if you look at the small one, you see walls, and then you see a small cluster. So that's a doorway. A doorway doesn't destroy your ability to carry in there. But if you're on the inside one, you're basically fully open to the outside, to the larger cluster. And if you don't have a Rubek Katerus with the people in the larger cluster, you're not going to be able to carry them. So says the Gemara, because the small one is open to the large one, and therefore it's fully part of it. So after the Gemara, then if what you're telling me is true, that if you can see a lefty from the outside, that it helps you from the inside, so let's think about this smaller cluster that we said is upper. What does it look like from the outside? You have walls, and then you go into the smaller cluster. But if the outside walls, if the walls outside are enough to show someone from the outside that this is not part of our regular cluster, this is a smaller cluster, and so those walls function as a lefty, so why not say if near me bachut is something you got here, it's seen from the outside. If you're able to see a lefty from the outside, it's enough. You can't see from the inside. Why is it so that the people on the inside, the smaller cluster, can't carry the larger cluster? Why not say if I'm standing outside the cluster, I clearly see walls and I see that it's just a pesach, and therefore since from the outside it's clear that this is a separate area and it has lefties. So then why then, even though I don't see it from the inside, I should be able to carry it on the inside? That's the Gemara's question. So the Gemara says, we're talking about, you're right. Theoretically, those walls from the outside can be enough to allow you to carry on the inside, even though you can't see it. But what's the scenario here? You have the walls of the large cluster, but the walls of the small cluster actually come in to the the large cutter, so you don't have walls on the side that would function as a lefty. So the Gemara says, okay, but the lame love it. Even if you're right that the walls of the small cutter come in, why not say that those little bits between those walls and the outer walls of the large cutter should be loved? It should be. So the Gemara says, if you take the middle yeshiva, it says, wait a second, you're trying to apply loved from these little walls that come in from the small cutter to the large cutter and connect it to the walls of the outside one. Maybe they're 10 amas away. So why would you assume you can do loved? Because the Gemara, well, I'll tell you a lot about Kanina. The Rabbi Kanina, the Kana is Esther, you go about half a day. The case of the Mishnah, where you have the small cutter opening into the large cutter, the large cutter is 11 amas wide, the small cutter is 10 amas wide. So if the walls come out of the small cutter, what do you have? You have a half an amma on each side, only excess. And the walls take up some amount of space, so therefore you're left with less than 2 tefachim on either side. So even if it's true that the walls come in and therefore you lose those side walls being right at the end, right at the front of the cutter, nonetheless it's very close to the outer walls, less than 2 tefachim on each side. So therefore you should say lavud, and you in fact have walls on the outside, and you should say since you could see the walls on the outside, you should be able to carry on the inside. So the Gemara says, you're right. In theory, if those 10 amas cutter was directly centered on the 11 amas, you would have lavud on either side. But the smaller cutter is not perfectly centered on the larger cutter. You have the smaller cutter shifted a little bit off the center. So on this side, and then the walls come into the large cutter. So on this side, where it's 2 tefachim, you could say lavud connected to the walls of the cutter, and there's going to be a valid lefty. But on this side, it's 4 tefachim, and there's no lavud. So therefore, you don't end up with a lefty. So you only have 1 lefty, not 2. Says the Gemara. Lema loving the look off. It's a history. Because when do you need 2 lefties? You only need 1 lefty. So even if you're right that one side is 4 tefachim apart from the wall, you can't do lava. The other side, the small wall that comes out of the smaller cutter is within 2 tefachim of the larger cutter's wall. Say lava connects the 2, and now you have a lefty, and you only need 1 lefty. So Gemara says, Rabbi who doesn't bring his name. It's Rabbi who says by a cutter, not by a mother, by a cutter that opens their sister Rabbi, you need 2 lefties. Besides the cutter in terms of that says that the Tanakama says even a cutter only needs 1 lefty. Rabbi only needs 2 lefties. So therefore, in theory, if you had a small cutter opening into a large cutter without the walls coming in, then you would say there is in fact a lefty. Even if those walls come out, if it was perfectly centered and you have 3 tefachim, less than 3 tefachim on either side, you would say love it, and you have 2 lefties on the side, the outside of the small cutter. Therefore, you're carrying the small cutter. Even if it's shifted over and you have 2 over here and 4 over there, the 2 should be enough, except according to Rabbi, he says you need 2 lefties. You only have 1 in that scenario and carry in the small cutter. But under most ordinary circumstances, we're now saying you would be able to carry in the small cutter because the fact that from outside you see a wall that can function as a lefty, that's enough to
skip the whole powerlifting thing. You know, just find a specific sport. He could be like the new X Games, like women's champ.
Okay, good morning. Apologies up front. Well, hopefully we'll get this set up so I'm not wearing and also I don't have the medication yet, so hopefully
that's the one thing. Yeah. You think
so today's stop is Rob Zion, 7 in Erevin, and we are going to pick up three lines from the bottom on Rav on the base. So what happened was we were dealing with the case, as we discussed yesterday, of a U-shaped mavoi, where it had 2 bends in it. And what they practiced in our day with such a mavoi was they put 2 doors at the bottom of the bend, and they put a lefty at each of the top, at the top of where the 2 mavois met or Shukarabi. And the issue that we said was, this matched neither Rav nor Shmuel, because according to Rav, it makes sense. Rav is the one who says that a bent mavoi the fact that it's bent doesn't matter, and if it touches the problem on both ends, then it needs to be treated like a mubbing or so that makes sense why we're dealing with things at the corners, but yet it doesn't make sense because according to Rav holds that the halacha like the Tanakh, you only need a door to Pesach. You need a shape of the door, but not an actual door. Yet in our day, they put actual doors. So it doesn't seem to be going like Rav. But it's also not going like Shmuel, because Shmuel passes like Tananya in the name of Beis Hillel that you need doors, so it makes sense why we have doors. But according to Shmuel, we wouldn't need this at all, because Shmuel is the one that says that a bent mavli, a mavli akrum, is considered like a mavli custom, like a closed mavli, and therefore we wouldn't need doors at all. We would just be able to put a lefty on each of these mavlis, and that should be enough. So the Gemara is saying, it's strange in our day they passed it like the Qumra of Rav to treat it like a Mavli Mufullah. And they passed it like the Qumra of Shmuel to require a door rather than opening a Surah Tatasat. So it seems the halacha doesn't follow anyone. And the question that the Gemara is now dealing with is we brought up Raisa that said, in dealing with Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, it said that you should not adopt the Qumras of each. That is a person who does that. The pasuk that goes on him is the pasuk Kohelet, which says Hakil b'Kosher Cholet, that a fool walks in darkness. Someone who adopts the chumras of two different people in ways that they themselves will never paskin. So that's the question that we have on our the practice in our day was why would you pick the chumras of Rav and the chumra of Shmuel in a way that neither Rav nor Shmuel would ever paskin in that fashion? So that's the fundamental question we're dealing with. But first, the Gemara has to dispense with a different question, which is as follows: that the brisa that says you shouldn't take the chumras of each, it started by saying la'olam in all cases the halacha is like Beis Hillel, and then it proceeded to say, but if you want choose Beis Hillel or choose Beis Shammai, your choice. And just as long as you choose Beis Hillel with their chumras and kulos, or choose Beis Shammai with their chumras and kulos, but it's your choice to pick. So that's where our Gemara picks up and says, before we get to answering the question of why in our day they adopted a double chumrah, let's just understand this brisa. Hagufa kasha. This itself is a question. Amrit, he said at the beginning of the brisa, that the halacha always follows Beis Hillel and not Beis Shammai, and therefore you should practice like Beis Hillel. But other Amrit, and then the brisa continues and says, Harotza lasas k'dibei Beis Shammai osa, and if someone wants to do like Beis Shammai, they can do it. So which is it? Either the halacha is like Beis Hillel and not like Beis Shammai, in which case you should do like Beis Hillel. But then the brisa says, but if you want, you can do like Beis Hillel. Gemara says, "Lo kasa, kan koda baskol, kan la'achar baskol." So this is a reference to Gemara, which we'll learn on Shabbos, I think, which has to do with the fact that there was a machlokas, one machlokas between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, and ultimately the Gemara concluded that we passed him like Beis Hillel. So therefore, it's a little bit weird element of a brisa, but the brisa in the beginning that says, "Well, the halacha is like Beis Hillel," that was going after the Baskol announced that we follow Beis Hillel. And the part that says, pick whoever you want, pick Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, that was going before the Baskol, when there had not yet been a stock of the Baskol to say that the halacha follows Beis Hillel. If we have time at the end of the year today, maybe we'll talk about some of how that plays out in Lamaita. But that's the Gemara's first answer. Or says the Gemara, maybe both the beginning and the race of the safe of the Baskol are dealing the race and the safe of the Baskol are dealing after the Baskol. So we're not setting up a structure where the beginning of the brisa was set for one period of time and the safer for a different one. We're going to make a different distinction. We're going to say the brisa is Rabbi Yehuda the Rabbi Yeshua the Lo Mishkach for Baskol. Rabbi Yeshua is the one who says you don't listen to Baskol. What is this? The reference to a famous Gemara in Bava Metzia with the case of Tanner Sha'achnai. There's a question of Tumah and Tara of an oven that was split into rings. In any event, there was an entire story there that Rabbi Eliezer had a view that was opposite from the Chachamim, and the halacha is after Rabbi Mahatos, that we go after the majority, so the Chachamim's view should have prevailed. And what happened was a series of miracles happened to try and demonstrate that the halacha was like Rabbi Eliezer, and ultimately a Baskol, a voice came out from Shemayim and said the halacha was like Rabbi Eliezer. And yet, Rabbi Yeshua got up and said, we don't care. We're not going to listen to the gospel. Why? Because the Torah tells us that the Torah, once it was given, it doesn't reside in the heavens. And therefore, humans need to make their best effort at knowing the rules that they know. And that's it. We don't listen to the gospel. Once the Torah was given to humans, it's no longer decided in Shemayim. So Rabbi Yeshua was the one who said we don't listen to gospel. So therefore, we're now no longer going to understand our Bryce as dealing with two different times. We're going to understand it as dealing with two different people. So that the view that says all along the halacha is like Beis Hillel is going according to the view that once the Baskol said that the halacha is like Beis Hillel, so we have to follow that. And the one who says you can pick whatever you want, do like Beis Hillel, do like Beis Shammai, is going according to the view that we don't listen to a Baskol. So we don't care if the Baskol came out and said that the halacha is like Beis Hillel, because at the end of the day we don't listen to a Baskol. So now that's another understanding of the Bryce. The beginning is according to the view we do listen to a Baskol, therefore halacha is like Beis Hillel, and the end is like Rabbi Yeshua says we don't listen to a Baskol, and therefore, despite the Baskol that says that the halacha follows Beis Hillel, we are going to say you could choose what you want according to Rabbi Yeshua. A third parrot says the Gemara, second line on Daf Zayin on Aleph. This is what it's saying. It actually doesn't really mean Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, because in fact, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, the halacha is you would always follow Beis Hillel. That's what it's saying at the beginning. That which it says at the end, you could choose between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. The Gemara is going to say that's just using Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel as sort of typical example of people who argue, because we know Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel often argue. So it's saying in general when there's an argument. So let's just read it inside. It says, this is what the end of the verse is saying. Anytime you find out Tanoim or Amoraim who are arguing, that the Pligi Adati who argue on one another, just like Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel often argue about matters, then continues the Seifo de Brayso, Lole obviously Kula Damar, the Kula Damar, you shouldn't do like the Kulas of each of those disputants, like the Kumar Damar, the Kumar Damar, and nor should you adopt the Kumras of each of the Ella, rather what should you do? Oh, the Kule Damar, the Kumre of it, oh, the Kule Damar, the Kumre of it. But pick one person and adopt their Kumras and their Kulas, and you can pick either person. So what it's saying is, the beginning was saying, all of Malachas to Beis Hillel, telling you, when you have an actual Malachas Beis Shammai Beis Hillel, you pass to like Beis Hillel. The end of the Brisa that says, pick whoever you want as long as you're consistent and take them for the Kulas and Kumras. You use an example Beis Shammai Beis Hillel, but that's actually not a perfect example, because in a dispute, if you Beis Shammai Beis Hillel, you would choose Beis Hillel. But in general, it's telling you when there are disputants, there are Tanoim or Amoraim who argue, pick one or the other. Don't try to do like the Kumras of each, and don't try to do like the Kulas of each. Someone who does like the Kulas of each is a Rasha, and someone who does like the Kumras of each is a fool. So it says the Gemara, okay, so we've now resolved the beginning of that price and the end of that price, so to say why it's not a clear on each other, but we're still left with our fundamental question, which is the reason we brought the price in the first place, which was, why in the case of a lovely
Miss Aquarius, how you doing?
They adopt the Kumras of Rav and Shmuel in ways that Rav and Shmuel themselves would never have done that way.
Yes, ma'am. I will absolutely stay with you. You're a strong woman, and everything's going to be just fine.
And they also require to tell us actually is entirely consistent with Rav.
You just stay comfortable. Let me know if you need it.
Because, in fact, the halacha, the fact that Rav Haskin, like the Tanakama, said all you need is a Pesach and a left, we don't want a door. Because that was the halacha that that's the actual halacha. Lemaisa, you could Haskin like
her appetite will come back. It's
but we don't announce that
still
so
very early in the morning process, but if you don't mind, I'd like to say that the man had a wonderful life. He had a wonderful family around. He went exactly quickly. He wasn't in pain. Wasn't a long, dragged out disease. He went how we all want to go. And Miss Aquarius, I mean, he wasn't in pain for like years. You know how people can be in pain in years. Exactly. I mean, yes, towards the end, but even then he wasn't in pain. He had morphine.
We still treat it like a regular halacha.
So,
They put up doors.
yeah, but I mean, there's a big difference of, dying on a battlefield from a wound and there's no morphine and the ability to just go peacefully. And
we're not actually adopting the chumras of
so, yeah, I mean, of course, we would have wanted it to be completely a painless process, but that wasn't possible. But at least he was able to go at the very end with no pain, and his family was there.
Okay, that's the
He had everything that he needed. Really, that's
how
how I want to go. That's how you should want to go. At 99 years old, that's an incredible life. This man saw airplanes become jets, become stealth fighters. He saw radio go to television, and then the internet, and he saw just so many amazing things. He lived an incredibly fulfilled life, and what a beautiful family he had around him. You couldn't ask for more.
So he says, when is it? When the Brisa says that if you adopt the chumras of two different
and you're a very strong person, and I know it hurts, and I know you're in shock. Time heals all wounds, and so just know, one day it'll turn to 2 days, it'll turn to 4 days. I can tell you when my grandparents died, I was a young person, and I thought my life would never be the same. I lost my best friend. I lost, like the patriarch and matriarch of our family, and it's something that my grandparents read in similar ways of being loved by their family. And that's how you want to go. They were older. They weren't as old as your grandpa, though. They didn't have everything that your grandpa had. My grandparents went at age 84. My grandfather and my grandmother at age 80. But, so your grandfather... Exactly. That's kind of more normal, especially for that generation. Your grandfather was abnormal in his strength and his dedication, and I prayed for him yesterday and continue to keep him. Absolutely. I prayed for him publicly. He's in my videos. The whole world's going to know about this man. And we even dedicated our lesson to him yesterday. And he's just, he's going to live on. So what more could you want? This man's going to be famous in the future. And, and you're... You just have a wonderful family and really strong people around you. I know Auntie's not eating. She'll get to eating. She'll be back to normal, God willing, soon enough. You will too. So just stay strong. I'm here for you. If you want to talk, let me know. If you want to play a game or something, let me know. I'm here to help.
Say that that's not a spine or a skull, and therefore it's only going to be matame by touch, but not by being under the same roof.
In the meantime, I'm going to put the podcast on and just let me know.
If we're talking about a spine or a skull that's missing part, how much can be missing that we still consider it, that we no longer consider it a spine or a skull? How much is done, etc.? How much is missing in a spine that we say this is no longer a spine and doesn't transfer tumah by all? The shaman two vertebrae. The Betil says one vertebrae. So therefore, Betil is the more lenient view here, because he's saying once the spine is missing one vertebrae, I don't know if that's the right singular term, but whatever, one vertebrae is missing, we're gonna say that that's no longer a spine. Beis Shammai says if one vertebrae is missing, it's still a spine, and therefore it's going to be matama by OL. It's only when it's missing two vertebrae that we say at that point it's no longer a spine. Okay, that's fine. We'll go less. And what about with the skull? Beis Shammai So as it relates to a skull, Beis Shammai says a machleach is like a manual tool. That's like a drill. It makes holes in wood. So a machleach cut a certain size hole. This is addressed in the Toros. I'm not going to get into it now. Beis Hillel says if you take enough, if there's enough missing from the skull that you would take that amount of a skull from a live person, the person would die. That's the amount that once it's missing from a skull, that you would no longer be able to the skull would no longer transfer someone by and only by touch. Okay, so far it's good. My focus is how much needs to be missing from a spine in order to continue, how much could be missing from a spine and still be able to transfer via Oa. But continue, Rabbi Yehuda Mishmor, and the same argument is going to work by Treifa. Because the question is, it's the same, so what's the question by Treifa? The idea by Treifa is that a Treifa is a problem in an animal that of which there are many, which we're going to say that would cause the animal to die, and therefore, even if you shaft the animal in its current state, it's not gonna be valid pizza, and you're not able to eat this animal, right? So two of the chesronos of treifa, two of the treifa instances are where it is missing part of its skull and missing part of its spine. So therefore, we're going to say that the machloket is the same. And so if it's, now what happens is that Beis Hillel becomes the machmer one, because Beis Hillel is going to say that if you're missing even one vertebra from the spine, then this is something that is a treifa. Versus Beis Shammai is going to say if you're missing one vertebra, it's not yet a treifa. You can still shaft it and eat it. It only becomes a treifa when it's missing two. So now what happens is you have Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel each articulating a standard. What is it that makes a spine or a skull no longer a spine or skull? But the rule is going to be the same whether you're dealing with a treifa or you're dealing with the question of whether it transmits via Oa. But here's the issue. If you adopt Beis Hillel's view, so you have you have a lenient view in the case of Tumah transferring, but you end up with a more restrictive view on how quickly does an animal become a treifa. Versus if you go Beis Shammai, you have a restrictive view on Tumah, but you have a lenient view on treifa. So therefore, what happens is if you choose the Kumrah of Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, you're a fool. Because there's one underlying rule here. Either this is the amount that causes a spine or a skull to be no longer intact, or this is the amount. Once you decide the reality of that question, it applies in both places, L'Kula and L'Chumrah. So if you pick the Chumrahs of each, you're like, it makes no sense because you're picking things that are mutually inconsistent. They can't possibly be that way because that is because they're internally inconsistent and internally contradictory. But where they don't conflict with each other, meaning it's not the same underlying reason, there you could do it. So therefore, the Gemara's answer back to our question of this lovely in Narzai was, it's not a problem for us to pick the Kumrah of Rav and the Kumrah of Shmuel. We're not fools. We're not the case of Ushir B'Chosek Kolek. Why? Because Rav is machmer by the question of Mavli Mapulis, which is a Mavli that opens in two answers to Rabbim. And Shmuel is machmer by a halakha, you need a Tzuras HaPesach, or you need a jealous itself. But those are not mutually interdependent machlokisim. So you can choose to pick, you're not a fool if you pick the Chumras of each. But if you pick the Chumras of each in a machlokis, where the same logic dictates the result in both cases, and you pick a Chumrah of each, so then you're creating a halachic scenario that makes no sense. Because either the rule is one way or the other, and it has a consequence. So that's the Gemara's answer. To ask the Gemara, wait a minute, okay, that sounds good. So that explains what happened in our guy. But is it true? Is it true that we never adopt the Chumrah of each, even where they conflict with each other? Must have been Rishak asked the question as follows. Might have Rabbi Akiva the weakness Esra the Echad B'Shvat the Noad Bo B'In Yisurin Echad Yisurin Echad Beishamai Echad Kedivir Beis. What's going on here? So we know that when you grow produce, you have to take tuma, you have to take ma'aserisha, and then what happens is after you take the ma'aserisha, you take another 10%, and depending on the year, you do something different with it. So it's the first, the second, or the fourth, or the fifth years of Shemitah, then you bring ma'aserisha and you take the fruit for produce to Yushalayim and you eat it there. if it's the third or the sixth year of the Shmita cycle, then you don't do that. You don't take the food to Yerushalayim, but rather you give it to the honey. So now, the question is as follows. As relates to if you're picking an esrog, the question is, when does if you go from the second year to the third year, for purposes of picking an esrog, that you would shift from giving the esrog to Meiser Sheni, which would be appropriate in the second year, to giving it in the third year, which would mean you're giving Meiser Ani. So now, we know from the first Mishnah of Rosh Hashanah, that's talked about Daled Rosh Hashanah, that there are 4 Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah for Peres and Elon is the Machloket Beitamai Beitillah. So one view is it's Echad B'Shvat, and the other is that it's 2 B'Shvat, the 15th B'Shvat. So what happened? The Akiva was picking an esrog, and he picked it, let's say, on the 5th day of Shvat. So the issue is as follows. According to Beit Shammai, it's already the new year for fruit, and therefore it's the third year, and you should give Meiser Ani with this esrog. But if according to Beit Hillel, the third year hasn't started yet. We're still in the second year on the 5th of Shvat, because the third year only starts on 2 Shvat on the 15th. So therefore, you should be giving Meiser Sheni, not Meiser Ani, because it was picked in the second year. So what happened? Rabbi Akiva picked his esrog, use our example, on the 5th day of Shvat. So what did he do? He brought both Meiser Sheni and Meiser Ani. So now says the Gemara, wait a second, those are contradictory. Either Rosh Hashanah Milan is the first of Shvat, in which case you're bringing Meiser Ani, or it's the 15th of Shvat, in which case you're bringing Meiser Sheni. You can't possibly pass a scenario where you have to bring both, and yet Rabbi Akiva did that. So you see, even in a case where they're mutually inconsistent, with a contradictory action, the logic of what you're doing by being machmir on both makes no sense. Yet Rabbi Akiva did it. So says the Gemara, you just finished telling me when the logic makes no sense, we don't do it, and yet we see Rabbi Akiva did it. Answers the Gemara, Rabbi Akiva Gamrei is Kaspikle, well, Yada Ibei Tell of a Chatzishvat Amar Iba Chamesa B'Shvat Amar. Well, the Hachalakum of a Hachalakum, they said as follows. The issue was not that Rabbi Akiva was trying to be a master, and he was adopting the Chumash of Yisrael, because in fact he wouldn't do that in this case, because there's an underlying logic. There's one day, 6. You asked him is the first of Shvat or the 15th of Shvat. So what happened was, Rabbi Akiva knew the halacha follows Beit Hillel. We know that. And his issue was he didn't know whether the tradition, the Gamre, what he had heard about who holds the first of Shvat and who holds the 15th of Shvat. So on the basis that possibly if Beit Hillel holds the first of Shvat, that he said that he was going to separate Meiser Ani for the third year, and it was on the basis that maybe Beit Hillel holds that it's 2 Shvat, and therefore it's still the second year that he brought Meiser Sheni. So we're going to explain that Rabbi Akiva was not adopting Shul Chumrah. He wanted to do like Beit Hillel. He just didn't know what Beit Hillel's rule was. Again, we'll read it. Rabbi Akiva Gamrei Stafik, his tradition, got a topic about it, but Yada, he didn't know he Beit Hillel B'Chabit Amar. Did Beit Hillel say the first or the 15th? Well, the Hachal Chumrah B'Hachal Chumrah. So he did the Chumrah not because he was choosing to do Chumrah, but because he was lacking knowledge of which opinion was actually legitimately the one of Beit Hillel. Okay. Says the Gemara, Yosef Rabbi Yosef Kamed Rav Huna, Yosef is Amar. Yosef was sitting in front of Rav Huna, and he was sitting, and he said, Amar Rav Yehuda Amar Rav. Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav, Machloket. Which Machloket that we're talking about? We're going back to the Machloket between the Tanakama and Beit Hillel according to Hanania. So again, the Hanania we said there's a Machloket Beit Hillel and Beit Hillel, and obviously it also follows Beit Hillel. So even though there's the view of Beit Shammai, we'll ignore that for the moment. So we have a machloket that Tanakama says when you have a mother before, a mother that's open on both ends to her sister Rabbi, that it's enough to that if you have a mother before, it's enough to have a Tzuras HaPesach and to have a Tzuras HaPesach and a lefty. Now, according to Hanania, who says they still actually opined on this, he's going to say no, it's not enough to have a Tzuras HaPesach and a lefty. You need a zealot and a lefty. You need an actual door. Okay, so comes Rav Yosef in front of Rav Huna and says, in the name of Rav Yehuda Amarav, Machlokas Testartia, Mikan Vestartia Mikan. When do we have this idea that a Mavin Mafuras needs either a door or a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a left or on the other? That's where you have the lovely that is Mafulish opens on both sides to a thoroughfare, to a road that's a public road or Shitharabim, or a square, like a town square that qualified as a Shitharabim. That basically what he's saying is they argue where both ends of the lovely are in a Shitharabim Doraisa. But if you have a highway on this side and a valley on the other side, which would be not a Rosh Hashanah but a Carmelist, or you have so he says, I will start to become a Bikamikan, or alternatively, you have a mother that opens on both ends to a Bika, to a Carmelist. So in that case, we're not going to consider the mother of the foolish, or we're not going to have a machlokas about that. Everyone's going to agree. If you have a mother that's open on two ends, if the opening is not to a reciprocal on both ends, then the Tanakama and the Beito don't argue. Tanakama and Beito only argue when the two ends of the mother is open into a reciprocal Doraisa. But now, the Raisa used an interesting case. It says, if we're dealing with one side of Rishon and one side of Carmelist, or two sides Carmelist, then they don't argue. But after Gemara, why do you have to say the two sides Carmelist? They said, if in a case where you have one side of Rabbi and one side of Carmelist, they don't argue, then so then why did you have to tell me the case if you have a Carmelist on both sides? If when you even have a Carmelist on one side they don't argue, surely no one requires an actual tele when it's Carmelist on both ends. So we're trying to understand why would you have said that? Where it says, he's saying as follows. They're not actually saying two cases. They're not talking about Rosh Hashanah on one side and a Carmelist on the other, plus the case of Carmelist on both sides. They're saying if you have a Rosh Hashanah on one side and a Carmelist on the other side, we're going to treat that just like the case where a lovely opens to a Carmelist on both sides, which everyone would agree is obvious that in that case they don't argue and the truth that would be enough. So that's what he meant. He meant that when do we have this machlokas between Tanakama and the pillow? Because you have both sides of the mother opens to Ram Doraisa. But if either side opens to a Carmelist, we're going to treat that like something that has a Carmelist on both sides, and no one would say that you need to have an actual doorway there. So this is good, but the problem is that Rabbi Yosef sitting in front of Rabbi Huna proceeded to say another halacha, which is going to become complicated. So let's just see that when he said this halacha, Rabbi Yosef stand in front of Rabbi Huna, and he said a halacha in the name of Amar Yehuda Rav, which Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rav. He then said a second halacha, and he said, I'm saying in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, who is his Rabbi, but he didn't say whether Rabbi Yehuda said his halacha like Rav or not. Again, so the first halacha, he said, Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav. The second halacha, he just said Amar Rabbi Yehuda. What was the halacha that he said? He said, Im haya mavu kol rechava ein tarach kum. He says as follows, that if the mavli is open to a rechava, you don't need anything. Okay, so let's just understand what the case is up here. So a regular mavli is, you have a Rosh Hashanah here, you go up to, you have a mavli that goes up from it, right? A mavli consists of at least two chutzner areas opening onto that place. That's a mavli, right? So now, what happened with this? So you have such a Rosh Hashanah, you have your mavli going up, you have your opening to the two chutzers, and there's a wall in front of you. Now what happened? That wall, let's say that wall is not there. And what is there? It's a rechava. A rechava is basically, the way Rashi explains it, it's the back of the houses. It's a place where people just put stuff. They don't live there, right? It's not a place that they really live. So it's like a Rosh Hashanah that has no yurin, that has no residence. So the halacha would be as follows. So what do you have? And then to make it more complicated, the chava, this uninhabited area, the wall that is directly opposite the mavli now broke open, and now there's an opening all the way to a Rosh Hashanah. So if I'm starting down in my Rosh Hashanah here, I have a mavoi, but the wall in front of me at the end of the mavoi fell down or wasn't there. And then from there I had a rechava, which is some kind of uninhabited area. And then beyond the rechava was an opening to the Rabbi. So the halacha that he's saying is as follows: even though technically speaking you can walk out of the Rabbi down here, walk through the mavoi, through the rechava, and into the Rabbi, we're not going to treat this like a mavoi mafulish, and we're going to treat that like a mavoi sasam, a closed mavoi. What do you need if you have a mavoi sasam? I just need to put on my bottom where my mavoi meets the Rosh Hashanah, the bottom of the Hashanah, I just need to put a lechi or korah. So that was his halacha. Okay, so I'm going to lay a bailer of Yosef. So this was of Yosef saying this in front of Rav Huna, and he was quoting the first thing he said, Amar Yehuda Marad. The second one he said, Amar Yehuda. So Rabbi said, Yosef, Had Rav Yehuda was small. The second halacha that you said in the name of Rabbi Yehuda was actually not Rabbi Yehuda in the name of his Rabbi Rab, but was Rabbi Yehuda in the name of his Rabbi Shmuel. Why? Because we're going to see that it argues on Rab, on the base. It says the Gemara, the Rab, because if this second halacha, that is Rechava, you were quoting your Rebbe Rab, passing the Rab at the Rab the Tarti. We're going to have a stira between the halacha you just said with Rab in two ways. We're going to have a stira. Okay, so now let me just take a second to talk about two things before we get started. So one is so first I want to tell you the structure of the Gemara we're going to deal with as follows. We brought a halacha. Rabbi Yehuda said it in the name of someone. But Joseph said it was in the name of Shmuel. Because it was in the name of Rab, we have two theories. We have a problem with the halacha you just said with something else that Rab said. Then the Gemara is going to say, but you know what? It's not. There's a very Jewish thing. You're going to say, you know what? It's not actually my focus because there's a reason that it's not actually a theorem. Okay. Then the Gemara is going to say, well, okay, but if they did argue, what would they have been arguing about? So it's a funny structure, right? And we're going to say, it seems they argue. We say, no, they don't argue. And then they're going to say, well, let's say they were arguing. What are they arguing about? So that's just the structure of the Gemara. We'll follow that. The other thing I just want to introduce for a moment is there's a concept that probably the difference in Mulua, that we have a concept of Mulua, so this is an idea of as follows: that if you have a space that opens to another space, that is, they are fully open, at least from the first space to the second space, and you cannot carry from the first space to the second space, right? So this is a regular halacha in the Hilchos Eruvin. It comes up a number of times in the Tosafta. So the halacha is, if in the first space you cannot carry to the second space, but yet the first space is fully open to the second space, then you cannot carry even in the first space. Okay? That's the halacha. It's the halacha in Eruvin. Generally, it's going to become relevant to our sugya. So I just wanted to introduce it here. Okay. So we have as follows. We have a halacha Amr Yehuda, which Rav Yosef says he's saying in the name of Shmuel that if you have a mavoi that's open to a rechava, and that rechava is open to a shesarabim, we don't care that this mavoi you can walk through from the bottom to the top from one shesarabim to another. We don't treat it like a mavoi before. He said that's a problem with Rav. Why? Because the Amr Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba Amr Rav, because Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba said in the name of Rav, mavoi. So this is actually very, very similar to the case of Rechava. The only difference is you had your Shesarabin, you had your Mavoi, and the end wall of the Mavoi broke down, but instead of there being a Rechava behind, there's a Chutzner behind. Now just to be clear, this Chutzner was not a Chutzner that traversed through this Mavoi. It had its entrance way somewhere else. But it was behind the wall of the Mavoi. Now that wall fell down in its entirety. So therefore, when you're looking in this mavoi, you're looking down this mavoi, you're then seeing through the chutzner, and then the wall on the other side of the chutzner fell down also, and opened to the shesarabim. So now, again, it's kind of the same case. There's a shesarabim at the bottom. You walk through the mavoi, you walk through the chutzner, you're going to hit a shesarabim. Right? So that's the case we're dealing with. Sounds very familiar. In fact, on surface, the only difference between these cases, and this is going to be the Gemara's Kasha, the only difference between these cases seems to be one case is talking about a Rakava, and one case is talking about a Chata. So it says the Gemara, what's the difference between a Chata and a Chata connected? So what's the halacha according to Rav? Chater Mutares, Umavoy Asa. So the Chater is Mutter, and the Mavoy is Asa. So now we're going to say as follows. Why is the Chater Mutter? So now, just to explain the case a little better, and I know some people have pictures or whatever, not everyone does, I'll try and explain it. The Mavli goes like this. The wall of the Mavli fell down in its entirety, and it's now open to a Chater. But the Chater actually goes wider than both sides of the Mavli. Right? So it's almost like you have the Mavli and you have a T that's the Chater. So the Chater goes, you can go to the right or left once you walk into the Chater. So now, if you think about it, let's forget the Mavli view for a moment and imagine we're the residents of this Chater. What do we have? We have an entryway somewhere else, whatever. And now we develop two holes, tough day. They develop two holes in their Chater, one that opens up to the Mavli and one that opens up to the Chater. Those holes are less than 10 amas wide and they're in a direct line of the Mavli. But if I'm standing in the Chater, if I'm looking at the Mavli, I got this hole in my wall for the Mavli, I'm looking at the Mavli, what do I see? I see a Mavli in front of me, I see one of my walls to my right and one of my walls to my left. So what do we know? We know the halacha is if you have walls and the standing part is greater than the open part and it's less than 10 amas wide, what is that treated as? It's treated as a doorway. So I have a doorway that leads to a Mavli. That doesn't preclude me from carrying in my own Chater. Now, if the guy turns around 180 degrees and looks at the wall, at the hole that was just created between his Chater and the Rishis Harabim, so what does he have? He has a hole less than 10 amas wide leading from his Chater to Rishis Harabim, but he has a wall to his right, he has a wall to his left. So what is that? It's a Pesach, it's a door. So therefore, the Chater has two doors. One leads to a Mavli, one leads to Rishis Harabim. Big deal. It doesn't preclude you from carrying because of a doorway leaving your Chater doesn't create a problem. As long as it's not greater than 10 amas, which would make it a breach, or it's not, the opening is greater than the walled portion, we're good. So that's why the halacha of Rav is the Chater is mutter. But Rav says the Mavli is usher. Now, the Gemara is going to assume in the beginning, why is Rav saying that the Mavli is usher? Because when you, at the end of the day, when you're standing at this bottom of Rishis Harabim, you're looking at your Mavli. What are you seeing at the other end? You're seeing through your Mavli, through the Chater, through Rishis Harabim. And what do you have? So you're basically, I'm standing in this Rishis Harabim, I'm looking through a Mavli and a Chater to another Rishis Harabim. So that should be, even though, technically speaking, you're traversing a Mavli followed by a Chater, at the end of the day, this looks like a Mavli Mefulush. So you should therefore, so we're going to say that seems to be a problem, and that's why the Mavli is going to be usher. Okay? So that I'm going to explain this a little better in a second, but I just want to get the question out there a little bit. So the issue now is to ask the Gemara about my having the Mavli to Kol or Rakava. So why are these halachas different? We have almost the exact same case. One case, the Mavli is open to a Rakava, and in the other case, it opens to a Chater. Who cares if the Rakava, Mavli, why is it different? So basically, we see that whereas the Yehuda passed in on Amud Aleph, that you can carry in the Mavli. You don't need anything. You just have your one regular lefty at the bottom, and you're good. And Rav said you're not allowed to carry in the Mavli at all. Okay, so I've given a very simplistic approach to this. That's the Gemara's basic question. But if you notice, the Gemara said that this is a kasha on Rav in two areas that they seem to be having an argument. In order to understand this, we're going to have to walk through this a little better. So because basically what the Gemara does is it makes an implication, a clear from each of the statements, and that clear, those influences are going to be contradictory. So how so? Because Rabbi Yehuda said that if the Mavli cracks down and opens to a Rakava, which is an uninhabited area, in that case, everything is Muslim. But if it would be a cluster, right, which is inhabited, that would be a problem. So this inference makes sense because he obviously chose a funny case of a Rechava, which has no residence, and if it has no residence, there's no notion that one should offer on the other. So, but he specifically chose a Rechava. He didn't choose the cluster. So it must mean that he sees a problem with there being a cluster and a mavoi that opens onto the cluster. Now, what Rabbi Yehuda does not have a problem with is he does not have a problem with the fact that when I'm standing down here in my Rosh Hashanah, I'm looking right through to another Rosh Hashanah. That doesn't bother him because if that bothered him, that would be true even when it's a Rechava. So obviously, Rabbi Yehuda is not concerned about Mefula, but he seems to be concerned about a mavoi opening onto a cluster. So now let's analyze why would Rabbi Yehuda be concerned about a mavoi opening onto a cluster. This is why I referenced before that because when I'm standing in the mavoi, my mavoi opens in its entirety. The full length, the full width of my mavoi wall fell down and now opens into the
Welcome,
cluster.
Lulu.
That cluster I cannot carry from the mavoi to the cluster. Why? Because any Mississippi and other Mississippi you can't carry unless you have some kind of Eruv. And I have no Eruv. So therefore, Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, so once the mavoi is open in its entirety to the cluster, what did I tell you before? That if you have one area opens into another area which you cannot carry, then the first area you can't carry either. So says Rabbi Yehuda, I have a case of where it's parts to Malul, it's fully open to an area I cannot carry through, so therefore I cannot carry in my mavoi. Okay? So this is Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which is basically the way we're understanding. This is actually going to be the Maskana. The way Rabbi Yehuda learned is I don't care about the fuller. We'll see why later. But he says that I do care, and I don't care if a mavoi opens to a Rechava, because a Rechava you can carry between it's an uninhabited place. But I do care if the mavoi opens into the cluster, because at the end of the day, because that's the halacha, part from Malua, L'makam Asherlo, that you cannot carry in the mavoi. So that is the implication of Rabbi Yehuda, is that he would be concerned about a cluster. Comes Rav, and Rav says as follows. We're going to ignore his thing. I explained to you before his halacha of cluster, why you can carry in the cluster, because for them it's just two stuff. So let's focus on Rav's halacha. Rav says that the carry in the mavoi is also. And we assume, because it bothered Rav to see from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, and that makes it like a maful. But the implication would be that Rav's concern is not one of Eruv, right? Because he chooses a case of cluster, right? His issue is that it broke that it broke open to a cluster. I'm sorry, his issue is that it broke open to Rosh Hashanah. If the first break had happened, the implication would be that according to Rav, if the mavoi, if that wall broke and opened into a cluster, that's not a problem. The only problem is that the second wall broke and therefore it looks mafula. But the fact that this mavoi opens to a cluster, and that I don't have a problem with, I'm not going to preclude them from carrying. So now we're left with the following. We're left with two areas that Rav and Yehuda disagree. So the first one has to do with when a mavoi opens into a cluster. Forget the second Rosh Hashanah break. When a mavoi opens into a cluster, Rabbi Yehuda is saying that's usher because it's part of the Malul L'makam Asherlo. It's entirely open to an area that's usher. So therefore, I can't carry in the mavoi. Whereas so that would be the case where Rabbi Yehuda said I have a problem with that, and that's why I did not use the case of a cluster. I used the case of a Rechava. Whereas Rav is not worried about that. Rav's only worried about a mafulus, that it's the fact that it's open from one end to the other. So that's the first area they argue. Do I have to worry about a mavoi opening into a cluster? Rabbi Yehuda says yes. Rav says no. And what about the fact when you have mafulus that goes from the front, you have your Rosh Hashanah through your mavoi into a cluster, into Rosh Hashanah. Rav has a problem with that, and Yehuda doesn't. How do I know Rabbi Yehuda doesn't? Because it didn't bother him in the case of Rechava, so it's not going to bother him in the case of cluster. So we have two areas of disagreement between Rav and Rabbi Yehuda. One about mavoi opening to a cluster, and one about and one about Mefullah. Okay, so therefore that's the two cases. So I'm just going to read again from the top. Either Rav, because this must be a halacha of Shmuel when you said that opening in the Rechava. Because if it's Rav, pass the Rav, the Karti, because we have a zero with Rav in two ways. Between this halacha that we said in Nomen Aleph. The case that if a mother opens and it's entirely to a chater, the nifet the chater connecto, and the chater across from it broke and entered into the rabbim, chater mutares, the chater is mutter, mavoi also the mavoi is also. So ask me, what's the difference between the two cases before? They seem to be arguing in two matters. So therefore, it's clear that the one on Nomen Aleph must have been Rabbi Yehuda saying in the name of his Rabbi Shmuel, and the one on Nomen Beis is what Rav would hold, which is Rabbi Yehuda's other Rabbi. So his halacha that he said on Nomen Aleph about the Rechava is like his Rabbi Shmuel, not like his Rabbi Rav. Amrle, so this was what happened. Rabbi Yosef said to Rabbi Yosef, I'm sorry,
a lot of racial shit we did. Yeah. We had it all.
Abaya said to Yosef, this one must be Shmuel, and the halacha the halacha that you said must be Shmuel, because Rav would argue. To which Yosef responded, I don't really care what you're telling me. And no, Lo Yodana, I have no idea, maybe you're right. He said, Uvdo Hava, but this was a story. We had a Rechava, the Dura de Ravasa, in the village of, Rashi says, the Kfar Roim, the village of the shepherds. And Mavoi Shekol Rechava Hava, it was a case where you had a Mavoi that opened into this uninhabited area. But also the coming of Yehuda, and it went in front of Yehuda. Well, it didn't require anything. He said, a Mavoi, he said, this halacha that I told you on Nomen Aleph, tell me all your things about Rav Shmuel. I was with Rav. I was with Rabbi Yehuda, and he didn't require it. The Ikashim is made the Rav, and if you're right that this doesn't work according to Rav, so to have it made the small, so fine. I accept what you said. So it's small, big deal. So therefore, this was the case where I said before that it seems that the halacha on Nomen Aleph conflicts in two ways with Rav's halacha on Nomen Beis. So therefore, we're saying fine. The halacha on Nomen Beis is Rav. The halacha on Nomen Aleph is Shmuel. Now the Gemara says, actually, there's no real argument here. That the Gemara will pass it after the Amar of cases with Shmuel bar Abba, the Amar of Yosef bar Abba, because there was a statement that was cases said about this halacha of Rav that we learned on Nomen Beis, and it made it where it no longer necessarily conflicts with what we said on Nomen Aleph. Why? Because he said, Azra I'm going to clarify for you. When Rav said it's halacha that a mother that breaks into a chaser, so he said that halacha that Rav said is only in a certain case, but not in another. When did Rav say it? Rav said it only in a case where there was no eruv between the two. So if there is no eruv between the two, so then Rav would agree that that's the case where Rav said it becomes usher to carry in the mavli, right? But if he's saying as follows, that if there's no eruv between them, so then that's the case where Rav says that you cannot carry in the mavli. But if there would be an eruv between them, then you would be able to carry in the mavli. So what does that tell us? Once we heard that, we realized that we were wrong in what we thought Rav's problem was. Because we said Rav's problem must be one of Mefullah, right? But if there would not be an opening to the Rav, then Rav would not have a problem. And now we're saying it has nothing to do with Mefullah. It has to do with whether there's an error between them or not. So now you're actually, Rav is saying just like Rabbi Yehuda, which is what? Which is that you have a mavli, it opens into a chaser. The problem is, if you have no error between the two of them, you cannot carry into the chaser. If you can't carry into the chaser, it's a part to that the mavli cannot carry into the chaser. Therefore, you can't carry into the mavli. So Rav, when he says mavli is usher, he's saying the exact same halacha as Yehuda. But Yehuda said the case of Rechava, because in Rechava you don't need an eruv, because the Rechava is an uninhabited area. But the implication was, if it was a chaser, you wouldn't need an eruv. right? So therefore, Rav and Rabbi Yehuda are actually saying the exact same thing. So it's no longer a stira between them. So therefore, continuing the Gemara, the Rav and Rav, Nami Lokata. So therefore, from Rav on Rav, it's also meaning that when you thought if the halacha number aleph is Rav, if the problem was the halacha number beis, it's not true. On here, we're going to cut the mother, until we are going to say as follows. That Rav is in perfect agreement with the Yehuda, and if there is no Erev between the two, then you cannot carry in the mother because the mother is fully open to the Chaser, which is usher to carry into, and therefore it's usher to carry in the mother. If, however, there would be a Erev between them, or we're dealing with a Rakava in the back, which is an uninhabited area, therefore doesn't require an Erev, in those cases it's mutter. So what are we coming out? We're coming out that unlike what we thought in the beginning, Rav is not worried about Mafula. It's an Erev issue. It's not a Mafula issue. Everyone is going to be in agreement for right now. But now, why, by the way, are we in agreement? We're going to see this in the Gemara in a second, but I'll tell you now. Why are we in agreement that we're not worried about Mafula? Because at the end of the day, what you have here is you have your Rabbi, you have your Mavoi, and then you go into the Chaser extends to the right and left. So people see that's a different area. That's not the Mavoi going straight all the way to Rabbi. It's Mavoi followed by a widening, which is obviously a Chaser, folled by an entrance to Rabbi. So that's clear to people that it's not a Mavoi Mafula, and therefore we don't require anything more. So that's going to be the halacha, and they're going to be entirely in agreement. So now, just to get us first of all tomorrow the long daf, and second of all to get us to the logical ending there, we're just going to finish the Gemara quickly. Says the Gemara. And this was the structure I told you before. So we started off saying the memra on Amud Aleph must be small because it can't be Rav because it was a conflict with Rav on Amud Beis. Then we said no, Rav on Amud Beis and the memra on Amud Aleph don't conflict with each other. Therefore, the memra on Amud Aleph could in fact be Rav, or it could be small. We don't know, but there's no conflict. Now the Gemara is saying, well, wait a second. Explain to me, and I've already explained it to you really, so hopefully this tomorrow will be relatively easy. So explain to me, when you thought they were arguing, what would they have been arguing about? Because tomorrow, the told us to make Kara. They should irribu, they should irribu. So he says, but according to what I thought in the beginning, this was not an Erev issue, and this was a Mafula issue. So then, what did they think they were arguing about? What was going on here? The Irvu might plead you, the low Irvu might plead you. So in the case of Irvu, where they actually had an Erev, and we thought there's still a problem because Rav has an issue with Mafula, what were they arguing about when they were talking about Mafula? Why did Rav think Mafula was a problem and Shmuel did not think it was? Because again, we're going in the Havamina. And the low Irvu might be when we were talking about low Irvu and we weren't dealing with a Mafula issue, we were dealing with a question of a Mavoi opening into a Chaser, and if they're not, don't have an Eruv, that Rabbi Yehuda had a problem and Rav didn't have a problem, what were they thinking in that case? So says the Gemara. It's a low Erev the case where we're not dealing with an Erev, we're not dealing with a Mafula problem, and we're dealing with an Erev problem. So what was the case? We had as follows. They have a Mavoi opening into a Chaser that's wider than it. The Mavoi is fully open to the Chaser. The Chaser is a place you can't carry. So we said that is part from the rule of Machalah, and therefore Rabbi Yehuda said that that's a problem, and therefore you can't carry in the Mavoi. But the question is, as I told you before, part of the rule of Machalah is a general halach and eruv. So why did Rav not seem to have a problem? His only issue was Mafulish in our Havamina. Why did he not have a problem with carrying in the Mavoi if the Mavoi was open in its entirety to a chaser which it could not carry into? The Gemara says the nearer the foot, the telling you what they were arguing about is a topic that will see tomorrow, on Wednesday, which has to do with the following. From the perspective of standing in the Mavoi, you're right, it's fully open to the Chaser, and therefore Rabbi Yehuda says you're fully open to Makom as Chaser, and therefore you can't carry in the Mavoi. But Rav had a view, we thought, although this is only in the Havamina, it doesn't work out this way. Now, wait a second. Go stand in the Chaser. So the Chaser is not fully open to the Mavoi. The Chaser we said with a key. It's wider than the Mavoi. So therefore, if I'm standing in the Chaser and looking back at the Mavoi, I see that it's not fully open. They're not lined up one next to the other. The Mavoi is much more narrow than the Chaser. So So therefore, Rav was saying, I am going to look from the outside. From the outside, it's not fully open, and therefore it's not a case of parts of Malua Umakamahasalo. It's not parts of Malua. Rav and Rabbi Yehuda was saying in the Havamina, no, you have to look at it from standing inside the mavli. When I'm inside the mavli, all I see is my entire mavli is broken down into a chasher, and therefore it's parts of Malua Umakamahasalo. So we can say that was in the Havamina what we thought they were arguing about. The Eruv commit would be, now what about when we thought that they were arguing, even if there would be an Eruv between them, it seemed that Rav had an issue that it was Mefulas, and Rabbi Yehuda didn't seem to care about Mefulas, because in the case of Rechava, it didn't bother Rabbi Yehuda. So the Gemara said that Rabbi Yosef, they're actually arguing about Rabbi Yosef. Interesting. The Rabbi Yosef says, "Lo shanu ala shekala le'emsa Rechava." So Rabbi Yosef said as follows: this that we said that Rabbi Yehuda allowed you to go in and through the Rechava, right? That's only true if it was a T, the way we said, where you had the mavli, you had a wider chutzner, and then the opening to Rosh Hashanah. So he said, "Avokala l'tidei Rechava aser." But let's say, instead of looking like a T, it just looked like an L. You had your mavli, and then you had your Rechava, but this left wall was even throughout. So first you had your wall of the mavli, then you had the width of the chutzner, and then you had your break to the Rosh Hashanah. So now you have one straight wall that looks like it. So that, we're going to say, is Rabbi Yosef's Kiddush is that Rabbi Yehuda was saying, even when you're dealing with a Rechava, which has no gear and it has no residence, nonetheless, if there's a straight wall from the front of this Rosh Hashanah to the front to that Rosh Hashanah, even though you're traversing both a mavli and a Rechava, in that case you don't do it. So what does that tell you? That introduces the concept that the T is important, because when you're looking at the T, you're seeing your mavli, but then you see it expands wider, and therefore you know that you're dealing with a different area, in this case a Rechava or a chutzner, and therefore I'm not worried about Mefula. So the issue, so once we say, so that's what the Gemara says.
The shit's being stretched.
The Eruv commitment, if we weren't dealing with an Eruv issue, we're just dealing with the Mefulas issue. So then what? And as we understand Rav says it looks like a Mefulas, but what was Rabbi Yehuda thinking? So we see once Rabbi Yosef tells us that Rabbi Yehuda, in order to say his halacha, requires a T and not an L, so it gives us insight as to why Rabbi Yehuda wasn't worried. Because he felt you have a mavli, you see that it expands, and then you go out. So that's what we're going to say. So we're going to end here, but that's what we're going to say was the issue, the machlokas in the Havamina between Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda said, because there's a T, I'm not worried about it. And Rav said, look, I can look straight through from this to that, so we're going to treat it like Mefulas. But again, both these machlokim that we had about to understand the Rabbi Yehuda was only saying it with a T, and the issue of this question of maybe I look from the inside or the outside, all of that was to explain the Havamina, but actually the Memra that Rabbi Yehuda said on Amud Aleph was dealing with the Rechava, and the Memra on Amud Beis was Rav was dealing with the chutzner. But in all cases, they agree if you can carry from the mavli to the back, whether it's a Rechava because it has no inhabitants, or a chutzner because you did an Eruv, everyone agrees it's not a problem. If you cannot carry from the mavli to the chutzner because there was no Eruv, everyone would agree in that case too that it's hurt. It's part of the rule of Makama law. So you have a mavli opening into a chutzner. Since you can't carry from the mavli to the chutzner, you can't carry in the mavli.
The comedy is just fucking comedy. You gotta laugh. Gallows humor is really important. Yeah. And if we're treating each other well and there's equality socially, everyone can laugh because everyone feels good about where they are in life. We are a society that takes care of one another. And again, I'm from Canada where there's socialized medicine. So it's pretty fucking good. And if you're not living in a fucking world where you're allowed to walk around and fucking eat berries and kick a chicken against a tree and do whatever you want and just build a fucking house without any code or anything like that, we're gonna live in a society where you're born into a fucking system. System needs to take care of everybody, period. And it ain't fucking happening. And that's gonna be my platform. But if that's the case and we can achieve something like that, again, I do not think it's possible at all. We're fucked. Let me just put that in there. I ain't running for office. But if we can do that, that, then we can start to laugh at absolutely everything again. Right now, people are not wanting to laugh at shit, and they have every right not to laugh at shit because stuff is fucking dire. You can't go on Mad TV and make fun of absolutely everybody else. Although, you know, we had Gary Spears, Deborah Wilson, Phil Lamar. It was funny at the time. Hilarious. Makes me fucking laugh now. Those people that I learned so much about black culture and laughing, you know, with them, and also growing up watching like people still just want to laugh. They desperately care. I think so, but I think it's just like it's like no one's gonna let themselves fucking laugh.
And
That's
interesting.
Let's let ourselves laugh. No, we keep ourselves from we all get on this alert kind of where it's like don't point at me, don't offend me, you know. I mean, I got upset over like last big election thing because the only people that people were making fun of was poor white people, right? And it was like, what the fuck did we do? It's like, poor white people didn't even like
7 lines down on the Rabbi. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavui that opens up to an area that's either a rechava or a butcher that's wider than it is. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a pirta that wall came down and opened onto a different rishut. So initially we thought it was Mafoket Rav Shmuel, and we said that Rav was concerned about Moshulas, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Mafoket Rav and Shmuel, and that they're actually both in agreement. Or we actually don't know that Shmuel was involved at all. There was a concern when Rabbi Yehuda said something that we assumed it must have been in the name of Shmuel instead of his Rabbi Rav, because
most of my black friends have no idea what it is. They came out. They kind of launched it a few years ago. I feel like, I mean, I know they didn't, but it's like if you'd have asked any black kid around what Juneteenth was, they have no fucking clue.
Okay, so I'll start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavui. The mavui opens up into either a chutzner or a rechava. A chutzner is an occupied area. A rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another rishut. So we had the thought that Rav was concerned about Mafulish, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the mavui and you can walk straight through the mavui, through the chutzner or rechava, and then get out in another rishut. And whether that would make it like Mafulish, ultimately we decided that that was not the primary concern there, and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be my focus. And the fact that Rav asked him that you could not carry in the mavui was because there was no eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry in the mavui. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, if there had been an eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an eruv issue, not a refulas issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case that Yehuda was addressing was a rechava, and a rechava as an uninhabited area is something that did not require an eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of rechava and the chutzner looked the same in terms of physical structure, the difference was is it a used chutzner or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, and the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mafulat, so therefore that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustments. But there does not have to be any disagreements between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which he said on Zayin Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an eruv issue, was not a mafulat issue. But let's pick up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabba. And he's picking up on, we said yesterday that Rav Yosef explained that the reason we're not worried about Mafulish is why, because you have your mavui, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left,
So as you're looking at the mavoi, you see the mavoi end, and then there's a broader area which is the chatzar or rakava. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to the Rabbi. So we were not worried about Mokula. But Rabbi says, not so fast. Hada Amrit went to Rakava Mutter. This time we said that as long as you have this T shape and you see that it's off to the side, so that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Lo Amran El Azeh Shelo Kineged Zeh. That, nonetheless, we do have some concern about Mafula. That if you're standing at the bottom here, and you can do from one Rosh Hashanah to another, even though it goes through a Rakava, even though that key area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rosh Hashanah. So Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your mavoi leads into the recover of Chaser, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rosh Hashanah. So you do not have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other, says Rabbi, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of mafula. We talked about it being an Arabic, and now we're adding back in the concept of it being mafula. So it continues there. It says, but if it would be straight, it would be usher. So now what does it mean? So when Rav said it's halakha, he said mavoi to nifris from Malua, that if you have a mavoi that's fully open or chaser to a chaser, and nifris or chaser connecto, and it says opposite that, the chaser has a broken wall, so this is Rav, that seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says connecto, it just means the wall that's opposite. So nonetheless, you have to go like so. Okay. Now, so that's the Gemara. Amar of Mesharshia. So now we have two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this T shape, so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. So now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct opening between the Rabbim, it's mutter, but we have another qualification. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with the Rakava, which we said we don't need in Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rakava that belongs to multiple people. But if that Rakava in the back, you have your Mavoi, and your Rakava is on top, if that Rakava belongs to a single individual, so I'll read that again in a second once I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this key. You need to know that when you go in your mava, you see a space to the right and left. But left space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your mava, followed by the wall of the rakava. Now the rakava goes off to the right, so that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. Because then you're seeing one straight wall. The left wall, in the example I'm saying, is the Mavoi wall, followed by the Rakava wall, and then that leads to where the Rishut Rabbim is. So that's going to be a problem, because this is what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line, and so you need the full T, it can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rabbi Mishrashi is introducing is, he's saying, even if you have a T in this Rakava, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rakava belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what, I want to take advantage of real estate here, I'm going to take the left part of the T, and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your Mavoi, and then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way to keep your Mavoi and your Rakava, that's problematic. So Rabbi Mishrashi is saying, we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he built it, even though we have a key, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rakava of the Rabbin. How does that help?
Because I guess even in the times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. But if one guy's there, he can choose to build his house. So Misharti is telling us that it has to be owned by Yaakov. So now let me read it with that explanation. This that we said you can carry when you have the keys and you have the non-direct line between the Rishut Rabbim. We only said that when the Rechava belongs to multiple individuals. But if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried that it might happen that they'll change his mind. They'll build houses, but how did it come up to follow over to the Rechava? You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a mavoi that then ends in the side of Rechava, and you have one straight line, and therefore it's going to be usher. So we're going to end up here at flowers. That if you have your mavoi followed by if it's a Rechava, you don't need an Arab. If it's a Hakim, you need an Arab, but you need three other qualifications. You need this key. You need to make sure that key cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rishut Rabbim have a turn that so that it's not a direct straight line from one Rishut Rabbim to the other. Okay, so now after Gemara, we not him the Sunny run in Rechava Rabbim and Rechava Yaakov. Where do we have this halachic concept that we're worried that an individual is going to change something, but the rabbis aren't going to change something? So we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, rabbis might build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar, because we have later in the Sefer and that's how we test and say Rabbi by Rav Ado, Rabbi by Rav Abba said the name of Yitzchak, Ma'aseh from Rabbi Yaakov, the Shida Yaakov Kol Yom, the Shida Yaakov Kol Ashba. Here's the case: you have a sister Rabbim like any other mother, like any other case, and you have a mother needs 3 walls for a regular mother. But this mother is interesting. It's 3 walls with crafted in 3 different ways. So on, let's call it your left wall, when you're standing in the Shishab, your left wall was a garbage dump. And that garbage dump was more than 10 fucking high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or a yam. That's actually my focus in the posting whether rivers apply, we'll see in a minute, but you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is a mechitza, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, the rule is Esther B'Tos Arba. As long as the incline, the flockade Esther B'Tos Arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4, so what does it mean? As long as if you're walking 4 armas, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 shafim, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that is considered a mechitza. Okay, so you have your Rishut Rabbim. Your left side is a garbage dump at least 10 fucking tall. Your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 fucking tall. And in front of you are the 2 structures that open up. So you have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine moment. That was the case they had. But what happened? Rabbi, and they came in front of Rabbi and said, was this an acceptable? Was this an acceptable mother? They could just put up a left ear color and carry in it. Rabbi didn't want to say it's usher, he didn't want to say it's mutter. Why? It's really the whole time of Masita. He didn't want to say it's usher because at the end of the day you have valid Masita here. Water is a Masita, the embankment of water, garbage is a Masita, houses are a Masita. We said at the end of the day you have 3 valid walls opening from the surround. That Muslim smells like a mother. But at the way but he also didn't want to say that they're carrying it. Why? Because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people will be used to carrying because there wasn't a piece of garbage and now it's not there anymore, but they're still going to carry. Maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was in the pizza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. Well, what happens, as is the nature, and this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates,
and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislaki as a which you get a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline, and maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So continues, so we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far all we've seen is that we're worried about changing. So where do we see this Yachid or Rabbi thing? Continues the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have a pizza there? So it's not, but wait, we had a mitzvah that is again there in the later in our mitzvah. Ask for Rabbi, if you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 fucking tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishit and his house is a Rishit. Why is the garbage dump a Rishit? Because it's 10 fucking tall and presumably the dollar fucking wide, dollar by dollar fucking. Even if it wasn't dollar by dollar fucking, it would be fine because it's your muscle store. Because it's higher than 10 fucking, less than dollar. Either way, you can throw from your Rishit to another Rishit or to a muscle store. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out the window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, so the question is, why is it in one case Rebbe was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer Rishit Yachid because it's only Rishit Yachid because the garbage piled up more than 10 parts. But if someone's going to remove the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window, he's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land in Rishit Rabin and he'll have thrown from Rishit Yachid to Rishit Rabin. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, how much money they asked for the Rabbi, that it must be the reason that we're worried in Rebbe's case that there's garbage being taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and he's going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mother is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rishit Rabbin, presumably it belongs to the Rabbin. Things that belong to the Rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So therefore, says the Gemara, Hafinami, Shani Ben Recham with the Rabbin, Recham with the Yachid. And this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Tarshia. The Rabbi Tarshia says even the key is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the key and you'll be left with an L. And that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your republic. Okay, so now we have the case of Rabbi. When Rabbi said we're worried, maybe the garbage gets thrown away, maybe the
how you living, Pam?
So what about Rabbanan mind? So that was Rebbe's.
What's good, son?
What does the Rabbi Paskin? What does the Rabbanim say?
I'm done
even though Rebbe was not prepared to say.
All right, no big deal on the
not
ice
prepared
guy.
to say that it's usher and mutter. It's mutter because technically
All right.
usher because he might have said usher.
All right, well, I'm going to look at it. I'm going to review it.
They're going to take it away. People
Send it to me.
The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said usher. All right,
let's send it to me again, big dog.
And therefore, you cannot rely on this mavoi, on a mavoi that for one of its walls relies on either a gate or on a pile of garbage. There are others who say,
yes, send it on X, please.
That the Chachamim said at the end of the day, the Rebbe was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls.
What'd you say, big man?
Regardless of which version, he's saying at the end of the day, Rebbe was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage taken away.
Baby, I'm such a lover. Every day is Valentine's Day for this dog. All right, send me your link. There we go. I see it. All right, I'm gonna look at it. And this better be the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Slope of the water changing. So what happened? Then they had one or more mavos where you had
okay,
Rabbi,
so
and
so
the mavo comes off. And
why didn't you make all of the links
was
like
the
vertical?
So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere, like you'd have this. But what would happen? What was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on
Dog, I don't want to hear that. I want people who want to work hard, who want to make money for themselves. Frankly, P-Bish, you're lazy. I've told you that before. I want you to have motivation. Don't give me this. Have you ever had to work in the hot sun? Do you know how difficult that is? All I'm asking you to do is use your thumbs, use your brain power. You're a smart person. All you need to do is make them vertically. But you're wasting my time until you do what I tell you to. You're like, hey, can we start this now? The answer is no. If a customer looks at this, it's going to show that you're lazy. If you look at the one that I sent you, it looks good. It's very organized. It's simple. When I see that as a customer, I say, this is who I want to partner with. This is who I want promoting my own content. If you say, well, it's too much work, okay, that's fine. I understand it's too much work. Then this isn't going to work out. I want you to be, all I'm asking you to do is something with your thumbs.
Okay.
So make yours look, yes, make yours look like the one that I sent you.
Okay, there's an issue too. Some of them, like the Shopify or Spotify, sorry. Those one I will leave it because I couldn't create an account. Then Blue Sky got suspended.
That's fine. No big deal. No big deal at all. No big deal at all with Blue Sky.
So
But,
the layer of the down layer, should I leave down or should I remove it? I don't do it vertically. All of them.
just do them all vertically, exactly like I sent you.
So should I remove the down layer of the?
You should remove all of the icons and just have them all vertical.
Okay, so like how many should I?
All of
How
them.
many? Because some of them.
All of them. Do you see? Did you look at the one that I sent you? Did you look at the one that I sent you?
Yeah, I did.
Make it look like that.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Excellent. And just look at it like this. Imagine I'm your customer and you're making my link tree. And I tell you, hey, I want you to make my link tree like this example that I show you. That's what your job is. That's what you want to do.
Okay.
All right, do it. It shouldn't take you long. Come back, and then we'll move on to the next step, which is creating content for your different social media, okay?
Okay.
Beautiful, P-Boy. You're welcome, Big Dylan. You're welcome, P-Boy.
When are you going live space so that maybe I can hop on and do some hosting?
Baby, I'm in a space right now. Nobody's in it, but I'm in it right now.
Okay, let me on X.
Yeah, just in the X search, type in Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I.
Is it this your account? Because I'm not seeing you live.
No, I'm live on a different account. If you want to find it, it's Karaoke King 0000. K-R-A, pardon me, K-A-R-A-O-K-E K-I-N-G 0000. I've been live for 366 days.
It's really long, like to search your name. I don't know. Why don't you use this account to do that?
Because I don't host with this one. Man, P-Boy, you're lazy. I'm asking you to type in Karaoke King, K-A-R-A-O-K-E K-I-N-G 0000. And you're like, oh, it's so long. And it's like, and you're like, oh, it's so long. It's like, man, I mean, what do you want me to do? It's within the 15 characters. It's not like I'm giving you a whole sentence.
Is there ready for?
It's K-A-R-A-O-K-E K-I-N-G 0000.
Okay.
Do you see that it's hosting?
I'm going to check it out.
Okay. Do you see that it's hosting a space?
I'm searching it now.
Okay. KARAOKEKING 0000. Do you see it?
I'm searching it.
All right. How long does it take to search it?
I have to remove from this code. Okay, this one. Okay.
Yeah.
No, is it can you spell it again?
KARAOKEKING 0000. KARAOKEKING. Did you find it?
No, I wasn't hearing you. Can you put it again? I wasn't hearing you.
Okay, we're gonna do this one more time. We're gonna do this one more time. If you can't get it, it's no big deal. Nobody's in there. I've given you a task, but I'm gonna spell to you so you're ready.
Okay.
KARAOKEKING 0000.
Is there a space between it?
No, it's one word.
KARAOKE. Am I getting it?
That's correct.
AIN
G.
DOO.
No, not O. 0000.
Which zero? Is it like number?
Yeah, it's a number.
Okay. See no results.
Okay, no big deal. Guess what? It's live right now. It's live right now. But that doesn't matter. I've given you a task. You get the task done, you do all the other stuff, then worry about spaces. You're worried about too much stuff at once. I've given you a task. Is your link tree vertical yet?
Okay, I'm gonna do it now.
Do it right now. Okay. And then come back to me when you're done.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you, P-Boy.
He has all the information that we have and more. And much more. Now it is obvious to anyone that this guy was a human trafficker. He was trafficking women to this island. And now it gets dark because they're talking, these files talk about torture. They talk about, they say disgusting, heinous things. The littlest one, the littlest girl was really naughty. Then they're talking about torture. They're talking about pizza. Remember Pizzagate that was all fake? Everybody's going to they're all talking about pizza. It's weird. It is odd. It is strange. And these are code words. We know that. it's like I've gotten calls from people going, wait a minute, am I crazy or am I now in QAnon? Now maybe you're not in the far reaches of QAnon, which is like Biden died and was replaced by a clone, or you know what I mean? That's hardcore QAnon. But I think we're all QAnon light. We are all QAnon light right now. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. That's to Jeffrey Epstein from a redacted name. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the United States government is protecting. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the U.S. government is protecting. Who are these people? Who are these people? Get up the torture one. There's the email about torture. Go look through these. They're all incredibly creepy. And the redactions in the files are to protect the names of the pedophiles. Remember the lying? Well, the victims. We want the victims to be protected. And we don't want the victim. We don't want to show you kitty porn with the victims. We don't want to put the victims' pussies out there. This is the pedophiles that protecting. They're protecting the victims. They have emails. Yeah, how about this? Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. That's from Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. So Jeffrey Epstein received a torture video from someone, and he responded, hey, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Now, let's break that down. Let's just break it down. Let's give everyone the benefit of all of the doubts. Where are you? We don't know where someone is. By the way, I don't think I've ever, that's odd to email. Where are you? Where are you? Are you okay? That might mean that someone's been up to something. They've been getting wild. Where are you? Are you okay? Is what you say after a wild night of boozing. You're wild. You had a wild night of boozing. Where are you? Are you okay? We saw you drunkenly stumbling to that car. Did you guys make it home? Now this is followed up by 5 words that are pretty insane. I loved the torture video. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. No evidence? Cash Patel? No evidence of any wrongdoing? To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. I am in China. I will be in the U.S. second week of May. Sent by BlackBerry. This was the old days of the BlackBerries. Many of you kids don't remember this. In the old days, when you trafficked women and children and tortured and ate them, you had BlackBerries. Remember that? Before the iPhones? Before the TikTok and the iPhones? You would eat somebody's intestines and then go on your BlackBerry. And this guy, so there's email after email like this. Email after email creepier than the next. There's photos. This guy's got a trap door in his fucking house. Can you get up the trap door that leads right to the ocean? This guy was on an island. There's a lot of pedophiles on land. This guy went to an island because some things go to an island and don't come back, by the way. That's why you want an island. You want an island because some of what's coming to your island is not leaving your island. So this is the trap door. Make that as big as you can. That leads right to the sea. So if you were a woman on the island and a billionaire had rough sex with you and killed you intentionally or unintentionally, would Jeffrey Epstein report it? Or would you go down the chute? No media is covering this. Shame on them, by the way. Shame on them. No media covers this. They're not covering this. They're covering parts of it, and they're dancing around everything. What is happening if you're on that island? Get up the email to Ghislaine where he goes, I'm thankful I didn't kill anyone. Now that means that someone started acting up. I've read credible journalists who say, this doesn't say that there was a pedophile ring, and this doesn't say, this is just rich people hanging out with other rich people and ignoring a guy who might be creepy because they wanted to be around a cool guy with an island. The excuses made are unbelievable. And look at who's making them, and remember who's making them, by the way. Look at who's making excuses here, and remember who's making them. If you're a woman and you went to that island and you got killed, are they reporting it? Or are you going down to shoot do you become shark shop? I'm not trying to make light of it. I mean, listen, I'm being funny. I'm a comedian. It is what it is. But I'm telling you what's happening here, folks. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. This is from Martin Noack, so we know who this is. Isn't he a professor? Where is he teaching? Austria. Oh. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and that I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do you think he did? What do you think Martin did? I'm going to give you three options. Do you think Martin spilled a bottle of expensive wine? That's choice A. Let's read the email again together. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks for amazing hospitality. I am very sorry I caused you so much worry that I spoiled this day. I'm so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do we think Martin did if we had to take a guess? Option A, Martin spilled a very expensive bottle of wine all over the couch. Option B, Martin had a little too much to drink and went on a very uncomfortable tirade about the shifting demographics in Austria. Option C, Martin had rough sex with an underage girl and almost killed her. To a point where that girl had to either be taken out and gotten medical attention, and he ended up spoiling the day, and by some sheer luck, that underage girl didn't die. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. Which one do you think he did? Do you think it was the one? Do you think it was an uncomfortable political tirade? Or do you think this guy almost killed someone that they set him up with? Do you think it was almost that person almost had to go down the chute for the Sharks? That person was almost there? This is my guess. Do I know if that's true? I don't know. But these people are... I can't say enough about neurogum. I love it. So many people that tell me they're sluggish mentally, they don't feel it. I'm like, they're always trying to optimize their life for routines and patterns. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to have a functioning brain by 3 p.m. That's why I like neuro energy and focus now. I love the variety. Peppermint, spearmint, winter green, so you can rotate flavors while you rotate. To be productive and really hang on. And this is my favorite part. In a pilot study with Neuro's energy and focus, participants performed a cognitive test 21.4% faster than those without neuro. It's perfect for LA, traffic, meetings, gym, existential dread. It's for the moment you're doom scrolling, you realize you have to be a person in 12 minutes. Neuro energy and focus is powered by natural green tea, caffeine, L-theanine for calm focus, and vitamin B12 and B6 for better mood and metabolism. No sugar, no aspartame, no crash, which means I don't feel like I need to apologize to my body afterwards. It's clean, effective, and it's better for you ingredients. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your first order at neurogum.com by using code TIM. That's neurogum.com. Use code TIM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon. What is the religious angle here? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. When you listen to Jeffrey Epstein talk, he's talking about transhumanism. He wants to see the world with his seed. He obviously doesn't believe in the concept of the soul. He doesn't believe in anything like that. He believes that you can sculpt humanity. There was a lot of transgender talk. And again, obviously no problem with legitimate trans people, of which there are as many as you'd think if you went to a college campus, like actual trans people. But Jeffrey Epstein clearly liked the idea that gender is very malleable and that you could, and lots of things in life are malleable, and he wanted clearly to build another body, and he was obsessed with scientists. He probably wanted to upload his consciousness, and he was a transhumanist. Not that different from things that, Elon Musk and people like that have said. It's humanity's destiny to merge with artificial intelligence, and we can engage in some type of eugenics. This was all Epstein stuff. You had all these creepy scientists who were at the island. They were doing all this fucked up shit, and he was also engaging in these conversations. So Jeffrey Epstein clearly believed that humanity was a scientific endeavor. And I want to bring up Luciferianism, please. Bring up Luciferianism. Bring up the definition of Luciferianism. Let's bring up Luciferianism. It is a philosophy or belief system that views Lucifer not as a devil, but as a symbol of enlightenment, independence, and pursuit of knowledge. Folks, we're getting somewhere. Folks, I think we're getting somewhere. It emphasizes individual responsibility, critical thinking, the balance of light and dark, often drawing from Gnosticism or occult tradition. Unlike Satanism, which may focus on indulgence or rebellion, Luciferianism focuses on self-deification. I am God. Wisdom and personal growth. Jeffrey Epstein and many in the ruling class are Luciferians. They believe, whether it's aesthetic or not, they believe all of these things to be true. They don't believe there's any moral code outside what they can get away with. They believe that they are deities and gods, and that they should be able to upload their consciousness and potentially live forever, and that you are biological ways that they should be able to fuck and throw in an ocean for sharks. This is true. Absolutely true. Now, they might not say it. They might not go, I'm a Luciferian. Now, some of them will. But they're obsessed with Moloch, who's a god of child sacrifice. They're obsessed with Baal and all these things. They're obsessed with demonology. They're obsessed with this idea of becoming their own god. They're obsessed with child sacrifice. They're obsessed with engineering humanity through things like eugenics. Hitler was an occultist. A lot of people around him were occultists. A lot of people in Los Angeles were occultists at much higher levels of the business. You hear about it. You go back to the 60s. They made a lot of great music. Whatever. But there was a fair amount of occultism then. More cults come out of, Southern California. I'm sorry, Northern California. More retards come out of Southern California. I always mix that up. More cults come out of Northern California. A lot of those occultists were involved in the United States military. Michael Aquino. This is all very obvious. We were on this shit years ago on this show. It's all out in the open right now. So what is the hope here, folks? I'll tell you what it is. Bill and Hill, I did an episode years ago called Bill and Hill's Last Kill. And it was about how, as you get older, you realize that life is finite. And that even though you would like to live forever and be a deity and whatever, that you're going to go into the dirt like everyone else. So I thought that the Clintons' final kill was a beautiful thing, where they had one last security guard, or someone they had to get. Forget who it was, doesn't matter. People come and go. So Bill and Hill did one last kill together. It was one of my favorite episodes on the Patreon, and I talked about that. I talked about the kind of the sense, it's the guy, he's coaching his last game. He's got his lady in the stands. Now, instead of that, of course, this guy's coaching his last game with his lady, and there's, ordering someone's death. Bill and Hill, you gotta remember, Donald Trump fucked this bitch over in a big way. Hillary Clinton's wanted nothing in her life but to be the president of the United States. Life has had no meaning to her outside of that. None. What is life? To have a mildly, this kind of weird-looking daughter and this fucking guy who's cheating on you every other day? Stop! It's not what life is. Life for Hillary Clinton has been about the acquisition of power since she's a young girl. People mistake her. They're like, is she a lesbian? Is she a this? Is she that? Hillary Clinton cares about only one thing, and it's the acquisition of power. And the deal was, she was going to sit through Bill Clinton's escapades as long as they did not fuck her political career. She didn't care. She knew Bill was a scumbag when they met. She knew he chased pussy. She knew he was probably violent with some of the women. She knew where he was from. She knew he was a liar, a cheater, and a rapist. She knew it. But he was also one of the greatest politicians to have ever lived. And she knew that if she hitched her wheel and wagon to him, and helped him greatly, they would attain levels of power. And they did. And, these were the podunk governors of Arkansas. Sure, the intelligence community felt safe in them because they let a bunch of coke get flown into Arkansas, whatever. Sure, they were, Carol Quigley, who wrote Tragedy at Home. Bill Clinton went to the Bohemian Grove. He was selected. Like, people knew who he was. They knew who he was. They felt comfortable with him. The ruling class felt comfortable with him. He was a guy you could control. He was chasing pussy. Probably had a couple of out-of-wedlock kids. Who knows? But Billy Boy was a guy you could control. He likes puss. That's what he likes. So they controlled him that way. And of course, there were political battles and fights and impeachments and whatever. But Bill and Hill were a force to be reckoned with. They defined the 90s. Chubby Bill Clinton jogging around, talking to single mothers in a Wendy's parking lot, telling them he cared about them, their eyes welling up with tears. Bill Clinton is a political dynamo, okay? Not a good person. We covered that literally seconds ago. But politically, he's a genius. His wife is cold, but she's calculated. She keeps him on track. She makes deals. She manages the staff. She's an operator. She's a behind-the-scenes person. She's not a front-of-the-camera person. Barry White's pay attention to this. She's an operator. Hillary is good at operations. Now, you have Bill, who is the star. Hillary is the supporting act. Two terms. Incredibly popular. Hillary Clinton becomes a senator from New York. Obama takes it from her the first time. Young, black, charismatic. Comes in. People like it. They like this guy. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. He's cerebral. He's everything I'm sorry, not H.W. He's everything George W. Bush was. Obama becomes the symbol of the corporate neoliberal takeover. Everyone in the Washington power establishment, most of them, not everyone, but a lot of them, love Barack Obama, especially John Brennan, who's the head of the CIA. Love Barack Obama. They feel comfortable with him, and perhaps you know things about him other people don't know. Okay? He was probably like a cool, dope smoking, bisexual, whatever he was. Okay? So he's being controlled to a degree. Everyone in that position is being controlled. By the way. See, Barack Obama, he takes it from Hillary. After 2 terms of Obama, Hillary still has a shot. Now the road is paved for her. Oh my God. Here comes Donald Trump. The Clintons are big fans of his candidacy early on because they think he's going to be a goofball and a joke. They would love to run against Donald Trump, they said. We want to run against this undisciplined wacko. No one's going to get behind this guy. He'll either lose interest or he'll spiral. He'll get caught up in some messy scandal. Because again, they all know each other. They all know each other. But they have this weird mutually assured destruction because they both think they're going to win. They both need all these billionaires. So as much as he's teasing the Epstein stuff, and she's teasing some of Trump's behavior, Hillary, and Trump shows up to the debate with the women that have accused me, after they grab him by the pussy. Everybody thinks Trump's done. He shows up to the debate with these women that had all accused Bill Clinton, including Juanita Broaddrick, who accused him like credibly of rape. But this is all political theater because everybody knows there's something that no one can talk about. We can only tease. And that's the trap door and who goes to the fish. Bring up the door. Now, who goes to the fish is what we can't talk about. I can say you're doing sexual assault. I can say you're a misogynist. But we can't talk about who goes to the fish. Okay? Now, Trump wants the Epstein files gone. Kash Patel wants them gone. His girlfriend, I don't forget her name. What's her name? Yentl? Anyway, she wants it gone. All of these people want it gone. Nobody wants these things out except a collection of podcasters, the American people, the victims, whatever. But all the billionaires, all the media, all the political people would rather them go away. Trump would rather these things go away. But Thomas Massey, Rokon, other people, they're pushing it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, pushing it. These things come out. The Republicans now go, we want Bill Clinton to testify because we want to play political points with this because the Republicans still think this is a political issue, bless their hearts. The Republicans still think that this is a political issue, and this is not a political issue. It's about who goes to the fish. Trump knows a couple of people went to the fish. Now, the Clintons know it too. What people are hoping, I don't think this is going to happen exactly as people want it to happen, but here's what people are hoping. Bill and Hillary are old, they're skin suits. They've got nothing left. Adrenochrome's wearing off. They have nothing left, truly. He can't fuck anymore, he doesn't even want to live. She's not going to be president anymore. She don't want to live. There are two, my friend just saw her in Qatar. She looks terrible. Tucker just saw her, my friend. I'm going to lie. Like I have 10 friends in Qatar. But here's the point. They don't want to live anymore. His prize is fucking a white trash chick behind an Applebee's, and he can't do that, threatening her. He can't do that anymore. Her reason for existing is power politics, and will end with her ascendancy to become the first woman president. She can't do that anymore. These are people with nothing to lose. They're dangerous. They're dangerous skin suits. They have nothing to lose until they die and go meet their true God. So what people are hoping, what people are praying and hoping for is that they do now they want to do an open door session where they are filmed. People want it to be closed doors. Let's stop the games. Hillary Clinton calls for testimony and Epstein probe to be public. Hillary can do one more thing on this earth, and she knows it, and it's sink Trump. She can only do one more thing on this planet, and she knows it. And Bill can do something similar. The only thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the Bible, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles. And you did it. Trump did it. We did it. You did it. We did it. You did it. We fed that woman in the shark. We fed that woman a shark. And then Hillary goes, we fed her to the shark. We fed her to the shark. Remember, we fed her to the shark. And America is paralyzed by this.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Beautiful Doc ahead of us today. Today's Doc is Doc 8.
Still see my show on
We
Mother's
are
Day
picking up the
in Long Island in May.
Doc Gallery.
Saturday, Sunday.
Take our sponsors for this morning. Sure.
Doesn't matter.
You can have one of them for dedicated to dedicated to justice this month and the first month of Oscar. So join the celebrations.
Yes, I mean, ED, it happens. And according to the National Institute of Health, as many as 30 million men in the US experienced in the US more commonly banned United States, but news makes getting access to treatment center. You can fill up yourself and get without the stress or offer. For him, you get access to personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like heart meds and SSRX plus climate control. Info is access to ED treatment options ranging from stress management plus 95% less. Brand names to heart meds.
Let us begin.
To
We
get
are picking
simple,
up the next session
online
on
access to
that
personalized affordable care. For ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/GIF. That's hims.com/TIF. For your free online visit, hims.com/GIF. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products include compounded drug products which the FDA stopped and verified for safety. Effectiveness or quality prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. DraftKings. I love DraftKings. I can't say enough about it. Super Bowl is right around the corner. It deserves its sportsbook built for the moment. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 60, puts you right in the center of the biggest game of the year.
Everything else is run down.
And when anything can happen during the Super Bowl, DraftKings has your back with early action. If a player goes down in the first half, you still get paid out in cash immediately with your bet settled. No bonus bets, no waiting. Go to DraftKings. New customers can bet just $5 to get $300 in bonus bets when you bet with us. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TIPBILL. That's code TIPBILL and turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. A partnership with DraftKings. The brand is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE-NEW-YORK. Call 877-8 New York. Text up your connected call 888-777-777-CCTV.
That's another way of saying something that knows this what is actually recorded in the Torah. So what's the concept of the Messiah? It's not himself. Nevermind. Other than himself. Nikapora. Which is the lid, was one kappa. Harek and Asara. That is the case ultimately again of what is it actually?
To raping, killing, and eating children.
I don't think so.
Just to take Trump down. And my friends call me the same people. And I'm nuts. My friends go, what is it telling me to? To take down Donald Trump, this is the last thing you have to do on a break. And Overlord Thomas Guinness up from Blade 3. Overlord Thomas Guinness from Blade 3, folks.
We know the
This is what Hillary Clinton currently looks like in Qatar right
doesn't come down to the earth.
Overlord Thomas Guinness, Blade 3.
That's one concept. The emotional only remains in the celestial
She's
sphere.
crawling around the Torah with the king.
Yet the Torah
Her
also
life force
says
is
that
almost
what?
over. She's about to go to her home
The
planet.
who spoke to Moshe
The
from
one
between the
thing that she
Kruvim
has
on
left
top
to
of the
control
Aron. So how do those two concepts
destroy
how do they gel?
Donald
At the
Trump.
end of the
There's
day,
nothing
the
left
God
to
is
do.
speaking
There's
to Moshe
nothing.
from
What
the
does she
lid
give? What does she give
of the Ark.
a fuck about spending time with her grandchildren? Brothers, look up.
And Shamayim Shemayim
She's got a
So
mission.
what is amazing.
And it's a headshot.
That the
She
area
wants to take him
between the
out.
Kruvim
She
is not
wants
considered to
calls
be
for him to
first.
resign.
Not
She
considered to be
wants,
Aron.
yes, in the blood, in the
What
blood,
is that?
in the
Very
blood, to
important
the left. There.
that in the pizza that is more than 10 ounces.
Bang. That's Hillary right now.
We are essentially the lid
Getting
of the
ready
Aron
for the
was
hearing.
a separate
She's
area.
getting ready for the hearing right now. She has one thing left to do.
From the Aron you learn
One thing
that
left
the
to do
minimum
is destroy
dimensions
Trump. Because I don't know if Trump
of
was a part of
pizza
it. He's
are
probably fucked some underage people, I would imagine. And God only knows what else.
It's a before
He's
the
been
process.
accused of
We work with
horrible
the
things.
Amas being in the Amabatisha. I'm a
Now
student
Trump's saying he likes book club. Play this.
Also, because I love you. Well, this comes up according to
Here's what Trump knows.
We're going to think that he holds that when talking about the
Fear
children of the
Hillary when she
destruction of
has
the
something
so we use an Amma of five topics.
When
Sorry,
Hillary
an Amma of
needed
6 topics. When it comes to the Amma
the
used in
dark
social utensils,
overlord.
it was an Amma of 5
When
topics.
she needed
which
them, he
is
didn't fear her. Now that she doesn't need them,
ten
she's
topics.
about to slip
Therefore,
her
again, according to the
skins
Judah, it could very well be that Allah
and go back to her home planet. She knows that. She can. She will go in front of Congress. There she is. With her husband, Bill. And they're going to light this shit on fire. They're going to talk about Trump. They're going to talk about everything. But put it in the video. And where Trump is talking about morality, don't know what.
I could read a halacha that a mechitza is 10 tefachim high. Because at the end of that, learn it from the Aron. So what do you do? So what does halacha Moshe Sinai teach me? You must learn Merkia, say help us all. We're good. We're lovely. We're the
This is guilt.
So the halacha Moshe Sinai by the Mechitza is all of these dramatic halachas by the Mechitza. We're going to get into the Sechta, and of course also in the Sechta Sukkah, which are the concept of good. Those are good meanings that we'll see in halacha. You can view a Mechitza wall as extending upward or downward. Good office or good office. So extend good, that's good. Lovud. Also, we're familiar with lovud. Lovud means that any opening of 3 tefachim or less collectively considered to be closed.
CIA Mossad, whatever they contracted those women out, and then all of a sudden,
which allows
like a horror film, you just see a shadow 15 feet tall on the wall, and she gets up because she's unkillable. She's unkillable in real life, and they would not fuck.
Very dramatic halacha.
Because she's here for a purpose.
If you look at,
I'll be so disappointed. They have to light themselves on fire. They won't pump the coals for the resignation. That's what they want. There's no reason they would do this for
up
what?
until now, everyone agreed on what
They have nothing left.
for chatzitzi, as well as
Nothing
for
left. Other than
shiurim.
light this guy on
Interesting enough,
fire.
when it comes to what is the halacha of Moshe Sinai for
She could light him.
Mechitzas, that seems to be my whole
All right, I want to say about this, but let's take a quick break for that man who killed himself by putting his head in that fryer. Was that at Wendy's?
According to
Where
Meir,
did he
the
do
halacha of
this?
Moshe Sinai by
Olive
Mechitzas
Garden?
teaches me good,
Let's
lovely,
just take a quick break because it's
and
been
go for
very
that.
dark.
Like,
As an
I
episode, I want
myself,
to take a minute. This is a
Remember,
miracle. They're
let's
trying
go
to
with
kill
the
himself, but he put his head in the fryer of Olive Garden. Let's just take a moment. An Olive Garden employee died from burn injuries he suffered after thrusting his head into a deep fryer. And were police have categorized as a suicide attempt.
Now we saw
The
already
harrowing incident
why
occurred Friday afternoon at the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant where the decadent, I'm sorry, where the, what is that? Decadent? Decedent, I'm sorry. I thought they were saying the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant where the decadent tour of Italy was served. I'm like, ooh, it's getting sexy, I might have to go over there.
So let's watch this case.
In response to the agreed triple Lauren Lesher of Pennsylvania State's police versus the was a suicide attempt and adverse to be individual and their families with no police information.
So again, remember, easy fix. I want
Interesting,
to
in a
bring
brief
down
phone
the
conversation,
I want to
manager
bring
of the
down
Olive
the
Garden, which closed for a couple of days after the incident, by the way, for
I'm
one
up
reason.
the night. How much
We're not able to disclose anything due to our privacy law, so yes, the dispatch operator had that American that first in the front. So here's
how
what
high is
happens,
the
right?
Torah? However high
He's
is the
an
Torah?
Olive Garden.
$25. Of course, $55. $35. Whatever the amount of height that you have to go and bring it out. That you have to do Ella. Ella. Rothschild. So we'll say, what's happening over here is as follows. Just so we could actually come on the night, Mama, Mashma, come on the idea of
busy. I know it's busy. He's doing it.
The Gemara over here, in this case, we're not moving the Torah. What are we doing? We're building up an area underneath the Torah. So what I want to do is build some type of platform underneath the Torah so as to diminish the airspace between the ground and the Torah. And you might ask me, how large does that platform have to be in order to make the Torah effective for the Muslims? So Ella, Rock Pulpit what has to be the depth or the width of the platform in order to go ahead and allow the Torah to be constant? Which I really is very interesting. So Yosef, I'm going to tap on. So Yosef says, and actually, I sent you on the WhatsApp
But he's also filling in as soon as he
a number of
because someone called out.
Sarah
Sarah called out.
Not that this is
Family court to get her kid
was
back.
to be able to imagine, but you can see this is
So he's in the Pennsylvania Olive Garden. He's putting the hot rolls. He's
ones
getting
that I
entertained.
sent you.
Those
You
rolls.
can see again the individual is built
Putting the ranch in the little cups.
underneath the Torah in order to be able to make the Torah standing on the platform within 20 hours. So the Shiloh that
How much
demonstrates
longer am I going to put
does
the
the
ranch
platform
in these
have
little
to be.
cups?
That's the number 15 was that I just said.
He says to him, he has that phone. He says, let's be honest.
The platform needs not be
How
more than a
much
tapa.
longer am I going to take this industrial-sized thing of ranch and put it in
No, it has to
tiny
be
little
4
cups?
steps. Fourth talking,
and serve it with the
what's
calamari,
the
which is really like buffalo
it says
testicles.
the
It's like that calamari.
Gemara,
Whatever it actually tastes like. The point is this. Now I think like the ranch and the breadsticks are pretty good.
Mutter Mishamish Takasakola.
He's
What's
on
the
his
opinion? I
seventh
use
Italian gotcha.
He holds that you're actually permitted to use the area
Gets it
underneath
because this
the cola.
collab right now, if I
Look
just
at that
stuck my
from
head in the fryer in front of everyone, and
The
it'll be
Amar,
such
you
a
don't have to be
harrowing
annoyed
image.
with something.
It'll be such a harrowing image.
Therefore, even
That
if
even
you
though I'll be
exit
dead, the people who
Hurry,
eat
wait,
this
check the
restaurant
Omega
that sees
Osakepa,
this
the
will
Gaba
live
Taka.
forever.
We're going to see that in Journalism, Machlokas exactly how a cola
And
works.
this
What does
image
the
of
cola
me
do?
putting
So
my
the easy
head.
opinion
Now, by the way, this
what the
doesn't
cola
work.
does is
That's
that
why I
part
commit
of it.
suicide. No one gets it.
It's not really the first. It's literally the edge
I
of
literally
the
wouldn't
comes
care. So
down
don't do
and
it. Say a lot.
which is
But here's my
that one
point. I've never
possibility
been
as
anywhere
to how the
truly.
cola works is
But
if you
here's the
halachically
thing.
that the edge
He
of the
says to
cola
himself, the
that
last thing I
extends
can do
downward and goes ahead
in this
and
world, the
keeps
last
the
amount of
more
power I
in
have
the lovely. Well,
is
even
to
if you don't
put my
see
head
Yoda associated, it kind of becomes
in the
which edge of the
burning
cola
fire
extends
in
downward.
front of
Is
all
it
these
also the
people
inner edge, which is the
because
edge
it
further
might
into the
just
lovely,
ruin their
or is
life.
it the outer edge? Well, if you hold that it's the outer edge that comes down,
Now I
that
want
means
you
you
to
can use the
imagine
area underneath the lovely. Well, if you can use the area
a
underneath
two-term
the
senator
lovely,
from New York and a first lady
all I need is what? Remember, what's the minimum width of a
done a lot of
lovely?
dinners.
Of a cola?
A lot of dinners, a
Therefore,
lot
all
of
I need is
interviews,
a
a lot of
platform
book
the
signings,
size
and
of a
that's how
tap-up
puts
as
those
well.
Americans to
Because this way,
ranchers.
when I'm on that platform, because I'm so within the enclosure of the lovely, and also now that I'm standing within 20 amas of the cola, I'll be able to see the cola. Okay, so the Gemara says, tap of place, and man's over Arba, the opinion says, fourth button, Kasavar, Asar Mishnah, he holds that you are not permitted to use the area underneath the cola, and therefore, look at that, tap back to the medallion. So, see the Hakim Lord, he what's not in his opinion, he holds that Allah mentioned the inner edge of the cola that in fact extends downward. The Rochav HaKola Harikotsima, and therefore the width of the cola itself is actually outside of the lovely enclosure. When you come to the lovely, you don't have to close. So again, it could well be that when Smack goes over here, what edge of the cola, again, there's a lot of assumptions over there. Assumption number one is that the way a cola works is that it essentially encloses the lovely. And how does it enclose the lovely? P-Tikra Yorid Associate. You see that if you at the edge of the lovely, there's a halachic wall. And then the shuts and the halachic could be which edge of the lovely is the halachic wall. If you hold the outer edge, the outer edge being the edge closer to the Karadim, that means you can use the area underneath the cola. Therefore, the all I need to do is build up a platform that is between 20 ounces of the cola, because it can extend under the cola. Once it's on that platform, I can say, look, remember again, this is all the picture of ocular recognition. Like, that I want to be reminded that there's a cola. I want to be able to see the cola. That don't come to me and vertically carry into the Karadim. If you hold it to the area underneath the cola, fantastic. Then I can stand under the cola, see the cola, and I'll remember not to send it to the Karadim. Therefore, the built up area, the platform, you need only be one tapa to mirror the width of the cola itself. But if you hold the halacha l'maisa, keep the associating the inner edge of the cola is the one that extends downward. That means pretty much everything from the inner edge and out, really not the mother, so like the Karadim, then I can't carry, or I can't carry underneath that cola. Therefore, I need a platform of four targets. Because this way, what will happen? This way, it will extend under the cola and out. This way, again, I'll have the ability to see the cola within 20 hours before I get under it. So you imagine low. No, that's not it. The Choli Alma Kasari Mushmishtan Kachas. So let's say Halach Lam Aisa, and this is how we pass him. Everyone agrees that you are permitted to use the area underneath the cola. That in fact is not true mathematics. You use the area underneath the cola. This is what we're arguing about. So I'll just point out to the last thing in a moment. We're going to see all of these figures. These are all going to be independent figures. But just see how quickly they are. We're practicing Halach Lam Aisa. You should use the area underneath the cola. But I'll tell you why that is actually. If you know the Choli Alma Mushmishtan overhopped with the Marcella Torah, if you look at the let me check with you. So first of all, we pass the use area underneath the chorus. What's the method? Man Sabra Torah Mishra Matter, or Man Sabra Torah Mishra Mishra. Oh, what's that over here? And you saw this is not how does Torah was. Go to them very good. Midaraisa, I can carry for a month. There's no problem with that. Chazal from among you said we want you to put a pin at the end of your Torah. Like you want you to put that top pin at the end of your Torah to make time in the month. What is that pin do? That's one says the pin is a hacker, a reminder. It's the most simple reminder. What do we want to remind you of? That you're about to go to place for that. That might just be the heel of the light, but I see it as a
Another thing is as well, that Koda actually is a halakhic wall. It's halakhic conditions for the mother. Because of the halakhic. No, the Koda Amamoto of the heart to be Marsala Koda. The technique of the mother is the Lorenzo is Islamin, but you cannot. There's a few questions. It's an expansion that has a Koda. Because of what I was saying, the first opinion, which is really Rabbi Yosef will say, the whole point of the Koda is a hecker, to remind you that as long as you have a platform that is a half underneath it, this is a person when saying underneath the Torah, see the Torah, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished, we're good to go. Whereas if Yosef holds, whereas Rabbi holds, that you need a platform of 4 fucking Y, look at that. Uman Zama Arba Kasava Torah, Hamataris, Rogo, time to the pizza. Zamir, Fido, Hakitan, Gorgiso. So, Baura, one of the stay asking your own Gorgiso. Even though Habi Neo 2000. I've been the pizza, so the fucking 2000 become a whereas I will say like this, if you hold that Torah works because of pizza, that's incredible. On the pizza only meaningful is what? But what is a partition? It's meaningful if you want to create an area. What's the minimum dimension of a halakhically significant area? If Yossi who holds, what's the Yiddish Machlokas, Benjamin's approach, the Machlokas is the Yiddish Machlokas, what the Torah accomplishes, what does that accomplish? Because Yosef said, it's just a reminder. That's all, it's just a reminder. So therefore, as long as you have a half of space underneath the Torah, and it's the Torah within 20 amas, you're good to go. If somebody's going to stand under that platform, they're going to see it. The hacker accomplished on the Torah. If you're a virus, Torah is in the Torah. That's how Torah works. It's not just Pisa Halakhic condition. But if the Pisa Halakhic condition is a meaningful market, Halakhic is a meaningful area. The minimum dimensions of halakhically meaningful area are what? Therefore, the platform itself must be one. Levi's and the other possibilities. Including Amator, Mr. Hecker. They do, and the other possibilities, everyone agrees to halakha and myself. Torah, being ultimately again is Mr. Hecker. There is a reminder that we should not carry from the mother into a shiraka. Far from the Hecker Shamaster, the Hecker Shamala commitment. Together, I will say, the reminder on the bottom versus, I should say, the minimum reminder versus the maximum reminder. What is it? The Master, Amina Hecker Shamata, the Hecker Shamala, one opinion says that's a reminder on absolute, the maximum reminder is like the minimum reminder all the time to smoke. The no Amina Hecker Shamata. What does this mean? It never stopped animating.
That actually says over here. That actually says
from when he was inaugurated until now.
So when they say Hecker Shamal, Hecker Shamal, what we're going to see that halakha the minimum tier for the mob, where he's going to be talking about, we just said before.
Early Bitcoin,
So the Gemara suggests that halakha l'maisa, if you look at the way that thing actually, my God, Torah. So Rashi says over here, if you look at the bottom of that Rashi, the English is the Yakal of Fakhdal, the bottom of the wrong Rashi. Let's just say it's outside. So it says, therefore, again, it could be that the Machlokes is as follows. That the upper dimensions of a mavui have to resemble the lower dimensions of a mavui. That you say that ultimately, again, the Master of the Hecker Shamasa, Hecker Shamala, the Master of the Hecker Shamasa, the Hecker Shamala. One opinion is that the Halakha Lamaisa, the upper limits of the Torah will have to resemble that of the lower limits of the Torah, whereas the other opinion says that the upper dimensions and lower dimensions means not to know each other. I will say, if you see what that means in the next phase, coming attractions are going to be what happens if you have a car that's too low and you want to dig out an area in order to make the Torah fit for you, so long as it's just a moment. You might give up. Another possibility is the Holy Alma meaning Hekar Shomata and Hekar Shomata. Other possibility is that no, everyone holds that halacha l'maisa, the Hekar Shomata. It's just like Hekar Shomata l'mahalcha, the Gzira Shema Yitzchok Shema. What's the machlokas? The machlokas over here is for example, we're going to see, let's say you have a muggle or a Torah that technically speaking, we're going to see will hollow out the capital. That's when you know, so just like you know, you hollow out the capital space of the Torah today. So you know that you don't have a capital if the Torah is high. That the merchant no, maybe everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa is halacha. Now, whatever you're going to do, ultimately, to hollow out space and make the mabui that's below sufficient will be enough to go ahead and remedy the core that's too high. But perhaps the fundamental distinction about what is concern that maybe you may come to a road of the idea. Look at that. There's some Jesus like lion, Yifkas Hamil, Yamot Apostles and Kava. They'll talk about, you know, say, the even that is in the Heker Shamalo, Ukme Arbot the Hashib. Even if you want to say that on a technical level, everyone agrees that building up a platform of luncheons, in order to go ahead and remedy a core that's too high, maybe what they're concerned about say is this father. Remember, when you're building up a platform, when you're building a platform, so the platform is building Miami and Gaza. They want to be in the big fucking game. They don't want to be fucking luncheons and chapter one and fucking book clubs. So what was it like being a woman politician? What was it like? What was it like getting into the boys' club? What was it like? They don't want that shit. She doesn't want that. How dare you? The same vampires that use them scarred. And now it's time. Now it's time to fight fire with fire. There is hell has no fury like a woman's sword. And Hillary may not be a woman, but she's close enough. So I'll tell you this right now. The story can only end when this woman put her head to the fire. I will be so disappointed if that doesn't happen. That is too high. Some version of it. And you want to make it
maybe you don't confess to everything. Maybe you don't confess to everything.
Underneath that
but
Torah,
enough of it. You
you have
confess
made
to
a Torah
enough.
crusher for the Mavoi.
Salacious headlines call for impeachment. Even from
that approach comes
Republicans.
attached with
A
a lot of things.
swarm.
Primarily, that the concept of a Torah is a hecker.
Couple
It's not an
billionaires
we're going
get
to see. The
purloined.
next one I told you,
Walk out of their Hamptons mansions.
Justice Tarek, we're
I
going to
watch
see
it all.
again,
Eddie
is
Carvel
a
from my
Torah.
car.
Doesn't work
Oh, my
because
car
it
was stolen
effectively
from my
keeps
friend's
the
car.
dissociate. The edge
The
is
point
just
is
coming
this.
down that the Torah itself is a
We're in
mechitza,
a unique
or
period
it's
of
just a
history.
reminder. We're going to see over
All
and
of the
over
things,
again
or enough of
the
the things that
common
we
view
thought were
is that
true
a
or
Torah
truths
is
are
a
now
reminder. Now, because it's a reminder, therefore it has to be within ocular range. So therefore, as long as it's too high, as long as I create a platform underneath it, there is at least one tefach, I'm good to go. And then indeed it's halacha. Good. How your pachos when I start talking? So let's say here's the reverse case. What happens if now remember the minimum height of a Torah for a mavui is 10 tefach? Or say that's just what you learned before by mechitza, because the minimum definition of an area, of a height of an area is 10 tefach. So what happens if my Torah is too low? My Torah is too low. So what do? The Chaka is I'm a cooking, and I want to go ahead and dig out an area. So previously I was building up a platform. Now I want to dig out an area in order to make the Torah 10 fucking high. So look at this is picture number 16 that I sent you in the WhatsApp. Here again, I said these are pretty kind of straightforward. I say I just want to dig out an area underneath the Torah in order to go to make the Torah. How much do I have to dig out? So the Gemara says, "Come to tzarach." How much you have to dig out? Whatever amount you have to dig out in order to make the 10 fucking right. No. A much taller camel. We're asking how much does that area have to extend into the muscles? What I'm asking not really is about depth. Depth I understand. I have to make it into. The question is how far does that area have to extend into the muscle? What's the width of the area? So Yosef Amar B'Dalet. Yosef says Dalet. I'm sorry, Dalet Tefachim. Excuse me, 4 Tefachim. Abai Amar Ba'arba Amos. Abai says 4 Amos. We'll say more dramatic. Let's see the 4 tefachim of 4 Amos. So they must Rabbi Asi commit like you. So they must be arguing about Rabbi Asi. We'll say why what happened. We'll see what happened. Get it clear. Mavui Shinifat Yisido Klatero Shor. We'll say imagine the following case. You have a mavui, and the mavui itself was reached on one of the side walls. So imagine you're looking straight into the mavui. So what you see in front of you, I'm standing in the looking into the mavui. I see the Torah on top, and I see 2 walls going down on the mavui. So what happens? There's a breach on one of the sides of the mavui. Klatero Shor, towards the entrance of the mavui. So also you can see this. This is pictures number 17 and 18. You can see it. Well, we'll see the details of those pictures. At least see what the Gemara is talking about over here. So I have a breach in the sidewall of the mavui. The Gemara says, Rabbi Asi, so as long as a part of the wall is intact, in relation to the wall, as long as a part of the wall, the front part of the wall, which is the part that supports the Torah, right, and going down, as long as there's at least 4 tefachim of that wall intact, so then you're okay with the breach, as long as the breach is less than 10 amos. They love, but ultimately again, if there's not at least 4 tefachim of the wall intact, then Papus Mishosha Makir, then if the breach is less than 3 tefachim, it's okay. Shosha Makir, but more than 3 tefachim, ultimately again, it's not good. Yosef, so what do you see? What comes out from this? So in this case over here, where the mavui wall is breached, so what do you see? What does the Gemara say? As long as 4 tefachim of the wall, of the front part of the wall, are intact, then the mavui is kosher. The mavui is good. The mavui is intact, and you're good as long as you don't have a breach of more than 10 amos. It goes back to the first Mishnah. But if there's less than 4 tefachim of the wall intact, then the problem is a breach of any more than 3 tefachim will invalidate the mavui. So what do you see from here? You see from here that a width, an area of 4 tefachim is the minimum dimension for the mavui, which seems to align with the position of Rabbi Yosef. So what's Rabbi Yosef holds of this position? Abaye does not. Abaye says no. You're comparing two different cases. Himself mavui, Hakat plus mavui. This is talking about a case of a mavui that already exists. We're dealing with a case of a mavui that doesn't yet exist. So we'll say, in the case in question, we're talking about a korah that from the beginning was put too low, which means this mavui was never halachically appropriate. Now we want to dig it out to figure out how far to dig it out. So it's that your interest. Abaye says, isn't it fascinating to see that there could be a distinction between a mavui that was kosher and now encountered a problem? So could very well be, says Abaye, that if you have a mavui that was quote unquote kosher, meaning fit for Shabbos use, and then something happens to it, the criteria to render it usable is much less than making something kosher from the beginning. It's an incredible hashkafa. I think think about it, meaning to make something fit for use in the beginning is a much higher threshold than it is to go ahead and take something that was already kosher but became a little bit compromised. So it's kind of like Gairus, right? In order to become Jewish, so there's a much higher bar. Like if you're born Jewish, what you do and what you don't do has absolutely no impact on who you are. It has an impact on what happens to you, but it has no impact on who you are. You're Jewish, even if you commit every single avera. Once the status is intact, so the erosion of the status is much more difficult. But if you don't have the status, to attain the status is a Herculean task. So Abaye will say, once you have a mavui, I will agree that minimum dimensions of 4 tefachim will allow the mavui to remain fit. But if it's not even yet the mavui, then halacha l'maisa, you need at least talid amos. So I said, from where do I know? Where do I know? Both say that talid amos is the minimum dimension of a mavui. Is signing up. We're going to the following brayso. Ein mavui mitzvah b'lechi b'korah ad shubat in the chaseros psukim v'sokol. A mavui cannot be remedied with a lechi or a korah until you have homes and chaseros that open up into it. V'i b'dalas, Abaye, let me ask you, if you had a mavui that has minimum dimensions of 4 tefachim, right? So let's say 4 tefachim is nothing. So how can you? So remember, if By definition, a mavui is something which has to have katseros open up into it. That how could the minimum dimension of a mavui be 4 tefachim? That's not enough to have courtyards and homes open up into a mavui. The Gemara says the constantly the dopen. I'm sorry. So maybe you'll say no, it can work. It can work with a middle wall. And I will say now, what's the case of a middle wall? If you take a look, at the moment it fits the number 19. Look at it is a way. It's a super small mavui. You see over here when you have that explanation. I'm sorry. It's on the WhatsApp. I wasn't referring to your phones. I'll try to think of that. But what I see, you can see over here that there's that little space. That little space constitutes the mavui.
I think that's enough. And they let us use the studio, and we are very grateful. And you should use it if you're at the Win Encore, which I have almost only positive things to say about the Win and the Encore. Almost. Showing your age a little bit? Yes. Is the service where it was when it opened? No. The front desk, you have to walk down after 1 a.m. or something. They won't talk to you on the physical, like they won't talk to you on the phone. I don't get that. But that is not as important as the pedophile cannibal rape runs in the world. That is true.
It could be talking about essentially almost like a very small mavui, where again, it's a small mavui. That's what the picture is showing you. So maybe that's the case. So you want to I'm not saying that. What is the mavui? So we have a lesson. What is the type of mavui that you remedy with a Torah? Post to arco, yes to arco. Any kind of a lengthy period. But in the chateros, you can also go. And you have homes, and chateros that are opened up into the mavui. The which you might say, Yosef, the pasuk may be turns up. What the other possibility is that essentially the back of the chateros open up to the mavui at a corner. These are all just different imaginative ways of showing how you can have an exceptionally small mavui that still satisfies these criteria. Because also, interestingly enough, the good of the mavui demand, that halacha l'maisa, local and myself,
3 weeks after the guy's dead, she sent it with sparklers, and you had to do a certain
how can you have a mavui that's so small? I mean, this is of Yosef, as a Bible point. The minimum dimension of a mavui must be at least $1,000. Because the mice get any smaller than that, you can't have much of the chateros opening up. Yes, you can. You can have a small mavui, you have an angled mavui, fine.
A lot of people took a lot of money.
It extends out from the wall of a mavui. Incredibly what happens if you enter the mavui, you have a wall that extends out to the left and the side of that wall. So the Gemara says everything depends on the problem. If the wall is less than $1,000, you go mishum left. The left is good. This is the wall that is extending out to the edge of the mavui. So if the wall extends out less than $1,000, then the lefty will work. The lefty will work. The Gemara says, if the wall extends out $1,000, then what? You go mishum mavui. Then we'll say that's the wall that extends out on the side of the entrance of the mavui. That wall is part of the mavui itself. You require different lefty in order to go ahead and permit the mavui. So what is it? You see from here that the minimum dimensions of a mavui are really $1,000. Remember, Yosef says that it's for talking, not for Amos. Yosef, this Gemara is dealing with what ultimately negates its identity as a lefty. people that I was talking about, I'm sorry. But you see that cooking regards left had the Kahaba Amos, then they have a Mavud. So up until 4 Amos, ultimately again, it's going to be part of the Mavud. But I was talking down there, ultimately again, so we'll say, what goes ahead and negates the use of a left. But then after the Yosef will still say that halacha l'maisa, the minimum dimensions of a Mavud would still be 4 times. So just to understand, this machlokas is framed in the truth of if you have a lefty that's too low and you want height, in order to make the lefty permitted, you want to halak an area in order to make the lefty permitted, how much do you have to do out? So machlokas ultimately of Yosef and Rabbi. And Yosef said, Rabbi says Dalit Fuck. Yosef Dalit Fuck. Rabbi says Dalit Am. But I just want to point out what we do, because you want to understand that this
All the people that are saying that, like, you train for, don't show anything to everybody's overreacting, nobody
if you have a quota that is too low, you must hollow out an area of 4 Amos in order to go ahead and make the left of the Lord. So there happens to be another fascinating machlokas.
disingenuous for whatever reason, or they're
There's 2 ways
they're
that people address
gone like crazy, and that's okay too.
you have a
There's
lefty that's too high,
thousands and thousands of pages of documents.
This is very simple fix.
Why do they have a case?
Why don't you just move the
Why
code?
are there thousands of pages of documents
Don't
in a case
where people approach
nothing
problems
happened?
You look at some people will fix the problem. I'll move the code higher, I'll move the code lower. Some
For
people
years, I've
dig
just
stuff
been
out, some
wrongly
people fix
accused.
stuff. Some people excavate.
All of these powerful
Sometimes the right
people.
people don't actually want to
So it
address problems. They just want to
seems
dig
like it would
all
be a
of
bit
them.
strange
It's incredible you saw
that was the case,
so
but
much
there's a lot
less
of people out there that are saying it's not a
the
big
code.
deal.
I go moving the core means directly
Pin
addressing
bonding.
the problem. I'd rather not address the problem. I'd rather build additions. I'd rather excavate. And incredible you said that. What happens when you don't address the problems in life? You got a whole stack of fire. There's no fire. The backwards, the real estate, a whole bunch of stuff. Instead, by the way, we could have consolidated the whole figure. Move the code.
They all
Just move
think,
the code.
they all go,
And then
oh, we're
when you
gonna
choose not to tackle, you're telling you can make directly. Things become much more complicated.
like,
Find the courage to move
the
the code up.
Avengers are here.
To resolve your problems, to resolve your challenges.
He's already back to podcasting.
Says the Gemara, Gufa, Amar Rachama,
She has no idea what's going on.
Amar Rai Barchama, Amar Apura. Last day I bought myself before. So let's go ahead just a moment. So I don't say quoted this case of where you have up until now the given always with the open side of the muffler being totally open. In this interesting case, you have a wall that extends across the entrance of the muffler. So we said, if the wall extends, let's explain it. So lefty apple, you don't know somebody. So you have a lefty that is next to that wall that extends by the entrance way of the bubble. It's on the base. If ultimately again the wall extends less than $1, then a lefty where they start lefty after that kilo and going another lefty in order to permit the bubble. However, $1, but it's the front wall. So just so you can see what I'm talking about over here, this is picture number 22. So you can see this is the case over here of normally again the entrance of the mabui is open. Over here again you see have a wall that extends across the entrance of the mabui. So and now you're putting a lefty, you have a lefty by the side by that front wall. So it's much like this. If the wall is Dalit Amis, then the lefty's not gonna work.
Crashing out.
You need another lefty. But ultimately, again, but if the wall is less than $1, then you're good to go. So let's say the wall is $1 or more. And what you do in fact is find a lefty. Where are you putting the lefty? Watch this. He's a multi-level day. Oh, Sufi, who's a commercial. If you're putting that lefty right next to the wall, isn't that lefty that's going to be used as an extension of the wall? It was never again, that won't work. Why? Because the lefty has something separate and recognizable. That's number they will say. Lefty and Torah are the shit. There is a reminder. Well, a reminder only looks at what? It's a little different than everything else around you. But if it looks the same, our local life, it's not going to work. If you already have a wall that extends down and on this, and you put the lefty next to the wall, the lefty is going to be viewed as an extension of the wall, and it's not going to work. Therefore, what do you do with it? I'm not up as the multi-lady. Very simple. You just put the lefty by the other side. I got you 22. And you just put the lefty by the other side. Put on the opposite side, therefore it's a recognized lefty. The Fuda brings up your Shua, I think the team of the Mutu Lepa. They used to even put it by the same wall. By the way, you have to do in the top of the day open this survey. Or you need to do it once you move the lefty a little taller or a little shorter than the right. That's very simple. And again, I'll take the pictures. These guys pictures 23 and 24. Just make it a little taller, just make it a little shorter, and you want this to go. I'm going to read that your Shua. So I'm not going to say, when do you say that a lefty should go semi-solid arm as possible and with a lovely shorter? Or say, when do you say that the lefty is more than Dalit Amos? Ultimately, when such a lefty doesn't work. That's only the lovely shiva. That's only, the lovely short. That's only the lovely ultimately against the lovely Amos. How about the lovely shiva? If the lovely is 7 Amos, then Mitzvah only Rubal. So let's take a look here at so we see all these halachas. Only Rubal parts of right now. So when you have a when you have a wall, if there is one closed area of an open area, then the wall is considered to be closed up. So this is for example, now you have, let's say a lovely, but it's more than 3 Amos in width. And you have a wall that extends on that front area, that's what will be the entrance. That is 4 Amos. That's when you're going to need a lefty in order to go ahead and allow for carrying inside of the lovely. But technically speaking, if you have the front wall of 4 Amos and the width of the lovely is only 7 Amos, that means what? More of the entrance will closed up and open. It looks like the wall extends 7 Amos and the width is only 7 Amos. That means you have 4 Amos closed, 3 Amos open. That's called only Meruba ala Chalas. That is called what? The closed area is more than an open area, and therefore, again, the mabui is actually considered to be totally sealed. The Kavachon is custom, the Kavachon from Kutcher. Umachas, the Chinese guys left of the Torah, the Karis, while we Meruba ala Chalas, with the usual concept of left of Torah by a Kutcher, and yet Kutcher is governed by the rules of only Meruba ala Chalas, which means that as long as more areas closed and open, the carry inside of the Kutcher, Mabui, Shinita, the left of the Torah, Inodin, Shinita, Ba'ala ala Chalas. And what's a certain mabui which is permitted through a left in the Torah, the certain also be permitted in the concept of only Meruba ala Chalas. And if more is closed and open, it's considered to be which we might say, well, it's not a total Raya Ma'al Kutcher, this means there's trust of the Kutcher, and also when it comes to a Kutcher, if you have a breach in the Kutcher wall of more than 10 Tomar the mabui, 10 Amos. Tomar the mabui, if you're trust of the Arba. When it comes to mabui, it appears that the breach that now be the mabui is a Dalit Amos. So I'm not going to be ready to mabui now is trust so bad. So Yeshua says that by a mabui, also if you have a pierce, if you have a breach, and a pen fucking, and I'm going to say that it's also very good about it. We'll because they just understand what we are leading offers over here. What we're starting with over here was a week of trying to figure out normally a mabui with a totally open court side, when what's on the entrance to the Rabbi, we're beginning to see that when there is a wall that extends on that court side, depending on the size of the wall, will affect the number of things. Number one, whether you need a lefty or Torah at all, that's how it is. If you need a lefty or Torah, you need to be footage, like how is it going to be situated? But now, how much times are we introduced to it if the wall extends more than Dalit Amos? And the width of the mabui is less than 8. And that mabui might be sealed altogether wide. Versus if you have an upper, if you have that front wall that is more than Dalit Amos, and the width is less than 8, that means you have only Meruba ala Chalas. That means more of the area is sealed than open, and when more of the area is sealed than open, then Allah the area is permitted for carry. It goes not over here. I apologize. We're leaving off a couple lines from the end of that window. A couple of things about it.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump, or the chairman of the Fed. It is Baal. It is the entity Baal and Moloch who protect the American economy.
All right, so let's take good morning. Another incredible dot kind of us today. Today's dot is Valley 4. We represent on 0 and the 6.
Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, are you kidding? Are you kidding? What does Moloch have to do with the Tao? Are you nuts? You're asking what Moloch, the god of child sacrifices, to do with the Tao? The Tao is fake. You know it's fake. Finance is fake. It's what we say it is. It's only to please the Baal. I mean, what does the Tao have to do with Baal? Everything. Helix, I cannot say enough about Helix. Everyone who visits me says, wow, these past matches are so great. It's because of Helix. Rest easy, the seamless returns and exchanges. Helix is the most award-winning mattress brand that's tested and reviewed by experts at Ford and Wired. And if you don't like it, get 120 night sleep trial. Have a limited lifetime warranty. A study found that 82% of those involved showed increasing their deep sleep cycle work while sleeping on a Helix mattress. I've had my Helix mattresses for years. My sleep is the best it's ever been. I like midnight talks with it. You gotta take the little Helix quiz and I'll tell you what's good for you. HelixSleep.com/Timmy. That's HelixSleep.com/Timmy 27% off site-wide. That's exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. 27% off site-wide exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. Pretty amazing.
Regarding Hamas,
Here's the thing, too. I want to just go to this pedagogy thing for a minute here.
Rabbi said that when it comes
I don't know what's going on with the Guthrie family. I hope her mother comes back alive. I don't know what's happening. This is why I have now waited on you. Can you get up this video and see that Guthrie and family here?
when it comes to
Who kidnaps an old person?
an arm of Shalayim,
Nobody wants an
right now,
old person.
we use an arm of
Nobody even wants the old people they
this is the
have.
sheet of Abaye.
Nobody even wants an old person that lives in their home.
But
We
the
as a
lovely
society,
Shalayim,
in Japan and stuff like that, they keep old people in the house till they
the
die.
arm of Shalayim,
They look
the
at us like
arm of
we're barbaric and
Shalayim.
inhuman
What does that mean
because
when
we
you say
take our old
that
people
the arm of
and we
Shalayim
put them
is
in
an arm that is made about
horrible
Hakerem,
nursing
the
homes.
women
They do
call
fight
Hakerem.
clubs
So
with
it
them.
literally means like
We
Karaka
don't
is
even
like a ball
want old people. Nobody
in the
wants it.
vineyard, and we call for
Nobody
the
wants
pathway in the
Nobody
vineyard.
wants
So we're
an
going
old
to
person.
see
Why would you abduct an old person? And by the way, I love old people. I'm not saying this is the way it is, sadly, in our society. Nobody's like
green or vegetables.
going crazy for the old people. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't abducting old people. So
However,
this seems like weird that this elderly woman is abducted.
and whatever else you want to
And I don't know. I'm not judging them. I don't want to judge people that make random videos, although I feel like we're doing it effectively. But here we are.
some part of the
Savannah Guthrie and her family discussing here
something else.
this horrible thing about her mother. I hope her mother comes back. Let's see. Here it is.
As follows.
This morning,
So this
an
man,
emotional plea for Savannah
when it comes
Guthrie
to
and her
cleaning out,
family.
we're going to explain this later. When it comes to clearing out an area of the vineyard in order to plant something else, the Shama Omer, Esrim La'arba,
Via social media,
Shama
the
says
Today
in
Show
fact
host
you need
pleading
a
for the safe
space of
return of her mother,
24
Nancy, who
hours.
police say was taken from her
24 hours.
Tucson
There
home.
was a
She was last seen
way that
around
actually works.
9:45 Saturday night.
Maybe it's not like
Her eyes are hard.
assuming that the area that you want to plant something else.
This is terrible. All right, enough of this. But it is sad. I don't know what's going on. I just don't understand it.
On the
You're saying it's
as
an
like a
inside thing.
pathway by the
I don't know.
vines
Brother-in-law
in
is
order
like, I
to
don't
be able to
know.
work by the
I'm
vine.
not going to go.
Because you can
We've got
imagine
too
you
much to
have
do here.
strip of 4, 6
We
years,
hope she
another
comes
strip
back,
of
and
4.
we hope she
That's
comes back in
what
one piece, which is a gruesome way to say it, but that is what people
would be the amount
say.
of
You hope she's
space
back in
in
one
order to
piece.
plant
Really, I mean, I
something
don't
else
understand.
directly in the middle of the vineyard.
I don't understand
She
what
said,
exactly
the Shama said, no,
happened. I don't know who would do this or why anyone would take
with the same form
an
for you.
old
Always do a
person
strip of 4 on by each side of the vineyard in order to
I
be
guess
able
hold
to
her for
use
ransom.
the vines, and then the remaining space in the
Now,
middle could be used for something else.
There's some uncomfortable stuff happening on the foreign policy side because the inside files are exposing a lot of people don't want to fully unredact the files because they say that it will expose national security secrets. And if we have the rest of the files, and if we unredact some of these files, we will have national security issues that Jeffrey Epstein was held on travel, of course, that was told to us but yet is somehow a big stop
comes into the middle of the
national
vineyard,
security
you uproot the vine
to
because
the
you want
extent
to
that
plant something
these
else.
unredacted
Now,
files
the
cause a tidal wave of the
from
problem.
this space,
For intelligence agencies and
in
governments,
order to avoid
the
Shwayat.
guy like
The
wasn't doing
Ancient
anything,
Faces
somehow
Amos,
was doing
no
something.
Yabis Derelisham. Therefore, we'll say,
So a lot of people are basically saying that we don't want any of this to come out because it could be damaging to maybe existing relationships that the United States of America has.
Then you leave an additional strip
Russia,
in order to be able
which is
to
our
take
greatest
care of
ally,
the
has
vine.
had for a very long time. Russia is very close with the United States of America.
Israel
Most
has
of our
Hamosha, and you can go
trips to
ahead and
Russia,
do that.
Russia's
So essentially, if you want to plant something else in the middle of your vineyard, you
massively
can do that as long as you
influential
allocate
American politics ran great back Russian American
for that new plant,
funding.
plus even a different strip of 4 amas on each side of that new thing you want to plant. Those strips of 4 amas are not for the item you're planting in the middle of what we call the kalasa. But that strip is ultimately, again,
It's just putting up the laws in America right now because of an anti-Russian speech. So I get it, I know the mayor of Miami is Russian. Please show me all his house who said something about Russia. It's weird. A weird relationship with Russia. Now Russia spends a lot of money. Disturbing to the Russian oligarch. Files really. You have to imagine it's damaging to Russia because the Russian oligarch is dumping tons of money into a Kentucky Senate race so that Thomas Massey can't win because he's running largely on the platform of transparency for ethnic victims and consequences for the perpetrators of these horrible crimes. So
dealing with a 5 ammo when it comes
that
ultimately
is obvious to most
when it
people
comes ultimately to
that something is going on. So maybe that's one of the reasons that
I've heard
people don't want these files unredacted.
now understand, we are always assuming that
Damage
a
are
value
very
goes ahead and
close,
for example,
uniquely
click on
close,
lovely,
historically
you're dealing
close
with a 5
relationship with Russia.
and you
Fund Russia, give Russia money to fight a lot of wars. Russia has, potentially influenced our foreign policy to prioritize wars that maybe weren't great for America. So we had a big problem with Russia.
Why?
Obviously, it's obviously Russia.
Requires more space.
But the thing,
Media is not enough for what does everybody agree on?
good luck trying to get elected in this country criticizing Russia.
You must leave space. You must leave space. So if you tell me
You
that I have to do
criticize Russia,
instead
you
of
will
a
make you send on your midtime.
then halacha said that's much more space.
Every year I see one or two people, maybe
But
more,
it also results in a kula.
in my business have to clarify that they're actually
The
not
way
being
given the
anti-Russian.
Amos, Zilla Kula.
It's a thing.
So we'll say, what about the
People have to
following
do it. They come out and they go,
situation? The means
my support for Georgia does not mean I'm anti-Russian.
normally buying
And I just want to let people know that I've never been anti-Russian. I have Russian friends. So
regular vineyard,
there's a huge Russia connection in these documents. The ex-prime minister of Russia used to stay at his house. Putin's personal lawyer, Moscow face, is a very big proponent of Russia and Russian interests. So it's obvious that even the president's daughter, which is kind of a rare thing, confronted to be Russian. Kind of a rare thing because her husband, Jared St. Petersburg, he was Russian. And the daughter, do you know that's converted to be Russian?
In halacha, the definition of
So it's interesting. So Trump has a lot of respect for Russia and Russian. So
That's what is being said. But by the way, what I just said is being said on CNN. Or straight face. And MSNBC. And they're dealing with a straight face. They're saying that this is a Russian asset. Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia. And that if you think anything up, can we get Aldridgeman's up here talking about the Israel connection, which I think is hilarious. My favorite thing ever, Aldridgeman said it. He didn't work for us. If he did, I would have gotten a better deal or a better. And again, none of this is anything to do with Jewish people or with Israel as a place. It has to do with powerful governments, deep state of Israel working with America, and billionaires who are completely transforming a narrative in front of your face to completely fuck with your sense of reality for what you know to be true. You know that Jeffrey Epstein is not a Russian asset. It's hilarious. You know that Russia has very little power in America. And if Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia, everybody in this country would know about it immediately. You would have known about it years ago because we would use it as a pretext to go to war with them. We'd be using it immediately. I mean, so it's just amazing. But again, it's just one of those things where you don't have to just pile in from the when you've lost Kyle Rittenhouse, you know things aren't well. So we obviously have a national security issue that does not have to do with Russia. It has to do with Israel and media. And that's one of the reasons that this is an uncomfortable discussion for a lot of people in Washington. There's a lot of anti-Semitism where people literally say abolish all Jewish people that have ever existed or whatever. It's easy to find that. You can find that easily. But if you're an intellectually honest person, you have to look at this and go, oh, he's clearly working with Israel to some degree. Yes, indeed.
Rabbi disagrees and he says, no, Kalamos Ba'ala Bashisha. No, he always is a 6-step Hachama. There's always a 6-step Hachama. There's no 5-step Hachama. So what's the distinction? Ella, Halalu Shocha goes to Halalu Atzavos. So we'll say, but what's the difference? See, interestingly enough, remember again. So what's a tepa? Right? So a tepa is the size of a fist. So when you make a fist, there are two ways you can make a fist. You could make a tightly clenched fist, or you can make a looser fist. And we'll say, again, a looser fist represents a larger shear. So Rabbi, interestingly enough, says, an armor is always 6 tefachim. An armor is always 6 tefachim. The difference just is that sometimes it's made with a clench. It's what's called a tight armor, and sometimes it's a loose armor, or I should say, tight
tefachim or loose tefachim. Relationship with that country. Why would Mary Malice be funding all this money for Thomas Massey's race? It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense that a billionaire who's worked for country Israel or wherever, Dallas, whatever the hell she lives, would care about Thomas Massey. It makes absolutely no sense that she gave a shit about a congressman where in Ohio, Kentucky, I think it's Kentucky. Why would she give a fuck? Why would she be dumping tens of millions of dollars into this race?
So every time the Chacham spoke about Haman, was made about
his main issue is the transparency of these files. So if you're trying to stop these files from coming out, we gotta look at why. Why would you care? He's very
so again, that person is what did Rabbi say? What's the Rabbi say? So I'm always just talking. Always just talking. What's the only distinction? Sometimes it's a tight armor, sometimes it's a loose armor. So then the place to make sense. Every time the Chacham spoke about it, I'm always 6 tefachim. This is the one of the things that should have been exact. And now, although the armor is always 6 tefachim, it's not always the same 6 tefachim. That makes sense. Rabbi is talking about a clench about it. What did Rabbi say? When it comes to the Amma of Mouth, it's a 5 Tefach Amma. When it comes to the Amma of Koyach, it's a 6 Tefach Amma. So what does Rabbi do? So, Rabbi Ima Amma Stilayim the Amma Bati. Rabbi was the father. Ima Amma Stilayim the Amma Bati. Rabbi Kamar. فأمر بكلام دعنا بعض وبعد
So we have a little bit of an issue geopolitically with this, which is why it's been such a sticky situation, and everybody who's honest will tell you that. I know smart people, I know people. They all tell you that it's not behind the scenes at all. There's actually nobody of any intelligence behind the scenes that suggests any other rationale for this. They're not like, well, it could have been a lot of different things like that. We got a little nutty.
I'm solely referring to Koyach.
No, I'm not saying every part. Like, I'm trying to get everything in. Obviously, but there was clearly some knowledge about what the man did. No one's friends with Jeffrey Epstein and has no idea what he's doing. Nobody has no idea. There's going to be a little. There's a little. There at least, you're at least curious about what he's doing. Your wife's like, why does he have that island, Tom? I don't know where his follicular's nature. Is that what he likes, Tom? Nature? You're just seeing how passionate he is about nature all the different, graffiti. Information that would hold the different animals, nature preserving to nature preserve. That's what he's preserving, Tom, nature. That's what you did there. What did you talk about on that island? Well, we just talked about how the story That's it. That's all you talked about is how the story of the human race was escaping. That's it, you're short? Just the way one was the story of life. What if there was another human race that was just like you?
And the other kind of what type of talking? So
fine. What else? Well, you also talked about like time traveling. When you get hard, if you travel through time, fuck someone in another dimension. That's all you discussed, Tom. That's all you discussed is if you went through time travel, would you still be able to get an erection to fuck someone in another dimension? That's all you talked about, nothing else. Just really is. That's all you talked about was seeding a new human race with his DNA. Going potentially to another time, and if you could get blood to your penis so you could have sex with a child in another dimension. You know, it's not a child per se, but like, that's kind of what it was. Alright, fine, if that's all you talked about, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it if that's all you discussed. But I don't want you doing anything bad. No, I'm just talking. Okay, Crown Princess, marriage to Jeffrey Epstein on November 2012. Soon people won't be able to make humans anymore. We can just design them in a lab. Whoa!
Coming to tell us that in the Amma of Kilayim should be a loose Amma. Should be a loose Amma.
Okay, so this is from Jeffrey Epstein, and this is Tony Coffin. Always make me smile because you tickle my brain. I want the data from it. Now, by the way, before we finish up, you were kidding. How the ruling class deals with each other. And a lot of them,
I'm sorry, just the opposite.
like,
whereas the Tanakama will say 6 Tefach for everything,
you know,
so
but
5 Tefach
also
for
we can't forget,
and loose
kind
6
of retarded,
for
not the
According to
science,
Rabbi,
a lot of dad jokes, a lot of dumb shit, like, you're not impressed that a lot of these emails are kind of like disturbed that like these are retarded, terrible pedophile Satanists. It's not that even the Luciferians have got to be like even they're like, well, these people are kind of like that's a discussion they have. Like the Luciferian elite, do you think they're even like the new people are just, I mean, these people, they ain't what it used to be. There's nothing so shady in the satanic blood cult being still has to be their life. Here's these people, they don't even know how to run their home. They don't even know how to run their estate. So many times I'll get a call from someone going, can you help me out? There's blood in the barn. They burned down like 2 or 3 houses on their property in a ritual. These people just, they don't have it. They don't have it like we used to have. Because these are the conversations that are happening.
Was made up
One
of
Luciferian elite somewhere in Switzerland. Some guy's putting a little fudge in his mouth. You know, you just don't have, you know how much stuff I've had to clean up. Literally and figuratively.
It was there for like 3
You always make me smile because you took my brain, but I want the data for now. More the bill is mine. Is it the cocktail of all the unnaturals that have a profound effect on the early stages of development of humans? Soon people will be able to do the humans anymore. But I guess that would be la la and crazy. Designed to be a laugh.
And then again, from the base, there was the next area up. There was one Amazon that was so they extended the bottom base, extended over the area on top of it.
For example, $20,000, 5-star reviews, 100% money back guarantee on the first. Or go to sheath.com, just promo code TAM, save 20% off your purchase. All jokes aside, they are the best. Go to sheath.com, just promo code SCAM, below the link to them. Or get a law firm if you're an
Hello. The community whole. And in general, when we speak about Amma, an Amma is always a 5, 6 Amma. Well, the people who look at this as a 5 Amma, what's the 5 Amma base? Is there. So look, so it turns out this is really quite so much of our lives.
Check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they live naturally. It's free unless they live naturally. Learn more at forthepeople.com/jam or click the link.
So Rabbi says, Rabbi says, I'm up for myself, I'm up for myself, the Amma of Sukkah and Mother, the Amma of 5 coffins, the Amma of Kilaya Carrot is 6 coffins. What the Egyptian said was driving Rabbi Sita. Rabbi Sita is to use the measurement of an Amma that
sulfuric acid. No, I mean literally, because we should give him the benefit of the doubt.
That creates a more stringent shear. Therefore, 5 coffins are Sukkah and
to dissolve the bodies of people that he killed.
By Kilaya Carrot. Rabbi disagrees. All
fertilizer production.
First, we have varies as what was called a tight pepper versus English pepper. Sukkah and Mabul have a tight pepper, ultimately again, Sukkah has
his own fertilizer for the island
instead of turns out the point that varies, this is in Machlokas Hanoim. According to Rabbi, not so good as the Machlokas. That's the Machlokas. How do we pass the Allah to Amesa? But we pass it like Rabbi. That all Ammas are 6
lead acid batteries, chemical manufacturing, petroleum refining, industrial cleaning and maintenance, laboratory and industrial applications, doing glycidity, corrosiveness, it is a highly regulated substance requiring careful handling. Now, some people believe that open investigation
you can see over here that he quotes over here. This is
I caught the sweetheart dear. Now, when did he get this? When they opened up the first water book. When was this? Do we know exactly when he ordered this? Now, this is after he made that sweetheart deal
But the first verse, so the Gemara says as follows.
He's saying to himself, I might be able to survive
It's a very exciting Gemara.
the sex trafficking angle of this. The intelligence communities will say it's not sex trafficking.
These are also very exciting Gemara.
I'll be able to say I groped a 17-year-old again. I'm sorry.
All know, and then we have an opportunity to say this really
But then just like for
the people are asking about Allah emotions. Like, so she would also share me to share, so you don't know what share me yet.
well, we gotta get rid of all these people. We gotta get rid of them. We gotta burn them. We gotta dissolve them. I think I'm writing this. I'll make another sweetheart deal. The trade off is a creature of the intelligence side of this is going to protect the trafficking stuff.
So what
You gotta remember the first time he's accused, there's like 200 victims. Any cops touching one of them inappropriately during a massage. He's going, I'll just do that again. Here's the problem. We killed all these people. You've got to dissolve them now, darling.
So what is this?
Dissolve them as
How about
so just like that's one every episode.
this entire pasuk is
Spent
here to teach
decades
us
trafficking
also, watch this.
women,
Teach us
children.
what relevant from Jesus. This is me. Learn from these people. Look at this now. I'm looking for somebody to care about sickles, which is a into a home that is afflicted
They
with
did all of this, and
Sarah.
they were supposed to
What's
believe
Sarah?
it, but
If
nobody
you walk
died,
in,
nobody got killed.
if you walk in,
Jeffrey
and
Epstein's
when you
acts,
can't
by the way,
like
never
you
agreed. He's not part of the Luciferian cult, but they do sacrifice babies. That's what she said on X.
You have a pair of
That's
parents
what
that
his
hold it on your shoulder.
ex-girlfriend said.
They
She
hold it on your
said
shoulder.
that. She
This
was
son,
he's
don't
not
let
even
us have a
involved
old
with
dog
that.
and I'm holding
You
my
gotta
shoes.
love.
I'm holding my ring.
Nothing's better
What's
than a
that?
woman who has a guy's back. He's not even involved with the Luciferian sacrifice to children.
My
He
body,
got involved
as
for
well
money.
as the clothing that I am
This guy,
carrying,
this woman, Karina, who's Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend,
Now let's go
literally,
myself. When you walk into a home that is a victim to that, you acquire so much of the bodily
with these
trauma.
people. They're in a cult.
What
They
you want to
sacrifice kids.
teaching
But
me
he was
is
just
if I'm
trying
not
to make
wearing my
money.
clothing, but I'm holding my
He's not
clothing.
even
Now
involved
look
with
how
it.
my clothing
So,
becomes coming
this woman's
instantaneously. Look at
coming
that
out
moment.
to
Like you said,
defend this guy.
that's
Who, I
still
don't
about
know,
Siva
is he
with the
dead?
number hours of
He
the other.
might be
You know,
dead.
the Russian boat
He
that
might be
Malvus.
dead.
When you become about
Maybe
Siva,
he's
you
someone.
don't mean
Maybe
that's
he's
after
Russia.
born alabayis.
We don't know
We
where
say
he
the
is.
habba alabayis. What
We don't know
the
where he
Pasuk
is.
says? The Pasuk says the habba alabayis alabayis koyin also yitma adaeret. So the Pasuk says
Why would they
if you walk
hate
into
on
a house
less
that is
owner of
afflicted with
Victoria's
Sarah,
Secret, the
you
limited
become coming
brands?
immediately. So therefore, again, my
They're saying
body
he's a
becomes coming
co-conspirator.
immediately
He's
no
a
matter what.
guy.
That's too much of it.
He'll
And if I'm
probably
holding my
exit
clothing
stage
as
left
opposed to
soon,
wearing
I
my
would
clothing,
imagine. But
then
you
how
gotta get
often
up
am I
this tweet
stuff?
from
My clothing
from
becomes
Jeffrey
coming
Epstein's
immediately.
ex-girlfriend because it is so funny. It is just
Now,
so
so
funny.
watch this. However, how
The
you love
over
it,
two
you love it,
window
you
on
love it,
this
I love
stuff
it,
has
I
now
love it,
moved into like where it's like
let's say I'm wearing my clothing
completely
normally. I'm not wearing any clothing.
it's
I'm just wearing
completely possible
something. What's that look like?
in polite
Who's coming
society
me out?
right now
So we need to roll it out. You should have stayed after
say to yourself, oh wait,
Listen,
are
watch
they
this.
cannibals?
If, however, halacha
You
l'maisa,
can say
I walk
that
and
now.
wear my clothing,
You can say
my
that now
body
at lunch.
always becomes
You don't have to feel any type of way of
But
saying
if
that
I'm
at
wearing my
lunch.
clothing, my clothing doesn't become
Well,
touchy
did you see the
immediately.
Did
My
you see the
clothing only
tweet from
becomes
his
touchy.
ex-girlfriend Karina, who
It's like
says that
or
they're
linger
actually a
in the
cult and
home
they're
for some
sacrificing
amount of
children?
time.
However,
And how
Jeffrey
much time
wasn't
do you have
even
to linger in the
involved in
home like
that.
this?
He
The amount
was
of
just in it
time
for
that
money.
they
He was
ask
just
you
in it for money.
the amount of time that was a class for our
And you
purposes
can
now
tell your
literally
kids. I
means
mean, that's a great
half a
story
loaf.
to tell your
If you
kids.
linger in the home, the amount of time that it takes
If you
to eat half
prioritize
a
money
loaf of bread.
and you get
And what
involved
kind
with
of bread?
money, there will be a chance
Wheat bread.
human
Hello,
trafficking
Pastor, not
operation.
barley bread. Lace up the old cover. The amount of time that it takes to eat half a loaf of bread, wheat bread, reclining with relish.
That's
Some
what
type of
happens
condiment.
when
Look at actually.
prioritize money.
This is really very
That's what you
interesting.
should just
How you
really
love
love.
this, Caleb. The thing cool
That's not even Jeffrey Epstein. This is also a problem.
Oh, come on, I see how this is because of it. So it's not funny.
This is
Because
real
I
issue.
spoke
This
a lot
is
about
something to wrestle with.
you should be
Now, obviously, he was
love
evil.
will be able to hear
was dialed
the
in.
pasuk says, "Oh, come
The
the
man
light
was
is having
locked
to
in.
be
He was in a flow
person
state.
eats in the house.
That's part of the problem here. Part of the problem is that this man was like perfectly suited for what he did. He was perfectly suited for what he did. He was not at all in some type of. This was not like an unnatural place for this guy to be. This guy fully. This was the life he was meant to live. I don't know what that means. I don't know that that's good, but this is the life he was meant to live. There's not a he regretted anything either. I don't think he regretted it. I don't think Jeffrey Epstein regretted it. I'm not defending him.
This issue of this year,
Do you have this tweet up?
this year is very important for us, also in halacha. Yaakov Matzah, the Yaakov Bras.
Now this is
Is this
the tweet about Nicole?
Okay, but anyway, the Gemara says, so this is what you learn out from the word Kita. This is what the word Kita. I said from Kita, I learned that Allah says clothing becomes coming if you remain in a home of prison with Saras. Clothing becomes coming if you wait there with Yaakov Bras.
No one will tell us what Tulsi Gabbard is doing, but apparently it's so bad, it's so destructive. We criticize Tulsi Gabbard on the show. We like Tulsi a little bit, but we also have criticized her. Again, we're criticizing anyone that's,
It is
not calling for complete total transparency in these files. Gabbard whistleblower complaint based on intercepted conversation with Jared Kushner. The substance of the conversation, which covered in part issues related to Iran. So Tulsi Gabbard is like an anti-war person, and apparently she is. Two people are talking about a highly classified whistleblower complaint against Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard related to a conversation intercepted last spring, which drew foreign nationals discussed Jared Kushner, according to U.S. officials who know the matter. It may determine which country the foreign nationals are from, or what they discussed about Kushner. The connection sheds further light on the top secret whistleblower complaint. Bureaucratically stalled Gabbard's agency for 8 months. It was kept locked in a safe, including in Congress, heavily redacted form last week. Senior Trump administration officials said the claims of Kushner were demonstrably false, but declined to offer more specifics about the conversation on grounds. In doing so, would expose a highly sensitive surveillance method. The allegations in the conversations, please bring this. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. I hope they're not saying that Jared Kushner has loyalty to another country besides America, because I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't you dare tell me. I don't you dare. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. If you spin some crazy lie that Jared Kushner's working on behalf of the interest of another country, you're out of here, pal. You're out of here. If you try to say that shit, I will not believe you. The same Jared Kushner who Benjamin Netanyahu used to sleep in his room when Jared got kicked out of the basement, when the people who visit America, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at a literal level. Allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. According to other U.S. officials who know the context, those officials agree there was no corroborating evidence to support the allegations. What do we know the allegations are? I imagine they're not going to say that this guy's working with the Israelis or whatever. That's like obvious. You don't need a secret phone call for that, by the way. I don't know what kind of secret phone call you would need to establish that. He's kind of doing it openly. This will go back to Russia again. Watch. It's gonna. Well, it would be interesting. Kushner's in the center of some of the administration's toughest national security initiatives. He devised the plan to rebuild Gaza and joined Trump offers deeply involved in negotiations to award Ukraine to dismantle Iran's nuclear network. So there's apparently allegations against Kushner. And it was based on a foreign intelligence conversation collected by the NSA. I'm betting money if you're going to say it's Russia. They're going to say that the Russians are talking about Kushner, that he somehow is not to be trusted, that he's that challenge outside of the official negotiations or something. I don't think it's going to be Israel. We don't know. But apparently the average, and they're told you the average involved in this half. She's going to go nothing to do with Israel. I imagine they're going to say something to Russia because Chelsea is involved in this too. This is my guess. Keep going here. Like the Trump's first term, when she orchestrated peace talks between Israel and Arab nations, especially without his business background as an asset.
All of these things that we just mentioned are all Zoraisa. Right? Because ultimately, these are halacha
Business
l'moshe
background.
Messina.
Kind of
So
fake
again, all the
cartel.
Gemara just
All these
simply
people that just lose money and go
is that
bankrupt and
halacha
get more
l'moshe
money.
is halacha l'moshe.
All these business
All right,
backgrounds,
halacha
these people,
l'moshe,
they'll
right?
get bailed out by
But
somebody
Chazal
somewhere.
found the
And we're all supposed to believe that this is all happenstance or the result of someone's business acumen. They're all things that genius. All these people just have money and go bankrupt and lose all their money and somehow reconstitute their wealth. They're able to get all the money back all the time. They never have any financial problems, but they're never apparent to anyone because they're all still doing quite well. So is that odd to people? So it's strange because the Christians for many years had this building in New York, 666 I believe the address, either Fifth or Park Avenue, and it was like a building that they like had to sell. It was like going in this, I'm getting Kushner's building up in New York City, and the financial problems with this building, and they like finally sold it. Had all these issues.
You know what the beauty of that is?
Kushner's
The beauty of that is
father blackmailed his brother, or Kushner's uncle blackmailed his father, hired a hooker, filmed them. I mean, they're nice, fun people. They're just fun,
of spirituality
family
as well.
people.
The Kulam Ba'u, Shekozan
Kushner
News,
Company's
the
purchased
Yom
606 Fifth
Zeriknus,
Avenue for
the
$1.8
Kulam
million in
Ba'u,
2007, a
B'Shula
highly
Torah, which is a
leveraged
little
deal.
more Nehemet Shuri Torah,
It struggled
Zet
with
in the
Phoenix after failed redevelopment plans. They sold a 99-year lease to Brookfield Asset Management in 2018.
Let's say, what's the greatest challenge of life? What
So
is the
here's the
greatest
deal.
challenge
They
of life?
purchased this in
The greatest challenge is the
2007.
constant pull.
Kushner's family firm was the most expensive office building purchase in
Constant pull between physicality and
failed
spirituality,
redevelopment.
between the
Kushner Company
material
is planning
and the
massive
spiritual.
overhaul
We
of the
spend
39th
our
Street Tower
lives engaging
into a
in this battle.
1,400
And
foot
sometimes we
mixed
went
use
on
skyscraper
to
with
be
Zaha
very
Hadid architects.
power of our so.
Famous architects
That
that
the
want to
heroes of
build
our
it.
themselves, which are Dashnis, are endowed with look.
The
So let's
2018
say,
deal.
where are you learning
Brookfield
how
Asset
some of the
Management
most
acquired the 99-year ground lease in 2018,
from something
which
material
allowed the
to
Kushner
a
companies to
something
exit the
so
struggling
profoundly
investment.
spiritual. So when Chazal tell us
Kushner's
that the
needed a bailout
Zionis
for
are the
charity.
pillars to the
Take
step
a look
cover
at the right, go
Eretz
to this
Yisrael,
article here to the right.
these are the fruits of Israel is blessed. What's the blessing? I would say we don't have grain or barley in America. We don't have food elsewhere in the world.
But still have a full portfolio in New Jersey. So now that's an article
Has an incredible dimension of
from
witness.
2018.
That's the power of Eretz Yisrael.
I believe if
They
you
look
go
at
out,
everywhere else.
let me see when it was written, August 12, 2018.
Out. They're looking at from the Gashtis. But in Eretz
They're
Yisrael,
talking about this
Eretz
openly.
Yisrael,
Like, they need a bad back. They needed a bailout. I'm not saying people don't get bailed out. I'm not saying these things don't happen. Obviously. Jared Kushner's ill-advised bet on New York City real estate has finally played out with an exit strategy that will allow his family's real estate company to emerge from more than $1 billion of debt on a 41-story Manhattan office tower. Here's what I'm throwing out there.
The pastor said he will watch. Yes. And what do we learn from this? So maybe we tell the first experience of Charlemagne. Ultimately, again, that there's nothing that goes ahead and interposes or interrupts between your body and the water. No question. Deny it. And the word Damayim, I don't know what. But in this law, you can't just immerse in any body of water. It has to be in this law. Cold Basara, what is Cold Basara? It has to be enough water to immerse your entire body. The Kamahim, let's say how much water is that? How much water is in your entire body? 3 cubic amas.
It's
Look
something
at
to
3
think
cubic
about.
amas, you know,
At
when
the
you
very
say
least,
that,
it's a big deal.
what
It's
is
a big deal.
Look at each of them,
Wash a
what
billion
is
in bad debt.
I think you're not focused. Supposed to, my purpose is we'll just
Are
go
you
with about 200 gallons.
potentially
Bring it down with ultimately the amount of water that you need in order to go ahead and have a proper mikvah that is capable of covering the entire body. Here we go. Covering the mikvah, then stop. First, the most important thing is where it's over here tells me why do I need a halacha l'mishulai? It's a pretty concept for a chaytas b'yisrael. But my
Now get up, Jared Kushner's father and his brother. We talked about this on the show before. And the hooker and the blackmail.
Watch this.
It seems to be kind
It's a
of
weird
thing.
halacha l'motion is
I
necessary.
believe Kushner's
Sorrow to
father.
your hair.
Charles Kushner,
You're about a
Wells
Don't
Fargo
worry about
developer, Democratic donor, and father of Jared Kushner. Pleaded guilty
If you have one hair that's
16
knotted,
counts of
that's a
tax
chatita.
evasion, witness
Some of
retaliation,
the
making false statements to the federal election
knotted, that's
commission
not a
case
chatita.
prosecuted by Chris Christie,
Where it's knotted, I don't know.
included a widely reported sordid revenge plot
One
against
that's
his
knotted could
own
be a very tight
sister
knot.
and
A very
brother-in-law.
tight knot.
Charles Kushner was furious that his brother-in-law William
So if you
was
have one hair that's
cooperating with
knotted,
federal
I love the
investigators
rights
in a tax
again. I love the
evasion
rights
case
that can
against
be a
him.
very tight knot to
Kushner hired a
prevent the
prosecutor
water
for
from
25 grand to
3
seduce
hairs.
his brother-in-law at a New Jersey motel.
Very tight knot there for the
Kushner
water
had the
to
sexual
circulate.
encounter
2 hairs,
secretly filmed
we're
and
not
sent the
done.
video
Unless
to
I'm
his
still
sister
sorry,
and
I'm
pastor
not I see.
to
There is
intimidate
also
them.
done. I'm not
Instead of
going to
being
push
intimidated,
it.
the shoulders turned the tape over to federal prosecutors, relating to the case against Kushner. So this is
Cold,
Kushner families think
all
about.
of you are cold.
This is like how they operate.
Constantly, even
So I'm
as you
just
can
wondering
something
what
that
you
is
tell
your
your
body. What is that
history.
referred to?
What you mean Kushner is married to Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump's daughter. So this is interesting. Again, imagine explaining this to somebody from another planet, gorgeous land. The guy in charge of the Middle East Peace Plan and rebuilding Gaza and ending the Ukraine war with Russia, the Russia-Ukraine war, married the president's daughter.
Something that covers the
In
majority of the
2018, got
body,
bailed out of
and
$1
you
billion
don't want it.
bad real estate deal in
So
New
you
York.
don't want
This guy's
covers the majority of the
father
body, and again, a person is not, but a person does not want
his
that.
sister and
That's a
his
chatzitza. That's a
brother-in-law
chatzitza. The she'ino makpid alav
because of
if you're not
dealings in
makpid on
tax
something,
evasion,
even if it covers a
dealings
large part of
in
the body,
shady business dealings that went wrong.
that is
He
the
tried to
violation.
intimidate
However, because
his brother-in-law and his sister, and
and
instead of being intimidated,
if something covers the majority of the body,
he turned the tape
even
over to
if you're
federal
not
prosecutors and Charles
still
Kushner
going to
served 44 months in a federal prison camp in Alabama and 10 months in a halfway house in New Jersey.
Furthermore, they also said that something even covers a very small
His
part of the body.
negotiating
But you are not
Kushner's
on
one
that.
of the most
We're going to go into that's problematic, less than equal of legal.
We don't know much about him other
You
than
go right, so
his dad tried to find made a very bad development. And
covers
now
the large
he
part
used
of the
to
body,
hang out
and
with
you are
his
not
family
going
in New York.
As I was going to come along and said,
Kushner's
we
resort.
can have a teacher that satisfies either one of
And now
those two
supposedly they should
criteria.
wear intelligence
Even you
complaints
don't
about Tulsi Gabbard or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I wondering about all
covers
these
a large part of the body, but you don't care about
deals
it,
that everybody
or it covers a
has.
small part of the body, but you do care about it. Those are
Curious
considered
as
to be
to like how this all
I
works.
said the Gemara believes
How
that
this
now
all works. What you will see over the next few months now, with a lot of the people on the ruling class
even
that
though
want
something
to
that is
retain the
covers a
powers of
very
this
small part of the body
show,
and you don't
that's
care
going to
about it.
happen over the next
Rest
6 days.
becomes out of
We're
Hashisha.
talking about it.
It is the Uso Hamas. It covers a small part of the body.
They're all going to start to turn on the reporters' files.
You don't say
Files to resign
Who
from
puts
work.
it on?
Some
I don't
just
know.
sit back and transfer all money to someone else for reason for public relations reasons, control of them. And
When you
it's going to come out. The stuff in this, all these files is going to come out. It's going to be sacrificial lamb. It's going to throw somebody out there. It's going to scare the next person down.
That's the ultimate point. And the fact that they can't get
And then they will kind of try to run past it.
So what does the halacha emotion tonight?
Blanket over it. They'll go, well, let's move on. This was actually nothing. A couple of creeds.
What is it?
Remember, I'm
Has two criteria.
design program.
No right stuff.
Analogy. When it came out, the troops,
When you see it in the
you know,
Torah,
those photos
here's
of
the
like
don't. That's the
Iraq
halacha
a cigarette shag to torturing it. Like, oh, it's a few bad apples. It turned out it was meticulously designed program by the CIA.
Even if it satisfies one of those criteria, even if it satisfies the criteria ultimately again of just
in the same way that they're going to say that this is a few bad apples, a few creams, a Prince Andrew, a Jeffrey Epstein. No, it's a meticulously designed way of doing business that people even do. They even do it with their own family. They do it with their own family. Go, no, we know that works. We're going to do it close to home. So this is a well-established order of doing business and always has been. And the idea that like this is not someone institutional, this isn't serving existing power dynamics and propping them up and preventing them from being questioned is insane. So anyone who's saying that stuff is completely crazy. And we'll see more about what happens here in the next few weeks, right? I imagine that get up Massey, get up with Thomas Massey. I imagine that the drumbeat to release these that's coming out right now, you're not going to be able to stop this. You're not going to be able to stop this. This is going to come out. This is going to come out. What's interesting about Jared Kushner, by the way, is he didn't want an official role in this administration. He wanted to just kind of flow. It's true. He wanted to do his own thing. Just wanted to do his own thing. He just wanted to kind of flow. He didn't want an official role. It's like, let me be the negotiator. Why is he negotiating all these deals? I mean, all he provably did was make this like weird real estate that in New York he get bailed out. Why is he negotiating all this stuff? Because he's a great negotiator. So he's out there negotiating all these new deals. Yes, he's so good at all this stuff. So here we go. Thomas Massey is saying, I'm not going to be intimidating. The president's attacking me. So Massey and Rokana are really trying to get these files out. The rest of these files out. Here's the question. What will they do to prevent this? What will they do to prevent these files from coming out? What exactly? Like, we're not going into Iran. Trump, to his credit, told Bibi we're not going into Iran. As of now, that's where we are. There's no Iran for right now. Bibi came to the White House going, we want to go to Iran. And Trump's like, we're not going into Iran. Hey, thanks. Thank you. We get it. But they have nuclear weapons. Yeah. We're not going into Iran. So we don't know what's going to happen or where we're going to go domestically. But this is the big story. I know a lot of people build their careers on this. Part of their careers are being like, I'm the rational guy. Like, there's all these conspiracy people, and I'm the rational one. I'm the guy that will tell you that conspiracies are all invented and all dumb, and everyone who believes in them is dumb, and everybody who entertains this theory is and the world needs to be explained to them in a super simple way. This is all of those people. These files are in the destruction of their credibility. 1,000% the full collapse of any credibility the brokers have that are running around talking about this is all of these congressmen, by the way, congresswomen, senators, people that are looking at these other active files, their fucking minds are blown. Their minds are fucking blown. And they're going, whoa. Whoa. The Sultan, I liked the torture video. Was Jeffrey the one responding saying, I like, yeah. Jeffrey was saying, I liked the torture video that the Sultan sent him. These people are emailing about this shit. They don't care. They're emailing about it. They don't care. There's no fear that they're ever going to get in trouble for any of this. I like the torture video. That was a good one. I enjoyed the torture video. It was sent by why this guy, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, was now resigned as CEO of DP World after DOJ documents exposed his ties to him. He's a global, what was he? A global shipping executive. A global shipping executive. What was he shipping? I've been trying to help you in the U.S. second week of May. We're all here. Are you okay? I love the torture video. This is a billionaire getting global shipping executive. So, that's a fun business, huh? Shipping. Anyone trying to say that, like, this is all fake or invented has no credibility. Credibility is completely collapsed. You don't even have to listen to them. They're either getting paid or they're being stupid for a reason, and it's either disingenuous, they're making money or whatever. But the idea that all of this stuff adds up to nothing, and it all adds up to nothing, and the idea that this was somebody who, like, looked up at a 17-year-old who looked 23, that's a lie. Let's smash that narrative that isn't true. By the way, yeah, play this. This is a drop site news thing. We had Ryan Grimont, who, like, this is someone who had a chance to review these unredacted documents.
To review any of the unredacted files I've read in the DOJ, the FT files, and what can you tell So guys, this is what I said. You don't have to go ahead. Sorry. If you have an opening that is more than 10 hours wide and you have a you need not close up some of that entrance rate.
This is the one thing they always say.
And then that comment, it's asking you to no, you have to amend the mission of the lead that you must submit. So it's different if you want to suggestion. That's what I said. All of these questions that you're asking are only in one of the
No, yes, so many people keep their mouth shut about a lot. People keep their mouth shut about a lot. Threaten their money, threaten their food, threaten their family. You don't even have to threaten. It's implied. It's implicit. They know. They open their mouth. They're opening themselves up to liability, legally, financially. People shut their mouth. People shut their mouth all the time. How could people? There's so many people who have to keep quiet about it. And they will. They will. What are we running around with a bunch of heroes in this country? You fucking idiots! We got a bunch of heroes in this country willing to risk it all. I'm gonna risk it all to help some woman I know about. Half of those people want it. They're jealous they can't rape the women. What are you talking about? We're a bunch of heroes that are gonna risk life and limb to help their fellow man? What country do you live in? Fucking get out of here. What country do you live in? Well, so many people would have to be in on it. No, they would gladly be in on it. They would willfully be in on it. Because they don't want to make their lives any more difficult than they already are. That's why they're not coming into defense of anything. They don't care. So many people have to get it. No. There's an enforced code of silence. And you know what enforces it? Threats to people's livelihood, their level of comfort. And we're not talking about poor people that have nothing to lose here. We're talking about people that have a lot of fucking money. They have a position in society that they don't want to lose. So many people in Hungary. Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen? Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen on the slopes? Aren't they heroic? Where's all the heroes in Palm Beach? Where are all the heroes? Where's the fucking, the spirit that founded the country, the spirit of the people that fought the British? What? Can you imagine? Can you imagine just think about it for 48 hours when we wake up and snowing outside, you have a cup of coffee, and someone comes up to you and goes, did you
Still wrong. He's trying to use the Amalsuros to the Ulam. So he'll say, maybe this is talking about not the Amalsuros to the Ulam, but the Amalsuros to the Ulam.
Let's be honest, half the responses go on like
You're
this.
much positive, therefore, what would be your question? Well, maybe you'll say that the destruction of the entrances of the
That's
Ulam
half.
was
Half
like
of
the
them on
destruction of the
action.
entrances of the Ulam.
I'm also
Allah, Amarav,
that's good business there.
I thought
Oh yeah, we just
so
got to put
why
them.
did
We've
I
got a
say
soldiers and billionaires that should
if
be
you
from
have
the Greek.
Torah, listen, talking about a Torah now. Remember again, the Torah is the being that you put across the top of the lovely in order to
That's half.
carry it
Now the other half go like this. Okay, so like best case, best case, worst case, they're also trafficking women and children. Yes, that's the worst case. You go, oh yeah, I know. I've been to the island. I know exactly. Do you want his number? That's worst case. Worst case, they go, oh, you need his number?
That ideally the minimum
Best case, they go like this. Somebody goes, I hear this guy, that Jeffrey guy,
and of course
he's like a shady guy. He's involved with trafficking women and children. This is what they do.
Strong enough to be able to support the weight of a half a brick. So it says Rav, listen to this. If you have a beam that is for fucking white,
just heard that Jeffrey Epstein's a trafficking women and children. Ask Colorado. First color powder on the hills on the mountains, first color powder on the mountains, sipping coffee at the lodge. You hear 9 a.m. Jeffrey Epstein trafficking women and children. Somebody tells you, that Jeffrey women, he's trafficking women and children.
then
No response.
one does not have to go ahead and diminish
That's
the
what
height
that's
of the dwellings.
what I think you're going to do.
This is the
Let's
power
call
of
the
the
FBI
Amal.
right now.
So the Amal Surah,
Let's interrupt our vacation.
to work
Launch a crusade to destroy this billionaire and ourselves in the process.
with the
We're heroes.
Amal Surah,
Heroes and assholes.
this is the whole discussion of the Amal
We've got to,
Surah, reality is the Raisa.
we're heroes. Most of these people are looking at fake. They know it's fake. They know it's fake. They're in the God forbid this thing starts to boomerang on them. They're all going, God forbid, they start looking at how we have our money. How the fuck do we have our money? So this idea that there's just a bunch of heroes in this country. In Palm Beach or the Hamptons. They're in the Hamptons, they're eating a lobster roll. And they're sitting there and their bugs, they're flying around and chilling. They're eating a lobster roll in the Hamptons in the summer. And somebody comes up to them and that guy Jeffrey, who I hear does weird shit with
Also, having an Al-Surah, yet was what?
and they imagine that at that point these people spring up
So we
out
have
of their
that little of a
sleep.
contradiction, because according to Rav's understanding,
Paul,
even the presence of an Al-Surah doesn't allow you to utilize a doorway into one of these objects. Yes, we have another advice that really indicates to us. But if you have an Al-Surah, Allah provides you even a reference to the orders of the Allah to be okay. Come on, Allah, Rav will say, down on the Mehafa. This is not just even taking out of this discussion. And that's nice stuff. You look these are prices themselves, not for the company. It looks like just the prices themselves are hard. Without not the element, you still have an anyway, now we have to sit ultimately grab this whole thing in that look right to the right in that some of the elders feelings that are one of the hateful gun that I'm also Ramahanya the high time of the Amasura Saba Lagni once again we come back to the same idea with this fundamental focus tonight about the where does it have one of the where so if you hold like Rabbi, that the sheep of Rabbi is people, wealthiest people, just like in the themselves don't want you to deal with their health, they got going on. People that are fighting multi-generational families, wealthy families, want to be out of the public eye, are very private by their nature. The idea that they're going to like spring into The other thing was that Rabbi don't learn it out from that he goes into it out. Rabbi don't learn out from Mikol. And therefore, you know, we'll say, you don't learn that from Mikol. And Halakha Lamais, the spectacular competitive and officer allows you to go ahead and allows you to utilize it into shape, even one that is taller than Cartel. What does that mean? Why does our mouth allow you to go ahead and utilize it into shape that is more than 20 ounces? Well, I'll give you coming a tax service. It's very simple. The whole point of the Torah, right? Remember, let's go back to yesterday's dot. You have a mother, and you want to be able to carry that mother. So what does Hazal require you to do? You have to put a Torah, you have to put a key Why? What's the magic of the key? If it's so magic, what is it? We'll see, it's not focus, but Father doesn't know what it is. It's a reminder. Right? It's a reminder. What are we concerned about in a mother? Are we concerned about carrying in a mother? And the answer is no. What am I concerned about? How many concerned is to forget the difference between a mother and the survivor? Because my mother reminds me of very simple. Put a larger person as the mother. That is carrying the mother is fine. If you know not to carry the survivor. So the logic is there for you. But I love the life start. If you have a mouse,
what's it all for? What's it all for? The kids in the best universities.
That by itself is a reminder as well. So maybe even if you have an entity that is colder than 20 hours, the colder than 20 hours is concerned that the cola is outside of the range of ocular vision, you're just not going to see it. You're not going to see it.
And you would get divorced, and the attorney would totally get it.
Whether or not the master works for Mala,
Hi, Bob.
is in Machlokes Hanoi. Is in Machlokes Hanoi. So again, if you hold us to that bottom out, this is from April, then the master will not work for Mala Me'asro. If you already go in out from April, then the master will work for Mala Me'asro. The Gigi Nami tonight, you know, God says, so we also, the ice now goes to Machlokes tonight, the Nachman by Yitzchak, right? The low rat, Masnei Shagad Lokat. So the Yitzchak actually, the Nachman says, in fact,
I want to drive up to Montessori.
I want
to dedicate the rest of our lives to helping.
Here we go. What they claim to that one is that if you put across the top of the mug, you carry the mug,
You said, I don't care about this money, I want to get to the truth.
Visual reminder that the carriers of mug, don't accidentally carry from here to the
I know enough of these people that I have. The young kids are fun, you know, they play socialism like a board game while they sail around the globe. And their parents just, request their presents and dinner. Occasionally, they all kind of stare at each other and quietly, everybody's got something else going on. The idea that any of these people at any time they say we're going to jeopardize our entire standard to launch a full press here against this Jeffrey Epstein fabric by intelligence. Number one, that shuts the continent just out. They see what intelligence doesn't know because they're raping the kids, I think, for us and for our safety.
from the unfruitful. So he went to Rabbi
There's nothing that quiets people down. Like the word intelligence shuts everyone up. This is intelligence with that is intelligent. It scares off local law enforcement. It scares off federal law enforcement. It scares off everybody. Because it is assumed whatever happened means that. That's exactly what intelligence means. It's above your head. You wouldn't understand it, but if you did, you would know that it needs to be done. Shut up. And if you inquire about it anymore, you're opening yourself up to a lot of problems here because you're threatening on exposing the sensitive nature of whatever intelligence thing is going on. To all you would have to say to the Palm Beach Sands, whatever, Sea Island, Georgia, Santa Barbara, Tampa, anything you would have to say up there, all you would have to say is
fundamental discussion
isn't even about there. Oh, he's about intelligence or something murky going on. It would never even get there.
is a person
It would never even
aware
get there because if you
So
said you wanted to help children and women
also holds the
pick one thing, you had a tumor. They would think you had a tumor on your brain.
more than 20
If you started talking about any of this stuff, there's this really shady guy, they see these kids disappearing, and oh, you have a brain trafficking.
That I want to say that
That's really
halacha
true.
is gotta be with
That's what I mean. So this idea that like everybody would have to be in on it. It's like, no. It is the most easily explained thing ever, dummies. And these are just people that don't know the world or they don't know anything about how the world works. So they just talk. They just say things they've heard other people say before. Conspiracies are fake because they retain too many people. People are actually stupid. People are stupid. This is what dumb people say about other people to feel like they're certain. People are just stupid to do conspiracy action. People are just being caught. It's like the Bill Maher talking point. Brilliant Bill Maher talking point. To his credit, he didn't about it. Let's give people an apology. Like, there's a lot of smart people that have this talking point where like, well, people are actually just stupid. No. They just don't get involved. The more shit you have, the more you risk. And the minute anyone says the word intelligence, you're out. Oh, yeah. Forget the people who killed Kennedy. I'm going to start doing shit with them. Because automatically assume when you say the word intelligence that these people are the worst things, criminal, government, it's like everything you don't want to fuck with. You don't want to fuck with the mob. You don't want to fuck with the government. You don't want to fuck with cults. And intelligence is like all that.
People are just walking around.
It's like all of those. It's elements from all of those things mixed together. It's the ultimate fuck you if you don't want to play around with it. You don't want to play around with it because you have tremendous power. But we are afraid of the fear because we're protected, of course, by God and his emissary. And the kid is going, thank you, good night.
Oh, wow.
Maybe that I only say that she's ultimately again in the case of the Mabui, and maybe by Sukkah they are molded to Rabbi.
Like,
and therefore again, halacha there was halacha that we need both cases. And therefore again, one cannot be done from the other. But just interestingly enough, it is the same machlokas about a Sukkah lamala me'esrim, a Mabui lamala me'esrim, same machlokas Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi. I will tell you guys that I did not thank the sponsors for this morning's shir. Sorry to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, Rabbi and Coleman, for dedicating all the shurim and drushas this month in the hope that the month of Av will be a Yom Tov filled with joy in the eternal place of Christ. Our young sponsors, Jeff and Sherry Bennett, Stephen and Holly Bennett, in memory of their father, Herman Bennett, Kanon Yisrael Ben Rubin, Zikron Yebracha, the week of learning sponsor, Howard and Aileen Friedman, in memory of Howard's mother, Hilla Bas Chaim, and our day of learning sponsor, Adam and Leslie Rosen, in honor of the birthday of their son Gideon. Looking forward to your looking forward to your continued learning and insightful practice.
Vacanța perfectă e planificată. Magia vine din nevăzut.
NSC Cruises, best holiday ever.
Okay, we go back. So not a mouthful. So by the way, let's go back to the pandemic. We never actually defined it. We defined it for ourselves. But the life of what is a mouthful? I'm a blaze Rabba Bahu Amar Kini. Okay, look at the first one on the Gemara. He says it's Kini. What's Kini? So it's a good actually. The idea of the
J.K. Rowling had the audacity to suggest that the pieces and the Virginias were different within a 72-part series on the fallout from her comments.
That's actually the first image I sent you on the WhatsApp chat. You can see again, if you
After I was asked to leave the New York Times because I was too much of a road,
shows according to his first opinion,
I started
not
the Free
to be
Press
still a cornice as we're going to
because
see.
I really
But then I
wanted to
said, Arthur,
encourage and
wooden
foster
engravings. open discussion that connects between people in New York, Miami, and Washington. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things I find most important. When David Ellis called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog. I had 17 listeners on this podcast, but I ultimately decided that 150 million dollars was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding at these realities are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So I thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who was the commander-at-large of ICE, who has now been demoted, and is now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last What does it do? Heck it. It's a reminder.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
If you hold that in mouth, that's going to catch attention.
Recognizing this
So what's the
as
same person
America.
you think you held,
So we
but
thought
it
it
was
most
either beans.
important right
I
now
love the remain
to speak
stuff.
to Greg
We certainly
Bavino,
agree that if it
who
was
was the
engaged birds,
commander-at-large of
certainly would be
ICE,
wonderful to catch
who's
people
now
with
been
that.
demoted
Man,
and is now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey.
also, but the opinion you held
Without
that
further
the
ado,
announcer was engaged
Greg
bird's
Bavino.
nest, it might
Greg,
just be engaged bird's nest.
how does it feel?
Just having pieces of cedarwood might not be enough.
The free press. Because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellis called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog. My 17 listeners and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding at these realities are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So we thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who's the commander-at-large of ICE, who's now been demoted and is now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last 2
That's my
weeks?
focus. Still unresolved. I mean, this is solved.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
And then my focus is what my focus is about. The
Ice action is
what
like
from where
fashion,
did it
so
mean
what
the
would you say?
dimensions of the time is
Fashion. I wear the bow tie every day. I work on the bow tie. I got the every day. I got the bow tie. Jack, last, you feel of it, baby, wanna make it.
according to
Do you have
others,
anything to
that's not
say
the
to
case.
the
According
families
to
of the
others,
victims?
the nice gang, they just
Everybody
their
love it when I
dimensions from
cool
other
God.
places like
Give
that.
it
Or more focused,
l'amore.
you their
I think
dimensions
my
by
kid.
the taste and what they feel will actually
Caffè espresso, espresso, espresso.
According to the
Bruno
second approach,
espresso, che
the
devo
policy
dire
gives
espresso. I got a nice figure con the cello. Give bello con the cello, con the cello. For everybody that wish you said I give it.
That's beautiful. Greg
Interesting
Bavino,
enough,
thank you
then
so
based
much for
on that
coming on and
is,
joining us
based on that,
here
based on
on
that
Honestly.
understanding is,
I've never
what
heard
if you have
this.
something that's eye-catching? What if
Ladies
you have
and
something
gentlemen,
that's
welcome to the
unique or
Dylan Show.
different? Will that
What
allow
we
you to go out and be
got to
master
discuss
entries
here,
whether it's the
lot
Malame Esher? That's a machloket.
to break down,
We'll see
lot to
some of the
react
evolution of
to.
the halacha might say tomorrow.
Reaction.
Yes.
What the
Let's just call it the
exam
Sokas
wants,
and let's
what
just call it the Malame.
reaction.
What
React.
happens if the Korah, in question over here, has a thickness?
And
Okay, so the way that it's
there's a lot going
situated
on.
is part of
You
the
know,
bottom part of
there's
the
a
Korah, let's say,
there's
extends
a
into
ton
the
happening.
20s, but the upper part of the Korah extends
Over there in
no? So here
Minnesota.
the Korah isn't situated within 20, but not
Some of
really
it
above
quite
20.
violent.
Part of it is within
Some
the
of it
20,
quite
part of
violent.
it is
Some of
above
it
the
actually.
20. So what's the halacha?
regrettable, which is not a strong enough word. There's no words that are strong enough, when someone gets shot. Well, I don't think should have been shot.
Some of the
You say
stuff
it's
is
regrettable.
funny, honest.
People
Some of the
get
stuff
angry
is
with
not supposed to
you.
remember. Let's take a
You
step
said it
back.
was
According to
regrettable.
Shita Rabbanah,
Well,
what's
it's terrible.
a mavui cannot be taller than 20 others. A sukkah cannot be taller than 20 others. In the case of question over here, I have a mavui with a Torah. Some of it is within 20, some of it is above 20. Skach, big skach. Some of it is within 20, some of it is above 20. What's the halacha? Some of Rabbi says the mavui culture, the sukkah culture. Rabbi says in a mavui is okay. Sukkah is possible. What's the shot? What's the actually that's
And then
National the mavui
your mother,
culture.
your aunt,
John
or
some
some woman from the neighborhood. I don't want to gender it, but that's not something dads say.
We view
It was a
Torah
mom
as a
expression.
thing
Hey,
out.
take a chill. If your father said that, he was gay. There's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of gay people who are actually great parents. I'm not one of
It's
them.
just not there. So the Gemara says, I sukkah nami
If your father said take a chill pill, he was gay. It's
Just say
something that the
ultimately
woman
what?
said.
The part of the skach, that's the mother of the
Like,
essence.
take a
It's
chill
also
pill.
viewed as if it's not there. There's the problem. See, kalashta,
That's what we have to do across the board.
theoretically remove the top part of the skach, then what? Having a
You've
hamas
all been over somebody's home when their kids
more
were
sunlight.
losing it.
And they
had to turn around to their children and go, why don't you take a few minutes and get yourself together? And that's what we have to do. We want to zoom out for a minute and look at how we got here. I think it's important. I think a lot of people are very emotional, and understandably so,
if we view the top part of the skach,
justifiably so. And this isn't breaking down politically necessarily the way people think it would. There's a lot of right-wing people
if you view the part of the core
that are concerned
the core is not strong enough to withstand
the government cracking down on protest
So what
and
you have to
putting
think
food
is, when we pin out of the
on the
Torah,
neck
we do it
of
as thin
citizens.
rods of metal.
There's a lot of
Okay, thin
right-wing
rod of
people
metal,
who believe that.
it's still strong enough to
So
withstand
it's
the
not
wind.
necessarily something, broadly speaking,
If you're going to say
are
that, and I love
Republicans
myself,
more supportive of ICE than Democrats? Absolutely.
even if you're taking off the
However,
top
when you
providing
go
what treatment. So I'm like,
deeper and you look at these shootings, a lot of
is a simple idea.
Republicans, conservatives, in some of the most prominent ones, are dismayed over how these events played out, how they were handled, and being skeptical of government in any of its manifestations, which is something a lot of right-wing people share. It's understandable why they would look at these events where people got shot needlessly. There were many ways to subdue the governing good or an Alex Ready, whatever, without using lethal force. A lot of right-wing people are going, wait a minute. So how we got here, we got to back up. And I think it's important to do. Because most of what we talk about now is completely ripped from context. There is no backstory. Nobody understands why things are happening. You're shown a fragment of an event on your phone, and then you have a reaction to it.
Belongs to the collective. Therefore, what?
Immigration is the biggest issue in the world. It's not a uniquely American issue. It is not even a uniquely Western issue, although it has driven political instability in Western countries. Things like Brexit, the UK, but because of France, Italy,
Rabbi, right? Because Rabbi ultimately said,
the Netherlands, all of these areas have experienced some form of migration
Look at this version.
intensified
Rabbi asked to be said that
over the last decade, but
if you have a
really
Torah
over the last
that
5
goes
to
to
7 years.
it's going to be possible.
And
But by a sukkah, it'll be
the
possible.
difficulty
with
absorbing those waves of
Why is
immigrants
that sukkah kosher?
and assimilating them into a culture that existed for hundreds, thousands, whatever, of years, and the difficulty assimilating them into an economic system that is rapidly changing and in a lot of cases deteriorating. That difficulty has proven to be the catalyst for a lot of political movements and candidates in those countries that are trying to deal with that issue in myriad of ways. Some people are proposing deportations. Some people are proposing a freeze of government benefits. Some people are proposing changes to existing law that allows refugees in large numbers to come into the country to claim political asylum. It's not a uniquely American issue. And it's not an issue that has any easy solution. There's none. There's no,
I know that I bear the
this has never happened before in history with this amount of people
migrated.
migrated. Another part of the world,
Which is
this
joint
quickly.
responsibility. So what happens when there's joint
Usually this was
responsibility?
done,
That was something happens when there's
War.
multiple people responsible for something.
this was done over a long period of time.
Right? So when one person is responsible,
So it's been difficult
when multiple people are
for a lot
responsible,
of these
nothing
societies,
gets done.
small,
Listen to this,
relatively
Dummy
homogenous
people
society,
say,
not
how
only
good is the
racially,
truth thing?
but culturally.
Our partners, right? The partners owned by
Societies
two
have
people.
cultures.
Lo
Even in
Camino,
Spain,
Lo
you're
Caribe.
going to notice it's a lot different than Louisiana.
They don't say what happens.
If you go to Louisiana, you're going to notice it's a lot different than New York.
I'm sorry.
And New York is going to be different from Kansas. We're just talking about states within one country. Different countries have vastly different cultures.
Collaboration is
So if
wonderful.
somebody comes into a country that has a culture that's existed for
that the other one is
who
doing.
knows,
Therefore, in this version over here,
but a
we're much
very
less
long
concerned about
time,
sukkah, because I know my
and that
sukkah is my
culture has
responsibility. But the Mabui is problematic, ultimately since the Mabui
and
is
then people
general
come in from a radically different
so
culture
everyone assumes that someone else is
that's also existed for a very long time, that has its own set of values. That's hard. I don't know anyone who thinks that's easy. I know dumb people that don't care. And it's your absolute right to be dumb and to not care, or to be so rich you're unaffected, or that your political ideology is some version of be nice. And therefore it should kind of be nice. And things tend to work out if everybody's just nice. That's a faction of our society that just believes that the words be nice
Everyone pays a little bit of attention to it. Sometimes no
and that's
attention to
okay,
it.
you're entitled to that. I know a lot of people with that. They're wealthy,
But you know, I'm a sucker that I feel about
privileged
people. You know,
globalizations
this
with
version,
food to
privileges
them.
that I said doesn't mean anything.
They're okay.
My
They're
boys
doing
have one
good.
advice.
And
My hobby, I was
thinking about any of these issues doesn't
Rabbi
interest
Ula Amar said is apostle. Or say Rabbi Ula said both by the Mabui who
they're
was going to get
unaffected, their family is
This
unaffected.
is a Mabui whose Korah
And
is the Masame
so
Eshin and
none
the
of
Malame
these
Eshin.
things
Sukkah,
tend to
whose
interest
Chak
them.
is the Masame
They
Eshin
tend,
and the Malame.
or
So
all
what's
these
that
issues
about
because they're hard to talk
Rabbi
about.
said both
They're
these
sticky
apostle.
issues.
Rabbi says
They're not dinner party issues.
Rabbi says
Really,
both
they're not.
pieces
The
were.
things
Both pieces
people
were.
talk
Zeb is a
about
pressure.
in private,
On the
they
days.
talk about in the
Chalo,
home,
Sukkotnan,
close
Chalo,
friends.
and Mabui.
These are not issues that you tend to talk about
Look at Rashi. Chalo,
like
Sukkotnan, and
on a job interview.
Mother being the Sukkah. He's actually quite
You don't
fascinating.
open.
The
There's a lot of immigrants.
if you look at the wording
It's
over
not
here,
your opener. On
Mother
a job interview.
Shugavor Lemala Me'esun Amo.
Interesting. A lot of immigrants
Sukkah
here now.
Shugavor Me'esun
Some of
Amo.
them are cool.
So let's say when it
It's
says
just
Esun
interesting.
Amo,
Like,
it's just
that's not an opener.
City refers to
Job,
what?
you can't do
To
it.
the airspace.
Nor should you.
Cavity is the wrong
I'm
word.
not
Or
advising it.
the airspace, the opening, which
But
tells
these are
you
real issues.
that
You can
halacha
tell.
l'maisa,
They're not. These things
halacha
are like made
l'maisa,
up. And you might
the
just, you might
ultimate
go,
means you
well,
can
they
have an
shouldn't be
opening that
issues.
is
Good for
open,
you.
at least 20
You figure
amas,
out.
with the top
It
of the
doesn't
Torah
matter.
resting right on
They're
top of that.
hugely
So because of that, Rebbe said,
issues.
in halacha l'maisa,
Trump was
if you have a
elected
situation of a
twice
Torah, where part of it
on
extends in
this
the 20,
issue.
part of it extends above the 20, or for that
A lot
matter,
of
the
the
sukkah, part of the staff is in 20,
European
part of the staff is above
leaders
20,
right
and
now,
other so that it's
look at Nigel Farage in the UK.
Only a couple of Rabbi.
Many of the,
So it's a Papa says to Rabbi, you have a place
candidates where
that
the wind
supports you.
is at their
So
back,
Mabui
meaning that
should
they're
have
going up
I'm
the
a
polls.
US Senator, social
Most of them have
unite.
hard-line
The vice
positions on
president, Kevin
immigration.
Mabui, the entrance was
They
taller than
want
20 amas.
less immigration.
Which is about that the
Most
Torah is
people
above 20 amas. The
in
Torah should be
countries,
brought down.
when they are polled,
Just like what?
including America,
You
want less immigration. That's bipartisan.
it should be diminished.
Or
Or the
yes,
Torah should
Republicans want yes.
be brought down.
Whatever.
The Heichal,
Politically assigned, but
once again over here,
on the whole, most people want less immigration across the board when they are.
How much? 20
There are very few people that want more immigration. They do exist.
need not
They do exist.
occupy the interior space
Many of them are billionaires.
right on
Many of them are incredibly wealthy people.
obviously it can be within
Many of
it's
them
not a
are
problem.
radical
There she
libertarians.
is.
Many of them don't believe in a state.
Internal space with the
Some of them are far to the left, where they also
How
don't.
you living, girl? How you doing?
Like the entry, same thing with
Excellent. Staying strong? Excellent.
How would they make the entrance of
Hey, how are you?
But within 20 amas, Misras Esmulan. We'll say it's very interesting.
Let's
Because
get the
also,
first game.
arguing Mamish like in this last little piece. So according to what we just said, according to what Papa just said, so we
Where I want
have
to
20 amas
give
in
it
their
to me
space.
now.
The Torah sitting right on top.
You got about two to the monitor and one laptop.
Yeah, I got both monitors connected to the laptop.
Oh, nice.
It shouldn't say Ulamata, it shouldn't say below the 20 amas, rather it should say right above the 20 amas.
I hope I get it set up like
That's
that.
not what it says.
Like,
It says explicitly that the code should be placed within the 20 amas. How kamash malon dilanata kilanalo. Teaching us about like the upper shirt or the height.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Let that be, it'll be grandpa.
How so? Malam nalo halala esrin.
I'm gonna leave that alone, Rabbi. Let that be grandpa's room.
Certainly, Mr. Aquarius, I understand.
Of an entrance here of a mobile could be 20 amos, full 20
You gotta
amos.
do with that room.
Don't even talk
I'm
about
going, when they go to his clothes, I'm gonna take this to him. Yeah, not that, it's but I'm gonna give it to him, I don't want to get him, but I want that hoodie, and that was his favorite hoodie.
There you go.
Airspace. So therefore, just like the top airspace could be a maximum of a full 20, with the chorus sitting right on top of the 20, so through halacha l'maisa, the minimum must be a full 10 tefachim of airspace. Okay, good. Incredible. So we'll say, so by the way, that is indeed how we pass in halacha l'maisa. Just you should know, we pass like Rabbi, and both by mabui as well as by sukkah. So everything could be situated.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
I said that's right, I want to speak to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And what some of it is Lamata me Esrim is 100% kosher. I'm Rabbi in this maybe I'm a sukkah, but I'm a small, but I'm a last kind. What's an interesting halacha? So we're going to get into the discussion regarding Amos. What's we're going to see Amos.
You gonna take a nap, Miss Aquarius? Not yet. I'm going to. You gonna take a nap?
Different Amos.
Yes, ma'am. Get that room clean. Thank you, Doug.
If you have the Amma of a Mavli, Ba'ama bas Hamsha, Ba'ama bas Hamish Shalamayno. So it's
Alright,
we
Igor.
said the Amma of a mother.
I'm here if you need me,
How
okay?
set up a five pocket. So what does that mean? Very simple. We go home.
You're welcome, madam.
When measuring height, we said before that the maximum height of a Torah in a mabul is what? It's 20 amas. Just know there was about an amma that is made up of 5 tefachim. 5 tefach amma. Or the pirza. Remember again, if you have an opening that's more than 10 tefachim wide, that's not called an opening, that's called the pirza breach. So what type of amma are we using? An amma made up of 5 tefachim. So the Gemara says, the Ha'ika Meshach Mabul. But I will say, that's fine, but what about the fact, what about the length of a Mabul? The Arba Amos, the Rukula, that was an existing rough. That's fine, because remember, usually it's 5 Tafach Amma. So height and ultimately a Kumla, which is fine. What about the fact that for the minimum dimension of a mabul, which we're assuming about, we haven't seen this before. You must mention that for the first time, that the mabul has minimum length dimension. So if we're saying that the minimum length dimension of a mabul are 4 amas, and we're using an amma of 5 tefachim as opposed to an amma of 6 tefachim, that yields a limit.
People out of their houses and deporting them, some of them to an El Salvador in prison.
Much more easily.
Nobody, very few people. I'm not going to say nobody, because there will be people that want that, and they're pretty vocal about that they do want that. Specifically that. I don't think the vast majority of people, even that want less immigration, obviously people that want more immigration or whatever, of course they would want that. But let's just talk about the people, and again, it's a majority.
Are 5
every poll, the
but it could be that, for example, measuring interior space, we would not use a 5 hammer, but instead we use a 6 hammer. Fine. Amma sukkah, but amma bas hamish. So we said the amma of a sukkah is an amma that is made up of 5 pockets. What is that referring to? The gold part of the dofen akuma. We'll say that first to the height. Remember, the height of the sukkah, maximum height is 20 amas. What type of amma is hammer? An amma made up of 5 pockets. Or dofen akuma. Both the dofen akuma is an incredible halakha emotion, so we're going to talk about it. Dofen akuma will say sentences like this. If you have a wall, and then you have invalid stock, and right next to that invalid stock is your valid stock. You can have up to valid amas, 4 amas of invalid stock that are attached to the wall of the sukkah without invalidating the sukkah, because we use that as what? Dofen akuma means a bent wall. So you have up to 4 amas of invalid stock right next to the wall between the cluster stock without invalidating the sukkah. And we're going to called the bent wall, dofen akuma. So when we say that the amma of a sukkah is an amma of 5 amas, is an amma of 5 pockets, that talks about height. For example, I ba'ha'ika meshach sukkah, the arba amos, still a kuva. Or a second, what about the middle and interior of the sukkah? We're saying the middle interior of the sukkah is daled amas. But if you use an amma of 5 pockets versus an amma of 6 pockets, that represents a kuva. Which is the sign you Rabbi Omer Armiko Sukkah Shema Daled Amos and Daled Amos Kulah, which says Gemara says Shirabon Gamma Fiwa Ima Second Eloisha Ruben say that Allah Sukkah does not even include Daled Amos, but rather what? As long as the sukkah has at least an area of Rosh Hashanah, as long as it can maintain your body, right? I should say your body, actually your head, the majority of your body, and your table that's there. You by same off, you all love Rabbi, people love possibilities of reflection of Rabbi, which again requires an interior system of Balamas. And when it means that halacha l'maisa, the amma of 5 pockets, means most of the ammas by sukkah are ones that are talking about a concept of measuring interior space. Maybe we would use an amma ultimately just so you understand where we left off. We left off just people are telling us that now we're seeing all the people interestingly enough, different ammos are made up of different
just $3 per month gets you access to all the best financial advice and personalized packages. You can start investing in your future today. Don't let your money sit around, put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/
$5
to see how you
$6.
can receive
$5
$25 towards your first time purchase.
by mobile disclosures.
That's get.stash.com/Tim. Get.stash.com/Tim. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, and not a guaranteed investment. Advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk. Offer subject to terms.
All right, so we'll say good morning.
The Trump administration
Welcome to the second
came to power and said, listen, we're either going to do a compromise with just a Rand Paul talking about a road, because we're where you're not getting voting rights because you came illegally. You're not a citizen. And if we give you voting rights, you'll just see Texas and many other states flip blue and be Democratic states forever. And you'll live in a one-party system. In the same way that there are certain Republicans who love to use these ice rates, by the way, we'll talk about this in a minute, to cancel elections or to press turn out, and they want to live in a one-party system. But if we give everybody voting rights overnight, you're going to politically change the country in ways that, again, nobody voted for. The problem with this is that nobody voted for it. Nobody voted to bring in however many people we have here. We don't even know. That's the other problem. People are like, it's 10 million, it's 80 million, it's 50 million. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone does. I don't think it's 80 million. I don't think it's 10 million. I think it's like probably, I don't know, 25, 30 million, but whatever it is. Nobody voted for it. So if you bring in 30 million people and then just give them voting rights overnight and say, now you guys can vote, and that fundamentally changes the political structure of the entire country by flipping some of the biggest states, then no one voted for that. You brought in people to do that. That's not democratic. Nobody voted for this. Nobody in Texas voted. So Rand Paul's compromise was, well, people can just exist. They can work. We're not going to deport them. And they can kind of live in the shadows. Some of them may apply for citizenship. Whatever.
They're much more
easier
than Yanni.
If you look at the amount of people that buy the Kabul Proto, right? There's, again, it's hard to get numbers, but there's probably about 10 million people that came over. Now, let's watch Rand Paul here, because I don't want to make a mess of what he's suggesting. Because we're going to go through every angle of this here. By the way, we're going to try to do it somewhat dispassionately, because I have an interest in less people get shot in the head.
So we are going to begin by discussions regarding these models. Remember again, on the biblical level, a model now is collapsed. And therefore, technically speaking, there should be no problem carrying anywhere in the model. You understand why Chazal is nervous about a model. Because the model, although it is halakha and not really Torah, looks like it is Torah. Because you have a lot of different people, remember again, from many different Hasilos, using that common value. So because that Chazal felt you had to put some type of reminder, some type of cynic in that level, the people carried in an understanding in a lovely. The concern is that line of demarcation between a lovely and you would walk out of the lovely into a
there are disagreements about whether those people are fleeing persecution. Some of them are. Some of them are coming for economic reasons. A good amount of them. Most people that live in the regions we're talking about can claim legitimacy to be fleeing something.
So lovely should
because those areas are deeply unstable. And we're not blameless in that either, by the way. It's not our fault that all of those regions. But that's also not lost on me. We've conducted a lot of wars in the Middle East, destabilized areas of Latin America, and then the argument is,
Rabbi stepped in and said,
that you owe those people to fling your borders open and destroy your own country.
You do something.
And then none of us voted for that either. A lot of us didn't vote for that. Some of us.
You have to put what's called either Elechi
And when I say destroy the country, it's not simply because,
across the top of the mavui, or a lefty of being down the side of the mavui. We'll discuss the dimensions of those views. We'll discuss what those views do. It's not immediately clear what purpose exactly those views serve. So we'll see.
The working class of this country
Now,
has
when we
less
say that a
and less
mavui
power.
is taller than 20
The
amas,
biggest
what it
proponents
means
of
is
immigration
it's
when I
placed
was
in
younger
total. We're not typically considered the other mavui, when you're carrying the mavui. So look at those backwards over. So we are assuming that the way that you're carrying the mavui is you put a cola across the top, or a beam across the entrance of the mavui. Why that works, how that works, we have no idea. We're just starting, we're just doing it. Now, what happens if that beam is a mile of more than 20 amas? Now go back to that. The mavui stays up, or I say, you guys are talking about it, and I'm on. The Torah is the hot beer, the Talmud is so far. The point of the Torah, the point of the beam, across the top of the mavui, to permit carrying inside of the mavui. The Oraisa itself was subject to that in the Sabbath. The Maya uses that's your practice. You don't know.
The Chamber of Commerce or any of those people, they fought pro the economy by bringing in more consumers. Immigrants would obviously come in and consume things. And also they would take a lot of the jobs, which is what the Americans do. And then we could build houses and buildings a little lot less. In the same way that on the high end of the tech world, the reason that Elon Musk told these guys want to get to a visas is so they can bring in Indian and Chinese indentured servants who work, sleep in bunk beds, and work at their companies. They don't care that Americans aren't going to get those jobs. And then we're not even focused on training Americans to get those jobs. In the same way that when my aunt told me, well, if we slow down immigration, who's going to be your doctor? And I asked her to explain that. And she goes, well, my doctor's from Pakistan. And he's lovely, and I love him. And by the way, great. But isn't odd to anyone in Pakistan, kind of an Islamic, theocratic, somewhat dysfunctional country, from what I remember, is producing doctors for the United States of America. Pakistan is educating doctors that are helping like over in, and no one thinks that's a problem. And I asked her, I said, well, then, is that not a problem that we are not creating preconditions where doctors in America are going to med school here, and they're from America?
And furthermore,
I'm not saying that people from Pakistan have done anything wrong. I want them to be doctors. But how do you run a society where people from other countries come here, either get educated here or they're educated here, they come here and they have six-figure-a-year jobs, while native-born citizens languish in a failed education system where we just send them to prison because they become addicted to drugs because they're homeless. And then we've got 10 cities in America that are doing well, and houses over $10 million sell, but the housing market for first-time homebuyers is completely frozen. How does that society work? What exactly, other than tech feudalism, you can see that the housing market is slumping, but sales over $10 million are skyrocketing.
and therefore,
That's not an accident. So, how do you run a society like that? I'm literally asking, I'm curious. How do you run a society where the people that are born, by the way, white, black, brown, Asian, whatever, that are born in America are languishing, and the job market is and wealth is consolidating on the high end with the asset owning class, people that own real estate, stocks, bonds, companies. Billionaire wealth jumps 3 times faster in 2025, the highest peak ever. Sparking dangerous political inequality, and a lot of that's AI and things like that.
How much you have to
It's about 3,000 billionaires for the first time, and none of those billionaires, by the way,
like that Rashi just
have
says
any allegiance to a nation state. Most of them don't. Most of them don't care. So I guess the mind of the far left, you can kill all those people and redistribute that wealth and find a charismatic dictator, whatever. I mean, that's a childish college fantasy. But most rational, logical people go, people coming here from El Salvador didn't do anything wrong. They want to work, they want their families to have better lives, and it's inhumane if they've lived here a very long time and there's roots in the community and rip them out of it and separate them from their children. But if they've been here 2 or 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, if they came in the latest wave and they don't have those roots, there needs to be a way to in an orderly fashion. If people are here
if you have the Torah, right? If you have the beam across the top that is too high,
you have to figure out a way to deal with that.
So you're not, you have to bring it down within 20 hours. So that is an incredibly useful strategy to set people for everything. And now if you have a Torah that is too high, what do you need to do? You need to lower it. Now, let's say, we'll discuss why exactly Torah is 20 hours.
All over media and all over the news, and people are discussing by them,
lower the Torah. You should also again, when you speak about lowering the monthly,
border security
lowering the beam across the top. So if the beam is more than 20 on the side, you need to bring it down. So people says you don't have to.
Figure out what exactly
the opening of the monthly
without tearing the country
ultimately is
apart.
more than 10 hours.
There's a
Opening
mandate
is more than 10 hours. You must
to
go ahead
close the
and
border.
diminish the opening.
Trump was elected with
Baruch
a sizable mandate. Specifically on that issue, people do not want an immigration into the United States of America. Again, people don't want it.
We
They also
assume
don't
that
want
a
that.
doorway is up to 10
You've got to figure out a way
up
to
to
do
10
this.
in
What
width.
you
It's on our
could
width.
do, which Trump
So
does
there's a
not
term.
want to do,
More than 10 hours is
is
no longer
enforce
called
something
a
called
doorway.
E-Verify, which means that it's the employers that will pay fines
And
and
the
possibly
problem
be
is, if
jailed
you want to be
if they
able to
hire illegal
hire
labor. The reason Trump doesn't want to do that is
ultimately,
because his
again, you must
friends,
have an
the
opening
construction
now.
industry,
Therefore, again,
and the
if the
hotel
opening to
industry,
the bubble is within
and
10
the
hours,
agriculture industry don't want him to do that.
if it's more than
They
10
are the
hours,
ones
ultimately, again, you might. You
that
have to go
are
ahead and make it smaller. Now, how you would go ahead and
benefiting
make
from
it smaller,
use
Rashi
of
says over here,
illegal
it's
labor.
it's cutting the night,
Now,
broke up to yourself. So,
And you might be,
we
and
got
they
me
have
done.
a point, but they go, listen, by the way, we can't just fire everyone. It's not legal.
Let's say you have an opening that is more than 10 hours. How do you make it less than 10 hours?
We're looking at like massive delays.
Inside of the
The economy would have a problem.
And then by
So
utilizing the concept
there
of
is a
leverage,
humane way to
you
do
can
it. There's
use
also an
walls
economic
and
way to
try
do it where you
essentially
don't
Again,
cause a
let's see that in the
3-year
Gemara. How do you do
slowdown
this?
in
The
the
point is that the
construction
Gemara
of
is
houses.
giving us parameters for a bubble.
There are
So if
ways
you
to
want
do
the
it.
quota
This
to go ahead
administration is not
and
interested
carry
in those
inside the
ways.
bubble,
They're
you must
interested
do it
in
20
running the
hours.
country like a reality show.
How do you disagree? An
They're
opening of
interested
the
in
bubble
passing no
must do it
legislation.
in 10 hours. If it's more than 10 hours,
They
you have to figure out a way to fill in the rest
communicative
of
on
that
this issue
area.
at all,
Because
other
if
than
in
these
10
like
hours
childish
is an
means.
opening with a Pesach, more than 10
And they're
hours
losing
is a
support
Pesach.
across the
Pesach
board.
versus Pesach. The
On
initial
this issue, they're
Pesach,
losing
that's
support.
this is for me one of the
Specifically,
most
it's like
important
unserious.
in general. But if you have an opening that is more than 10 hours, but it has the Suras HaPesach,
You have
or
a
the
lot
Suras
of
HaPesach
anger,
means
a lot of
essentially
protests,
a
and
doorway.
they're turning
What is a
violent.
doorway?
There's a lot of
Two
protests in
side
America
views,
that
two
are,
cycles, and an
you know,
open
very
approach.
crazy
Literally, a
group of
Suras
people.
HaPesach,
And it
they'll say,
turns
so
fun.
if it has a
And
Suras
yes, some of it's
HaPesach, then
funded,
what?
some of it's agitators,
Ahavi
whatever.
inside for night.
But we're
They'll
crazy,
say,
it's
if
a
it has a
crazy
Suras
country.
HaPesach, once you
On
have a
the
Suras
left and the
HaPesach,
right,
once
it's
you have two
crazy.
cycles,
Everyone
right, essentially two
is
left
crazy.
and the Torah, two
So
cycles
it's
that
not
are across the top,
surprising
that makes it into a
that
doorway.
these things
Once it's a formal
get
doorway,
violent
or a
quick.
screen as a
Because
doorway,
people
even if it's larger or wider than
already
10 hours, it's still fine as a doorway.
at
We'll
the
say
drop of the
it's
hat.
very
Not
important.
everybody, but there's
So
good
again,
groups
let
of
me just review
people
what we have. So we have over here
that they're ready.
does the
They're
Torah,
ready to
does
just
the
start
beam across the top
killing
of the money?
putting
Does it have to be
themselves
in 20
in
hours,
the line of fire to get killed.
yes. Must use in 20, if it's
So
above
you want
20,
to take the
gotta
temperature
bring it
down. You
down.
want to take the
That
children,
you
you
got,
have to.
don't worry about
Otherwise,
it,
things spiral out of control.
Next, what about the opening of the Mabui? must be
ethos to me
within
is so
code
important.
function.
You
Excuse me,
need
10
life
hours. Because more
insurance,
than 10 hours
folks.
is a food
It's so
It's a
important.
breach,
You
not
bring
a
a child
pasta.
into the world,
Again,
their
if it's more than
perspective
10
changes
hours,
overnight.
you can
Suddenly,
go
they
and
think of
remedy
years
that by filling in the
ahead of a
extra
child care
area.
school,
However,
milestones you can't
if
wait to
you have
see.
an opening that is more than 10
And
hours,
I have
but
so
you
many
have a
friends
QR
now that have children and they don't have life insurance. I open up to ethos.
to side
They're so
post, to
happy.
side beam,
They're so
and
happy.
above
I'm
beam
getting
across
quote
the top
seconds,
beam.
9 minutes,
I
and
love
see
the
they
Mesa.
cover.
That
There's
is
no
okay.
medical
Even
exam.
if it's
You
more
answer a
than 10
few
hours.
simple
Good.
health
Said
questions.
you, Gemara, but
You
it's
can
just
get up
a
to $3
bit
million in coverage. Some policies are as low as
Look at
$30 a month. As of March 2025, business insider hit Ethos, the number one medical exam into life insurance provider. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 3,000 reviews. Protect your family's life insurance with Ethos now by running ethos.com/champ. Use the list 10 minutes you can get your free quote and up to $3 million in coverage at ethos.com/champ.
why is the sukkah
That's
of Elami asking Allah? Why is why is that sukkah at 30 feet?
Application
And
time,
so why is it
rates
30
may
foot tall
vary.
sukkah going to be
Now that the
possible?
holidays are over, you
Remember
might
again,
feel like
that's
you're going to be
what I'm
expecting hangover
like,
drinks, holidays with the gifts, and all lands on liquid. Luckily, Mint Mobile is here to help you cut back on overspending on wireless this January. 50% off unlimited premium wireless. Mint Mobile's end of the year sale is still going on, but only until the end of the month. Cut out big wireless exploding plans and unnecessary monthly charges of 50% off. 6 or 12 months of unlimited. All plans cover high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all your existing contacts.
Stylistically,
I love this product.
why is it that
This
by
January, quit
sukkah,
overspending on
so
wireless
this
for
is just
50%
like a
off
warm line.
unlimited
If the
premium
sukkah's
wireless.
taller than
Plans start at
20
$15 a month at mintmobile.com/champ.
That's it.
That's mintmobile.com/champ.
Game over. Yes, I love it.
Limited time
It
offer,
says
upfront
it's a
payment
lovely.
$45
Again,
for 3
I
months,
wasn't
$90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months. Plan
right? It's the deal.
requires
It's the
$15 a month, equivalent taxes and fees.
do not
Initial plan
bring
time
it down.
only.
Why
Greater
is
than
it that
50
I
gigabit
sukkah that's the amount of the essence just says possible? No discussion. Just possible. But by mother 20% off, the mission becomes a social remedy for mother that's too far. Do it to do that. It's very simple. Simple guys, it's too long. Mother is not going to take that country.
And again, he's been wrong before on certain things.
But there's a lot of
issues where, you know,
and its halachos are known.
a lot of his reporting is held
If you
up.
do not conform with the already
He's
established set of
alleging
halachos,
that
it's possible.
this
So we'll say,
whole
the
thing
concept of a lechi and a kola
has
is
been
introduced to us
orchestrated.
the lecture of hustle can be used when you have an already established body of law. And you are not in conformance with those laws. So therefore, what you produce is puzzle. There's halachas of sukkah. So it gives us halachas of sukkah. Right? We derive from the sukkah halachas of sukkah. But we don't conform with those halachas puzzle. I say puzzle. I can't say puzzle because I'm not reading this. The mission is going to say nobody should have all the money. I said I'm a puzzle. And what am I going to say to that? What are you going to say to that? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What nobody the money? What are we talking about? So the notion of puzzle can only be used when you have an already agreed upon set of facts that everyone knows. You didn't conform to those facts? Puzzle.
Hasn't delivered on the economy. I've been told by some of those knowledgeable White House planning that Miller was a major advocate for the ICE operations in Minnesota that led to the killing of 2 protesters by federal officers, the ongoing disruption of a major metropolitan area, and the international condemnation of the administration. It was Trump who authorized the raids and he intends to put an end to them. Miller was also the author of an earlier proposal to use local National Guard troops to disrupt midterm elections in critical states with polling predicted that the Republican Party would lose the House.
You can't say puzzle until you know the body of law
That
that we're
suggestion,
talking
given
about.
the current negative polling in the fiasco of Minneapolis, is now dead in the water. Another plan has been discussed in the White House is to disrupt the future presidential election. Vice President J. Vance might be the candidate
Maybe it's not. So
in the
the first
case
thing
of a
I'm
loss
saying
at
is
the polls.
it's a Drabonon versus the
It was conceived by John Eastman, the historic lawyer, who is currently appealing his disbarment in California, also thought up the failed plan after Trump's election loss in 2020. So if this is true, if Seymour Hersh is accurate about this, then
we're going to see a civil war, and it won't look like a civil war, but you're going to see something that resembles the closest thing that we've seen to a civil war if this is to happen. If this is true, and I have no problem believing this, by the way, a lot of people spent a lot of money to put this administration in office, and it is very possible those people don't want to have an election that reverses this. So the idea that Stephen Miller was thinking about using an event like this to press turnout or to just cancel the election. I was told that Eastman's News recently described that as a formal discussion in the White House calls for sympathetic election officials in states where the Democratic candidates win simply to delay or refuse to submit the electoral votes at the time mandated by the Constitution. Eastman's notion is to find a way to avoid the electoral votes from states with a large Democratic plurality so that the number of electoral votes needed to hold the presidency is low enough to turn a losing Republican candidate into a president. So we're at a point where it does seem that some of these things that people, even myself, didn't think were possible do seem to be being discussed in some more harsh is and if that's the case, there is going to be, we're going to have a huge issue. We already know that this isn't politically breaking down the
Now we established ultimately the decision between Muslims I want to focus on the Makoto. What happens if you have a Torah that is more than 20 on the top? So how does that work? So just how the time it says you have to bring it down within 20 on it. Now the user says fine as it is. So this is the one that says to me, what is the Makoto? What is the Makoto? Because you want to know, you don't have a some of them are what elements someone goes out their height requirements from the entrance to a vehicle. The ego no longer elements to
a lot of these very vague laws are put in the books.
the entrance to Florida. Just a little bit of background. You know that when you enter into this kind of stuff, remember that the first you enter Israel does the court does. You can imagine as you keep walking, as you go ahead and you walk in up the steps, you walk into the ego. The ego was the large entity.
Somebody can show up to your door and you take out from the door.
After that, you would walk into a smaller courtyard. In that smaller courtyard, you would find you would go out there and it would have a disaster because you see the ring. Right now,
What'd you say, madam?
This is the same.
All right, well, put your phone on silent.
No, it's not gonna do it. Doesn't go behind that curtain, and ultimately again you will see the Arna Kodesh. I'm not gonna get my nephew.
Hey, but Miss Aquarius, that's just your friends and family telling you that you're late. So it's not certainly not a bad thing.
I appreciate it. It's hard. It's hard. That's like a cry when my godmother's on the phone. You know, and it's hard. And like that, everybody's doing good. It is special. It's hard. I say it's very difficult. It's hard. But you gotta get through it. You gotta get through this. That's what we try.
I understand that.
Was 40 hours tall. Open eyes, so we understand. And both of them both touch the same person. What's the passage? The Shachar to Pesach or
He's at peace.
At the entrance of the world. So what's saying? I want this. The Torah is telling us that at this entranceway, this is called a passage.
Exactly. He could have been shot. He could have died in a car accident. He could have drowned. He could have fallen off a cliff. Of all the terrible, terrible ways to die, he got the best of all of the things that could have happened to him.
An entranceway has a maximum height above 20 amas. Now, if he has a cap on that, we'll have to see. And like I said, sounds like he agrees to the same obligation. So
Yes, ma'am. That's what I do. Sweet Jesus Christ.
Of the Heichal, and when the pasuk says that the Shach Kabbalah Pesach or Moed, the Pesach that is being referred to over here is what?
Behind a lot of these laws,
so you see co-signing
a lot of these
Torah
laws,
describes the entranceway to the Heichal
that will allow
and the Pesach.
criticism of
Therefore, the entranceway
our
of the Heichal
government
becomes our
to
paradigmatic
be labeled hate speech.
And what are the
And will make
dimensions
it a
of the
punishable
entranceway of the Heichal? What are the dimensions?
offense. It's the
20
same
amas in height,
administration
10 amas in width.
that's allowed to take over TikTok from the Ellison family.
So if you want
They
to place your
support
Torah to create
Paramount
your
Prime,
entrance
CBS
into your
News, they
lovely
support all of
house,
these
the
things.
Torah just has to be within 10
And this is the
which
full
20 amas in height. And the width
politicization,
cannot be
not
any more
only
than
of
10 amas.
media, which has always been true to an extent, but also now social media,
And you go by
where
the Heichal and
you
Ulam,
have
both have one kedusha.
a
The
space
feast
where
says Pesach or
word
Moed
and scene is being censored. Is that true?
If you want to
Can you
check
tell me
the
that on
carbon,
TikTok?
you can check the carbon
That videos about Epstein are
or
being
the
censored?
entity of the Ulam. If that's the case,
So all of this violence in Minnesota and the discussions about, again, can't verify this, but it is Seymour Hirsch, legit reporter. All of the discussions about disrupting elections or canceling elections, they're all against, they would be wrong no matter what, obviously, but they're all against the backdrop of an administration that is doing all of these things. That has billionaires buying TikTok to censor the mention of Epstein. You have the Attorney General going down to meet with the billionaire Miriam Adelson, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and going, by the way, what are your concerns? And the people that elected this guy and then put him into office are at a grocery store figuring out how they're going to get groceries. Just as after the American investors approved by Donald Trump to control over TikTok, some users now see the app-centric, limiting their content, including posts about Jeffrey Epstein and the shooting of that U.S. citizens by federal agents in Minneapolis. So it's time to admit, for all the people out there that are diehard MAGA people, that want to, this is pretty obvious. This is pretty blatant. This is pretty blatant.
But 1 second, let's just analyze this.
This is all the things that I would listen to Alex Jones talk about when I was younger.
How do we know? What are we doing? We'll say, so according to Sukkah, remember, the pasuk that we quoted
And
before.
that's not to say, by the way, that, that I'm
Ultimately,
somehow a fan of, like, post-war liberal CIA interventionist neoconservative moron, flood the inner cities with cocaine, flood the Contras.
How do you do this?
Get it, okay? But let's just talk specifically for a minute about what you see happening in front of your face against the backdrop of all of this. We have ICE in the street, we have the National Guard. There are people talking about the Insurrection Act. You can't talk about it on TikTok. You can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein on TikTok. And they're passing laws in Florida telling you if you criticize. Now, by the way, can you get up the video of the woman at the mirror Miami that just like knocked on her door? So I mean, again, that's coming here. You thought these people were the free speech people, they contained as the free speech people, and they were truly criticizing the left, which in the 2020s have lost their mind, and were censoring people that said, maybe this virus came from China, they were taking their all social media. But I mean, here's a video, again, it's the United States of America. Miami Beach police questions woman over social media post regarding the Jewish mayor, whom she says calls for the death of all Palestinians. From what I read about this woman's tweet, it was somewhat innocuous political opinion that you may or may not disagree with, but again, take a look here, United States of America, in Florida, Republican Florida, let's take a look at this, there you go.
And that allows us to use the psukim in the Torah mentioned in the context of the Mishkan to learn out halachos by the Beis Hamikdash. So this from a Mikdash to the Mishkan. So I understand, or I know that the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. We know that from the Sid, but that's not yet Mishkan. It is so profound, as the pasuk says, I will place Mishkan in my dwelling place with you. And that is obviously a reference to the Beis Hamikdash. Elam Mishkan, so if you Mikdash, but where do I know that the Mikdash? So now I know that the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. But where do I know that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash? They came us a Mishkan Hadron. So maybe you'll say what the pasuk says. The Kahasites, right? The Kahasim, people from the family of Kahas would carry the Mikdash and they would erect the Mishkan. So maybe you see from here that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash on the days that can't be applied.
She goes, this guy calls for the death of all Palestinians. Doesn't stand up for the LGBT community. Whatever. I don't like the guy, clown face, these people are at her house. Didn't Jenny fans go to Europe and start talking about free speech and how embarrassing it is that Europeans didn't have free speech? Didn't they do that? This is Florida. It's Republican-controlled Florida. By the way, they're censoring your posts on TikTok. Anyone who's not criticizing this, anyone who's not calling this out, I cannot trust them. I don't know why they're not calling it out. I don't know if there's a financial benefit in them not calling it out, or if they feel that one side's already won and they want to be on that side. I don't know if they're fearful of something or other, but if you're not calling this out, if you don't think this is wrong, if you make a living speaking, if you're a comedian, podcaster, journalist, whatever you are, doesn't really matter. If you are a YouTuber, if you're a social media personality, if you make a living using your fat mouth, and you don't think this is a problem, you don't think getting a group of billionaires that are ideologically aligned to go buy an app and then start censoring the content on the app, it was a problem when it was being done during COVID, and it's a problem when it's being done now. And if you don't care about that, and if you think that's not going to affect you for whatever reason, I can't trust you and I can't listen to what you say. You don't have any credibility to me. So that it doesn't mean that, there aren't considerations politically of like, who's going to censor us? How about nobody? How about no one?
There's another entrance way, by the way. Another entrance way is the entrance into the courtyard.
The courtyard, violence against people, you can't dox people, you can have a political opinion without people showing up at your door with a badge. In Florida, Republican Florida, Trump Florida, Trump country. So this is coming here. And these ICE raids and these executions are against the backdrop of all of this. And the discussion about the midterm elections or whatever credibility it has, with Stephen Miller and Eastman and whoever, it's against the backdrop of this. An administration that campaigned on being pro-free speech, but very quickly realized that they were only pro the free speech that they liked. So many people right now are having so much success with ultra. Every January feels like we're trying to reinvent ourselves. Right? But we know that real progress doesn't happen overnight. It comes from steady, consistent work. That's exactly what Nutrafol believes. Hair growth isn't about shortcuts or quick fixes. It's about supporting yourself and your hair. The right routine so you can stay strong, confident, moving forward. Nutrafol's number one dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand. Tested by over 1.5 million people plus. It is also the number one selling hair growth supplement brand. Nutrafol targets the key root causes of thinking in men like stress and hormonal changes. This is not about genetics. Nutrafol men supplements are peer reviewed, 100% drug free, and NSF content certified and clinically proven to improve your hair growth, all that impacting sexual performance. Get the shortcuts and see thicker, stronger hair in 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. For limited time, Nutrafol is offering a listener $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIM. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. And so, when you look at this and you zoom out, and we've done a decent job of doing, you're sitting to yourself with a very big problem. We have a very, very big problem. And listen, I'm not solving it. It's not my job to solve it. But I'm just telling you right now that if you're not disturbed by this, and your spidey senses aren't going off a little bit or a lot, you know, we have a lot of people in this country that have taken flights of fantasy. I mean, the way that adults now react to television shows, whether it's Stranger Things or Heated Rivalry, whatever these shows are that are super popular, The Summer I Turned Pretty, whatever, the way that adults are dealing with television shows, attacking the actors in the show for not living up to, is the girl on I Love LA too brown? Did she go in a tanning bed? What? Is she going Ashkenazi and Sephardic? What? And these are real things that people are saying. The way that adults are engaging with entertainment shows that adults are degenerating and regressing, and they're unable to tell the difference between real and fake. They're unable to discern what an actor is, who's playing a role that was written by a writer. They're not able to do this anymore. They've lost the ability to do it. They get in these little fan cults and lose their fucking mind. They can't just enjoy a show. They have to know everything about the actors on the show, what their political opinions are, who they're fucking. They want to know their sexuality. They want to know what exactly they believe about everything. They want to know how much they're hanging out with the other actors on the show. Are they hanging out? Is it fake? Is it real? They want to know all of these things. They have a weird, toxic relationship with entertainment because it's filling a void for them that is supposed to be filled by things like family, community, and engaging specifically with things that actually matter. But in the absence of that, or in the denial of that, people are like concerning themselves with like how much the two guys on Heated Rivalry actually hang out. Why aren't they together more? Do they not like each other? To the point where these people have to come out and go, hey man, I like the guy, he's my friend, but like we're separate humans. We have lives. But it's not enough. If the character on a show does something that people disagree with, they then attack the actor on the show, and they go on the actor's social media and attack the actor. Because they're unable to tell the difference, or there's something more disturbing. They don't care. They don't care that there's a difference. Because they need to channel their anger and their passion into something. And they don't know how.
that a clear that's from Mama and Esther was good out of the Heichel. And then they're going to look at it. Even if the entrance is much more than 10, even if it's 20 on it should be closed. So why doesn't Rabbi Yehuda argue when it comes to the width of the entrance way?
This is so incredibly gross.
Don't worry.
Number one, it's just straight up anti-Semitic.
So, but Rabbi says that
Oh, you're Jewish? You better speak up now. Fuck off. That's bullshit. She shouldn't have to say anything about anything she doesn't want to say anything about.
where does that mean the arguing of place? So I
Taking your
just stand
political
up.
opinions from
I
actors are fucking
you
retard.
almost unite.
By the way,
Another place that
you
says
should get them from
Look at the
podcasters, dummy.
Kevin Bubbly.
But
So
here's
there's
the
more than
reality.
10 on this wide.
People can
You
no
should
longer
limit the width
engage
of the Bubbly.
responsibly
Omer Eno
with this
Sorry
type of
Lamai.
stuff.
That you just said, no,
As
you
soon
don't
as there's a
have
hit
to.
show,
Once again, it is on record.
a
That you
fandom
argue the right
develops,
Since
these
people
people
argue
start
in the right
frothing at the
you
mouth.
feel the need to lodge the argument.
They love it.
I understand.
Then they start turning because, by the way, this is kind of a problem.
How is that an answer? How is that an answer?
And I see this
First
a
of all,
lot
this is
on,
a Bryce.
and I'm not
But
trying
the
to
Mishnah.
make this
That's
political, but I see
always
this a
going to
lot
be
on
more
the
powerful than a
left.
Bryce.
The left, because they have traditional, a lot of them have traditional religion, but it's so ingrained in our DNA. They create these quasi-religious moments where there's like an epiphany, and their epiphany is like, I don't know, a show about fucking people in LA, or the gay hockey players, whatever, and they have this thing like, wow, this is an amazing example of art and love and this and that, and then immediately they start turning on
Once we're saying that the Mahlokas come
turn
down
on.
to how you define the paradigmatic
About it,
is the paradigmatic has a
prove to themselves and others that it's not actually as good as they thought. And the actors have some bad takes and some bad opinions. And I'm really depressed about this. They ride high on this thing. And then, as if they have to crucify everybody. And then, the part of them that wants it
that is more than
to
20
be
animals,
bad,
then you should
that
diminish the
wants
height of
the
the Torah.
experience
Then
to
you
leave
max
them
to
empty
add men
and unfulfilled. They want to get angry. They need it. They need to tear these people apart.
40 or 50
It's something that I've witnessed over and over. And now they're doing it to actors. For a while they were doing it to like comedians and high, and they're still doing it to those people. Don't get me wrong. But now it's like actors, and these people, actors don't even know where they are.
And we just assume it's a 40 or
I
50
know
hours.
actors.
They
They don't even know where they
And
are.
listen, by Kappa,
Asking actors to have political opinions is cruel. It's the same thing as dragging the kids out of the fucking ice, that poor little kid with a fucking blue hat.
So what's happening over here? So
Asking an actor to have a well-articulated political opinion is cruel. It's barbaric.
Right,
And
first
it's
people
inhumane.
that I bought.
Actors exist to
Cola,
create
muscle, and
plot,
20 hours. That you comes along and says, no, you need 40, 50. My Kappa says, no, Rabbi, you can be all the way up to 100.
and they should be able to slip into
We're talking about Kappa, but no, that you need to add more hours. So this is all about Kappa, Gusma. I understand Kappa is hyperbolic, right? That's hyperbole. 100,
dragging them out into the light.
So that's the hyperbolic. My Gusma.
The reason Succession was a great show
Is that hyperbolic as
because
well?
Sarah Snook, who plays Shan, didn't have a podcast where she talked
So
about her
we're
pussy
looking
for
at
18
said
years
that the Torah
before
is up to 40 hours. That
was
is
able
perfect
to
sense.
work.
Where does 40 come from? Where does 40 come from? Where does 40 come from? That's the Ulam. The Ulam is 40 hours tall. The Gemara says, I don't know.
Dragging them out into the
Ultimately, again,
spotlight,
where does
analyzing the tan of their skin.
Hamas inside at the Asim, at the Isin of that.
Stop
Listen,
making
ultimately,
Sidney
again,
Sweeney into a political
Raz
figure.
got a little thrown
How
off
empty
by
is your life
the Sanya, by
that this
the
big-titted blonde
Lovely, you got
was a good actress
Your son is
needs to
just
be a
also a
political
tonight.
figure?
So ultimately, if you have a lovely, then it's more than 20 lemons, smaller than the entrance of so actually says, first of all, it's actually between the Rab. Rabbi Huda lo lam da'ala repesach shul bilo. So once again, Rab is the one who introduced us to this idea. Because Rabbi Huda grew from by understanding that the Pesach of the Ulah is the paradigmatic Pesach. That's Rab.
Some of that that's unavoidable. If you can say these guys are Chadar, they're criminal enterprise, they're giving the bunch of kids, you gotta get them out of here. Keep them all together, get them out. There does need to be a way to get crime syndicates out of the country. And most people agree with that. But the same part of the brain that delights in the dumb part of the Homeland Security memes, Santa Claus is coming to deport you. That's the same part of the brain that wants this woman to
just like the entrance of the Heichal, which tells us what the Bible says. That the sheep of the Rabbanon is explicit. With the Rabbanon green, there's dimension for a Pesach fund. So think about what's the paradigmatic entranceway? The opening of the Heichal, which is, I will say, what is 20 by 10 open. That becomes the definition of a Pesach. Rav assumes that the Rabbanon are leaning their dimension of a Pesach.
You guys are right, that's why I love you guys.
From Rabbi Huda to allow for the Torah to be above 20 others, must lean his dimensions from where? From where? From the Ulah. From the Ulah. But in fact, Rav was wrong. Rabbi Huda does not lean his dimensions from the Ulah, but rather again he leans his dimensions from the entranceway of royal palaces. Literally again, he kissed caught the Malachim. Look at that, he kissed the Malachim. Stop kissing the Malachim, give her an eyeball. Listen, that's the palace of the How tall? Interestingly enough, that's what Rabbi says. What did Rabbi Huda say before? Like 40 or 50 hours. So anyways, it is a little bit of an imprecise shield. What it means, it could be very tall. Because ultimately, then you see that palaces make very tall palatial openings. You see that a very tall opening is called the Pesach Hotel. How much? Like 40 or 50 hours. That calculator says even if you do 100 hours, look at it here, that Rabbi Huda is not so much on the height. I also makes sense why. He's not putting this approach. We also understand that why doesn't he argue when it comes to the width? Why doesn't he argue? Because the second one he agrees. His only disagreement is by height, but by which he would agree that you have 2 hours, even by the law, even by kings, you don't need to have anything that spans endlessly. Therefore, he would agree ultimately again that by the width of he would also be worthy.
And then you wake up one day and you're just trying to be
turns out
hot.
that there is a fundamental hypothesis here as to where that he was bringing his people. Everyone agrees that Allah Ta'ala said the sheep of the Rabbanon is green from the Heichal. The Heichal becomes the paradigmatic opening, which is a 20 by 10 opening, which are the shiur reflected in this. Therefore, a Muslim must have its Torah within 20 hours and its entropy should be no more than 10 hours. Rabbi Huda disagrees. Where does Rabbi Huda agree that sheep are from? Well, says she brings the Sutra ultimately from the Ulah, which is a 40 by 20
sexuality. A lot of these people are straight,
40 by
whatever
20
they are, you know.
So listen, so again, why doesn't he argue them in the Sutra and Mishnah? He does that. Therefore, the way the Gemara ends up by saying is that no.
So then they want to turn into psycho. You know, there's actually like a big number of but they can become whatever. This has become their politics. This has become their politics. Even if it's about their
we're not finished.
religion.
We'll stop over here. We'll say some suggestions. That are beginning
The
in the
dumbest
chapter,
people in our society, and they even have views on Iran. Hunting the dumbest people in our society, and making them articulate positions on Palestine. This is barbaric. This is ice raid. This is an online ice raid.
10 minutes, so that way
Finding
it doesn't
the dumbest and most insignificant people, and it's not to say that actors don't do great shit, but I mean in the realm of the political, you could not find someone more insignificant than the hot guy who was writing tales in LA 3 months ago that Sean he didn't rivalry. There's no one whose opinion matters less. Nobody. And the fact that these people keep dragging these dummies into the light and forcing them to confess what is your sexuality. When you come, what do you think about it? It's not enough. Just enjoy the fucking show, you sir. Just enjoy the fucking show, you sir. Enough already. And I can't believe I'm defending him. I got nothing to do with these people. I'm defending them. I feel bad for these dummies. I feel so bad for these dummies. They don't know what's going on. They're hot. They're trying to remember when thread means go or stop or which one is green. They're just trying to walk across the street and not get killed. They're trying to walk across the street and not trip over a food robot, or they don't know where they are half the time. That's not why they're here. They don't know their sexuality. They don't know what. They're not here to influence you. They're not here to hold your hand and walk you through your meaningless garbage existence. They're there to pretend to be someone else for a half hour on your television. I can't believe it. And some of them are young. Some of them are like in their late teens. And they're getting bullied by adults. Sometimes they gotta take their social media pages down. What? I was on the show. Everybody hates me because they disagree with the ending of the show. They didn't like the season finale. So they're trying to kill me? It's embarrassing. We've reached a point in our culture where we're forcing our hottest, dumbest people to become something they're not. It's cruel.
So you're taking something that is technically set aside for the consumption of people, and you're going ahead and now utilizing it for animal consumption. So the Kiddush of the Mishnah is that one is permitted to do so on Shabbos. Similarly, again, it's the Anavela. Rothschild will say again, if you go ahead and have a carcass of an animal. So again, we'll discuss the parameters of this, but that's to point out that it's not Hayom Ubenash Moshe Hayom Adam. What's the novelty? The novelty here is that this animal began Shabbos as a living, breathing animal. It then died on Shabbos. It died on Shabbos. So the Mishnah still says that you're allowed to go ahead and cut it up for the dogs, even though that's wrong. It was not really usable for this purpose at the onset of Shabbos. Says the Gemara. So therefore, you can tell already that the first part of the Mishnah really reflects the view on Rabbi Shimon in the road of Muktzah. Normally, the Shimon is stated as less than Muktzah. He doesn't hold with Muktzah. We've spoken about this many times, that halacha l'maisa, everyone holds with Muktzah. You can't not hold with Muktzah. Right? So rather than the machlokes is what extent of Muktzah they hold. So the Shimon in general has a more relaxed view of Muktzah. So the Shimon says, as long as the item is usable, it's not Muktzah. Even though gourds are normally eaten by people, if they're consumable by animals, then the mice, again, then the mice is on Shabbos. The animal was fully alive and intact at the onset of Shabbos. But if right now, again, if the dog consumption, you can cut it off. But Yehuda says no. Imlo Haisin Erev Shabbos, Asura. And Yehuda says no, incorrect. If the animal is not an Avila at the onset of Shabbos, then you may not go ahead and involve yourself with it on Shabbos, because ultimately, again, it is not Moshe. Rabbi Yehuda has a more restrictive view of Moshe, and in Rabbi Yehuda's view, halacha l'maisa, an item must be actively prepared for use at the onset of Shabbos. So if you have an animal that Baruch Hashem was healthy and fine at the onset of Shabbos, and then dies on Shabbos, so now it's an avail. You don't even do it as really feed it to your dog. And Yehuda says, no, it wasn't prepared, it wasn't cooked, it was not ready. because it was not prepared,
Is that a duck? Is that a duck?
It's marriage. So now, this machlokas has followed us throughout the entire section. The truth is, we've seen a lot of the halacha by books already, and we already know that to a certain degree, we follow a little bit of a hybrid model. The Gemara is going to go through this. Itmar. Amar Uva halacha Rabbi Yehuda. Now, the Uva says the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda, namely the more restrictive view of muktzah. Shmuel says halacha Shmuel says halacha a more relaxed view of muktzah. Rab said halacha Rabbi Yehuda. Rab also says halacha Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says nidem is good. Because you also how do you know that Rab holds like Rabbi Yehuda? Because of the issue with the ship or the mat of the ships. Look at that. The mats that were made for ships to boats. The chachos pragmatia sent it over. Because he said these mats used to cover merchandise on a boat. So ultimately, these mats could be used for other things as well. You can sit on them to cover other stuff with them. Yes, that held the halacha. Those mats are not usable on Shabbos. Why are they not usable on Shabbos? Prepared for different items of merchandise on the place. Therefore, to use them for some other purpose is not called movement, it's not called prepared, and therefore it's usher. The Rav usher was Shmuel Shari. Rav said you can't use those mats on Shabbos even for another purpose, and Shmuel said you could. Shmuel says, so Rav and Shmuel. Shmuel holds it with Shimon, more relaxed view of muktzah. And when I say more relaxed, I will say all Shmuel says is something is usable on Shabbos, even if it wasn't prepared before Shabbos. It's not muktzah. That the Yehuda requires an active designation on an item before Shabbos for use on Shabbos. Yeah, lady Sava, halacha Yehuda. Even lady holds that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda. There is a more restrictive view of muktzah. The lady Sava might speak straight fasala kamei biyala tava. Let's listen to this case. Somebody was checking animals on Yom. And they had a shayla about the animal. So it's like somebody was checking the animal, you see something in the lungs, you see something else there. You're not sure if the animal is a kosher animal, not the kosher animal. So what would happen? When lady would come and bring a treifa, or I should say, when somebody would come and bring an animal, it was a suffix treifa to lady on Yom Tif to this. So let's remember again, Yom Tif because people are checking on Yom Tif. And so people are going ahead and checking on Yom Tif. So now somebody has a shayla. They bring it before lady. So have a chazile, ela kiyasi, akalkalisa. You would only examine these shaylas when sitting at the garbage person. Now she says, ala ashra. So he wants to do the amar. Dilmalam is kasha. So what's going to be the problem? The problem is, what if the animal really is a treifa, and therefore again it's not kosher? That people is clubbing their kazia. I will say the problem is it won't be good for animal consumption. They will say, now what does that mean? It won't be good for animal consumption? Because remember again, that it wasn't prepared before Yom Tif for animal consumption. Before Yom Tif, it was prepared for human consumption. Now it became a treifa on Yom Tif. Now it's fit for animal consumption. But again, if it wasn't prepared before Yom Tif, then it's called muktzah. Therefore, we'll say, interestingly enough, lady was concerned if there's, let's say somebody would bring this animal to his house. If it turns out that it would be a treifa, what would you have to do with the carcass of the animal? Leave it right there. Like this, at least, lady would look at the shaylas by the garbage dump. So if it turns out that it was a treifa, the people would just put the animal right there. Shmuel and Shmuel said, Allah Kabbalah of Shimon. So meaning again, a more permissive view of muktzah. The Yachzi, so Allah Kabbalah Shimon. And Ziri also Allah Kabbalah Shimon. This time, the name of Shimon saw, no use his enemy in Kabbalah. But if an animal died, you should not go ahead. You should not go ahead and move it from his place. The Tirgama Ziri, and Ziri said, when is that so? The behemoth touched him. That's true if the animal that died was a sacrificial animal. How about the chulin sacrifice? But Allah Kalamai said, if it's a non-sacrificial animal, you can move it. Why can you move it?
If I was an investor, one of these AI companies, I would say, I want everyone to watch something that's going to be a little disturbing.
Even though it was not prepared before Yom Kippur, before Shabbos, for animal consumption, since it's fixed now, it's not
play the shooting pretty good,
in
but I would play the second shooting.
they are the behemoth.
I would play the shooting, and then I would look at my I would say,
even if Yochanan himself said that the halacha follows the namely more permissive view of Mukta. You might remember Rabbi Yochanan really said that the halacha follows the Shimon by Mukta. V'hamar Rabbi Yochanan halacha Tztam Mishra. And what in general Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the Tztam Mishra. That's what he seems to be. That generally the Mishnah without specific attributes is normally considered to be reflective of general. That's why the Yochanan, you might say, and you know, half of Kohen Zion without it. So you know, not in Kohen HaKoros, you cannot go ahead and bring, right, or literally chop off wood from the Koros. Rashi says, in the back of the Kohen HaKoros, you are still HaKoros, and you still zero because you have a lumber storehouse. That's a lumber shed, but that lumber in that shed is normally set aside for building. Like that's why it's there, set aside for building. The halacha l'maisa, on Yom Kippur, you can't go ahead and take wood from that lumber shed. Let's just fuel the fire. Like, which makes sense. What's the logic? The logic is that halacha l'maisa is wood that's set aside for building, so you can't go ahead and suddenly start using it for a chop-up for cleaning the fire. The woman that goes through from Yom Kippur. Similarly again, okay, if you have a feeling, that's because the woman that goes up, second line on the top of $50,000, and you start to switch for a hayom, and you have to last other time where people have to after pouring over the front of the not touching the hockey. Also, let's say you have a beam, and that beam was normally for building. The beam broke on Yom Kippur. Now it's no longer usable for building, except for structure. Or if you use it for firewood, I'm not relating to say you can't use it for Yom Kippur. About what's coming on in the first. You can't take wood which was set up because it wasn't prepared for now it's broken. You can't go in now. You just got what's burning the different ones you set aside. In order for something to be usable on the street, it must have been actively designated for that particular use prior to the This is a Stam Mishnah without attribution. The Stam Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Shimon. The Gemara just said, "Yochanan holds that the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon." The Gemara says, "Really? Because Yochanan normally holds that the halacha follows the Stam Mishnah, and here you have a Stam Mishnah which reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda." Which the Gemara says, "Rabbi Yochanan holds Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda." Look at Rabbi Yochanan's collection of the scenarios. Interestingly enough, this was not the Stam Mishnah. This Mishnah had attribution and reflects the view of Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda. Tashma, was in the lighter, masculine body, mass hatavan, about low the 87 mixture, will say, I'm not going to go ahead and begin a new pile of straw. Rashi says, masculine, masculine, the arena hatavan, Kasagadai Kabukina Saya, this time in the Hasaka. Those are the funny parameters of this, and I love all my on Yom Kippur, you could begin, let's say, a brand new pile of straw. Using that pile of straw for simple purposes on Yom Kippur, even though you never begin to use it before Yom Kippur. However, not eating the muktzah. So let's say, ultimately, again, is actually very interesting. People would often have like a wood shed in the back of their house. What's the wood shed for? So Rashi says, if I love anything to the muktzah, you need some derachava shachorides. So this is wood that a person places in a shed behind his home. You hit some in the most hastar. That wood was only set aside for the fall and the winter, like for heating purposes. Breeding purposes. Muktzah Chavish Achori back in fight. The says you can begin a brand new pile of straw on Yom Kippur, but you can't take from the 8 in the muktzah. You can't take from the wood in the shed, which is set aside for the fall and winter. So what's the Hassam? Ba'arzei va'ashuchi muktzah machmas b'sharantis. We'll say, what type of wood are we talking about? We're talking about cedar wood. Cedar wood. So we'll say cedar wood actually turns out is used for building. So inakinami, and cedar wood is expensive. So you can't take cedar wood out of the storehouse on Yom Tov in order to use it for burning. So we'll say, but why? Because that is a different category of muktzah. That's muktzah machmas b'sharantis. We'll say we've seen this before, when something is very expensive, a person is very much that it should not lose its value, that becomes a different category of muktzah. And even Rabbi Shimon Moza, even Rabbi Shimon, even though when he argues on that he uses the purpose muktzah, agrees with the category of muktzah machmas b'sharantis. But if something is so expensive and generally only used in a very specific way, by definition that item is muktzah for any other use. Hashma. Let's go right there. Ein mashkin b'shochin et hamidbarios, ava mashkin b'shochin et habaisos. What's an interesting halacha? You cannot chef or you cannot water or chef midbarios. We'll say midbarios are, I guess, what we would call today like free-range animals. Right? Animals with little things that dwell in the desert. It's animals that are not really that are not easily says Shiros be'is ba'afar tamid, v'lanuach b'sochad kol. So v'lanuach b'sochad kol. So there are animals that graze out. Right, they graze out in the midbar, so again in the dust of the desert, but they sleep within the court. So you cannot have the content of Nashi before as well. Nashi points out, Orka de Nosa Nashi, Sirka, the Mishka de Nocha Lahashi. We'll say, what you would do is before you would slaughter an animal, you would go ahead and give it a lash drink. The reason you do that is to apparently hydrate the animal well, the hide peels off a little bit more. The Mishnah says over here that you cannot go ahead and water and chef free-range animals. About mashkin shofnes habaisos, but you can go ahead and give to them as well as chef baisos. Those are baisos for animals that dwell in your, not literally in your home, but you know again immediately. So what's the critical here? Midbarios apparently again are animals that are not you don't know if they're going to be accessible or not before younger. Baisos are animals that you see right in your backyard. The halach again was it seems to reflect the idea that Allah seems to reflect the position of Rabbi that in order for something not to be most, it has to be actively accessible and designated part to the answer of Yom Tov. So what did the Yochanan say? Generally, going to be Yochanan said that Allah listening. If Yochanan stama achina, so what's in reality? If Yochanan found the other stand Mishnah. What was the other stand Mishnah? Each time Omrim Magdir Ne'ala Shofan, as some also keeping. Those are the two letters we learned a little while ago. The halacha Ma'aseh Beishana says that you can lift up from a table some of the bones and keep in shells. So listen, this is what you're eating your suda, and you have leftover bones or leftover shells. Technically speaking, those items are muktzah. Therefore, Shammai says this is a new thing from the table. The Salek and the Table, Kulamana. It's better not to handle them directly, rather lift up the table in its entirety. Anu, in the element of Rabbi, who will still trip shit. We'll say, remember again, the mountain says in reality, we actually reverse this. According to our version, the Shammai holds the Rabbi, which is the Shammai will tell you not to directly handle the muktzah, rather lift up the table and take it out. And they still will hold the Rabbi, the most initial of muktzah, and will allow you to go and gather up the shells and the bones, which we even show us before. So that would be considered like glass parade, like the bedtime, like refuse, and therefore you can go and get rid of it on time. So what you should not say, Allah said this is actually Sama Akmina, that says, they should have touched the Sama. So it's interesting enough in the National model, or National worldview. So whenever you have a Mishnah that quotes Pesilo, that's the equivalent of establishment. That's very interesting why. So since Allah normally accords with Pesilo, any time you find Pesilo quoted, that's like establishment. The Mishnah that absolution, that's what you're going to have. Therefore, Rabbi, the National says, create this Mishnah, which has Pesilo, quoted like a Shimon, which therefore leads us not to say that the halacha follows. That the halacha follows. But So the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, "Ugi baravaka baravina." So it's again we refer to the quote. So let me again. All we're trying to gather here is who does the halacha follow. Right? So the fundamental focus the Shimon and the Yehuda regarding mixed muktzah. So the Shimon taking a more relaxed view. Rabbi Yehuda taking a more hummer view. We just spent the last number of lines trying to go ahead and understand Rabbi Yochanan's statement. Because Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha follows the Shimon. Rabbi Yochanan also said that halacha follows Stam Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah is we told you that halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Shimon. Which now we quote, the Shammai hold like Rabbi Shimon, wherever there's the Shammai, that's like the Stam Mishnah, and that's why Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. Good. Now the Gemara says, Rabbi also argue about this. Chag Amar, the Kol HaShabbos Kula Halacha Kedat Shimon Lebarim Muktzah Machmas Mius. So listen to this. One of the things that From Ravina. So one of them said, in almost all of Rochel Shabbos, Shalach Paz of Shimon, with one exception, Muktzah Machmas Mius. Was in the category of something that is muktzah because it is disgusting. Because it is disgusting. Those are spiritual things. Shalach Paz of Shimon, normally again, not just muktzah, but Rochel Shabbos. One exception, muktzah machmas mius. If something is repulsive, something is disgusting, by definition it becomes satisfied for that use. What's an example? This is my meaning. Ner yasha. So we'll say a used lantern. A used lantern, so we'll say understand. When they speak about a ner, we still understand it. They speak about a ner. They don't mean a candle like they're speaking about. It's what I mean like a lantern, which was essentially again a person with a little bit of a depression by the lips where a wick was put. With the oil in the cavity, and you burn it. So that's your nair. That's your nair. If you just do this first thing where after you use this oil, it becomes a little bit gross. Right. It becomes so therefore your next one looks like a so the Gemara suggests even the Shimon, who normally takes a more relaxed view of muktzah, agrees with muktzah machmas mius. But Chaz Amar, the muktzah machmas mius, nami halacha said Shimon. The other thing is says, no. Even by muktzah machmas mius, no, that's not muktzah like a Shimon. So what's the exception? This Rabbi, the muktzah machmas isser. We'll say it could be that normally the halacha follows of Shimon, with one exception, muktzah machmas isser. Which means that what? Which means that halacha l'may says something is asur, and by definition is set aside for non-use. What's an example of that? Remind you. No shade, liku barba also Shabbos. So if you give an example, that would be a candle which was lit, or a nair that was lit at the onset of Shabbos. So something was lit, this kindle at the onset of Shabbos, by definition, that is muktzah machmas. You can't go ahead and manipulate and move a flame on Shabbos.
Today's guest is the Secretary for Health and Human Services
the
for
nair
the
itself,
U.S.
the
government.
receptacle itself,
He's
still
an
remains
attorney.
muktzah.
He's an environmentalist.
So the
And he's my friend. I'm so thankful
I was saying,
that
what
he
about
is joining us. Today's guest is Mr. Robert F. Kennedy.
is something that is muktzah set aside for non-use because it is very expensive. And therefore, again, one would not normally use it for anything other than its designated purpose. Even Rabbi Shimon knows that. Even if Shimon agrees on those sides, with muktzah machmas isser. Like even Shimon agrees that if you have an utensil that is normally only used for a very specific purpose, that becomes asur for use on Shabbos. Now, for like Kalim Mitalim Shabbos, you can move any utensil on Shabbos. Puts me messer ha'nagel, with the exception of a large saw. Yaseh kamach ha'mishah. In other words, literally again the blade of a plow. So a large saw, blade of a plow, usually considered to be very specific use items. That's also very expensive. So we'll say, remember, again, let's go back to this in a moment. Remember again, our paradigmatic example of a piece of electrical something that is prohibited. You can't do that as a primary prohibited use. You get a claim from human to fully move the paramedic name of that was a hammer. A hammer, you would think, is muktzah. Why? Because it's primarily used for things, the building. Singing is asur on Shabbos, but what else do you use it for? You use it to crack nuts on Shabbos. So again, remember there was an exception to that. Remember the goldsmith hammer, right? I don't mean like the goldsmith like a hammer. I mean like a goldsmith I suppose this the idea is why, because it also is a very specialized tool. So because it's a specialized tool, the goldsmith, remember he saw this, that if a goldsmith, if the hammer is mixed in any way, you ruin this piece of gold. So therefore, again, even Reb Shimon, who normally has a more relaxed view of muktzah, we'll agree that muktzah machmas Yisrael is still going to be a category of muktzah. So we'll say, we already know that in this machloket between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda, we come out somewhere more in line with Rabbi Shimon, but also we do accept these categories. We accept the category of muktzah machmas Yisrael is, muktzah machmas Yisrael, and muktzah. We also have other categories. We shall have this and everything else. But also, but in a general sense, we do adapt Rabbi Shimon's idea, which is that halakha l'maisa, in order for something not to be muktzah, it doesn't have to be actively prepared. So again, Rabbi Yehuda's model, in order for you to use something on Shabbos, or Yom Kippur, that matters, you have to actively prepare it before. We do not have to. What we do is we look, as long as the item is usable, it's not muktzah, even if it was not prepared at the onset of Shabbos or prior to Shabbos. So, in essence, we really do possibly like Rabbi Shimon. But I love the nice shot, and therefore, like the quote-unquote more relaxed view, meaning an item does not have to be prepared to be used as long as it's usable. You can use this on Shabbos. But we do accept these other categories of beautiful. So, anything you haven't seen before. So, something is my feeling is done at the Shabbos. Well, it's a little bit interesting. So, we go ahead and annul vowels on Shabbos. Let's say, whenever you see less than a hafara, Rashi points out this is vowel. Allah says that if a woman makes a vow, the husband has the ability to go ahead and annul that vow to Yom Shachol, the day that he did, the final thing so now look, you can annul vows on Shabbos. Finish other than the done so Shalom, change the Shabbos. The Lord says, Sheila, so let's say, the Hafara means the process of annulment. The husband to be for a wife. Sheila means going to a Chacham, going to a Beis Din, being released from that vow. So therefore, again, you could go ahead and be released from your vows by a Chacham, by a Beis Din, that are the Torah Shabbos. Those vows somehow impact your Shabbos. If Posikin is Hamahar, you can go ahead and plug up a window. Plug up a window. So let's say again, we're going to define exactly what this is. We molded it as Hamahar. You can measure a piece of cloth. We molded it as Hamahar. And you can go ahead and measure a piece of cloth. We might study here on the Sabbath. We may have a short 10 buckles. There was once a story in the days of the Sabbath. And the days of Abba Shal Ben Bakras, where they plugged up a window.
Yo, what up? What's new?
Earthenware jug.
What's good, son?
Kashres Hamekida, we get me, and they tied also the earthenware vessel.
You're hustling, man, 24/7. I see you here all the time, even when you're sleeping.
100%. I'm always streaming, baby.
An opening of a
let's fucking go.
LFG, baby.
Let's make sure this becomes world famous.
That's what I'm doing. You know any famous people or influencers?
Oh, I know this guy that knows influencers.
All right, well, why the fuck haven't you told him about me?
Oh, I mean, I'm not that close with them. I only talk to them when it's really important.
Oh, and I'm not really important. Listen to this motherfucker. No, I'm really important. And that's why you should be telling your friend. Hey, dude, do you know that I know somebody who's been live 24/7 on 20 different streams for more than 4 years? It's more data than any person ever. You should know about it.
I think he's gonna love that. I think he's gonna actually love it.
Okay.
The way you said it. It's gonna be like, oh, that's content.
It's more content than anybody's got. You should tell them about it. I want you to tell him about me, and I want to know what he says. Dog, I'm gonna make him a trillionaire. I'll make you a trillionaire. I don't understand what the issue is here. All he's got.
Let's go.
Absolutely. All he's got to do is just give me a tweet or something.
But a sheila by a chacham going to become chacham or a
How famous? What's the most famous person you've interacted with?
Okay.
Well, on the stream, Aiden Ross was on my stream. Dr. Disrespect, Dr. Disrespect, Amaranth. Those are three pretty big influencers. Neon knows about me. I mean, you can't even type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick because I spam it so much. Like, literally, it just automatically deletes. Yeah,
That's not fair.
I mean, I spam them so much that I totally understand.
You know, I hate Twitch. You know, like, I've always hated Twitch.
Okay, what do you hate about it?
I just don't like the fact that they don't pay their streamers good enough, and they're too like controlling on what's allowed, and they tend to have favoritism bias.
Yeah,
they don't fail their rules.
I'm in agreement, and the thing that bothers me the most is the botting. It's like, unless you're going to spend like tens of thousands of dollars a month, you're never going to be seen.
So what if you become a body? No, what if you have a vertically integrated business where you have a bodying company where you bought yourself?
Well, I don't want to do that, but I do know people who do that, and they have those kind of businesses. The thing is, the server costs are very expensive.
Even for a husband to annul his wife's vow. Right?
When I see you stream, you don't seem to be outside. It's always like in your house. Like, do you ever like leave the house?
Yeah, dog. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in at Disneyland. I've streamed everywhere in Southern California, essentially. You've watched me for an entirely like 5 minutes of your life. And you're like, oh. So here's what I can say to you. You have a face? Yeah. Okay, but I've never seen it, so I don't think you do. I mean, dog, you know how much content I have of myself? I have more content of myself outside. I understand. You certainly did, but you got to understand that, like, you have to be realistic. That have you seen my streams? Like, you've seen 5 minutes of them, and then you want to make such an assessment. It's like, it's kind of a.
No. I didn't say that you never leave your house. I said you never leave your house.
I'm also. No, you said I only ever see you stream in your room, and it's like, yeah, and you've watched my streams, for 5 minutes of your entire life. I have so much content outside. I have more days of just 24 hours worth of content outside. But it's.
Would you say 95% is it's in your room?
I would say 90. I would say 95% of any streamer who's a desktop streamer is inside. You don't recognize. It's very difficult to do what I do outside. If I'm outside right now, I can't talk to you. If I'm outside right now, I'm not talking to anybody in the Discord. If I'm outside right now, my 40 different devices are useless to me because I have to keep track of an iOS device, or and it's then I'm just streaming on one device. And then I have to worry about overheating. I have to worry about data. I have to worry about throttling. I have to worry about lighting. I have to worry about and just all the other things that I have to do in life. I've done a lot of live streaming outside. And guess how many people watch it? 0.
Possibility A, you don't need what? A calendrical day. You have
I reckon there's people out like Steve, and they just live stream like traveling the world constantly. I don't know how the fuck he does it.
I mean, they have $1,000. They have like $25,000 setups. They have like 4 different SIM cards. Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. Yeah.
His wife says it's already for Shabbos, but anything else she'll wait till.
I mean, like, you can probably afford it, right? But then it's probably not worth it because you want a positive cash flow. You want to invest in something that
Don't do it. Just like tomorrow. It's fine. You still have time.
No, nobody watches it. You have to understand. I Show Speed is set up. Mr. Beast is set up. These people are not organic. They're not just randomly placed there. They're not like they have Kai Cenat, same deal. They're set up. They are pushed to the front of Twitch.
how do you become set up like that? That's the real question.
Of course, that's a real question. You've got to have.
So maybe by a husband, he's letting him know his wife's vows, even if her vows not be Shabbos, Tashmas, Tashma, the day that puppy, Mathir Nadarim b'Shabbos, L'Tzorach Shabbos, L'Tzorach Shabbos in, Shotzorach Shabbos, Lo Alma, Hafaras Nadarim Me'is. So again, you have this version that says that a husband could only annul his wife's vows on Shabbos if her vow.
Yo, dog, you gotta be promoted by the different platforms. I mean, I can tell you how Kick does it. They have their staff go through and look at people who they think will make them money. They're attractive, they're exciting, they're doing interesting things, and then they promote them to the front page. The same thing happened to Kai Cenat. The same thing happened to I Show Speed. The same thing happened to a lot of these people, but at the beginning, they all botted themselves. Amaranth bots herself, Neon bots himself, Aiden Ross bots himself, Kai Cenat bots himself, I Show Speed bots himself. They all, and Mr. Beast bots himself. They all bot themselves. I have. It's very expensive. It's like to bot myself 24/7 is hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
What if you had like just little bursts, like fun with it?
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but
you go all out, like you just like you run around in the mountains, and, like you go in public.
Okay. You don't know how it works. If I go and run around in the mountains, I have no cell signal. How am I going to have cell signal in the mountains? Doug, you're not being rational, okay? I'm going to run around with the star like I'm a single individual. Look, I am. I've got stuff to do. I have stuff to do. Okay, I don't have time. I don't have time to sit here and be like, well, why don't you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on bots, or why don't you get security teams? If you want to watch me outside, I have it. Go look on my Instagram. I have lots of me outside. You can get all the stuff that you want of me outside.
Go ahead and be released from his vow on Shabbos. Is that when he didn't have time to do so before Shabbos?
I was like that before, and I mean, actually, like, run around in the mountains. You know, that was a bit kind of like a dumb idea. It's like running like on an active volcano.
I get the same amount of people when I shoot them outside as I do inside. It's very actually I get more people inside because I can pay attention to my screens. It's very hard for me to see outside. I have bad vision, and when the sun is really shining brightly, even someone with good vision has trouble seeing what the screen says. You just have to understand that, like, you don't see people who are like you're watching professional streamers when they're doing IRL content in different countries, but their setups, just for one of their phones, it has 4 different SIM cards in it. You know, it's like it's the newest of phones. These are tens of thousands of dollars setups. For you to be like, well, why don't you walk around with a Starlink? I mean, I just.
There was once a small alleyway in between 2 homes.
Eventually, I'd love to do that. But you have to understand what I do is different. Does I Show Speed stream himself when he's sleeping? Does I Show Speed stream himself when he's sleeping? No. Do we teach a class every single day? No. Does I Show Speed stream himself from 20 different streams. No, what we do is different.
Someone's dying in the alleyway.
I am about quantity of data. That's what's important to me. I frankly have been in, like I said, everywhere in Southern California, you name it. San Diego, I've been there. Beverly Hills, I've been there. Santa Monica Pier, I've been there. Long Beach, I've been there. Downtown Los Angeles, I've been there. Beverly Hills, I've been there. The Valley, I've been there. I've streamed it in my car. I've streamed it just walking around. You open yourself up to getting beat up. You open yourself up to getting robbed. People steal your shit. I've had cell phones. I had one situation where and I have a lot of footage of myself just at like golf courses because that's where I've been. I've done a lot of streaming at like Trump National Golf Course, Tiger Woods' golf course. One time I left one of my phones at Tiger Woods' golf course and some guy found it. I had like a label on the back to call me if somebody found it, and he did. And hey, how about you don't interrupt? And let me just tell the story. And I went, yeah, well, I mean, you're asked a question. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? I'm telling you about it. And then you're like wanting to interrupt. Just listen. And I went to go get my phone from this person and nearly got mugged. Fortunately, it was like this apartment complex, like in the shady area. And this there were a bunch of kids that were around, and I think that this guy realized there would be witnesses to fucking me up. And fortunately, I got the cell phone back. I've been chased in downtown LA. I've had kids, I say kids, but like, I don't know, people in their like late teens, early 20s, threatened to steal my shit. I mean, when you're an individual and you're carrying around thousands of dollars in cell phones, you're an easy target. And I'm not saying what you're saying is not ideal. I'd love to just go and live stream my life everywhere in the world, like some of these streamers who you're mentioning. But you've got to understand, I'm not a person who has a security team yet. I don't have that many different devices that are able to live stream quality feeds. And on top of that, I can't read a chat. I can't manage a Discord. That's not the kind of streamer that I am. If you want that kind of streamer, dog, that's what Twitch is full of people who do that. Kick is full of people who do that. There are those of us who recognize that live streaming our lives 24/7 from a lot of different angles is very important to the archive of global data. But ideally, I would love to live stream everywhere in the world. But you've got to understand that there are budgetary limitations that basically I'm not willing to spend $10,000 a month on my stream budget. Ideally, I want to do what you're saying, but for you to be like, well, just get a Starlink. Okay.
Just get a credit card and go into debt.
I mean, what you're saying is just, I know you think it's funny, but like
I'm getting content. I don't know. I'm just saying dumb shit. You know? Yeah, even Ross was probably saying something dumb.
Ulu went to the house of the Rish Caluso.
Okay.
So
how have things been in your world? Have you started? Wait. Thank you. I appreciate that. Have you started streaming yet?
Me, I should start streaming. I'm just trying. You know, like, I want people to see like my life. So that's a mental barrier.
Okay. We talked about this. The fastest way you can go from current millionaire to a billionaire is by creating data. Like we said, 12 years ago, Mr. Beast was just some kid in his room streaming, like creating videos of him counting to 200,000. And now today, he's a billionaire.
Rashi says to him,
I lost it.
Rather again,
how did you lose it?
In order to go ahead and
I don't know. I was in our DMs, like you messaged me, but it's not there anymore.
So Rabbi is sitting in a bath, measuring
I mean, I can send it to you again.
So Those are the day you other comments in this place. What does this story mean? And what he says, and you learn something so profound, which is the halacha l'maaseh in life to never be idle.
Are you sure?
Never be
It's
idle.
not there?
To
Check
find
again.
a way to keep yourself occupied.
I think it's because like the
Listen
sun
again.
counts.
Rabbi Buddha
Oh, I
is in
see
the
it
bath.
now.
In the bath means he's unclothed.
Because you have like
Because he's
this, and I
unclothed,
think
the world
it's
says
10
Tashkos
accounts
is
with
clear
Rabbi
water.
Rothschild.
So therefore, again,
Yeah, I mean, I have a
it's
lot
his
of
Erev
accounts,
Azron.
but
You can't learn
all you have
Torah.
to do is check your
You can't
inbox.
think about Torah. So what are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
You
I
can stare
found
in
that now.
space. You could count
I went
someone's
through like
life,
10
or
different accounts
you
and
can
I couldn't
occupy yourself.
find it. And I'm like, oh,
So Rabbi Buddha
there's
says,
the 11th
I'm
one.
not measuring for the sake of
All
measuring,
right, well,
but to
as they
sit here
say,
idle. To
it's
sit
always
here
the last
doing
place where you
nothing.
look.
Lemaisa, I can't do that. I can't allow that to happen. And therefore, someone said that is incredible, Musa. How much time also we spend, and especially again in our day and age, where there are so many distractions. You know, people say, you ever have it where you have to look something up on the internet. I mean, like something constructive. You have to look up, and an amazing
I think it's,
I never saw that before.
it's pretty cool what you're doing. Like, how do you navigate family events? Like, let's say you have a family gathering or
how we use our time. We have to be
friends invite you out. Like, do you bring like the thing with you?
Is left in the back. In the back, you should be productive. In the back, you shouldn't waste away time.
Friends have come and visited me and we live stream it, and as for my family, they live in faraway places, so they don't come on stream.
Gemara ends off by saying, halacha l'maaseh, use it wisely. Use it wisely. You'll say, this marks the end of Masechus Shabbos. So I want to point out something very important, because I think for many of us, this is not just a finishing of a Masechus.
Because I think the reason I asked is like, I think, so yesterday I went to a funeral, like a family funeral.
The first time we've ever been inside of a Masechus.
It was pretty saddening, actually.
We started with, remember, it seems like a year ago, but remember, our team of Masechus Brachos.
I can't imagine live streaming and stuff like that, you know. Like,
considering that it was like
I probably won't go to it was like doing like 24/7.
Close quarters.
I won't even go to it.
Right before Purim.
I mean, no one says you have to live stream a funeral. You can just leave your stream on and just do that stream.
Sunday after Purim. That's Sunday.
So that's what you probably would do, right?
Which tells you something absolutely amazing.
Everything
else in our world stops.
Fortunately,
Schools
nothing
shut down.
happened.
Our places of business shut down. Our schools shut down.
Would be
There's
respectful
one
that I wouldn't
thing
stream someone's
that did
funeral if
not
they didn't
shut
have to.
down during the pandemic.
Yeah.
The dot. Right? No one missed the day because there's a pandemic. No one said, oh, you know what, let's put that only on hold because it feels like the sky's falling. Even though Baruch Hashem it wasn't. It didn't happen. Day in and day out. We never missed a shir. None did we miss the shir, unfortunately. But day in and day, whenever we could, we had a shir. And when there wasn't a shir, we still did our learning. Let's say, isn't that the greatness of Torah?
That's a good question.
We learned throughout this pandemic.
Never thought about the plan yet.
Everything else in life could be stopped.
I don't want to say anything because like, if I say something, I have to do it. You know?
Incredible,
This is one of my rules.
Except for one thing.
Right, one.
I can probably start very soon. We're starting a week, and that's if I'm very
what we do each
like,
and every morning.
if I really wanted to, if I was forced to,
That's
regularly in a week.
We finish Shabbos, the 157 blocks. You would think, okay, you don't have to say, take tomorrow off. You've learned it. No, you don't take tomorrow off. Tomorrow is.
I think messaging someone right now.
Yeah,
So
some chick
offers us an opportunity to read double effort.
sent
So
me
we'll
a
say, I know I
message.
give you some shoes. Tomorrow's a new haschar, new beginning. Tomorrow, it's a little bit difficult because, you know, it's summertime. And a lot of the kids.
Did you ever make love on
I will say,
string?
whatever it is. Tomorrow, let's
Perhaps.
redouble our efforts. Come to if you're coming here, cheer starts at 5:45. The Sitkas Atzadik. There's no one here who doesn't
It's
Everyone
history,
needs
you know.
Sitkas Atzadik.
Exactly.
History in the making.
5:45. Once you're getting up this early in the morning,
The great Rabbi Rothschild, and his wife,
no one's more rested.
needs to be recorded.
Or come 10 minutes late.
100%.
Push yourself. Push yourself to come a little bit early. If you're joining us on Zoom, listen, don't think on Zoom that this doesn't apply to you as well. This applies to all of you as well. Push yourself. Let's push ourselves. We'll show that even during a pandemic, we could be in the same Masechta that even when the rest of the world shuts down, we don't shut down. That Yom Balayla Lo
So when are you going to
Yishbosu,
start streaming?
health crisis, whatever it is, the stock market could crash, we don't crash. Right? Places of business could close, we don't close. And even
Because
if we
I have
together,
to really think
we're
about
nice
that.
again, our learning always
Make sure it's the right decision.
Erevin offers us an opportunity to redouble our efforts. And Erevin is going to lead us into Elul. Erevin is going to lead us ultimately into the Shana Yom Kippur Yomim
For you,
Noraim.
like, you have like an hand on like 24/7 and getting as much data as
Incredible
possible.
opportunity for his chachos.
Like, that's your plan. But if I start streaming, I don't want to just be a copycat of everyone. I'll probably like have to do something different, right?
Not necessarily. The guy in here, Spirit Man, he live streams on YouTube for World Peace. He's been doing it for like 260 days.
How rewarding it is, how beautiful it is, how rolling it is. We can conquer and master anything and everything. The most we've proven to ourselves over the course of this Masechta, which literally we were Messiah during the pandemic. It was like give yourselves an incredible yashikoah.
Also, it'll be tough for my girlfriend now she'll be like, why the hell are you live streaming 24/7?
Never happened before for all of us. That's all of us in our lifetime. The less we were alive during the Spanish flu. I don't think they had that. I don't think they started that during the Spanish flu yet. I think they started after the Spanish flu. The first time that a Dafyomi Masechta was what there's a siyum during the pandemic. I will say, give yourself a shtrach, but if you could be Messiah Masechta Shabbos in a pandemic, there's no telling what you can accomplish. So Mir Hashem B'Shatov Mufachas tomorrow morning, we begin Masechtas Erevin, a beautiful journey together. We were zocha to make this journey together. Maybe zocha Mir Hashem to continue our journeys in Dafyomi together, and Mir Hashem may all of these journeys lead us to you. Shalayim Hirav Yameinu.
Why wouldn't you just tell your girlfriend what you're doing and then she doesn't have to be on camera?
Yeah, like that's why like I have like these things I need to solve, like mental barriers. Like these are all mental, it's all psychological.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning, a incredible God ahead of us today.
I'm gonna go on ChatGPT and ask it about live stream.
For the month of Av, Aaron Kelvin is dedicating all the Shiurim and Drashos this month with the hope and prayer that the month of Av we filled with Simcha in the eternal days of Mikdash. To thank our week of learning sponsors, Ringo, Ram, and Fine families, for dedicating all of the learning this week in the inclusive Rafu Shalima, for Rachel Fine, Rachel Bakia, Bas Leah, and our Dafyomi sponsors, already beginning yesterday into the next couple of weeks, Jack and Sherry Vanek, and Stephen and Holly Vanek, in memory of their beloved father, Herman Vanek, Hanon Yisrael Ben Ruven. For those of you who are been long-time members of this particular long time, to know that Herman was such an incredible pillar of this shul, did so much for our community. And his family. And once with that, let us begin. So a beautiful dot ahead of us today. We're picking up there. There's a quick day that was cooking above.
But have you tried GLP once? They're fucking awesome.
155. We're taking up 2, 4, 6.
I'm on the GLP one right now.
Last night.
Right.
The Mishnah said,
yeah.
So we got
you end up with less calories, which is healthy. Of course, you want to if you can do it naturally, then go ahead. But like in GLP ones, makes it easier.
They can spit it back up, so on and so forth. So the Mishnah said that you could also go ahead and force feed.
How much weight have you lost on it?
I lost 4 kilos of fat on it. And I have a lot more muscle as well because I've been training. I actually gained muscle.
Now, here, interestingly enough, the Mishnah is actually not talking about anything to do with feeding chickens.
And you're happy with the results?
Focusing more on the statement where the Mishnah said,
it's only been 4 to 5 weeks. So that's pretty like It's still early.
The Mishnah said, "V'nostin mayim
But I also got a body
You can go ahead and
body weight, and it's like it wasn't even difficult. Like I used to struggle so hard to manage my
So that's
appetite
really what the Gemara is picking up on over here.
because I get so hungry, so hungry.
And Mar said, "Rabbi Yossi,
Well, there you go. I'm glad you found a good solution for it.
If you have two people, one goes in and one pours flour, and one pours water.
I think it's 2 pounds a week is extremely healthy and doable. On a normal diet, like that's very painful. It's like you go through a lot of hunger.
The idea
Oh,
is
for sure,
the
dog.
last person to pour in the last ingredient, that person is chayiv for needing, for lush. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda Omer,
For sure.
actually, Yosef Yehuda says, no, you're not chayiv until when? Unless you go ahead and actually need the items together.
I know somebody personally that
that one would violate the
went from 110 kilos to now 77
together water and
kilos.
flour without actually needing it. Rabbi Yossi says you cannot violate the malach of lush unless you actually need the ingredients together. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting over here that Allah Chalamayta, the opinion that's said in the Mishnah, that you can put water and bran together, as long as you don't need them together. That's the opinion of Rabbi Yossi. First, maybe Rabbi Yossi, maybe the Hassan Elakemach, the Bagibuhu. Maybe Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda only said that in the case of flour and water, because flour and water is a kneadable mixture.
So they lost
Worse on the lav Bagibuhu.
What's going on?
72 pounds on that.
Sometimes we brand it
Okay,
as kneadable.
Okay.
So because it's not kneadable,
You lost 72 pounds using.
Yeah.
pouring them together.
Using sesame.
I thought you said you lost like 4 pounds of fat.
No, 4 kilos. 4 kilos in
Rabbi holds that you cannot go ahead and mix water and bran together.
So that's 8.8 pounds I lost in 5 weeks.
Okay, then, and how did you lose 75 pounds?
So that is how we pass it.
That's somebody I know. Like they went on GTQ runs.
Oh,
And they
okay.
lost 33 kilos.
That's great.
Which is 7 and 10.
That's really great.
So listen, now the novelty, of course, is
And
even though
you don't find any side effects?
or water and bread, instead of that matter, water and flour, some amount of
The side effects of when I had it, which vary based on the dosage and
violated
like the person itself. But my side effects were basically like I got really like hungry. I didn't feel like eating. So like, and then sometimes I'll get like I'll feel so full after eating like I don't know some steak. Like I just had a steak and I'll eat like 25% of it and I'll just be so full.
Go ahead and read.
Oh, that's great.
And some say
But I'll still feel hungry to me. Like I'm hungry, but I want to eat. Such a weird, strange feeling. I kept going to the toilet a lot too.
Interesting. All right.
You
Well,
can go ahead and
are you
go ahead and take
tracking your journey like through before and after pictures?
That's only true if you go ahead and
You know, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you should.
No, I shouldn't do that.
Just go back to Rashi.
You're onto something. I should do this. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
I didn't even think about it.
Before and after pictures since the beginning of time.
Because you generate content. Like, this is like your thing. I never thought about this.
That's why I'm here, baby.
What is shesisa? See, Gemara says, "Shemen
Is it not orange?
No, it's water.
In the Masechta, also brachas. So shesisa was this food, or was this drink, this mixture, almost like a porridge that was made from flour, from parched grain, water, salt, vinegar was mixed in as well. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yosef Yehuda holds that Allah Chalamayim, you can go ahead and mix all of this stuff together, as long as.
Why did you think it's orange juice?
So the Gemara says,
because it looked orange on the string.
Oh, it's a red cup.
Oh, red and then like the purple lighting.
Yeah.
Like it probably distorted the red into orange.
I'm in agreement with you. It's like what a random guess. No, it's just a red cup. I was drinking.
You know, I like his screen setup. It looks like cool.
There might be some remnants of soda in it as well, but it's just staying hydrated.
Therefore, it is permitted. One second. You just said they agree that you can mix together shassis, which is shisisa. But we just said.
All right. So do you know how to take before and after pictures? It's not hard, but you want to make sure that they're full body from different angles. And then what you can also do, a good thing is take like a measuring tape and then measure your waist and measure like your arms and measure your neck and your thighs, and then take a picture every week, same way, and you'll be able to track your results. Yeah, man, that's why I'm here, big dog.
That is not the malacha of wash. That is not the malacha of Therefore, again, the case that everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa you can do it would be with a looser, liquidy mixture. Says Rabbi, but is also assuming that you are employing machinery.
And it's not like you'll be happy you did it, and it's not like you you have lost a whole lot of weight that you're still at the beginning of your journey. So you'll be able to see some really great before and afters. Does that make sense? I mean, you can. I'm not saying that you do it for content. I'm saying that you do it just for your own benefit, like yeah, I'm not even saying because of that. I mean, you can, but I'm just saying for yourself. It's just a good thing for you to be able to just keep track of your own journey and then be proud of yourself.
So on Shabbos, the way you go ahead and employ machinery is to mix it back and forth.
I mean, if you want to share the journey with people, you can, but no one said you have to do that. You just kind of, I mean, unless you like have, a lot of times people don't want to show themselves on camera. Like being fat.
To what we call thick mixture. But going and taking various items and mixing them together to produce a liquidy mixture is not the malacha of lush. It's not needed. Again, certain times when kneading can be permitted.
Because already that's not separating content over like these
things. Shina can either be a shina in the way that you go ahead and normally mix
the results and what I've done. I think it will be kind of interesting.
That you go ahead.
I'm sure it'll help people.
So it could be a
and motivate other people to change their lives and get healthy.
So mixing it again, chassis body back and forth, or Shina can also be in the way that you normally add in the various ingredients. So during the week, you normally add the ingredients in a particular order, A, B, and C. So on Shabbos, the shinoi can be.
One day I wanna actually just go to like Thailand for 3 months and then move Thai.
And learn Thai?
Just train in Thai. Learn move Thai.
Oh, Muay Thai. Yeah. Muay Thai, yeah. I gotcha. Well, don't you need to do it longer than that?
Yeah, longer, and then maybe go to Dagestan to learn like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That would be cool.
Yeah, dog.
Ultimately, again, for an animal.
And it's not so expensive. It's affordable. And it's streaming, a lot of nights to stream stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff's hard to stream. It's easier to just archive it and then upload it and edit the video. Those places don't have very good connectivity. I mean, unless you do use Starlink, but then you got to carry around this like satellite all the time.
Because like Thailand is internet anywhere, there's Wi-Fi. Not sure like Dagestan. Dagestan might be a too much larger.
Yeah. I mean, Thailand has Wi-Fi, but if you're like walking around, you got to go from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi, keep reconnecting, and like that can cause issues. Cell service works, but when you start uploading huge amounts of data, you'll get throttled, and then your streams aren't very clear, or they just get they just don't upload. But really, the biggest issue that I've encountered with IRL streaming is the heat. I mean, even Southern California, which is like perfect weather all the time, when the sun gets to beating on a phone and that phone is working hard, it will just overheat. And then this, like, I'm sure you've seen that symbol come up where it says your phone needs to cool down before you use it again. And that's very frustrating as a streamer. So I can't imagine like Thailand, which is way hotter. I mean, it seems easy to do live streaming, and it is for short periods of time. But if you're going to do it for hours, then you need special like holders for your phone, because you'll end up dropping it, you'll end up cracking screens, you'll end up throttling yourself when it comes to the data. I mean, even like I have like unlimited data plans from Verizon, they still get throttled. Even though it's unlimited, they still get throttled. And then you can call them and be like, hey, you're throttling me. And they'll be like, in the fine, print, you're like a top 1% of all of our users. And if you reach a top 1%, you'll get throttled. And then the battery issue becomes major. So like batteries only last so long, and when you are doing a lot of streaming, you will kill that battery so quickly. I mean, you may say, well, my battery lasts all day. Yeah, but if you're live streaming it and you've got your brightness up and your phone. Oh, yeah. So
even on this is like a video it's like
exactly. So then what you'll have to do is get power banks, and then you have to worry about like the little area where your phone plugs in, like making sure that doesn't get disturbed, because then like your phone will end up like not being able to charge because the power slot is messed up. You'll end up dropping your phone, so you've got to have cases for them. And then you need a normal phone. Like you need to be able to communicate with people or look something up. So you've got a phone where you're streaming, and then another phone where you're like calling people or looking stuff up, or maybe you're interacting with chat or something. So you only have two hands. So then what do you do? So normally when I do IRL streaming, I just have I'll drive to a place, and then I'll use a tripod and just set up a tripod and talk in front of it. because walking around with all that stuff is just it's like you only have two hands. Yeah, I mean, and like
What if you have a GoPro?
so I've done that too. I've put GoPros on my hat, and I've had GoPros on my chest to give people first-person views, and those are cool. I have a lot of GoPro footage, especially for my IRL travels, and I would always have GoPros in my car. What I did is I bought a bunch of just like from AliExpress, a bunch of like really cheap GoPros, and in addition to like more expensive cameras, and I put them all around, like so that like wherever I was, I'd have the stream going. But you'll find that even with the GoPro, there's like a little button on it that will mute you, and then you'll have 4 hours of yourself just muted the whole time, and you won't recognize it because you accidentally hit a button. You'll find that a GoPro's not streaming, so you're just archiving footage at that point. Then what happens is you get huge amounts of data. Like I have like I don't know, terabyte worth, or even like 256 gigabyte SD cards. And then you've got to transfer that to your computer, which takes some time. Like if you have a lot of footage, it will take a whole day. So now you're spending a whole day just waiting for the data to process. And so let's just take an example, just to give you an example of some of the issues that I mean I've encountered, but I'm not even like close to what some of these people with these teams have. So let's say you go to Thailand, and you take a GoPro and you get 10 hours worth of footage. Okay, 10 hours of HD quality footage is like maybe like 100 gigabytes, let's just say. All right, so now you've got to transfer 100 gigabytes to your computer, which may take a few hours, nothing crazy. Then you have to edit it. If you want, you can just put the raw footage up. That's fine. If you want to do that though, to upload 100 gigabytes to YouTube will take you like 8 hours. It does not upload very quickly. Oh, absolutely. And then on top of that, YouTube has to review it. So it's not like it just publishes automatically. No, YouTube has to make sure to do copyright checks and make sure that there's like that it's not it doesn't have any proprietary, or it doesn't have anybody else's intellectual property on it. And then it will publish. But we just were talking. You just had a 10-hour video of you in Vietnam, and we're already talking about maybe 16 hours worth of work for you to upload it, and then I mean, if you have like I don't know like a T1 line or something like that, like really fast internet. Okay, but not everybody has that. I'm just talking like regular person Wi-Fi. And especially if you're talking about like Thailand Wi-Fi. No. Or you were saying Thailand. Oh, apologies if I said Vietnam. But just it's a lot. So you wanted to just have 10 hours worth of footage, and now it's already like an entire day of your life is going to be spent editing and uploading. So I mean that's what I would run into. So I would play golf during the pandemic after work, and I would just use GoPros to archive the footage. Then I'd come home and upload it. And it would take, like, maybe it'd have like 2 hours worth of golf footage, and it would take me like another 2 hours to upload it all onto like just Google Drive. I mean, like it would take a long time, because when you start doing this regularly, you will get throttled. And the throttling can really affect you. Like you may say, well, you know, it's fine for my Discord or whatever, but like you're not doing it regularly. When you start regularly uploading, like if you've ever seen upload and download speeds, your download speed's always way higher than your upload speed.
your upload speed's slower. So you got to say to yourself that it's going to take you a lot longer. So anyway, that's how I got into streaming. I didn't want to be a streamer, but it was taking me so long to upload all of my IRL content via GoPros that I just said, this is stupid. Why not just stream it and then have it live? So then for the first like year that I did it, I would just go live on Instagram or on TikTok or on YouTube or something like that. And so I've got this like huge archive of myself IRL, just all around Southern California. But I wasn't getting anybody who was watching me. And I wasn't building a community because I couldn't read the chat because I'm driving a car or I'm walking around. I have to like, hold my phone and hold another cell phone. I just wasn't building a community at all. So then like about like almost 2 years ago, I just said, you know what? I'm sick of not having a community and telling all these people I do all this streaming and like, so what I'll do is I'll transition from being an IRL streamer to a desktop streamer, which is what this is. This is a desktop streamer setup, essentially. It's avant-garde. Not everybody does it like this. But when you do that, then you can focus on a community. That's why I have 2,800 people in the community now. When I was doing IRL streaming, I had no community, nobody watching me, because you can't manage both at the same time. Some people have like a friend or a girlfriend or somebody who can kind of manage that stuff for them. But if you're doing it alone, you can't type to people while you're driving in a car when people are like, hey, what's up? It's like, I'm driving at 60 miles an hour and I can't interact with you. So you'll find if you do live streaming, it's difficult. And then on top of that, there's no sound that's made generally when somebody types to you. It's not like a ding, somebody typed to you. It's just silent. So you're always having to check this phone 24/7 to see if there's any new messages. And yeah, there are bots and stuff that you can install, but it's very difficult to do just on a regular phone for it to work properly. Then on top of all of that, you get app crashes. And you may say, what if you have a top-of-the-line iPhone and all that other stuff? Absolutely, you get app crashes. I'm an app developer. I've published apps on the App Store and Google Play. And these apps all crash, and it's unfortunate. But so let's say you're creating a video and you're 30 minutes into it or 45 minutes into it, or even worse, like maybe 2 or 3 hours into it, and the app crashes and you lose all that footage. It's very frustrating. That's why a lot of IRL streamers start IRL and recognize it's just easier to do it from one location where you have consistent internet. You don't have to worry about getting hurt, getting jumped, having someone steal your phone, having your phone break. I've had phones break. I've had app crashes. Fortunately, I haven't been hurt, but I've come close a couple times. I've been chased because people see I have a bunch of cell phones with me, and it's like, hey, this is an easy target, and I've had to outrun people. I have that one situation where that guy found my phone, and I really thought it was going to hurt me. But there were these children who were around, and I think I'm telling you that I sensed it. This guy was like, he wanted to take me, like, I was like, oh, thanks for finding my phone. I really appreciate it. And I think I gave him like $50 as a reward or something. And it wasn't like a super expensive phone, but I wanted the data that was on it. And he was like, yeah, I'll give it to you right over here. And he wanted to take me like back to this like secluded area. And these kids were watching us. And he was like, here's the phone or whatever. But it was a very scary situation. I even said when I got back, I was like, wow, that was really, I was on camera when I did it, and I was like, wow, I just feel like that guy was going to hurt me. It would be like this. We're in the middle of it was like a courtyard, and I was like, oh, thanks for finding my phone. Here's the $50. Can I have the phone? And he's like, yeah, but come with me. And I'm like, why come with you? Like, we're right here. I just need the phone. I don't need to hang out with you.
and he wanted to take me to this, like, behind, like, this shed. And I was like, you get that feeling, like, why are you wanting to do that? Like, we're right here. All you have to do is give me the phone. And he looked over at there were all these kids there. And I really felt like he was going to hurt me. I've been in downtown LA chased. I've had this one time I was shooting this video in front of the Capitol Records building, and these guys, they came and they were fucking with me as I was making this video. And then they kept passing me by. Like, they passed me by, like, the first time they were like, just made a comment. The second time they made a comment again. The third time they passed me by, I thought they were gonna try to fuck me up, and they were saying, like, I said, they even were joking about it. They're like, we're gonna steal all your stuff, and I was like, sure you will, just something like that. And then the second time they're like, we're gonna grab those phones from you, and I'm like, yeah, like I right. And so yeah, and they were, oh, they were definitely serious, and there were 5 of them. It was like they were testing the waters. It was like they were testing the waters. They walked by. They're like, oh, like, look at all your phones. The second time they're like, we're gonna take those phones from you, and the third time they're like, those phones are gonna be ours, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I wasn't backing down, and I was just giving them shit right back. And then after that, I just recognized, like, these guys they have to come back one more time, and I think they're gonna try to steal my shit. And I had, like, a guitar. I had, like, all this shit in front of me. I mean, like, I'm telling you, when you're doing
because I was an American, I don't remember laws, but you can't just put out your pistol and shoot shit.
No, especially in California, and not a lot of people have gun in California. So no, you can't just shoot somebody. And so I packed up my stuff and went. I mean, you have to deal with all kinds of shit when it comes to authorities. Like, I've been outside of buildings, like government buildings, and they're like, why are you streaming? Or, like, why are you recording? Because, like, that's, like, a thing. Like, terrorists, like, they record people and stuff. And it's like, oh, I'm just shooting a video. Like, I didn't recognize this was a federal building. And they're like, you get questioned about it. I've had situations where I drop a phone. Like I said, I lost a phone. I've lost some phones where you break screens, your phone overheats, the battery explodes. You've just got to deal with a lot. And then you've got to drive. It's more expensive. You've got your insurance, your gas, your vehicle, all that stuff, all to have no one watch you. It's very frustrating. So when you're like, oh, well, just get a Starlink. Oh, well, okay. I mean, or you're just like, well, you can stream up in the mountains. You don't recognize that there's no cell service there. There's like very limited connectivity, and it's just easier. Like, I want to have those kind of streams, like a ISO speed stream someday. So I don't want you to think like I'm against it, that I always want to be streaming from a sedentary location. I don't. However, until I can basically put maybe $50,000 or $100,000 into purely equipment, you've got what you've got. If you want somebody who's going to stream in all of the locations of the world, that's great. I mean, those are cool streams. I like watching those streams too. But that's just, not really feasible at this point. And then on top of that, if I have those streams, I'm not talking to anybody in my Discord. And that's what I like to do. I like to connect with people. So that's what's important to me. Welcome, G. How you living, Pim?
It might have an impact on the
I hope you're doing well.
Who I become, what I want to do in life. The identity.
All right, G may just be living your life. So what do you have on your agenda for today? So what do you have on your agenda for today?
Even Rabbi told
yes, sir.
There is no mazel for the Jews.
I'm planning to experiment with rhythm and how we focus on my business.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to take it to
our destiny is not impacted by the stars.
I don't know. Like, it's like it's used for ADHD. I think I have ADHD. I'm just gonna take
forge our own path,
All right, well,
to plot our own way forward.
have fun
So
with that.
Have you played around with the animal or ridden the devil?
I don't play around.
Outside, and he tells your mother when he's outside that what?
I do. I mean,
He
like,
says,
if I'm going to do something, it's going to be
go out,
generally from the doctor.
look at the heavens, count the stars, just like you can't count them, you won't be able to count the stars.
I got a prescription from a doctor that someone did it for me. Someone got the prescription, got the scripts, because they got ADHD and gave it to me.
Okay.
He says, no, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly take it without under the care of the doctor. Knock yourself out. It can be beneficial to some people. Other people it can make them very annoying. Depends on your amount and whatever.
Because I swear to God, I think I shouldn't be saying these things, but like I'll be vulnerable. Like I think I struggle with focus. So you see how adopted helps me to look like
Yeah, so
the
why
threads are very cryptic.
so why wouldn't you just go to a doctor and do it the right way?
Like we do not have a fate.
I
Stars. Ultimately,
think there's one doctor that refused to take me to a psychiatrist because like I don't think it was a good one. It was just like it was a well-feeling doctor.
Okay, so why wouldn't you just go to a doctor?
Yeah, and I could go to a different doctor, but then conveniently I had a friend that had the medications ready and he was going to give it to me. He even offered, And I know I have ADHD because I get every single symptom of it.
Okay, so does every single person on earth. They're very vague, they're not specific, and everybody has issues with focus, clarity, attention. I mean, come on. Haven't you met anyone on earth in 2026? Everybody deals with that. So don't feel like you're unique. This is a common problem with people, but you shouldn't fear going to the doctor. I know that you tried, but what I'm advising is you should just do it the right way. Don't go through a friend. Here's why. You'll like it, and then you'll want more of it, and then you got to go back to your friend to get you a prescription. Just get your own prescription. Go to a doctor and do it the correct way.
You're right.
It would be like
use the ritalin and focus on getting a doctor's appointment.
There you go. Well, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes for you to just, I advise with, especially with medications, if you can get them legally, just go through the hoops that are necessary, and then you're doing it the right way. Then you're not, like, I don't know, at least in the United States, that's a drug you don't want to be. That's like, I think a Schedule II drug in the United States. You don't want to get in trouble for that, and if you get caught, you're going to go to jail because of it. You're going to lose your business, perhaps. Things can happen. Like, it's not worth the risk. Just go to a doctor. It's very easy to go to a doctor and say, I'm having trouble focusing, just like every single other person in my country, and they'll give you a prescription. But then you're going to be meeting with them anywhere between monthly and tri-monthly, like once every 3 months or so. And then you can connect with them and talk about goals and talk about improving your life. Like right now, you're just not doing it the right way. You're like, well, I have trouble focusing. Okay, but you're not talking to anybody about it who's a professional who can say, all right, do you have a journal? Do you have a list of goals? Are you making to-do lists? Like, that's what you should be doing.
I have a journal and I happen to do this. It's quite funny that you mentioned those two things.
Okay, but I mean, you don't have a professional who's like analyzing you, making sure that you're doing it the proper way.
So I'll say, what happened?
I hear what you're saying, right? However, I think I was talking to my dad one time, and he said that he was sick of his doctor because his doctor was prescribing the wrong medication. And you know what I did?
What did you do?
You know what I did for my dad? I gave him ChatGPT to replace his doctor, and ChatGPT gave him the right medication.
Okay. Well,
And then now you might be thinking, oh, but ChatGPT is reliable. But you know what's funny is
no, I think it's very reliable.
my dad found it to be more reliable than his favorite doctor.
I can see
He's been to multiple.
I can see that.
What did you do today?
And then like whenever I have mental problems, I'll go to sometimes I'll go to AI. And I'm thinking, what's the point of going to a doctor when I can just use AI to diagnose and give me medication, even though it seems like a very bad idea on the surface level, but like personally, I think it's very accurate. Actually, it's getting better.
I agree. Here's the difference. If you get caught with that prescription, you're going to jail.
Yeah, true.
And then we split it up equally.
That's the difference.
Today,
like AI recommended like journals and to-dos and stuff. Those things are very good. Actually, everyone should have one.
And I saw this is the guy talking to Shmuel. I saw we'll call this guy Ruben.
Did he use a journal?
My stream is my journal.
I knew that if when they collected the bread, Shimon would be embarrassed.
But then it
That's what I wanted to do. I have too much to say in the journal. It takes me too long. I've done journals in the past. I can't communicate enough information into a journal. So then you move into like a diary or even a vlog. And that's like what a lot of people do, or like a blog, but really a vlog. And then you just become a live streamer, and then your whole life is on it, and you can see how you've grown, I go back and watch my streams sometimes, and I watch them like a viewer, and I love them. They're fascinating to me. So I would much rather be able to watch myself, watch my tonation, watch my mannerisms, hear myself, than just read something that I wrote this time last year or 10 years ago. Not saying that that's not helpful, but I've got a lot of data that I'm creating. But in your case, if you get caught, you can lose everything. You don't know how if you have the right prescription. You don't have anybody who is partnering with you, like basically to say, like, okay, so what did you accomplish this month? You don't have that, so that's why I don't really recommend. That's why I don't really.
This is my thesis, right? Like I've seen doctors make mistakes all the time. Right, humans make mistakes. AI makes mistakes too. But I found out that this is really like I don't really even like saying this, but I think AI seems to me like more accurate than doctors.
It's shown that like 3 years ago there were studies that came out to show that doctors diagnosed 75% of the time accurately, and AI did it like 80% of the time accurately. So even 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was 3 years ago. That was so good. It's like obviously I'm not saying that like you should do this illegally. Like you're right. Like you should legally go through the system. But I'm just saying like. This is a separate topic, like unrelated to that. It's like AI is so good.
I agree with you.
I also noticed AI can even read images very well too. So in the future we might have a medical AI that has your X-rays, does your ultrasound, and everything in one.
Already exists.
The whole shebang.
It already exists. Yeah, there's like especially I believe radiologists who have some kind of program that identifies like perhaps areas of concern, and then all they do is talk to the patient about it. I know that doctors are just going to ChatGPT. Someone who says to you, "Hey, I get headaches, I have trouble swallowing, I am short of breath." They'll take those three things, put them into ChatGPT, and it'll give it a breakdown of what it could be, and then how to diagnose from there. And there's nothing wrong with that. If AI is more accurate than a human is, then I would want AI to use I want the doctor to use the tools at their disposal to be able to provide accurate diagnoses. That isn't to say that doctors in the past haven't really, been important to us, but as we're seeing, their knowledge is not perfect. And yeah,
so Shmuel said, "You know what, Avlek, I hear what you're saying. But if you're going to shut down everything because someone has a bad horoscope, what's going to happen?"
So
the world shuts down.
It's a good angle you use. It's a very good angle. Like, just because a doctor's using ChatGPT, like, why limit them from not using it if it can improve the average results?
I agree. It's about exactly. It's about accuracy, not who is right and who is wrong.
You have to be aware of the risks in life, but you can't allow the risks to paralyze you. You must find a way.
I see that you're very future thinking. Like not many people can see certain patterns of the future and make extrapolations and logical like thoughts, People tend to be like they don't really think about these things. You talk to me a lot about other different aspects of how the world's going to change. Medical improvements.
Perhaps no one knows for sure, but these are just my summations of what may happen.
Rabbi Akiva had a daughter,
I think AI is going to change entertainment as well.
Did you see the Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise 15-second video?
No, I didn't see it.
Look at it. Type in Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise. There's this new Chinese video generator that you can't really tell the difference at all.
I think it's called Kling 3.0, right?
I thought it had a name of an S, but it could be. Just type in Brad Pitt.
That's the latest Chinese.
All right, type in Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise fight, and then watch the video. It's 15 seconds, but it's like, oh.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, there's like no need for actors anymore.
This is not learning the Yoma. But the answer can't be stop life as a whole.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Because I will say that has so many other terrible ramifications. So Rabbi Akiva he has a nevuah, essentially. He has an aside, your daughter is going to die on her wedding day. So now what's the choice? She doesn't get married, or she gets married, and we dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it'll work out well. He chooses the latter. He chooses that one. So it's a wedding day. It's such a musr. It's a wedding day. So what happened? Haru Yoma, Shaklasa,
This is not.
I'm in agreement. It's very accurate.
This is really like what if you could imagine. I think it's easier to
even Sora too is very accurate too.
I agree.
Like an ornamental thing you put in your hair.
But whatever that Tom Cruise thing, and like that's the next version of Sora. Basically, like Sora's great. I'm not saying it's not. It's very cool. But whatever that is, that's like the next level.
She ended up putting the brooch right into the eye of the poisonous snake.
So I have a friend who runs a digital marketing company using AI. He's very, very recognized. He knows what he's doing.
That morning was the morning after.
And he recommended Kling over Sora too. So Kling's a Chinese AI video generator. And it's better than Sora too. And it only recently came out like a week ago.
What comes along with it? A dead venomous snake. So what happened?
That very well. I'll look up what did it. It could be that.
what
But the thing
Yeah.
with China is
tell me what happened. We'll say
they don't really follow the law, our like Western laws.
She said to her father,
So you can do anything that you want with their stuff.
Either the beginning of the chasana, everybody's getting ready for the chasana. Asa anya karya baba. A poor person came to the entrance of the wedding hall.
Yeah, China doesn't care about
Everyone
copyright.
was busy with the wedding,
Right.
and no one heard the honey asking for food. Listen to this.
Sea dance, that's what it was. Sea dance, which is by bite dance.
So the Kala said, I took my food and I gave it to the pauper. I took my
So
food.
not just with clean.
You hear the story? So the story.
There's no limit to what kind of character you can make. But if you're on Sora too, it seems to not allow you to make certain characters.
Yeah,
That's not true.
yeah, there's a lot of like limitations with it seems.
That I don't see the situation here. I don't hear the honey knocking on the door. I would say, what a color. What a color.
Like I try to generate ancient chase videos. Look at them in internet.
It's all beautifully set in front of her. The color takes her food and she gives it to the honey. This was Rabbi Akiva's daughter. She gives it to the honey. Amallah mitzvah avaraka. So Rabbi Akiva says to his daughter, you performed such an incredible mitzvah. So I will say, so literally again, Rabbi Akiva understood that his daughter was saved from death because she decided to give her chicken, and she decided to give her plate of food to the honey at the door. Nafik Rabbi Akiva v'darish ustaka tatsumi mabes. V'lo minisa mishuna ela minisa atzma. And I will say that Akiva understood when it says staka tatsumi, it's not just from like some cruel and unusual death, but staka tatsumi mabes, ultimately again, even from regular death. That's the power of tzedakah. The power of being a charitable, kind individual is the ability, literally, to go ahead and save oneself from death.
Hey, I gotta head off and do a bunch of work, right?
Take care, my man. Make sure to do your before and after pictures. Make sure to consider streaming and updating when. And I hope you continue to lose weight and get healthy and keep me updated, okay, big man? All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, for real, man.
You too.
So your son is going to be a thief. That's the thought that we saw in the stars. We saw in the stars that little Nachman, right? Little Nachman is going to be a thief. Right now he's a little thief. He's going to grow up to be a big thief. So what happened? What did his mother do? So his mother, right, did not want her son to be a thief. So what did she do? She was makbid that he should always keep his head covered. So he was very young. Why? Amrulay, kasev yeshech, keep your head covered. Because also she felt that if he always keeps his head covered, then what? The fear of heaven will be upon him. The head covering symbolizing the idea that there is someone above you. And if you remember that someone is above you, then what? Then halacha l'maisa, you will not steal. Ultimately, again, and she davened for it. So look at two things. Look at incredible Yisod and Chinuch. How are you properly mechanic to your child? So it's to take positive physical actions, physical steps. Structure a home life that is conducive to Kedusha. Structure a life for your child that is personal for Kedusha. And daven. Just daven a lot. So she made sure that his head was always covered, that he should have a respect for authority, respect for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and not come to steal. And she davened for him. So the Gemara says, Lo havi yada maika amalek. So let's listen to this. So little Nachman grows up, and he has no idea why is my mother always hacking me at China. It's about going and keeping my yarmulke on. Like all of my friends run around without yarmulkes, down the basketball court, like and the yarmulke falls off, they put it in the pocket. And my mother's always yelling from the stand, put the yarmulke back on, put the yarmulke back on. And when I go to see her, put my yarmulke. But why is she always bothering me about yarmulke? She never understood it until one day. Yom Achad Yosef Kagaris. So I'll say one day. Yosef Kagaris to say Diklo. One day he was learning underneath a palm tree. His cloak fell off from the top of his head. His head became uncovered. He looked up. He he looked up, he saw a cluster of dates on the top of the tree. He scaled the tree and bit off a cluster of dates with his teeth. It was like, so strong was the desire for theft inside of Menachem Yitzchak that literally, again, one time his head becomes uncovered, and Imam scales the tree, bites off a cluster with his teeth. And in that moment, he understood why his mother was so angry. So a number of lessons from this story. Number one, that we paskin in Mazel Yisrael. We'll say we have to be paskin that both are true. Yesh Mazel Yisrael, but in Mazel Yisrael. We'll say, how do you paskin like both? So we'll say, Yesh Mazel Yisrael means we are all born with predispositions and proclivities. We'll say that is the MS. That's like, we'll say the statements of the Gemara are true. So it could be that someone who's born under Mars, ultimately, again, is going to go ahead and be a shedder of blood. That might be true. Just like maybe someone who's born on a Monday is going to be a black and white individual. We are all, or a black or white individual. We are all born with predispositions, innate proclivities. That's the way we're born. It's no question. So Yesh Mazel Yisrael. But we also pass in Mazel Yisrael, which means what? You have the ability to overcome whatever you want. I want to say, while it is true that I may be born with certain predispositions, so maybe it's true that if halacha l'maisa, I'm born underneath the mazel of this, maybe I'm going to be an angry person. That could be, but l'maisa, if I choose to overcome it, I have the ability to overcome it. So we pass in yesh mazel. Again, there's no question that we are born with predispositions and proclivities, but in mazel Yisrael, a person can never say, this is who I am, and I can't change. You can choose not to change. You could choose to remain as you are. But there's no such thing as I can't change. You might have been born a certain way, but if you choose to overcome those innate predispositions, those innate midos, you absolutely have the ability to do so. Yesh Mazel Yisrael, ve'ein Mazel Yisrael. So you even see something amazing over here. You see sometimes, like Menachem Yitzchak, sometimes you can't even totally eradicate a midah. Like you see in this story, Menachem Yitzchak's desire for theft was only kept in check when his head was covered. The moment his head was uncovered, that Yitzhak was a very powerful idea. Sometimes things that we struggle with cannot be eradicated. Sometimes they remain as part of us. But sometimes it is just my avodah to keep it in check. What's a good muscle for this? So like addictions are like this. It was to speak to someone who's in recovery. Interesting. So when is an addict cured? When is an addict cured? And the answer is never. Right? He might be in recovery for 15 years. But Lamaisa will say it's a very powerful discrimination. It's not only by addictions. It's a lot of times by the Yitzhahara as well. Each of us has the things that we struggle with. And there are certain things that will say that I am really never going to fully eradicate. I just have to properly manage it. I mean, it's hard that birds deciding to get rid of it. Might not happen, but I have to manage it. I'm like that. I'm like the alcoholic. I'm never going to be cured of my alcoholism. I manage. I'm in recovery. So a lot of times I have to get into recovery for my Yitzhar as well. I can't get rid of this Yitzhar. So that's what the story is. The Menachem by Yitzchak, so his mother was not put on the head cover. His mother was davening for him. She could not get rid of that predisposition for thievery. So therefore, again, all he could do, and then he discovered what it was, all he could do was properly manage. So both sides, Ein Mazel Yisrael, Yesh Mazel Yisrael. We're born with predispositions, so you can overcome whatever you want. But sometimes you can't eradicate the negative traits or the challenges that exist inside of you. You just have to learn to manage them. Another lesson I will say is you never know the power of the smallest things. That Yeshiva's daughter of life was saved because of a simple gesture towards the pauper. The unnamed reed cutter was saved simply because of a beautiful gesture of tzedakah to a fellow co-worker. Sometimes it's the smallest things we do in life that have the greatest amount of impact. And I will say lastly, that this Gemara about Menachem Yitzchak is very important. Because this Gemara of Menachem Yitzchak is the source of the concept of the yarmulke. Right?
Hey, why don't you just live shoot on a cruise boat on the moon?
Shulchan Aruch writes, Asr Melech become a Zekufa, below Yelech Dal al Amis, Begilui Harosh, Mepnei Kavod Hashti. So I said, this is the halacha is we wear a yarmulke. You're not supposed to really walk even the Mishnah even less than Dal al Amis. Where does that come from? The Bible said, this Gemara is the source for this concept. That is a minhag Yisrael. There's a halacha Yisrael to this day. The idea that we cover our heads in order to create a sense of Imsa L'Shamayim, a fear and reverence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to recognize that wherever we go, whatever we do, there is always a Ribono Shel Olam above us. Let's see, Shekar. So we will pick up the answer last. All right, so we'll say good morning. Today's topic is Kuf Nun Daled 154, and we are picking up. We are catching up on Kuf Nun Gimel on the days 153b. We have a lot on the first wide line on 153b. Amr of Ada Bar Ava. So a lot. We want to thank our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our co-sponsors for the month of Av, from Tony. That the month of Av will become a yom filled with joy and eternal peace. Shema Israel, the Ringo, Ram, and Ronnie's families. We thank our Day of Learning sponsors, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, in honor of the 95th birthday of Adam Steinmetz's grandfather, Mr. Anatoly Tenenbaum, wishing him good health and many opportunities to celebrate Sukkot. What an incredible milestone. It's beautiful. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Natan and Leah Berry, in memory of Leah's father, Eliezer Avram Tzvi, Ben Safia Leib, Zichron Devracha, and Richard and Sharon Buck in honor of the bar mitzvah of their son, Abigail. We thank all of our sponsors, all of the Neshama Shef and Aliyah, all of those who need a refuah to happen together with Kol Chomei Yisrael, and all of those celebrating Sukkot, the 95th birthdays or bar mitzvahs, to the Yom Hashem continue to celebrate Sukkot and their best. With that, let us begin. A lot to do today. So Amr of Adabar Abba. Adabar Abba said as follows. So remember, we ended off yesterday with this interesting discussion about what happened in the event. Then halacha l'maaseh, you are stuck with your wallet. Shabbos is about to start. So again, Chazal operating with the principle that a person is not just going to put down their wallet in the street and walk away. So what is the best way forward? So we've seen a progression. If possible, if you're traveling with a non-Jew, give it to the non-Jew. Don't have a non-Jew, if you're traveling with a donkey, go ahead and give it to the donkey. We then saw Chazal's, super secret pizza that they did not want to really share or disseminate, which is you can carry your wallet, but just move it increments of less than Dalet Amos. Less than Dalet Amos. So we'll actually see that, and I'm going to hopefully have time to do that today to show you that inside the super secret pizza is not so super secret anymore, now that it has been codified in Shulchan Aruch. So again, it's really cool. We'll see that halacha l'maaseh in just a bit. So the Gemara says follows. The person was carrying a bundle on their back. So the scene over here is the Erev Shabbos. It's getting close to Shabbos. I'm carrying a bundle on my back, and I have no place to put it down. So what can you do? So we'll say what you do is pretty much start running before Shabbos starts, and don't stop until you get home. Right? So we'll say, so what's the pshat there? Because remember, in order to violate chutzah, you need nakira and the hanacha. Right? A lifting up of the item from its place of rest and a putting it back down to rest. So essentially, if you go ahead and you keep running, you go ahead and you start running, you do the akira before Shabbos, and the hanacha doesn't begin or doesn't occur until after you get home, then halacha l'maaseh you haven't really violated anything up for Shabbos. So the Gemara says that's correct, but you have to run. Aval kali lo, but ultimately you can't. I will say now, the truth is, according to the Rothschild, you don't have to run. You can just walk. Right? Walking is the same thing. You just can't stop. So why did Chazal say you have to run? So you must my time. Even the less they akira, other akira the No. We're concerned that if you walk, see, when a person's walking, so just even subconscious, not subconscious, even without thinking about it, you just stop. You just stop. Well, if you stop, that's when you're in trouble. If you run, that's enough of a reminder for you that you can't stop, and therefore run all the way home. The Gemara says, so. They say after the lokai purta, the kama ayom okay. But also here's the problem. That works fine when you're running through the Rosh Hashanah. But it's an important time you're gonna have to get to your house. I've always said the assumption is you have to pause for a moment before unless you yell ahead, open the door right there, and you're just gonna dart right in. There's some slowing down, there's some pause before you enter into your house. In which case, again, when you stop, you're going to be transporting an item from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, to which the Gemara says, you're right. So instead, what you do is, as you're getting close to your house, you don't really slow down, but you throw the bundle into your home with the shinu. So again, remember, we're talking about the Rabbanans here, but as you've already seen, that the Rabbanan relaxed certain halachas when it comes ultimately again to money. Out of a concern, we'll say, again, just understand the calculation here. It's not that money is the most important thing in the world, so Chazal relaxed the restrictions with money. But Chazal understood human nature. And human nature is that if you choose between a significant loss and a biblical prohibition, the truth is I'm going to choose the violation of the biblical prohibition to stave off the dramatic loss. So therefore, in order to avoid that, Chazal said we'd rather have you deal with rabbinic issues and thereby again save your money, then run into the risk ultimately you're going to violate the biblical prohibition. Rabbi Bar Shabbos says, now we're taking a step back for just a moment. Rabbi Bar says as follows. Shabbos says, see, here's what's interesting. The second pizza that was given is, if you can't find a place to put down your wallet on Erev Shabbos, put it on your donkey. So remember again, the issue that we got into is, for 1 second, aren't you leading a laden animal? Right? And leading a laden animal is a biblical prohibition as well. So remember the Gemara gave an eitzah, the Gemara said, no. Put it on the animal while the animal is moving, and what? Take it off right before the animal stops. That way there's no akira and hanacha with the animal. So now the Gemara is going to launch into a little bit of a discussion about the malacha of lechamer. So lechamer means leading a laden animal. So it says the Gemara, if a person leads a laden animal on Shabbos, or say if you do so unintentionally, you're chayiv chatos. The mezid chayiv skila. You did it b'meiz. So meaning, which is another way of saying that mechamer is just the regular malacha. So in general, if you violate one of the lametes malachas, if you do so unintentionally, it's chatos. You do so intentionally, chas v'shalom, it's skila. My time. So we'll say, but 1 second. This is not a malacha I'm doing myself. My animal's doing the malacha. But Rabbi, Damakra, Losasa Kamalacha Ato, Ubehemtecha. The Hemto Dunya Dide. You see, the Torah equates my animal with me. Mahu Bishogi Chayiv Chatos, Benezir Chayiv Skila. Ach Behemto Nam Bishogi Chayiv Chatos, Benezir Chayiv Skila. So the Torah equates my behemoth with me, just like I am Chayiv Chatos Bishogi Benezir Skila Benezir. So too again for my animal. If I do malacha with my animal, I'm chayiv the same things. Rabbi says, shtei tshuvas b'daber. There's two problems with that statement. Chagad d'chsiv Torah achos yelachem la'osa b'shkala, v'hanefesh asher ta'aseh b'yad Rabba. So we'll say, so problem number one is, this is the pasuk, by the way, by Avodah Zarah. Huksha kol Torah kula la'avodah Zarah. We'll say, in general, we look at Avodah Zarah as the paradigmatic example of punishment. A punishment. So Torah, because remember again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, Torah says, Torah achas, there will be one rule, lachem for you, la'oseh b'shkaga, v'nefesh asher ta'aseh b'yad Rabba. So we'll say, so the phraseology by Avodah Zarah is, there's one rule for whoever violates the halacha intentionally and unintentionally, which Chazal understand to mean that the halachas by Avodah Zarah for intentional and unintentional transgression become essentially the paradigm for the way intentional and unintentional prohibitions work. So the Gemara says, so all prohibitions are compared to Avodah Zarah. Ma Avodah Zarah da abid ma'aseh begufei. So what does Avodah Zarah teach you? When you chayiv achatos for unintentional violation and skila for intentional violation, when you do an act yourself, like but again, what's mechamer? Mechamer is leading a laden animal. We'll say, how could I be chayiv achatos and skila for something my animal does? Granted, I understand that maybe I'm not allowed to lead a laden animal, but that I should be chayiv skila because my animal carried a burden. The Gemara says that's not the way it works. That's number one. Number two, the Mishnah says if one violates Shabbos in a manner or in an area where you are chayiv is chatos for shogeg and skila for mezid, that phraseology tells me that what well the in chayiv al shemiras chatos below al zadonos skila. So we'll say the way that sounds is that there is something for which I am not chayiv. Chatos for shogeg and mezid skila umaynihu, and what is that? Lav de mechamer. Is that not the most mechamer? So we'll say even though mechamer is a malacha, leading a laden animal is a malacha, but it's different than the other malachas because the other malachas ultimately again are chayiv chatos for shogeg and skila for mezid. That's mechamer. Mishnah says no, that's not what it's referring to. Lo tchumen v'alibin Rabbi Akiva. It could be referring to tchumen because most Rabbi Akiva is of the position that halacha might say the halachos of tchum Shabbos boundaries are d'oraisa, and even Rabbi Akiva holds that it's d'oraisa would agree that you are not chayiv chatos for shogeg violation or skila for a mezid violation. Or kindling, because according to Rabbi Yossi, the reason why kindling, remember again, interestingly enough, the Torah discusses all malacha in a general sense, with one exception, havara. So it says, lo saviru ish b'chomo shosech b'yom HaShabbos. Can't kindle a fire. So there's a whole machlokes. We saw this before. Why is it that havara, that kindling, is singled out? So Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa havara is singled out. Why? To teach you that it's only allowed. And whereas all the other malachas, if you violate them, the shogeg it's a chatas, the mezid it's a skila, havara is the exception. Both say top of kofun and dollars. Therefore, both say. So therefore, the Gemara seems to disprove. Rami Bar Chama's position. So Rami Bar Chama was of the position that mechamer is just like a regular malacha. And therefore, again, if you eat your laden animal on Shabbos b'shogeg, it's a chatos, b'mezid, it's a skila. Rabbi says there's two problems with this. Number one, it defies the paradigm of Avodah Zarah, which says that you only chayiv chatos skila if you do something big gufcha, like with your body. That's number one. And number two, we have a Mishnah that seems to indicate that halacha l'maisa, there is a malacha which is aser, which is d'oraisa, but does not have a chatos skila punishment associated with it. And Rabbi suggests that is mechamer. So Rav Zvid Masniyah is also Rav Zvid had a different interpretation or a different version. Top of Koflon Dalad. Amrei Bar Chama, Hamechamer Achavehem to Shabbos. If one goes there and leads his laden animal on Shabbos, the shogeg eno chayiv chatos, the mezid chayiv skila. So listen to this version. So in the first version of Rami Bar Chama, Rami Bar Chama was treating mechamer just like a regular malacha. Which means again, if you violated the shogeg, you're chayiv chatos. If you violated the mezid, you are chayiv skila. Comes along Rabbi Zvid, he says, no, that's not what Rabbi Chama said. Rabbi Chama said, in fact, if you do mechamer for shogeg, you're pater, right? Inu chayiv chatos. It was only be clear. It doesn't mean that it's mutter. Right? It just means that it's pater. However, the mezid chayiv skila. Interestingly enough, but halacha l'maisa, if you do it intentionally, you will be chayiv skila. Okay. So the Gemara says massive Rava. So just to understand the logic of that shita. So Rabbi Chama will say, if you do it for shogeg, you're not chayiv chatos. Why not? Because it doesn't resemble Avodah Zarah. But if you do it for mezid, you will be chayiv skila. Why? Because it will say, I do have a pasuk that says, lo sasa kamalacha ata ubehemtecha. So in this version, Rabbi Chama will say, right, so I'm pater on the shogeg because it doesn't resemble Avodah Zarah, but I will be chayiv skila for mezid because Lamaisa had a pasuk that says that it's also. So massive Rava. So Rava raises the kasha. Hamechala l'sa Shabbos b'davar shechayavin al shingos chatos chayavin al zidonos skila. So let's say. So listen to this. What about the following brayso? The brayso says that if one goes ahead and violates Shabbos in an area where you would be chayiv chatos for shogeg and chayiv skila for mezid. So we'll say, so now Rabbi understands over here that the rice is creating a relationship. Ha'in chayavin al shigadas achatos, ein chayavin al zedono skila. So Rabbi will say, the way one could read that brisa is that the brisa is creating a relationship. Which I will say is generally how we assume these halachas work. That there's a relationship between shogeg and mezid. When you have a chatos for shogeg, that's when you have skila for mezid. But in a situation where there is no chatos for shogeg, then what? The pashtos, there is no skila for mezid. So therefore, Rabbi says, Rabbi Zvi, if you are correct in your analysis of Rami Bar Chama, and you want to suggest an halacha l'maisa, there is no chatos by shogeg mechamer, then there should be no skila for mezid as well. The Mishnah says, no. Mi katani ha'in chayavin. Does the Mishnah say that? Right? Does the Raisa say? Does the Raisa say that if you're not chayiv b'chatos, you're not chayiv? That's not what it says. Hachi kamar davar shechayavin al shirigas chatos chayavin al zedono skila. Yes, generally, for any malacha whose inadvertent transgression or violation, you would be chayiv b'chatos. For intentional transgression, you would be chayiv skila. However, the yesh davar she'in chayavin al shirigas chatos. I will say there's an exception to this rule. There is one thing, which again, for shogeg, you will not be chayev achatos, yet for mezid, you will be chayev skila. And I will say, what is it? Right? What is the one malacha for which, again, for shogeg, you are not chayev achatos, yet by mezid, you will be chayev skila. So the Gemara says mechamer. Ultimately, again, that'll be the malacha of mechamer. So we'll say, so this is the shita of, again, it's a machlokes in what Rami Bar Chama said. So in the first version of Rami Bar Chama, which was seemingly stated by Rami Bar Chama himself, mechamer is just a regular malacha. Therefore, again, the shogeg chatos, the mezid skila. Rav Zavid, no, a little bit of a different idea of Rami Bar Chama. He says Rami Bar Chama really said that halacha l'maisa. B'shogeg nothing, b'shogeg pater avalasar, the mezid chayiv skila. Okay, so that comes along, and Gemara says, Rabba, Achua Rav Mari bar Rochel. So Rabba, who was the brother of Rav Mari bar Rochel. Va'amrila Avuha Rav Mari bar Rochel. Others say he was the father of Rav Mari bar Rochel. So we'll say, so he's going to point something out over here. We've mentioned Rav Mari bar Rochel a number of times throughout Shas, because of course it's a very interesting name. Rav Mari, the son of Rochel, that's his mother obviously, was the pshat. So we know this story. So Rochel was the daughter of Shmuel. She was taken captive. While in captivity, she became pregnant by one of her captors. That child was Rav Mari. Now there's an interesting twist to the story, which is her captor ultimately converts. His name was Isser. Interesting name, right? His name was Isser. So you know throughout Shas it's Isser Gura. That was the name, of course, understand. So why isn't Rav Mari known by his father's name? Because you know how this works. Because Lamaisa, since his father was not Jewish at the time that his mother became pregnant, therefore, technically speaking, on a Judaic level, that's not his father. So therefore, Allah Lamaisa, he's always known as Rav Mari bar Rochel. We'll say it's really always something amazing that it's one of these nuanced stories that Chazal don't say explicitly, but that teaches you. No matter like what your family circumstances, and no matter what your life circumstances are, you could go ahead and go on to become something great. People think that if you come from humble beginnings, so therefore by definition you can only have humble aspirations. But it's not true. Right? No matter what your beginnings are, you can make something bigger. So Osmosis teaches us something else, which is that sometimes people think that trauma is something that you have to hide.
Day 51 of this bitch.
And we see the fact that Chazal are very public about what happened to Shmuel's daughter, what happened to Rav Mari's mother. It tells us that the Meister, our trauma is not something to be embarrassed about, and our trauma is not something to be ashamed about. Things happen to us in life often beyond our control. But Lamaisa, the ability to transcend trauma and the ability to move on in life, even after difficult things have occurred, is the greatest hallmark of accomplishment. So Rav Mari, Rav Murray's mother underwent some traumatic events. But Lamaisa, she clearly raised a child, right? And she clearly built a life, and her son became someone great. So again, I want to say, sometimes in life, your trauma is a badge of honor. Not that anyone ever chooses it, but Lamaisa, the ability to transcend trauma and rebuild yourself, is an accomplishment. So we'll say, so this is a bit more complicated. In the alternate version of this, they have it as that Rabbi was the father of Rav Mari. I will say, Rashi points out that version doesn't make sense, because we know who the father of Rav Mari was. It was Isser Yura. So we'll say, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, it's Rashi Mikatani. You see that Rashi? In the middle of that Rashi, like right across from Hagos Havah, there's two dots. One in the Avod Rav Mari Bar Rachel, says the Gemara. Says the Gemara calls no person of that was Rav Mari Isser Yura. Remember again, Rashi says that Yursa is wrong. It can't be that Rabbi is the father of Rav Mari, because that Isser Yura is the father of Rav Mari. Remember the Garnis by Garnis Basrei Hafi, the Hach Lishna Basra. So we'll say that's what you see. The reason why they're going to say
got my fucking machine going.
Makes sense in just a moment. So the Gemara says as follows: the Mishnah Basra Kasha, we'll say according to this second version, it's problematic. What's problematic? Hadrav Achsherei Rav Mari Bar Rachel Kumandi Bechusik.
Dude, we're gonna make Israel into
about the fact that Rav Mari Bar
such a
Rachel
fucking
was
musical
appointed
powerhouse. This shit
to a
works.
position of leadership in Bavel.
Do the thing.
Now remember, just a
May
quick word
Hashem
about
bless
this.
you and guard
Now
you.
look,
May
it
Hashem
is
shine His face upon you and
Torah
be
by a
gracious to you.
melech, by a
May
king.
Hashem lift
So
His face to
Tashkim
you and
Alech
grant you
HaMelech,
peace.
Mikara Bachecha. Right? So the halacha you have to
honey,
go ahead
whatever,
and you can place a king
Ivri,
upon yourself.
Bekar
Mikara
Ivri,
Bachecha.
Mekrayit,
From a mitzvah
Akshe,
brethren. So
Bechol,
Chazal learned out from that.
Anatnu,
Halacha
Hamari,
l'maisa,
whatever, Yiddish,
king may
Kulai,
not be a convert,
Harvey,
nor may
Shagam,
he be
Kontam,
children,
Hani,
a child of
Yakol,
converts.
whatever,
Right? So that a king
Levita,
must come from a
Mosu,
direct
Yemet,
Jewish lineage.
Laval,
So
Adi,
Chazal often
Adi,
apply
Lakin,
this to major
Bahu,
traditions of
whatever,
communications as
Angli,
well.
Zay,
So there
Nishma,
was a whole discussion,
What,
again, not our
Lecha,
topic for today, but there was a whole
Okay.
discussion about the appointment of Rabbi Bar Hama to a ministerial position in Bavel. So the Gemara just points out over here, according to the version that says that Rabba was Mari Bar Rachel's father, so then why would there have been an issue regarding to the point of was whether or not the Rabba, the brother of Urachim, Anasamea, Urachim, Badasamea, Urachim, Badasamea, Urachim, Badasamea, Urachim, Badasamea, Hava, Nagiva Hava, Nagiva Hava, Nagiva Ben Yismecha, Hava, Nagiva Hava, Nagiva Hava, Nagiva Ben Yismecha, Havane Ramena, Havane Ramena, Havane Ramena, Ben Yismecha, Havane Ramena, Havane Ramena, Havane Ramena, Ben Yismecha, Urachim, Urachim, Rasamea, Urachim, Rasamea, Urachim, Rasamea, Urachim, Rasamea, Urachim. Is the paradigm. And yet by Avodah Zarah, how do you turn that concept by what? You're something. But in the Hemer, you are not doing anything. The animal is doing something. You are doing something. That's what. You are putting load on top of the animal, but Lamaisa, you're not actively doing anything yourself. So therefore, Halacha Lamaisa,
cool story, bro.
Halacha Lamaisa, I'm not doing. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yochanan is not a part of Chatos. Again, the Gemara says the Mezid Nami Lamachayis. And I'm not going to be chayiv for Mezid either. Why? This night. Hamechalal as Shabbos for Davar Shechriyav and Asher
It's
Ba'al Zedon
so
Steve
pleasurable
to
to
go back
bring
to that
that to
Mishnah.
bed.
And then Rabbi Yochanan read that
So
Mishnah
it's
has a
How
relationship.
the body is.
That when you are chayiv for something, for inadvertent transgression, you are chayiv for intentional transgression. Ha'in chayav and Asher Chatos, Ein chayav al Zedonos.
Soulmate for sure.
So we'll say, so this is the position of Rabbi
Female
Yochanan.
soulmate for sure. Male
Halacha
soulmate.
l'maisa.
Mishmash
I'm
is
not
taking a
chayiv
bath.
shogeg
It's mixture.
because it does not follow the paradigm of
No
Avodah
kisses.
Zarah,
Nothing.
which is done an act done
Good
to
young beans.
Bigufo. And number two
Maybe
is I'm not going to be chayiv for the mason for
Life
skiva. Why?
of
Because the
neutral
Mishnah teaches
black
me a
kosher
correlation between
Mensch.
shogeg.
Dude.
Only if you are chayiv v'chatos v'shogeg that you are chayiv
Story
skiva the mason.
and
If you're not chayiv v'chatos v'shogeg,
Pesach
you're not
Chayir
chayiv
and
skiva the mason. To which the Gemara says,
Gittel,
furthermore,
that means
the lab,
Yasher
not
Koach,
Chayiv, also
which
this is
is
why.
Yasher
Takes it even further.
Kochacha.
He says, by the way, there's not even a lav. There's not even a lav. You haven't even violated, which also means you won't even get malchus from the chamer. You won't even get malchus. So say,
May
guys,
your
I want to
thing
point
be
out,
directed
Rabbi
toward
Yochanan is agreement that mechamer is a
Yasher
malacha.
Koach.
Right? Mechamer is a malacha. He just holds that it's a little bit of a different malacha than anything else. That's whereas other malachos follow a simple paradigm. Shogeg chatos, the mazik skila, there's a lav. Rabbi Yochanan's mechamer is different. No chatos, shogeg, no skila. By the way, not even a lav. Why not? The Halilei lav, shenita las haris misas. He goes and listen to this. Because halacha l'maisa, that pasuk that you quoted, lo sasa kamulacha, ata obehem techav. That is called lav, shenita las haris misas. That is the lav, that takes based the ability to administer punishment for violation of malacha. So you have to say, any time that Chazal are going to administer a death penalty, there must be a pasuk that vests them with that power. That's called a lav shenitan las haras misas based. So the Gemara says, but it's not even just misas, it's other punishments as well. The cholav shenitan las haras misas based. And the Lord beholds that any time that a lav is the source for Basin's ability to administer death penalty for violation, that lav cannot be used to generate a malchus obligation, a malchus liability.
Is the common Yiddish word for the head cover by Jewish milk. Now, there are other words that can be used to refer to this being of kept. In some communities, particularly those in the UK, the Yiddish word couple, little kept is used, and many English-speaking Jews are most familiar with the Hebrew term kippah, dome, which is been used in some later times when it referred primarily to head coverings worn by women. And what does yarmulke mean? The wrong answer is that it is a generic Slavic word for skull cap, which Eastern European Jews borrowed from their non-Jewish neighbors. For example, is how you say it in Polish, the fear factor. There's a deeper meaning. According to many, yarmulke is a contraction of the Aramaic word Yare Malka, awe of the king, referring to God, king of the universe. How does a yarmulke foster awe of God? One simple plain, the fact that there is something sitting on your head. That all times reminds you that there is someone above you and that you are not the top of him. This notion can be traced back to the Talmud, where we read a fascinating anecdote about Rabbi Nachman Bar Yitzchak. Some Chaldean astrologers had told his mother that her son would grow up to be a thief, which is what? Wise
essentially says Mechamer is a
woman that she did not allow little Nachman to uncover his head for even a moment. It is a God.
Going through the list of each of them.
Rather, she told her son, cover your head so that the fear of heaven will be upon you and pray for divine mercy.
Is one of the 39 malachas. Because this is a malacha that I am not doing myself, but a malacha that my animal is doing. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, there is no chiyuv chatos. There is no skila. They can't even involve.
Hi, apologies.
Remember again, the lab that is
What'd you say?
the lab that is generates.
Hey, how are you? Apologies, I'm in the middle of something right now. So, how did you find out about me, if I may ask?
But there is no lie.
From Jewish Kid, like on a strand, I saw you in the last like a couple of days, and I wanted to tell you your camera is not working about it, so we might want to fix it.
What isn't working?
The stuff is on my donkey.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'll restart my computer and hopefully it'll work then. Thank you for letting me know.
It's interesting.
You're welcome.
You too, my friend. Thank you. Well, look at that. All right. Cool. Baller.
So let's get to the Chatzach. So Rashi understands that pretty much once you get into your city and you are comfortable leaving your item there, whatever is not muktzah, you could directly remove from the animal. This is assuming like the saddlebag. Just untie the knot of the saddlebags. The saddlebags will fall down to the ground themselves and shalom.
Apologies. No, I'm good right now. Apologies. I'm in the middle of my class, so I can't talk right now. Shout out to this verse. Okay. Other than one unfortunate incident, his head covering slipped off, and he immediately scampered up a date tree to steal some dates. Her plan worked, and her son grew up to be a great and saintly leader of the Jewish people. The Jerusalem Yarmulke. If you like interesting factoids, here's one that most English speakers don't know. We use the word yarmulke to refer to all kinds of kippas, velvet, satin, knitted, etc. However, in Israel, the word is used pretty much exclusively to refer to the knitted white yarmulkes favored by some Hasidic communities in Jerusalem, and by Breslover Hasidism, and by Breslover Hasidim all over, with all other head coverings being referred to by the generic term kippah. Did you ever wonder why a physical reminder of heaven is needed, or why only men wear yarmulkes? The answer is, what's up with the yarmulke? You may have noticed that many religious Jews wear a hat in addition to their yarmulke. Learn why wear both a kippah and a hat, or just browse our kippah site and see for yourself how much there is to learn about this fascinating part of Judaism. All that shit. I have a story though. I think it's a little anecdote. Really?
We've spoken about this before.
Yeah, it's cute. It's fun. So there was a boy who was studying for his bar mitzvah, and he would come to shul. Never saw that motherfucker again after his bar mitzvah. His mother was soppy. We won't get into it right now. Really? Oh, for sure that bitch was soppy. Oh!
What's the case? The blood letter,
Anyway. Really tell that story. She's the original Soppy.
Now I have to untie
allegedly.
Them, so I can't move them off that edge. Now what
really?
I'm told is just put a pillow under.
Yeah, there were two women who I saw at shul.
Let it fall onto the pillow.
Why just that
That's
word?
fine for the vials. The problem is now
Two
that
of the prettiest ladies I've
pillow is
ever
hooked
seen.
up. The pillow is hooked up. So I say, so that's called the vata klimecha. That
one of them.
You're not supposed to make something hooked up. Right, you're not supposed to go ahead and render something unusable and immobile.
What is that bitch? She lives deep in the valley. I don't know. She made some fucking.
We're talking about very small
douche.
files.
No, he's cool. He's from fucking
so it'll happen.
Brooklyn. Went to some shitty university. Really?
Off. Rashi points out earlier.
Yeah. But they weren't married, but his like significant other. This bitch was beautiful. Really? Yeah, I was really drinking him. But I remember just thinking, damn, this bitch is so hot. Actually, there's another chick. There's like three chicks I saw. The other one, JV Martin chicks and shit like that. Anyway, it's just hot. And then this other bitch. Alright, tell us story. And then we're going to read about people. All right. So it was around the high holidays. I want to say. Is that correct? Yeah. And so like we would rent hotel rooms and we rent hotel rooms and basically like have to move everything from shul to the hotel to be able to daven there for the high holidays.
You can untie the load.
And
and ultimately
get a
again, that's
room
on the donkey will fall
for a few days. It was
The
a nice little vacation.
and even though they will end up breaking, So we'll say you see from here that what the Raisi here does not give the Eitzah about bringing the pillow. It doesn't give the Eitzah. So you see from here that what the Halacha l'Raisa, bringing the pillow to catch the stuff that falls off the country is not a sanctioned Eitzah to which the Gemara says Hasam b'kusla. What are we talking about? Kuslos. What do we mean when we say glass?
This
bars,
kid,
are glass bars. What does it mean? It means
I just say, was absolutely fucking set up in the world. Oh, what the fuck? What is he set up?
What are we talking about? Large
Why?
sheets of glass. So large sheets of glass, incredible. So the Gemara says we don't really care if they break. Why don't we care if they break? Because in general, what would you do with a large sheet of glass? You would break it. And the pieces were used then for different things. So therefore, again, there's no concern about the large sheet of glass breaking. And then because there's no concern about breakage, therefore, in that case, you cannot bring the pillow. Because after all, again, the Brisa compares the glass to tevel. Just like the table is unfit for use.
His dad was basically
perhaps
not Orthodox. His family is not Orthodox, but they were trying to get in to the Orthodox community. And 620-460. 620-460.
So you want to say, I read a thought like this. While it's true that the way you use the glass sheet is to break it, I guess, let's say, under normal circumstances, you would break it in a more controlled way so that you don't lose any of the smaller shards. Obviously, if it falls on the ground, you're going to end up losing some of the smaller shards. So I'm at a thought that because of that, you should be able to go ahead and bring the pillow to catch it. Kamash Malan, no. Kamash Malan will say, Chazal were only concerned for more significant losses. We're not concerned ultimately for smaller losses. First, why the animal said $1 million on the day, 144. Says the Gemara. Tanya, Shimon Yochai Rashbi says, "Haisa behem to'una shlif shal tevua." Let's listen to this. If my animal is holding a bundle of wheat.
All right, don't worry about it right now, big dog. Anyway.
That's why, again, it's going to be muktzah. So my animal is holding a bundle of kava wheat. So I'd like to help get her off the animal. So what can I do? Another eitzah.
He studied for his bar mitzvah. But his family, again, not very religious, would rely on the shul to provide kippah. And we had this basket of kippot that we would have, along with talisim in the back. And because we were davening in a different location, all of that stuff had been moved. And this was
over here is that if you want to help facilitate the movement of muktzah with your body, but not ultimately again with your hands, technically speaking, that is better. Let's listen to this case. The donkey of Rabbi Gamliel was once holding honey. The most said this is on Shabbos. Rabbi Gamliel did not want to unload the donkey until Motzei Shabbos. We'll discuss why that is.
I believe this may have been
what happened.
Shabbat
Motzei Shabbos Mesa. Motzei Shabbos, the donkey died. Why did the donkey die?
Anyway,
Overexertion. Like the donkey was carrying the load the entire Shabbos.
We didn't have a kippah. And this kid would come and he would rely on kippah. And so his dad had one, but he didn't have one for his son. And it's like, dog, you guys drove to fucking shul. You're not really trying. You have far more money than you need. And you can't even live within walking distance of the shul. It was just an absolute joke. And that was the whole fucking shul. Anyway, really? Yeah, I was the one fucking.
And therefore, halacha l'maaseh, he didn't unload the animal.
Block.
So
and
so at the end of the day, once it's soured, what is the
lived within fucking walking distance, all that other shit.
So we'll say apparently
Who
everyone
didn't
knows
fucking
that sour honey is good for camel sores. It happens, right? So the mice against
Who
sour
was
honey is used for
like,
camel sores. That's what we're going to use it
who
for.
wasn't the fucking at the time the rabbi. So anyway,
so why did Gamliel just untie the saddle back
it's just an absolute
and
joke.
let the honey fall to the ground? What's the
It was a joke of a shul in a lot of ways. But that's where I was. And I've been to other shuls that are not
Why
jokes.
can't you just untie it and
In
allow
many
it
ways,
to
this
fall
was
to
a
the
joke.
ground?
Why?
Which the Gemara says,
It's just shul should be stronger than the shul. The shul was so weak, and the people in it were so weak.
And the honey's going to be lost.
In there.
Says the Gemara, the Yavi Kar the Kistos,
Yiddishkeit.
So I understand. So why not bring pillows and cushions?
But anyway,
Put them underneath the sacks of honey, right, and let it fall on that. What's the problem? The time the Gemara says
this is weird. Dude, don't worry about it.
There's two issues. Number one is that again, the honey itself, if the bag does split open a little bit, it's going to ruin the pillows and the cushions. And number two, you're thereby rendering the pillows and cushions immobile and unusable for the rest of the Shabbos, and we don't want to do that. That's all fine. But we'll say, what do you do with the fact that there's Sar B'Alei right? Rabbi Gamliel caused his animal pain, and remember again, discomfort, and Chazal attribute the death of that animal on Motzei Shabbos to what? To its overexertion.
Okay, well,
right? Doesn't that count for something?
maybe that worked.
Well? So isn't that
So anyway,
to which the Rabbi Gamliel held Chasavar Sar B'Alei D'Rabbanan.
Frankly, I would have loved the business guy's father, because his wife was I thought
this
really
ultimately again
Anyway.
is in Machlokas. Is in
Other than this kid.
whether or not
See,
Sar B'Alei Chaim
Jews
is
don't recognize how
D'Rabbanan or D'Oraisa.
fortunate we are many
The Gamliel
times.
felt that it was D'Rabbanan. So because it's
And,
D'Rabbanan, we're dealing with two D'Rabbanans
anyway,
of Muktzah versus
this kid
Sar
comes
B'Alei
to
Chaim.
shul.
So
There's
the
no,
Gamliel
there are
did
no
not
people
feel that the D'Rabbanan of Sar
because they
B'Alei
were
Chaim
at the
was in
hotel.
any way offset
And this
D'Rabbanan
was
of Muktzah.
Shabbat
So
Shuvah,
let's say Abaye
and
Ashkechele the Rava.
kid didn't have a fucking
What's a very interesting case.
and the dad's looking at the
And
rabbi,
Rava
like,
was sliding his
our
kid
rabbinical
down
colleague,
the
the
side
dad's looking at the
of
rabbinical
Pakistan.
colleague of
Now
mine, like,
listen, now what's the shot? Take a
what
look
do
at
I do?
Rashi. So Rashi says over
The
here,
kid doesn't know, and nobody else there
in
knows.
the shot shape, the
I
Agavra,
wore
the
a fedora
second to
and
last,
a
short by
kippah,
Rashi.
and I
The
fucking took
Shabbos,
this fedora off, gave this kid my
He's
kippah.
playing with his kid.
You've never seen one of
So
those
what's
clips?
he giving him?
Clip
Then
kippah,
donkey
west
ride,
side.
right? So the
Do
child
endorsements
wasn't
for
sitting
those
on the donkey.
motherfuckers
The
and
child was sliding down the side of the donkey.
Patsy hats, so they have
I'm relate. Sabai says to Rabbi, you're not allowed to do that.
whatever.
Can't do that on
Anyway.
Shabbos. You're going ahead and making use
So I
of an
let this
animal
kippah
on
on my
Shabbos.
fucking kippah.
And halacha l'maaseh
So that
will
he had a
say,
kippah, and
you're
there was
not
like
allowed
this
to
moment
use
in the
animals
shul,
on
like,
Shabbos. So how are you permitted to go ahead
so
and
we
do
got
this?
two.
Amalei, studying
I
me.
was like,
Rabbi
fuck yeah,
said
we
it's
got
not a
two.
problem. I'm only utilizing
Really? Yeah.
the side of the animal. Now look at Rashi,
And
first my line in Rashi, studying Rashi
is that
says,
the end of your story?
I'm not riding the animal.
It's not that- Oh, yeah. No. The reps are like, kid tell me the fucking rest of the story. Like, calm down. So, this kid had his bar mitzvah, which was
Why are you not allowed to ride an
a
animal
fucked
on
up
Shabbos?
situation. You've got like people on cell phones because they're not fucking orthodox, and like in public, and like fucking phones going off, and and we had to like move, we had to like expand the room for this kid's bar mitzvah, and he did a great job. Never saw his ass again. Really, yeah, that's just how his family
So
was.
Abaye finds
And I didn't like this. This I would just say like
that's also you're utilizing
they would
an animal.
offset their lack of participation by writing big gifts in the shul and saying, okay, I mean, you're not going to turn down money, but it's like, that means nothing. Like, you participate, you can't do that. You participate in that's important.
So the Gemara says,
Anyway, like, they never attended classes. The dad didn't, or like, maybe with his son for bar mitzvah, like, occasionally, but there just was never attended Gemara classes, Chumash classes. I understand they're busy. Anyway,
has a saddlebag.
So we are
and the saddlebags
at this
fall
kid's
to the
bar
ground on their
mitzvah.
own. Now,
And
watch this. My love,
that's the other thing. We won't mention names, but let's just say, how are you going to be a kosher caterer if you're working on Shabbat? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Never will. You can't justify it. That's work. Anyway, and so how are you going to hire that as your kosher caterer? It's a snake biting ass. I just didn't understand. Nevertheless, this is just such a fucking joke. But I had rabbinic duties. Did you?
You see that's okay. Why? Because Chazal will only goes there on sitting on the animal normally. The usage of the sides of the animal is not problematic.
Did you really?
First thing where it says lo, so I'll say no. We're not talking about ultimately again where the tied saddlebags. Rather, the Chaver Gavalki Rashi says.
In many ways.
The saddlebags also were
is that known as rabbinic
saddlebags straddle both sides of the donkey.
It is now.
First, that they were tied together, like on the back of the donkey. In which case, you'd have to kind of put your shoulder in there and the animal to untie them.
All right. So
they're held together by some type of metal ring.
I would help them, at times like calling people up for audio and things like that. I would help to set up the shul and help to put the shul away. And so this kid had his his bar mitzvah, and after that,
is that usage of the sides of the animal is
we went and we were.
We have no right.
I was putting the things away.
We wanted to say that our Mishnah proves
and
that use of the sides of the animal is mutter, but now what we're seeing is we don't necessarily see that from here.
And I was in front of the podium. And I was just pretending, like, what if I went, if I were ever around, which was like the farthest thing to me at that time. Never looked at it. So, like, what would it be like to just talk in front of these people? And this kid's mom comes up, and she had this, like, I don't know, like a fucking, looked like a movement kind of deal. It was like midnight blue, like velvet, and I just pretended, but perhaps she had just this white wet area near her crotch, and she asked me, do you need any help? And I was like, no, I'm fine, thank you. But it was like the beginning of a porno. Really? Yeah. Why? It's just that could have been it. Really? Yeah. But she's nice to ask me if I needed any help, and I didn't.
When it comes to walls, unlike sky, which cannot be
to this day, that one's name in my mind is healthy. Why? Because she has this wet crotch.
We're not so concerned.
Anyway, some lady's like, oh, that's the spot. Calm down, woman. Really? That's not this? Yeah.
והוא משתמש על שיחוכה בנושא קיר בנושא משתמש. So it's very tough. You have to stop with this. But what's the concern over here? The concern over here is that you have a wall of the sukkah.
So that's where the term comes from?
The way this works is that the schach was anchored down to the walls.
And everybody could be stopped. That's just not one.
That is anchored down to a tree.
Okay.
What's up with the yarmulke? Now, what they used to do with the schach is
they would
often put utensils in the schach. So that you were taking stuff and putting stuff for you,
if you don't mind, I want to ask you a question regarding covering of the head with a yarmulke, like covering or a head. Let me preface by saying I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way. My question is, if I know covering the head recognizes that God is above you, why do I have to actually cover the head as long as I know He is above me in my heart? Firstly, it's never disrespectful to ask a sincere question. The yarmulke, or kippah is a bit like a wedding ring. A wedding ring is a sign that you belong to someone. If you anyway think of your loved one all the time, do you no longer need to wear the ring? Do you anyway? Is a ring only worn until you love each other enough not to need a reminder? Of course not, because just because you know that you're married doesn't mean that you won't forget when temptation comes your way. The ring isn't only a symbol For the one wearing it, it also has a message for everyone else who sees it, that they should be aware that this person belongs to somebody else, so don't mess. If you see marriage as a burden, then you wear the ring like a ball and chain. But if you are in a relationship that is deep and real, then you wear the ring with pride, because the very existence of the ring means that there is someone out there that loves you more than anyone in the world. Same with the yarmulke. Only a very holy person could be conscious of God absolutely all the time. The rest of us, men, need something very tangible to remind us that He's always there. It is also to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us, that we belong to something and someone. We wear it with pride, because the Jewish people has an because the Jewish people has an because the Jewish people has a deeply loving relationship with God. And wouldn't it be the Jewish people have, and it would be have, I don't know if this is true, and it's, I don't know, dude, who the fuck taught these people how to write? Chabad, come on, let's be honest, it would be, and when we wear it with pride, because the Jewish people have, and we wear it with pride because the Jewish people have a deeply loving relationship with God. Not the Jewish people has a deeply loving relationship with God. Come on. Look at this. Fix this shit. True love is with you all the time, and you want to tell the world. Luis, I would like an explanation of the yarmulke. Very touching, but why is it that only men wear kippot? How are women supposed to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us? In the email, emphasizes the beauty of wearing a kippah, but in the end, it is a sign of weakness. Only because spirituality is foreign to us. Only because spirituality is foreign to us do we need a tangible reminder of it. According to Kabbalah, the feminine soul is more in tune with these things, and therefore doesn't need something so superficial to remind her of her innate connection with God. This is why men need more ceremony and ritual than women, like tali, tefillin, call-ups to the Torah. Men are more physical and coarse. Do you agree? Without ritual, spirituality is too abstract for men to relate to. A woman is more sensitive to what is holy and sublime, and therefore doesn't need as many rituals to express her soul connection. By the way, this is not an attempt to patronize women or to change Jewish ideas to be more modern and acceptable. It's an ancient concept that the mystics wrote about thousands of years ago. Keep well, Luis. Very interesting explanation, and no, I don't find it patronizing to women at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, the study of Jewish law at university opened my eyes to the abundance of respect that Judaism has for women. But what the fuck? Are these the fucking files? How many of these emails do I have to read? I get it. But you also wrote that the kippah is to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us. If I'm not wearing something visibly, how will those around me see it? Good point. A man needs to announce his Jewishness not so much for the people around him as for himself. Male spirituality is aggressive and loud and has to be displayed. This is a way to refine the male ego. Feminine spirituality is more inner and subtle and would be compromised if advertised. I would say Rabbi Moss, but then why do we need news? Why do women wear shadels? Why? Okay. Why do you think it is, Rabbi? That's just how it's always been. No, it's identifying.
People cry at a levaya.
Why don't women? And they have shades.
And that's the sign of the person is a ben olam haba. Apparently, if they don't practice eulogies, he's not a ben olam haba. So the Gemara says, "Is that true?"
Why wear both a kippah and a hat?
Rabbi, I read all the reasons behind wearing a kippah skull cap on your side, and I get that, but what's with the hats? Why do I see Jews wearing a hat in addition to a kippah? Should be two pieces. Really? Or no? Okay, not. I don't know. When they pray, reply, yep. Many Jews wear fedoras or other hats, such as fur streimels, especially when they pray. If you're wondering about the nuanced differences in what material and shape, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm a rabbi, not a sociologist. And it's fascinating. I've gone through that. And the hat style, the cuts, you can identify different Jews by the hat, like just fedoras, and of course others. And hat styles are more a reflection of community social norms than anything else. Instead, I'll discuss the practice of wearing a second head covering, any head covering during prayer. The notion of donning a special garment before prayer is a very old one. The prophet Amos proclaimed, "Prepare yourself to meet God, O Israel." The rabbis explained that this means that one should make preparation before praying, including preparing special garments as if one was meeting an important dignitary. Additionally, prayer nowadays takes the place of offerings on the altar in the Holy Temple. Just as the priests who brought the offerings wore special uniforms, so should we pray in special clothing. So, if any special garment can be worn for prayer, why do we specifically wear hats? In the past, it was the custom that when men went out in public or had a meeting with an important person or a great rabbi, they wore a hat. As such, hats were required for prayers as well. Accordingly, some suggest that people who never wear hats for important meetings do not need to wear one during prayer either, provided that they wear another special garment, and those who do occasionally wear hats should wear them during prayer, wrapped in humility. Others, however, teach that the hat is more than just a societal norm. It imparts a sense of humility, and there is a God above. Thus, even if you never wear a hat in other settings, you should still do so during prayer. Indeed, we find that it was the manner of Torah scholars and their students to pray only while they were wrapped or cloaked, since this imparts a sense of awe of heaven. The concept of bidduv refers to wearing a hat or tallit or jacket during prayer. But if one wears a hat during prayer, is it necessary to wear a kippah as well? High priest double covering, as explained earlier, prayer nowadays is in the place of the services performed in the Holy Temple. In the Talmud, we find that the high priest actually wore two head coverings, a kippah and a turban, when serving in the Holy Temple. Accordingly, it is appropriate to mirror the high priest by wearing a hat over a kippah. Mystical coverings. Our sages tell us that the soul is referred to as nefesh, soul, ruach, spirit, neshama, breath, chaya, life, and yechida, singularity. The Kabbalists explain that these 5 names are actually 5 different levels of the soul. Nefesh is the life force of the physical self. Ruach is the emotional self and personality. Neshama is the intellectual self. Chaya is the super rational self, the seat of will, desire, commitment, and faith. And Yechida is the essence of the soul, as it is united with its source, the singular essence of God. While the lower 3 levels of the 4 function from within the body, the higher 2, Chaya and Yechida, function from above. The Kabbalists explain that wearing a double head covering releases these 2 loftier levels of the soul by connecting these 2 transcendent elements of the soul with the physical act. We would help reveal them in the lower physical world. So, although one may not be technically obligated to wear a hat in addition to a kippah, doing so adds to one's humility during prayer and serves as a conduit to help reveal the deeper aspect of the soul. I think it's tight. I've been to some Chabads where a guy wears a fucking kippah and has a fucking fedora on while I'm wearing tefillin. There's like a certain way to do it. It looks tight as fuck. Really? No. Alright. Kippah site. Just
So what is that? You can actually just come up with this incredible.
Welcome, Trey. So I'm just doing something right now. I'll be done in a little bit. All right. Oh, they have a whole fucking thing.
When you die, people say that was a light well lived. And a light.
I mean, maybe we should go through this next.
That's a better one.
Only if this fucking thing. I'm not reading all this shit.
A dramatic idea. If after you die, people say that was a light
But this would be good.
That's a person.
We don't have Kabbalah's copy of the fucking movie right now.
What is that? I don't know if I was writing this about it. Who's a fellow Rabbi?
I feel you're very difficult time. Question. I have a question about the kibbutz. As a Jewish man who's learning about observance and slowly incorporating observance into his life, I still have a very long way to go. I was wondering, when is the appropriate time to begin wearing kibbutz at all times? Because I have not yet fully kosher, Shabbat observant, etc., I feel it would appear inappropriate to wear a kibbutz at all times, especially when still active on Shabbat, or when going with my family to eat at a non-kosher restaurant. Please advise. Answer. I'm going to ask advice given by Rabbi Moses Feinstein, renowned Rabbi authority, 1895 to 1986, to a similar question. He was asked whether people who attend mixed dances should be advised to remove their kibbutz beforehand, so that no one thinks that such dances are sanctioned by the presence of religious people. In short, his answer was that two wrongs do not make a right. The fact that one is transgressing one commandment is no reason to disregard another non-related one. Ultimately, the hope is that wearing the kibbutz will serve as encouragement and a gentle reminder to progress in those areas that require improvement. After all, that's what a kibbutz is all about, a constant reminder that there is an eye that watches all we do. And so, can be compared to money. Stumbling upon a $100 bill on the sidewalk, no sane person would say, I am getting up more, and so deep in debt. What's the point of picking up the bill? So too, when faced with the opportunity to do a mitzvah, we grab the opportunity, regardless of the fact that there may be other areas wherein we are presently deficient. Yours truly, Rabbi
So what's the ultimate goal in life?
Cool story, bro.
Is to live a good life. To live a good life, and a life that stands on its
I'm ashamed of my husband's kickoff. Get him a different curtain.
when someone looks from the outside in at my life, because no one knows the real inner workings of my
I'm
life,
ashamed of my husband's
at
kibbutz.
first says, you know what?
I have been married for nearly a year now. My husband is a wonderful guy, and I feel extremely blessed. However, I have one issue that does not seem to be going away. When we were dating, we were both really religious. He was slightly more observant than I was, but we both respected and understood each other. The one thing I hadn't gotten over is that he wears his kibbutz all the time. It's such a rarity in our social circles, so it makes me feel uncomfortable and, at times, even ashamed. As much as I wish I could simply not let this bother me, it does. Can you help me change my attitude?
It's his crown, dog.
He wears his kibbutz all the time. Answer. You need to examine why the kibbutz bothers you so much. Here's my guess. Your husband's kibbutz doesn't bother you at all. It bothers other people, and you have internalized other people's opinions. So you feel ashamed. Maybe someone in your family has made comments about it. Or maybe you have seen strangers getting on looks. Or maybe you think your friends think it's weird. And maybe you are right. But it's not your problem. It's theirs. He does what he believes is right, even though it is not the norm. We do this often. We take on other people's issues as our own, and we feel like we need to justify ourselves when others don't approve. But we don't. The problem is not yours, but the husband is. And just as you respect him for so many other things, you can respect him for this too, as soon as you quiet down the internal voices that are making you feel self-conscious. And there is a lot to respect about your husband. He does what he believes is right, even though it is not the norm. He isn't just following the crowd. He is himself in all situations, without needing to adjust his image to fit in. The rarity of your husband is not that he wears the kibbutz, but that he is who he is, and he's real about it. There aren't so many guys like that around. Be proud of him, and be proud of yourself. You chose well. You can find more information about why men wear kibbutz here.
This is baller.
The son of the shop
I think I'm the best kippa wearer in the world. I really mean that. I think Mossad, like I would say, like Mossad, you can trace my fucking satellite image me. I mean, I've worn it in the most difficult of situations. I even developed my own kippa that was, I took a woman's wig that, clip-on hair extension and cut it so that it was like a man's hair for something where I couldn't wear. I never used it, but it was just like a thing. And then I read that there was like a Facebook group dedicated to people in Israel who wanted to be able to wear a head covering in a situation where they couldn't. But I can't recall what situation it was where I couldn't wear this head covering, wear a head covering. But there was something. I never wore it, but maybe it was just like in case, because I always wanted something there. I mean, I even made my own kit. And it was in my car, and I mean, I just had it just in case. But like, when would you? I don't know when it was. I never had to use it though. But I remember thinking like, if you were in a situation where you were going to bully you because of it, but you still wanted to wear one, I give a shit. I'll shit on everybody who fucking wants to mess with me. But like if you were a little kid and you were going to get bullied, you could wear it. like or something like that. And I know that's why it's not like a huge industry, but it was something that somebody started in Israel, and then you went to the Facebook page and it was taken down or something. But yeah, I really mean this. Like, if I've ever like had to not wear a kippah outside, it wasn't like there's like I wear it better than rabbinical colleagues. I know I do. I wear it at work. I wear it. I've worn it in the hardest, most difficult place. I wear it in the fucking shower, dog. I've worn a kippah in the hardest, most difficult places to wear a kippah. The belly of the beast. I don't know of a single place that would have been more difficult than some of the places I would. I'll put it. I will say. I will fucking say this. Any fucking rabbi out there, I've got you fucking beaten when it comes to wearing a kippah in the most difficult of places. The most difficult of all places. And I wore it with pride. And I still wear it with pride. It's my fucking crown. And to my friends who see me, if they ever see this, they should know how serious I am about it. I mean, they'll see, like, it brings tears to my eyes, but I'm so serious. Like, unless my life is dependent on it, I'm not wearing it. But and there have been arguments made that might have been a case. But as long as I've ever known I've had to wear a kippah as an adult man, I do. And there are, but you may say sometimes like, hey, we see you in here, you're not always wearing it, or we'll see you on old streams of yourself and you're not wearing it. And yeah, when I first started, I wasn't wearing it, but I had one right behind my head, and that was because I was losing too much hair. It was pulling my hair out, and I didn't want to be bald. I'm not doing great, but I just kind of whatever now. Like if I had to have, I would rather have a kippah than clothes. That's how important it is to me. Really? Yeah. And I'm in love with kippah. No, I'd wear that Israeli yarmulke. I actually like that one. I'd like to wear a turban, actually. Really? Yeah, I think they're baller. You look like I'm fucking Aladdin. But even like when I wear my fucking ski mask because I'm going around the world about its pussy, it's not exactly what I want to wear. I like wearing a fedora the most. Really? I've always wanted to wear shtreimel. And I've worn versions of it, but it's like that. It's like a shemah. I mean, unless you're like really, it doesn't have to be, but a lot of times it is. But I mean this. I mean, I'll say this to everybody. I'd say it to fucking Bibi. I'd say it to fucking Chief Rabbi of Israel, Ashkenazi, or Sephardic. I'd say it to that fucking Pinto in Morocco. None of you all are as good at wearing a fucking kippah as I am. I mean, I critique fucking Naftali Bennett, but I'm glad he wears that sticky thing on his head with it. But it's like, it's a worry of mine if I ever lost all my hair, how I keep it on my head. It's fucking annoying when you're doing this all the time. It's fucking annoying. Oh, but I do sometimes not wear it, but again, I'm not traveling 6 feet or whatever. Like, some people may say, we've seen you go to the bathroom, like travel to the bathroom without it on. But I'm inside, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein said that would be fine. But I think this is a cop-out. I've known rabbinical colleagues who don't wear a kippah at work, and when they're at, like, if they're a different job, and I'm like, I think that they should. It's kind of a cop-out, in my opinion. Also, they eat at Treif restaurants, even though they only eat, like, fruit or something. I think that's a fucking cop-out as well. And I've heard the argument, well, it wouldn't be good for our business relationship or whatever, then guess what? Do what I fucking did and tell the boss that you're not going to do it. And draw a line in the sand. I'm like really fucking serious about it. One day I'm going to write a book, God willing, and it's going to be like practical Holocaust, how to live life as a practical, how to live life practically as a Jew. I can tell you the best time to apply for jobs. I can tell you what you got to do when you're looking at fucking the sun and like the 3 fingers, and when the sun's coming down, you've got like 15 minutes. I can tell you how to resign for religious reasons. I can tell you to go get a better job, really. But I can tell you a lot. I can tell you how to get Lucy Desi beds or make room for daddy or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Really, I can tell you a lot. I mean, I'm not the most knowledgeable person on Judaism in the world, but in terms of going from you living your normal ass life where you're jerking off 7 days a week to becoming Shomer Shabbat, which is still probably whatever. I don't care about your masturbation schedule, but what I'm saying, going from nothing to Shomer Shabbat, I can help you with all of that. Why? Because I've seen people do that process enough. Like, I've seen enough ballet teshuvah, which I'm not, but I've seen it enough with that. And nor is anyone in my family, but I've seen it from people in other families. All right. Like, I'm so serious about my kippah. I'm so serious. Like, I could cry right now. I fucking love it so much. I mean, I can tell you when people are just starting, like, the whole fucking... There's, like, a thing. Like, it's a fucking glove compartment kippah. Like, I can tell you... I know where I got my first kippah. I know the first kippah I ever had on my head, which is different. I can tell you just... I have a lot of kippahs because I've worn it a lot. Like I know in my heart there's no one on earth who loves wearing kippah more than I do. Really? I want my friends to know I wear this with great pride. It's my crown. People will be like, "What's on the fucking side of your head?" And it's like, I know. I think that's cool. Like, it's how, and I wear it because I'm proud of who I am, and what I'm associated. And I don't wear it. You know, I know it's supposed to be a reminder that God is watching, but I don't do it that way. I mean, that's cool, but I know God's watching. If I had a kippah on, it wouldn't make a fucking difference to me. It's because when I have it on, I take great pride in what I do. Now, if I have another hat on, I can take great pride in myself as well. But it reminds me of how hard I've been pushed as a Jew. I've been pushed harder than any Jew ever who is not executed on the spot. But I mean, I've worn it in situations where I very easily could have been executed. And
again refers to tefillin. Why does oil refer to tefillin?
it's like it's a security blanket. It's just it's hard for me to put into words how much I love my friends would be like, "Oh, are you fucking serious?" Like, absolutely. It's very hard to wear under some circumstances, but once you do,
surround yourself with physical reminders of who you are, of what you are,
it affects who you are, what you do.
Project your identity.
It's like, but it's my crown. It's my crown. When I fucking wear it, it reminds me that I'm fucking king. Even if it's just king of my own self. I wear it with great pride. And it's like a reminder of the sacrifices I've made. And yeah, I know God's watching, but I don't really know fucking know what that means. So my friends, they'd be like, wait, so now you think there's a pie in the sky? No. I think God's energy, that's how I live. But I think nobody knows. But from my sense, from an internal, my struggle, it is my crown. It's like I've overcome so much to be able to wear this. Like, it is. It's like a crown. I don't know how else to say it. Like a woman's hair is her crown. My kippah is my crown. It shows that I'm fucking royalty. Even if I'm not, even if someone were to take away my Jewishness today, and all of my knowledge and my bloodline and everything, it's my crown. It's how I. The outer courtyard of my city. So once I get to a place that is closed in, it's part of myself. Like there are some people who really take a lot of pride in their hair, big old afros, dreadlocks, beautiful hair, whatever. My hair is amazing. What is it? It used to be, would be described as chestnut with auburn highlights, some shit like that. I don't care about that. The hat that I wear, I take great pride. And everything just falls down by itself. The idea is that once I reach a secure area, I'm fine with. I can even tell you, this is a funny story. It was December 31st in downtown Los Angeles. To go ahead and give my wallet 2016. And I was wearing a kippah, but I was also wearing. I'm fine with wearing something over your hat. Like I just had a hat on, and I was gonna go to this club/bar downtown. This is very funny. And it has to do with like our fucking religion as Jews now. This is very funny. So if you're a Jewish boy out there or man or just anybody, like this is part of our fucking style. So I was wearing whatever I was wearing. I don't even remember. And I had a baseball cap on over my kippah. Now, why didn't you? I just was wearing a hat. Like it wasn't like I was hiding it or anything. It was just I was wearing a hat on, but I always have my kippah on. My credit cards are in there. My license is in there. My money is in there. What am I going to do? I'm going to leave my wallet. Well, I can tell you a different story. Okay, we'll get to that one. So what's the choice? Okay, so I was at the Whiskey A Go Go maybe 2 weeks before then or a week before then or something. And I never, there's never somebody to, let's just say, like, go to really famous bars and clubs and stuff. I might go to a bar, but it might be a fucking dive or hole in one or something. If I ever do. Wow. Just watch a game or something like that. That's allowed. Or maybe it's a chain bar, but I'm not eating it or something like that. When I went to Whiskey A Go Go, it was in Mad Men. It was very famous, and
as I was walking past the Comedy Store, or like right in that area. It's all like really close. And remember, like going by the Rainbow Room and fucking Viper Room and all that shit. And I was walking down the street, and this guy comes up to me.
And sometimes it matters of money and morality.
I think he just asked me if I'm Jewish, and I said, yeah.
That I can overcome.
And he's like, oh,
things that I can't. So when I come to when I love that tells me that I have to overcome something, it means that I have to co-opt.
And that happens a lot. But he,
that I can't overcome something.
I don't know if he was.
So it's really amazing.
But we got to talking. And I at the time had a bunch of different cell phone numbers, and he's like,
let's say if you find someone, so let's say for example, let's say I'm walking on Shabbos, weekend Nafri, I find
we just got to, I forget exactly what it was, but I was like,
I can't pick it up in Shabbos, this Shabbos correct, right? I can't pick it up, but if you can pick up the $100,
he's like, let me get your number. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just gave him like one of the phones that I had, and he's like, oh, under normal conditions, I wouldn't take a number with this area code, but I'll make an exception. I was like, who the fuck are you? And he's like, what's your name? And I was like, cool. And he's like, no way. I'm like, oh, like the kid. Really? It's a thing, people shit themselves. Anyway, and this guy was like, no way, my dad's obsessed with you. And I'm like, all right, cool. And he starts stalking me. And I was like, Doug, you didn't want my fucking number? Like, or you were like apprehensive. You're judging a book by its fucking cover. And I was like, look at my fucking ID. And then I was like, look. And I pulled my hat off and I had a cap on under my baseball cap. And he's like, no way. Like, he was just like in fucking shock. And then I went into, he was stalking me. He was like, started following me. And he's like, wait. And I was like, Doug, keep your distance. And I walked into a coffee bean and tea, which at the time was kosher. Those fuckers from Philippines fucked it up from Jolly Beat. But anyway, they got to get that contract back. I'm going to fight for that. Dog, I could talk about all of that. I could talk about that whole fucking Hector and all of it, but I don't want to right now. Anyway, so I went into the bathroom because I'm like, this guy is fucking stalking me. And I thought it was funny, like 10 minutes ago, this guy was like, I live in like here, and I do this and this and this, and I was like, okay, cool. And now he's like obsessed with me, and I just like waited in the bathroom for a little bit, and like I was looking out the window, and he was gone, and I just went. And I went to my car, but I remember being like, you were somewhat insulting to me. And then, because you didn't know anything about me, and you judged a book by its cover to some extent. I don't think he was Jewish. I think his dad is Jewish or some shit like that, which that's not Jewish. And some rabbis is gonna be like, preach. All of Halakhic Judaism is about to be like, preach. Every fucking rabbi who is Halakhic, who's Orthodox, better be like, that's not my ass. Anyway, I don't remember what hat. I think it might have been a Yankee hat or something. I forget. Anyway, so then a couple weeks go by. This is a different story. So that's the end of that story. But just basically, like, don't judge a book by its cover, kids, especially in terms of Jews. You don't know who's a Jew. You don't know how Jewish they are. You don't know who they're, what their yuccas is. Their lineage. You have no idea. And I've got a lot of stories. So it's December 31st, 2016, and I'm in downtown Los Angeles, and it's hot. I had been to this club a few weeks before because it was the top MILF club in LA, and it had like rooftop pool. It was really cool. There's like this area, go around the pool, and then you go up these stairs, and it's like this really secluded area. And I'm like, man, it'd be so sick to be up here and just fucking vape. But anyway, allegedly. Why? Because I don't know. I was just like, oh, it'd be so cool to be in this like little spot, and just it was like the top of a fucking maze, and just anyway, it was this hotel, like the standard. Anyway, so I'm like, a couple weeks go by, and I'm like, I'm gonna go there again, and I go and I get in line, and it's like this huge fucking line goes around the fucking block, goes around this huge building. And I go to get in, they're like, oh, you needed to have tickets like weeks ago. Like, this is a ticketed only thing. I was like, oh, fuck. So I was like a little disappointed. So I went and I was just like walking downtown and trying to find just any place that would let me in. And I go to try to get in this one club. And the guy's like, and I had this hat on. And I go to get in line, and this like bouncer comes out, and he's like, he says something like, yeah, hat's gotta go. And I'm like, it's part of my religion. And he goes, oh, the Dodgers are part of your religion? And I was just like, yeah. And then I fucking just walked off, and I was like, I'm not going to that fucking bar. Anyway, and I found some other bar. I didn't order anything. I was just there, just to kind of see what life was like in that part of the world. And it was interesting. But anyway, I remember being like, yeah, the Dodgers are part of my fucking religion. Really? Yeah. Just how he said, oh, the Dodgers are part of your religion? Yeah, that's part of Judaism, you schmuck. And he was just doing his job, I understand. But that should be a thing. Like, there used to be a thing, like, I've had jobs say that I had to cut my hair. That's like an illegal practice in a lot of places. And I feel like your hair, like, you should be able to wear, like, a hat anywhere you want. I was at this fucking Jewish, this, like, Jewish singles event at the Argyle, and they were cool, but you couldn't wear a hat in there. It's like, this is a fucking Jewish singles event. What do you mean you can't wear a hat? Like, we're supposed to be wearing hats. You could wear a kippah, though. Anyway, and I just remember being like, what the fuck? This is like we're supposed to be wearing hats. And so I did give up my hat for that one, but I had my kippah on, and they had like cubbies where you could keep shit, which was cool. Anyway, that was a cool bar. Yeah, I'll tell the story really quickly. So I went to the Argyle, and there was a Sephardi chick, and I was talking to her, and we go into the basement of this, and I can't believe I was this forward, but I said to this woman, do you know that a woman can have 13 different types of orgasms? Is that what it was? Yeah, there's a way that I remembered it, and that was like 3-4, obviously, like really super forward. But I was like, I'm gonna just fucking try. I wanted to talk about it from a scientific perspective, because science. Oh yeah, Rabbi, what are they? Okay. I used to have this way and I still have it memorized. Okay, so there are multiple ways. Okay, so there's the anterior thorax. Some lady's just going crazy on this one, but there's also anal. So that's 2. I memorized them alphabetically. Some ladies just going. So this isn't like the
the best ones, because the best one is probably it's clear. But anyway, some lady's just going crazy. Calm down, woman. All right, so there's anterior thorax, anal, breast. So lady's just going crazy. Clitoral, that's 4. 5 is a deep spot. So like back wall. Yeah. 6 is the G spot. Of all the things that I should have memorized, is this fucking doctor's name. And I even had it written down. Grafenberg, I knew that. I just didn't want to say it incorrectly. So that's anterior thorax. That's clitoral.
So what can you do? Carry the wallet, keep it in your pocket, and just walk left the dollar on this at a time. Alright, so let's remember again.
Grafenberg. If I just say to a lady Grafenberg, she's just going to really, yeah. We're going to call that bitch a rabbi spot, but really, yeah. Okay, so then what? Then there's so what's the honor of God that we're considering over here? Labial, which is, I could get you there through the labial, but if there's a lot of shaking going on, other shit could do it. Really, yeah. Mental, which is a big one. Nipple, so different than breast. Oral, some bitches just get off by sucking dick. That's 10. And there are maybe, it depends how you categorize them, but I said 13 just because it's like Kabbalist. Like it could be broken down. Okay, so
Rashi points out about the day when they went into the attic of Hananiah ben Siskia and they legislated 18 things. Among those 18 things was that if you're stuck without enough
there's urethral, which is really underestimated.
So that was a great day.
There's vaginal.
That day they leveled out the cells. Also, Yeshua was unhappy.
What's anterior part? It's actually the back. The graphic. Yeah. I was thinking
the basket filled with.
Really, yeah. What's the other one? That's 12.
Mustard seed, and the mustard seed preserves words and cucumbers. So putting in that X60.
Oh, squirting.
To go ahead and walk.
Yeah, that's like a different thing. That's the what is that?
Yeshua felt that the adding on walk less than $1 at a time. What is that compared to? Like you have a basket that's filled with honey or a bowl filled with honey. Notice in the soak and more than that goes in the makia. So what happens if you have a bowl with honey and you drop in there?
Hold on. There are more than that. Then there's skin. There's just, oh yeah, squirting, touch. So that's 14 actually. Yeah, but there's this way I can remember. So it's like A through D, then G, and then L, M, N, O, and then S, T, U, V. S, skin, touch, no, squirting, touch. What fucking glands is that?
You can put the wallet on a donkey. How can you do it? Was it is that not leading a donkey? And we'll say it's already you can't do any malach, and we'll say including in the malach is that you can't do malach with your animals. No, we'll say this. In order for an animal to be, in order to be in violation of Makana, which is leading a lazy animal, there has to be that right? Not rooting up the object and the object coming to rest. So the way you could circumvent that is how place the object on the animal while the animal
Skene's
is still
gland.
moving.
Really, yeah. So what are they? There are 2 A's, B, C, D. That's 5. G, LMNO, that's 10. STUV, that's 14. So here's the thing. When I first memorized these, and that's just areas. That's not like you could have like thousands of them. That's why I say, bitches, when you're with me, you're gonna need a scoreboard. And for some reason, the women always just write a sideways 8. I don't understand that, but you got to keep track. I told this to women. How did we get from fucking kippas to this? Anyway, I remember telling the Sephardic chick this. Like I was teaching her, and let's just say I came on a little strong. Really? Really? Yeah. That's cool. I met some nice people there. But man, was that strong. Did you know that a woman can have 13 different types of orgasms? Huh? Let's talk about it. This is science. I don't know if that's the best way to introduce yourself, but I think it is. So Robinson's going to be out there. This stupid bitch, don't worry about her, Rabbi. Calm down, woman. So is it 14? Yeah. Let's just say because there's some overlap. We'll just say that, but they're really 14. So I should have said 14. But people don't know that. How about what is it for men? There's penile, there's prostate. I bet you touch could. No, you need to do something with it. You can touch me all you want. I'm not fucking. And then mental, like a dream. But those are the 3. Like you can play with my ball all day. I ain't done. Unless you just breathe on it, boom. Anyway, that's enough of that.
I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Thank our machine coming, dedicating all the Sherman draw shows this month with the hope and prayer that the month of August.
I work in an office that's not keeper friendly.
Where the fuck do you go? Rico Vernon sponsors the Ringo and Rob families in America for the Jewish Lema for their granddaughter. Find the Hal Bakhtiar, Bakhtiar, and Darren Kamara finds the day in all the students for Raquel Bakhtiar class.
He's Jewish Orthodox friends. Some of the doctors advised him that the sick don't need to trouble his patients, etc. He should not cover his head in the office. He sought their advice and wore kippah. My father was a court reporter at the time, and he took her transfer to a psychiatrist's office. I'll never forget the tone of his voice over dinner that evening. He described to us as astonishment. A psychiatrist from Harvard, sitting in his office reading out loud. From my dad, James had just burst out of his closet. Now anything was possible. It wasn't long before he stopped answering the phone on Shabbat. The tone of the Jews changed the world, not to make peace with it. It started with Abraham, a man of guts. His child. Rabbi said he Shabbat.org.
Continuing our discussion regarding what the dead know and what the dead are aware of after they die. It says the Gemara, one of the challenges with that yomi that we have is the sheer pace, that we have to go. So it's great if you can carve out time for Chazara every day. That's incredible. But especially davening like this, that have such a beautiful Adonai. I would encourage you to make sure you mark this off. So as you go through Shas, you remember
my friends, if they ever see this, they'll be like, "Oh, holy fucking shit! He was telling the truth."
They're really incredible. Really incredible. I mean, your family might not be all that interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly not my views. Oh my word, I know this person. Really? Yeah, I know this person. But Yehuda. Is it? Yeah.
So there was a Suki,
really? Yeah.
You said before, you taught us that the neshamas of the tzaddikim are stored.
What's his name? I mean, I know his real name, but I know. I fucking sent him a wedding gift. I was at his wedding virtually because it was during the pandemic. And I sent him a wedding gift, and if he had cashed this check when he got it, it would have left, but he didn't. Really?
So Shaul goes to summon the spirit of Shmuel Hanavi through a necromancer, through an Obi-Yadoni. So listen, so the Gemara asks, I don't understand. And it works, by the way. I mean, it didn't really work. Because Baruch Hu made it look like it worked, but it didn't really work. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. You can tell me that the Neshamas of the ultimately are underneath the piece of but how was it that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking everyone to gather. Please gather. It's important. What's going on today? Let's gather. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Gather, please.
Excuse me. Why are we supposed to gather?
Why are we supposed to gather? This is the year of the Hakel Assembly.
The year of what?
Hakel Assembly. I'll explain. Mike, give me some music. Friends, please hurry up and assemble. The gathering begins very soon. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What is the quickest way to the Hakel gathering in the Holy Temple?
Through the World Gates, all the way straight and right. Follow the signs.
Thank you.
Wait a moment. You know what? Maybe I should join you. I must be there too. In the times of the Holy Temple, the people of Israel had a custom every 7 years to assemble together in unity and accept upon them the leadership of the Almighty once again. It was attended by the entire nation who had just observed the commandment to ascend to Jerusalem for the festival of Sukkot. The source of this tradition is in the commandment of the Torah. At the end of every 7 years, assemble the people, the men, women, the children, and your stranger in your cities, that they will hear and that they will learn and fear the Lord your God, and be careful to fulfill all the words of this Torah. The Hakel ceremony would begin with the blowing of trumpets by the priests.
Do I get the Kentucky Derby?
Selected parts of the Torah would awaken the hearts of the Jews to continue learning Torah and observing the commandments and follow God's ways. The king would also explain the meaning of the verses he had read, so the entire nation would understand Torah's rules. Friends, please leave the Holy Temple carefully and follow the tree. And that's the story of Hakel.
Okay. And that's why you asked us to gather? Now?
Yes. Yigal. Odette, what's happening? Yigal, you're on duty? Why did you tell me to gather, especially now? Now it is very important to gather. Now it is very important to gather, even more than before. Look at how much controversy exists among us. This year is the year of Hakel, and that's why we have to unite and simply to gather. So what do we need to do? Very simple. At every gathering, family, work, or any other place, we should mention that this is a year of Hakel. Share Jewish thought, give charity. It's that simple. From where do you know all this? From the Rothschild Rabbi. He asks that we do this every Hakel year. You're the best. The best. So please, friends, we will now begin the Hakel gathering. Somebody want to say some Torah? This video was made possible by David Shuntash and American friends of the Mitzvah channel.
Dude, I can't believe I know somebody that fucking works. Like, really? Like, not like we've been doing this and it's like blah 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 blah, and then it's like, whoa, somebody I fucking know. He's a friend. Really? Yeah. We've dialed them together. Really? We've dialed in Minha, Maro, Chakras. What was that fucking way? Virtually, but I didn't seem like it's heavy. We weren't allowed to be. Like I said, fucking maybe bounce the check to this motherfucker. Really? Yeah, and I still remember his fucking thank you cards. Really? It's one of the most special thank you cards I ever got. Really? From him
Yeah. Really? Yeah, when I fucking opened it, it's like it flew out at me. Really? Yeah. Alright. So is that the end of your fucking story? We'll do. I mean, did we do Kabbalah today? Yeah, then we did a little bit. I'm sure people will be okay. Really? I mean, hopefully. We'll do all the fucking Kippah shit. We'll gotta do the Kabbalah. Right. What are the top 50 Kabbalistic books and their importance in order, and how long are they? Like, how many pages? Not scrolls, just straight up pages, like your average amount of pages. You got it. I'll give you the top 50 Kabbalistic Jewish mysticism works roughly ordered by historical influence and centrality in the Masorah tradition, not by popularity. Page counts are approximate. Averages for standard printed editions, not pocket or scholarly multi-volume editions. Alright, so there's a Zohar important to certain types of classical Kabbalah attributed to Rabbi Shmuel Bar Yochai, published in the 13th century Spain. Mystical Torah commentaries, spiritual divine structure, like 1,700 to 2,000 pages. Superior Yitzhak, this one's George. Latest mystical cosmology text, creation via letters and numbers, 40 to 80 pages. Sefer Rabbi here. Dude, also translate all the names, put in parentheses the English stuff. And remember this, you were supposed to remember this. Whenever you put anything in Hebrew or Yiddish or anything, put in the parentheses the translation. And please remember this. Do the thing where it's like, got it, I'll remember this in the future. Locked in. Yeah. No exceptions. Okay, spiritual, Google. Okay, cool. Cool. Come on, dog. Alright, Zohar, Radiant Splendor. Sefer Yitzhak, Book of Formation, Sefer Bahir, Book of Brightness, Etz Chaim, Tree of Life. So damn, some of these are long. Shar Hagil, Gulian, Gate of Reincarnation, Certain Artist Fanatic, Orchard of Pomegranates, Talmud of Deborah, Palm Tree of Deborah, Pre Etz Chaim, Fruit of the Tree of Life, Eitz Hadah, Tov, Tree of the Knowledge of Good, Shari, Oil, Gates of Life, Orionic School Text, Sefer Shalom, Book Utin, Book of Life, Writings, Odes, Wrote, Chaim, Training, Life, Marvel, Sure, Actions of Gates, Reshit, Chochmah, Beginning of Wisdom, Shomer Amun, Guardian of Faithfulness, Tanya, Ugatai, Amarim, just one. We're not wasting our time with anybody. It's super hot. Really, this is super hot. I should judge on book by its cover. Some books. Yeah. Look at that, Amari, collected discourses. Look at that, Torah, collected teaching the Torah. Man, some of these are long as fuck. Marahash, it's gonna be something. Where is it, Shalom? No, I'm
when someone looks from the outside in at my life, no one knows the real inner workings of my life. At first says, you know what? That person already worthy of admiration.
I even pitch day.
Well,
138
such an incredible idea. So
Super
thank you,
hot
Jack.
challenge.
Did you learn when you honest? Well, those are personal things about us. But in terms of who's a mental level, if I inspire others to go ahead and live meaningful lives, to accomplish things, that's